At the outset, a pouch of rat poison was delivered, sending her mother to the heavens. After Lin Yue perished alongside her enemies, she awoke to find herself in the guise of someone else's mother. The identity of a negligent man who merely sows seeds but does not nurture his family eluded her. Yet she was inexplicably blessed with 4 fierce and venomous little ones. It was no wonder they had dispatched her with a packet of rat poison. Gazing upon the dilapidated surroundings and the emaciated, scarred children, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. Oh well, what was there to argue with a few underdeveloped wolf cubs? Perhaps nurturing them would yield unexpected results in time. Armed with a mystical space and extraordinary medical skills, Lin Yue embarked on the arduous journey of redemption. As chaos descended and calamity struck, she forged ahead alone, braving the thorns while seeking a new haven. To her surprise, this new refuge belonged to the negligent man. Alas, he was bewildered by the sudden emergence of a fierce wife and 4 children. Lin Yue seized the opportunity, determined to lead the townsfolk towards prosperity and strength. The 4 little dumplings exclaimed, "If Father Dog doesn't pursue Mother, she might run off with another man." Oh, what a source of vexation. Eldest, why don't we find a father ourselves? I think Dr. Chung is quite suitable. Second, Dr. Chung is too weak. Clearly, General Liu would be a better choice. Third and fourth, what do we need a father for? We shall grow strong ourselves, drive away the bad man, and protect Mother. The biological father of the 4 dumplings lamented, "You little rascals, are you always trying to place hats upon my head? Truly, you are my beloved sons." Chapter 1. The beginning with a packet of rat poison. Is she poisoned? Big brother, she seems truly dead. The soft, quivering voices of children were laced with urgency. Big brother, what should we do? I did not realize that the powdered sugar was poison. Lin Yue's consciousness was hazy, yet she sensed the murmurs nearby, their soft tones gradually rousing her from her stupor. As she wiggled her fingers, they felt weak and feeble, her mind still trapped in the final moments of her memory. Having failed her mission, she detonated the bomb on her person, ending her life in a blaze alongside her foes. So she had died with purpose. Was the afterlife meant to be this cacophonous? And children's voices so soft and innocent. Bad woman. She deserves to die. If she's dead, we shall no longer suffer. She brought the rat poison to kill us. With her demise, our suffering ends. Bad woman? Rat poison. What was the meaning of this? When had she become the villain? A searing pain coursed through her body, compelling her to open her eyes. As the blurry images before her sharpened, 2 filthy little faces came into view, 2 scruffy little rascals. She was still alive. She had detonated a bomb. How was it possible for her to survive? A shrill child's voice pierced the air as one of the grimy little faces fell to the ground, trembling and pointing at her, unable to articulate coherent words. Big brother. She has opened her eyes. The other child retreated a step, his rigid stance betraying his fear. Under the weight of their gazes, Lin Yue felt as though she had transformed into a monstrous being, scaring 2 children to such an extent. Little ones, where is this place? As her labored question escaped her lips, the 2 little rascals exchanged knowing glances. The smaller child who had fallen hastily rose and hid behind the older one. Erlang, she isn't dead. The older child tilted his head slightly, appearing relieved, as if regretting her survival. The child named Erlang cautiously peeked out, the panic in his eyes lessening as he blinked his large, gray pike orbs. Then, will she kill us? The older child declared firmly no. In his small eyes, Lin Yue detected a glimmer of darkness. Was this truly the gaze of a 5 or 6-year-old? Why did it send chills down her spine, as if he were contemplating her demise? The subsequent words from this child made her heart tremble. Look at her, she seems quite weak. Since the poison failed to kill her, let's sell her. She will no longer be able to harm us. But what shall we do after selling her? Eldest shot a disdainful glare at Erlang. Lin Yue gazed at the 2 little rascals, engaging in their back and forth, and felt a twinge of sympathy in their half-hearted glances. Was she so insignificant in their eyes? Moreover, was it truly acceptable for them to consider selling her in her presence? They were rather amusing little children. Human trafficking is a crime, after all. She dismissed their innocent chatter, feeling an overwhelming pain throughout her body. particularly in her forehead. Even speaking was a challenge. My head aches terribly, little ones. Could you assist me in determining if my injuries are severe? The two little rascals recoiled in unison. Was she that terrifying? How could she frighten them into retreating? Struggling, she lifted a hand to touch her head the moment she did. Her palm was coated in blood. No wonder the children were so frightened. Her appearance must have been ghastly. Lowering her gaze to inspect the rest of her body, she was taken aback. She wore a plain, coarse cloth dress, faded and tattered in numerous places, her legs and arms adorned with bruises and scrapes, and some areas bore dried blood. This was not right. Why was she dressed in ancient attire? Wait, had she overlooked something? She raised her gaze to the two little rascals. Upon meeting her stare, they both shivered, embodying a sense of camaraderie in their predicament. Their disheveled hair and filthy faces were a sight to behold, and their coarse garments hung loosely on their frail frames, riddled with holes. Visible on their exposed skin were deep and shallow marks, unmistakably the result of beatings. What sort of wretched individual could inflict such cruelty upon children? Lin Yue's heart ached for the two little ones. Perhaps her gaze was too fearsome. The older child shielded the younger one, glaring at her with wide, fierce eyes. We will not fear you anymore. If you strike us again, we shall kill you. Bad woman. I shall avenge San Lang and Si Lang. San Lang and Si Lang. 4 boys. How prolific was this woman to have birthed 4 sons? She had yet to realize that she was indeed that very woman. What did you say? The situation finally dawned on her, revealing the absurdity. This was not a mere web fiction trope. She had transmigrated, and she was likely the mother of these 4 children. Regaining her composure, Lin Yue disregarded her pain, urgently surveying her surroundings. A thatched cottage with walls that permitted the wind to blow through, and she lay upon a pile of decaying reeds. This was utterly dreadful. Recalling the fragmented words she had heard, these were indeed the children who had poisoned her. Now that she had survived, they plotted to sell her. As for their injuries and the mention of San Lang and Si Lang, the villain responsible for the abuse was undoubtedly herself. Earlier, the eldest had mentioned revenge. Could it be that she? No, that the previous owner of this body had abused the children to death. At this realization, Lin Yue felt an overwhelming urge to perish. Indeed, that person was not her. The evil doings were not her own. Casting a glance at the timid Lang, Lin Yue's lips curved into a stiff smile, unaware that this expression only heightened her eeriness, causing Lang to shudder. Involuntarily, little Lang, let me test your knowledge. Do you know what my name is? The eldest boy extended his arms protectively around Lang. Do not try any tricks, and do not feign amnesia. Lang exhibited a hint of softness in his heart, hiding behind Lang while his voice resounded with unwavering certainty. You are Lin Yue. I shall not call you mother, vile woman. What trickery do you intend to employ this time? What fortune is this? The woman who had been single for 25 years suddenly found herself a mother? 2 strapping sons. Not merely 2, there were also 2 others who appear to be victims of her own doing. Heavens, how could she be so unfortunate? If she must traverse realms, the conditions imposed upon her were tantamount to a death sentence. Why endure such trials? She might as well have succumbed immediately. Having been betrayed by her superior and abandoned by her colleagues was one thing, but to traverse worlds only to leap 2 levels into the role of a nefarious matriarch was utterly lamentable. A sudden wave of intense pain surged through her mind, prompting Lin Yue to close her eyes in agony, reluctantly absorbing a torrent of fragmented memories. Chapter 2. Transformed into the malicious mother of 4 young ones, the original Lin Yue shared not only the name, but also the very essence of her being with this otherworldly self. She was the mother of 4 children, who had known no father since birth. As for the identity of that scoundrel, Lin Yue could not uncover the memories of the original. Her establishment in Yijia village was solely due to a flicker of benevolence from the village's elder patriarch. The original possessed a rather frail intellect, possibly due to lost memories, exhibiting signs of neurosis, as if the 4 children were not her own flesh and blood. She treated them with utter indifference, merely sustaining their existence. At times, in moments of confusion, she would even take her frustrations out on the children. It was a miracle that the 4 had survived to this day. It was fortunate for them that the old patriarch, despite the couple's secretive support, ensured that these children endured. Lin Yue rolled her eyes and collapsed. The narrative was too tragic, decidedly unfavorable to her. Heaven could no longer bear to watch, and thus sought to provide the children a chance at survival. Surely, the heavens held her in high regard, believing she could turn the tide. Yet, she knew nothing of child-rearing. With DeLang's calculating gaze, if he were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable antagonist. One day, Lin Yue would meet her demise at the hands of these four brothers. Would that not be an even greater misfortune? Her only gamble was to salvage her reputation while they were still young. Wow! The two little boys fell onto the ground in fright. Initially, upon witnessing her roll her eyes and fall onto the bed, they thought she had died once more. As they approached to investigate, her sudden rise startled them into a near panic. Erlang burst into tears, while DeLang clutched his hand tightly. Lin Yue shouted, "Stop! Do not cry!" The wails ceased abruptly, and tears etched a few comical lines upon Erlang's dark little face. He was rather adorable. "Today, the matter of my poisoning is linked to the two of you, is it not? Do you wish to conspire against your own mother? Should the authorities learn of this, you would face imprisonment or worse." Lin Yue's menacing gaze made the two tremble. Their fear intensified, rendering Erlang speechless. DeLang clenched his fists, his small face taut. "Vile woman, do you intend to report us?" The look in his eyes was terrifying. It conveyed a clear threat. Should she report him, he might very well take her life. This only deepened Lin Yue's realization of DeLang's formidable nature, even at such a tender age. Narrowing her eyes, she offered him a provocative smile, a grin that only heightened the unease. Seeing Lin Yue smile, like a cunning fox, DeLang became acutely alert. "Vile woman, what trickery do you intend to engage in? If you deem me utterly wicked, then perhaps you might wait until you grow up to exact your revenge. I assure you, I will not retaliate." Erlang bore an expression of confusion. Had the vile woman lost her sanity, or was there some strange mystery about her? DeLang pressed his lips together tightly, while Erlang discreetly tugged at his sleeve, sniffing back his tears. "Brother, has the vile woman lost her mind? Do not think to deceive us. Vile woman, if you have any nefarious intentions, abandon them now. I shall not be swayed." Lin Yue rolled her eyes, having never anticipated an immediate reversal of her image. "Not believing me is of no consequence. I shall demonstrate my intentions through action. Furthermore, you are far too young, and without my protection, growing up safely would be a challenge. You must also care for your three younger brothers after all. I am your mother, and with my presence, at least you can grow up safely." With that, Lin Yue waved her hand graciously. "You need not respond. Take your time to ponder." DeLang shot her a glare and pulled Erlang away from the room, dismissing her words entirely. Resigned to her fate, Lin Yue began to scrutinize this so-called home. Fortunately, it was summer. Had it been winter, the drafty walls would surely have frozen them to death, and a single snowfall would have rendered the house uninhabitable. The walls were so thin they barely offered any protection, with drafts seeping through every crevice. The sole piece of furniture was a low table. Calling it a table was generous, for it resembled a plank upheld by 4 stones. On the other side, a pile of thatch likely served as the sleeping quarters for the 2 little boys, with no bedding to be found. Lin Yue was starkly reminded of the phrase "bare walls" and "empty cupboards." In the corner of the room lay a small earthen pit, which was a latrine. Ugh! Upon realizing its purpose, Lin Yue could not help but retch, yet her stomach was empty, yielding nothing but bile. She finally understood the source of the peculiar odor permeating the room. How she longed for her cozy little nest. What misfortune had she incurred to traverse into such an environment? Truly, she must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Yet, complaints aside, she needed to muster her spirit to confront this reality. In her past life, she was a distinguished talent at the Yuguang base, not only excelling in medicine, but also as a researcher, having developed a cooperative medical combat system capable of rapidly healing wounds during battle and restoring combat readiness. This system was somewhat miraculous, and as a result, she had drawn the attention of spies who infiltrated her circle, leading to her betrayal during a rescue mission, where she was abandoned by her own and perished in a mutual destruction with the enemy. No one knew that the inventions she created were intricately tied to her own life should she perish the system would be destroyed alongside her. Huh, they think to seize what is hers. Not so easily. With a familiar chime, Lin Yue felt a surge of excitement. Her cherished system. Raising her arm, a crescent-shaped mark began to glow faintly. With a mere thought, Lin Yue encountered challenges, but mustering all her strength, she barely managed to establish a connection. Her system had traversed with her, existing within a wondrous space, which was none other than her painstakingly crafted laboratory. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? How exhilarating indeed. Chapter 3. The spatial system, however, she soon discovered that the majority of the spatial colors were a dismal gray, a realm she could only observe but not traverse. And she was unable to claim any of its contents. Only a small portion designated as the living area was adorned with vibrant hues. To her delight, the area accessible to her was conveniently located near the refrigerator, where she had stored a plethora of food items, alleviating her immediate concern of enduring hunger in such harsh conditions. Feeling her strength waning and her mind unable to concentrate, she hastily grabbed some food. As she retreated, she deftly snatched an alcohol swab and a box of anti-inflammatory medication from the table, remnants of the amoxicillin she had taken for a previous cold. Perhaps due to the instability following her transition, her body felt excessively frail, preventing her from fully utilizing the space and system. Once outside, she realized she could not return. Lin Yue remained undeterred, using the alcohol swab to disinfect the various wounds adorning her body. Although it was not intended for wound care, the alcohol content provided some level of sanitation, albeit with a sting that caused her to grimace. Aside from the more severe injuries on her forehead and knee, the rest were superficial. Lin Yue tore a piece of clean fabric from her inner clothing to awkwardly bandage the two more serious injuries. After a rudimentary disinfection, she swallowed 2 capsules of amoxicillin dry. She consumed some compressed biscuits, nibbled on a couple of sausages, and drank a bottle of milk, finally feeling her strength returning. A faint smile graced Lin Yue's face. Surely, fate had not completely abandoned her. Once revitalized, she ventured outside. The house was perched atop a gentle slope leading to the back mountain, with a small stream flowing down the western side, merging into a larger river at the foot of the hill, making water access quite convenient. Yijia village lay nestled at the base of the slope, and from this vantage point, the entire village was visible. In front of the thatched house, a fence encircled a patch of sparse vegetables, likely cultivated by the children, though the wild grass outnumbered the greens. To the east stood a makeshift grass hut, equipped with a rudimentary earthen stove, 2 or 3 broken pottery jars, and a few chipped bowls, none of which were intact. A small pile of firewood rested nearby, alongside a few half-dried wild vegetables and a broken bamboo frame on the ground. The only intact item was the water jar beside the stove. The broken pottery jars were devoid of grain, but the water jar was remarkably clean, containing freshly drawn water, carefully covered with a grass mat. One could only wonder how many trips the 2 children had made to fetch that water. Lin Yue sighed, a heaviness settling in her chest, feeling somewhat unwell. In her previous life, her parents had passed away early, and her unique circumstances had subjected her to considerable hardship. It was only after being admitted to a special training department that her situation improved, and she had gained a profound understanding of the pangs of hunger. Finding a broken broom in one corner of the yard, she tied together some slender twigs and began to clean. After tidying up, she also pulled the weeds from the vegetable garden, leaving only a few sparse greens. A thought struck her. She rummaged through the thatched pile where she had been sleeping and unearthed a half-worn bundle, likely all her possessions, containing only a few old garments and a silver hairpin. The garments emitted a musty odor, prompting Lin Yue to take them outside for airing, along with the thatch she had slept on. With the house and yard now clean and orderly, she felt a sense of comfort. Erlang rubbed his eyes. This yard was their home. How could it be so clean and tidy? Even the weeds in the small vegetable patch had been pulled. Did that wicked woman do this? It smelled so good. Delang spotted Lin Yue bustling in the kitchen, where a cracked pottery bowl sat atop the earthen stove, simmering something enticing, causing Erlang to swallow hard. Lin Yue noticed them and beckoned them to join her for a meal. Wicked woman, what trickery are you up to now? We refuse to eat your food. Who knows if there's rat poison in it? Delang seized Erlang, who, despite his resolve, couldn't help but swallow again, refusing to step closer to the kitchen. Indeed, wicked woman, Erlang echoed, though his incessant swallowing betrayed his true desire. Suit yourselves. Lin Yue dismissed them, serving herself a bowl of cooked instant noodles. Savoring every bite, the noodles were complemented by a handful of fresh greens and 2 sausages, free for pesticides and delightfully sweet. How delicious it was! The 2 boys entered the house, which was now clean and refreshing, devoid of any foul odors. Even the low, dark table had been wiped clean, and the thatch they had slept on was gone, prompting De Lang's expression to darken. See, the wicked woman is indeed up to no good. Her own thatch. Where did it go? Big brother, look. The wicked woman moved the thatch outside to dry. Erlang pointed to the empty space beside the kitchen, where indeed, the thatch lay spread out. Big brother, has the wicked woman lost her mind? What is she plotting? She wouldn't have found a cellar, would she? How could she have such delicious food? Is it possible she sold us for money to buy it? Oh, how terrifying. The wicked woman intends to sell us. What will happen to Sam Lang and Si Lang? He was on the verge of tears from worry. De Lang's eyes turned red, contemplating the same dreadful possibility. Clenching his fists in determination. If she sells us, I will confront her. Just you? Lin Yue's voice suddenly interrupted, startling Erlang. Stop daydreaming. I have promised to coexist peacefully. I will protect you as you grow. Why would I sell you? This is the noodles I exchanged with someone else. Do you dare to eat? She placed half a jar of noodles and 2 pairs of chopsticks made from branches onto the low table, folding her arms as she scrutinized De Lang, aware that he was a clever child. Wicked woman, are you trying to provoke me? Oh, you even know this. Well, little rascal. Lin Yue couldn't help but admire his quick wit, realizing he wouldn't be easily deceived. She shrugged. I've said my piece, believe it or not. It's up to you. If you don't want to eat, so be it. Just as Lin Yue intended to redirect her strategy towards Erlang, he had already dove into the noodles, unable to resist the alluring aroma, having not tasted anything so delicious in ages. However, he held his chopsticks in his left hand, revealing his left-handedness. Big brother, these noodles aren't poisonous. I've tried them. They are so delicious. You gotta try them. Erlang urgit. Having forgotten his earlier doubts, De Lang shot a disapproving glance at his younger brother, ready to scold him, but the sound of his own stomach growling betrayed him, compelling him to glance at Lin Yue, only to find she had vanished without a trace. Lin Yue had already slipped out at some point. Erlang had already lifted a noodle to his mouth. He could no longer refuse, and his mouth obediently opened to swallow. Thank goodness the wicked woman didn't see him in such a vulnerable state. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Chapter 4. Is the wicked woman going to sell us? Big brother, is it good? Erlang asked timidly, slurping the noodles. De Lang shook his head. He would never concede that the noodles were truly delicious. You eat it yourself. He then pulled out a black bun from his pocket, huffing. Even if there's no poison, it doesn't mean the wicked woman is telling the truth. Since he became aware, he knew their mother was different from others. Their mother was ill, treated them poorly, often hitting them, and mumbling incoherently. During those times, he especially hated that father who was nowhere to be found. If it weren't for that scoundrel, they wouldn't have been born. He was the one who harmed their mother and deprived them of her love. Sam Lang and Si Lang were also sold by her. Sooner or later, it would be their turn. As the eldest brother, he had to find a way for the 4 of them to survive. As for their parents, they could do without. Hearing his brother's words, Erlang found that the noodles in his mouth no longer tasted as good. But big brother, didn't the wicked woman say she has changed for the better? De Lang remained silent. Hadn't the wicked woman done enough harm to them? She could certainly commit such an act. Her words could not be trusted. De Lang and Erlang, I'm stepping out for a while. Please guard the house. Lin Yue greeted them and departed. Despite her injuries, she had nourished herself well, and her physical strength had nearly returned. She was not the pampered young lady she once was, and her endurance was reasonably good. She intended to take advantage of the sunny weather to gather some thatch for storage. Should the rain arrive, their drafty home would surely leak, and it was best to prepare in advance. Furthermore, some branches needed to be cut and dried for repairs when the time allowed. What is that wicked woman up to? Will she seek out the tooth puller? Erlang peered from the door, watching Lin Yue's figure fade away, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Let's follow her quietly. With that, De Lang led Erlang stealthily after Lin Yue, exiting the house. As Lin Yue ascended the mountain, a subtle smile graced her lips. She had noticed the 2 little rascals trailing her the moment they stepped outside, but chose to feign ignorance. When she saw her actions consisted solely of cutting some branches and thatch, De Lang's confusion deepened. A wicked woman could not possibly change her ways. Surely, she was trying to deceive him. Eldest brother, why is she cutting branches? Why is she harvesting thatch? Is she planning to build a house? But as a woman without money, how could she possibly do so? Erlang rambled on beside him, while Delang remained silent, his heart ablaze with resentment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The wicked woman rarely ventured into the mountains. Perhaps he could lure her deeper into the woods to frighten her, and see what tricks she dared to play. With this plan in mind, Delang whispered a few instructions. The two boys emerged from behind a large tree. Wicked woman, the villagers have set traps over there. It is easy to catch rabbits and wild chickens. Would you like to try? Really? Lin Yue's eyes brightened, and she did not find their sudden appearance at all jarring. Delang observed her expression closely. Her lack of surprise indicated that she had been aware of their presence all along. Indeed, this wicked woman harbored ulterior motives. She might even be trying to lead them into the mountains to be devoured by wild beasts. He would not allow her to succeed. He had accompanied the villagers into the woods before and knew the paths well. If he tricked her into going, she would surely be lost in the dense forest and unable to find her way out. Lin Yue, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She needed some meat to replenish her strength, and perhaps her space would allow her to enter again, making her quite tempted. Upon hearing that she did not need to lead the way, Delang unusually agreed, even kindly pointing her in the right direction. Just through that grove, you will find a large, old pear tree. It is quite easy to spot. It was rare for this boy to guide her, and Lin Yue cheerfully followed. Her steps lightened by the prospect of catching wild chickens or rabbits. Delang and Erlang, in perfect synchrony, quickly gathered thatch and descended the mountain. Upon entering the grove, Lin Yue began to sense something amiss. Delang was not the type to be easily swayed. His sudden kindness in directing her here was likely a deliberate trap. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, reaffirming that these two little rascals were indeed deceiving her. How foolish she had been to believe there were wild chickens or rabbits here. Eldest brother, do you think the wicked woman will be afraid? Delang shot a glare. Do you pity her? Have you forgotten how she struck you? No, I would never pity a wicked woman. Ha ha. She will surely scream in terror. Erlang laughed uproariously. That clueless one will never find her way out of this grove. Delang wore a smirk of scorn. Oof. Wicked woman, let us show you some color. Gurgle. The two little rascals' stomachs growled again, particularly Delang, who had only eaten a small piece of black bread for lunch, leaving him ravenous. Let's make some wild vegetable soup. In the kitchen, a large pot on the stove still contained half a pot of noodles. Eldest brother, the wicked woman left us noodles. The thought of the delicious noodles they had enjoyed at noon made Erlang's mouth water uncontrollably. And meat sticks, Erlang exclaimed joyfully, spotting two round, red objects in the pot, exactly like the meat sticks they had eaten before. They had never encountered such delicacies. Even the curved noodles were a first for them. Eldest brother, those noodles were truly delightful. Let us eat quickly. Indeed, regardless of her intentions. We must fill our stomachs first. Not a single morsel for the wicked woman. This time, Delang did not refuse. The two boys leaned in, and before long, they had devoured the entire pot of noodles, even slurping up the broth until nothing remained, licking their lips in satisfaction. Truly delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite noodles and meat sticks. Neither have I. The thought of the wicked woman, alone and frightened in the woods, brought a smile to Delang's face. If only Sam Lang and Si Lang were here. Erlang sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Delang's smile faded. Sam Lang and Si Lang were at the village chief's home, barely receiving enough to eat. Their situation was even worse than at home. Often subjected to beatings from the chief's little grandson, it was all the wicked woman's fault. Chapter 5. Is it you who struck my child? Scattered moonlight struggled through the leaves, barely illuminating the surroundings. If escape proved impossible, she would have to climb a tall tree and wait until dawn to leave. With no fire to ward off threats, should a wild beast appear, her newly traversed body would not withstand it. She would surely meet her end here. A rustling sound emerged from nearby, prompting Lin Yue to tense her nerves and climb up a tree with a trunk as thick as her waist. A dark, hefty creature was emerging from the underbrush. It appeared to be a wild boar. Its long, sharp tusks glimmered coldly in the darkness. This wild boar was enormous. It sniffed the air as it approached the tree where Lin Yue was hiding. At that moment, a hissing sound echoed from above. A wave of foul odor descended. This is it. Without needing to look, Lin Yue knew there was a large snake above her. Those two little rascals truly wished for her to become a meal for the beasts. At the brink of life and death, Lin Yue vanished. The wild boar and the snake, unable to detect her scent, grew restless and confronted each other. When Lin Yue finally re-emerged from her space, the wild boar and the snake were wrestling beneath the tree. Sensing the presence of prey, both the boar and the snake halted their struggle, gazing up at Lin Yue in unison. Now was her chance. Bang! Bang! With a small handgun in hand, Lin Yue took aim. The wild boar fell, but the snake evaded her shot. Enraged, it lashed out with its tail like a steel whip, sweeping toward her. She jumped, rolling to the side. Yet her arms and legs sustained further injuries. This snake was too cunning. It failed to strike her, but its tail coiled around the tree, and its head lunged at her like the wind. Striking the snake at its vulnerable spot, she landed a blow that made it hiss in agony. This time, Lin Yue aimed carefully and shot, the bullet exploding the snake's head. In her previous life, the system had been intertwined with her existence, granting her advantages upon her arrival in this world. She felt confident that restoring her physical capabilities from her prior life would not be a challenge. Fortunately, her space had not failed her at a critical moment. After an afternoon without food, traversing considerable distance, and engaging in fierce combat with the wild boar and the snake, Lin Yue felt her strength waning. Some medicines required specific temperatures. Thus, her space contained 2 refrigerators, one for medications and a freezer that held ice, providing ample room for the wild boar meat. She skinned the wild boar and chopped it into pieces, placing them into the fridge within her spatial storage. As for the large snake, Lin Yue had no intention of keeping it. She found that cold, slippery creature utterly unappealing, let alone edible. She merely extracted its gallbladder and tossed it into the fridge before hastily departing. The pungent stench of blood in the forest would soon attract other beasts. By the time dawn broke, Lin Yue finally emerged from the woods, reflecting on the harrowing night that nearly cost her life. She felt as though her head was enveloped in dark smoke, filled with a mix of grievance and indignation. Those two little rascals had led her into a terrible predicament. Yet, perhaps this was to be expected. When she traversed into this realm, the original body had already succumbed to poison. Although it was not directly due to those two little brats, the misdeeds of the original body surely warranted repayment. But how could she clarify that she was not the original owner? No, she could not afford to be overly courteous with them. They must understand that her goodwill came with conditions. We did not steal anything. You are lying. Why do you refuse to admit it? Besides you, who else would steal from my home? Your two brothers do nothing but eat and slack off all day. Do you think I'm unaware that you steal things to feed them? Those two little rascals were always sneaking around the village, even to the point of stealing from her. A pair of ungrateful wretches. Lin Yue quickened her pace to the doorway, her anger intensifying as she beheld the chaos. The gate of her own fence had been torn apart, and several vegetables lay in disarray. The yard was a complete mess, and even the few broken pots and bowls on the stove had been smashed. A stout, dark-skinned woman was tugging at the ears of the Lang and Air Lang in the courtyard. Lin Yue recognized her as Niu Shi, the daughter-in-law of the village chief, who had exchanged San Lang and Si Lang. Both of the boys were covered in dirt, with unmistakable handprints on their faces. Niu Shi, what are you doing? A sharp reprimand startled her, causing Niu Shi to loosen her grip. De Lang seized the opportunity to bite her arm, and the two boys hastily retreated to a distance, not seeking Lin Yue's protection, but standing a bit further away. Ouch! You little rascal, you dare to bite me. Niu Shi stepped forward to grab De Lang, but Lin Yue seized her wrist. A flicker of disdain crossed Niu Shi's chubby face as she shook off Lin Yue's grip. Crazy woman, you still have some strength. These two little rascals stole my chickens and vegetables. What do you suggest we do about it? I know you're broke, so why not exchange them for dead at my house? Niu Shi spoke as if it were the most natural thing, assuming Lin Yue would agree as she had in the past. Lin Yue glanced at the two boys. Did you steal something? De Lang wore a look of disdain and contempt, as if Lin Yue's inquiry was routine, showing no intention of trusting her. Elang Hulvafa puffed out his chest in defiance, shaking his small fists in indignation, fearful that Lin Yue would heed Niu Shi's words and make them repay the debt. You are lying. We did not steal anything. Lin Yue shot a glance at Niu Shi. I believe they did not steal. You claim De Lang and Air Lang stole from your home. What evidence do you have? De Lang and Air Lang both looked up, staring at Lin Yue as if they had never seen her before. The wicked woman actually defended them. Could she truly believe in their innocence? Previously, She would not bother to listen to their explanations and would simply resort to violence. Upon hearing Lin Yue's logically sound words, Niueshi's triangular eyes scrutinized her from head to toe. "Oh, have you recovered from your madness? I say they stole. So they stole? What more evidence do you need? You dare to cause a ruckus in my house without proof? Is this yard your mess? Is it you who struck my child?" Lin Yue pointed at the disheveled yard and the handprints on the boys' faces, her cold gaze fixed on Niueshi, eliciting an unsettling feeling within Niueshi. It seemed as though Lin Yue had become rather formidable. Chapter 6. No apologies. I will strike you each time we meet. Yet, Niueshi felt no fear. In Yijia village, the village chief held the highest authority, and Niueshi was known for her fiery temper. Her father-in-law was the village chief, and everyone had to give her some leeway. Over time, this had cultivated her boorish nature. So what if I did? Slap, slap, slap. Before Niueshi could finish her sentence, she received 4 swift slaps across her face. The speed was akin to lightning. Are you avenging them? Erlang's eyes glimmered with excitement. Each boy received 2 slaps with interest. Furthermore, accusing others of theft requires evidence. How dare you hit me? That crazy woman has gone mad. Niueshi, realizing she could not win, flopped down onto the ground, wailing and beating her thighs. It wasn't too long before villagers began to gather. The first to arrive were several women, led by Niueshi's mother-in-law, Li Yue. They were carrying bamboo baskets, likely intending to forage for wild vegetables. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law sitting on the ground with visible marks for being struck, Li Yue's face bore a mixture of anger and concern. "Did you hit my daughter-in-law?" As soon as Niueshi spotted her mother-in-law, her bravado returned. "Mother, these 2 little rascals stole our chickens and vegetables, yet they refused to admit it. I came to deal with them, but this crazy woman attacked me. Quickly, call the Zhu to give her a good beating. Every day, you just stir up trouble." Li Yue knew her daughter-in-law's temperament too well, although she felt exasperated. She had to support her in front of others. "Jiao Jiao, speak with some integrity. You claimed Lang and Lang stole your chickens. Where is your evidence? You cannot just accuse 2 children without proof." The villagers accompanying Li Yue were initially inclined to support her, but upon hearing Lin Yue's cogent reasoning, they were taken aback. "Oh, it seems Lin Yue is no longer mad. Her argument makes perfect sense." At that moment, more onlookers gathered, including the village chief, Yilao Han, and Niueshi's husband, Yida Zhu. "Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Did this woman dare to lay hands on you? Just watch me." Yida Zhu attempted to rush forward to defend Niueshi, but Yilao Han coughed heavily, prompting him to halt. The village chief arrived at an opportune moment. He could not simply side with his daughter-in-law. Having already grasped the situation, Yilao Han, the village chief of Yijia village, was known for his fair handling of matters, although his son and daughter-in-law often caused trouble. "Jing Gui, heir's mother, you claimed Lang and Lang stole our chickens. Who witnessed it?" Upon seeing her father-in-law, Niueshi's earlier bravado quickly deflated. She feared Yilao Han more than anyone else, although she had given birth to a grandson. Jing Gui heir, Yilao Han had been the village chief for many years and possessed a certain authority. When his expression darkened, Niueshi felt a twinge of apprehension. In truth, the chickens had been stolen by her and Yida Zhu, and the vegetables were merely a fabrication. That morning, she had seen Lang and Lang sneaking food to San Lang and Si Lang yet again, this time with 2 luscious meat sticks. And feeling a pang of envy, she devised this absurd scheme. Upon observing Niueshi's demeanor, Yilao Han sensed there was more to the story and decided to mediate. Exchanging glances with his son, Yida Zhu hastily helped Niueshi to her feet, preparing to make a swift exit. "Hold on, village chief. Mida Lang and Lang being beaten is one matter, but this baseless accusation requires Jiao to apologize to them. Moreover, village chief, look at this home. We have lost everything usable." Hearing this, Lang and Lang were taken aback. Apologize? Could Niueshi really do that? They found it hard to believe that the wicked woman would prevail. They surveyed the scene in the yard, wondering if a few vegetables and broken pots were truly worth mentioning. Lin Yue was no longer mad. She had become more discerning. It appeared that Niueshi had walked into a trap. Out of respect for the old chief's stature, the villagers displayed a degree of tolerance towards her and her children, acknowledging that Lin Yue had raised her children despite her previous madness. Since she sold San Lang and Si Lang, the villagers no longer sympathized with her. Even the old patriarch exhibited a hint of disappointment and sought him out, hoping he could assist in finding a good family for the children to ensure their survival. It now appeared that the Lin family had truly recovered. The madness seemingly dissipated, and they were now protective of the children. This was indeed a positive development, relieving him of concern. However, demanding Yue to apologize to the two children seemed rather excessive. After Yi Laoan spoke, he glanced at Lin Yue, believing she would have no further retorts. To his surprise, Lin Yue shook her head, glanced at Dalong and Erlang, and resolutely stated, "Village chief, an apology is necessary. I was muddled before, and the children suffered alongside me. They have likely endured much in the village. I hope such slander does not occur again. Let this be the beginning." This was an attempt to use Yue as a scapegoat. Yi Leihan's expression darkened, yet he privately acknowledged the reasonableness of Lin Yue's words. Thus he turned his gaze towards Yue. Yue's face flushed with anger, and she retorted vehemently, "Father, you want me to apologize to those two children? I refuse." Lin Yue's icy gaze swept over her, causing Yue to feel a burning pain on her face. This madwoman's strength was formidable, leaving her cheeks swollen. "If you refuse to apologize, then every time I see you, I shall strike you." Her voice was calm, but carried an imposing pressure, making Yue's flesh quiver. Yi Laohan frowned, sensing Lin Yue had crossed a line. Having wronged someone, an apology was warranted. "Dashi, as village chief, you must act with fairness." An elderly voice resonated, and the villagers turned to see the old patriarch being supported by two younger men. "Grandfather San, this slope is steep. How did you manage to come here?" Yi Laohan hurried forth to assist him. This year, the patriarch was 55, the most respected elder in Yi family village, often seen strolling the hills. His physique was robust, far surpassing that of his peers. Upon the patriarch's arrival, Yi Laohan naturally refrained from further comments, and Yue dared not utter a word, fully aware of the patriarch's authority. Consequently, she bowed to Dalong and Erlang, stating, "I apologize. I was wrong to accuse you of theft." After speaking, she hid behind Yi Dezhu, too ashamed to lift her head, glaring at Lin Yue with resentment. Dalong and Erlang felt somewhat flustered, surprised that the wicked woman genuinely defended them. Their hearts raced, especially Erlang, who excitedly pulled Dalong to stand behind Lin Yue. However, Lin Yue's next words sent Erlang into further excitement. "How much does that even amount to? You cannot renege." Yue was incensed at this, shouting back, "Is this acceptable as compensation? When I was pregnant and destitute in Yi family village, it was thanks to the patriarch and everyone here that I was taken in. After giving birth, I lost my sanity, and it was the care of everyone that allowed us to survive until now. I remember all these kindnesses and will surely repay them when the opportunity arises." Before she could finish, Yue snatched the silver hairpin, forgetting her previous shame and anger. "Dalong's mother, whether you accept my gratitude or not is secondary. If you truly have recovered, take good care of the children. They have no father, and if you, as their mother, treat them poorly, their lives will be filled with suffering." The speaker was an elderly woman carrying a basket, known as Shinai Nai, the wife of the blind grandfather in the village, who had often looked after Lin Yue in the past. "Shinai Nai, rest assured, I will take good care of them," although it was a belated expression of gratitude. Her recovery was a tremendous boon for the children. Most villagers did not dwell on the matter of thanks, as each household faced financial constraints, and their ability to support others was rather limited. Were it not for the patriarch's protection, Lin Yue and her children would have long since perished. It was indeed a silver hairpin, and Yue's gleeful demeanor was striking. Such a thing would surely cost a considerable sum. Erlang felt elated, while Dalong pondered the implications of Yue's gleeful possession of the hairpin. The daughter-in-law has indeed received a silver hairpin. The four brothers returned, Dalong and Erlang's faces adorned with a hint of joy. "Brother, the wicked woman actually believed us today, defended us, and even apologized." As they walked, Erlang voiced his bewilderment. "Doesn't she seem like a different person?" Dalong nodded earnestly. "Perhaps her mind has been affected?" "No, I believe she has been possessed by a spirit." Imagining Lin Yue's decisive manner when striking, he felt it was entirely unlike her previous self. Erlang gasped, while Sam Lang and Sai Lang glanced at Dalong, their expressions reflecting some fear. "I have heard that being possessed by a spirit is terrifying. Will she devour us?" "I have heard that spirits in the deep mountains particularly enjoy feasting on children, cleaning them before consumption." "How delicious!" Dalong's brow involuntarily furrowed. Where did you hear that? Don't frighten Sanlang and Silang. Erlang pouted. I'm not making this up. The blind grandfather in the village told me. If the wicked woman isn't possessed by a spirit, how could she believe we did not steal and even stand up for us? Sanlang hung his head, his long hair obscuring his cheeks, wishing that if the wicked woman were indeed possessed, it would be by a benevolent spirit. The two smaller boys gazed at Lin Yue with only disdain in their eyes. Beneath Sanlang's disheveled hair lay a gaunt face marred by a fierce scar, as if inflicted by a sharp object. His half-sleeved arm bore a glaring, inflamed burn. Silang walked with a slight limp, his exposed shins riddled with scars, their bluish-purple hue evident. Lin Yue felt a deep lament within her heart. These two children had endured immense suffering. It seemed the village chief was merely a facade of benevolence. Despite Nyosher's abuse towards the two children, he had remained silent. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from the original owner's misdeeds. The seeds of hatred had likely been sown in the hearts of the four brothers since the day Sanlang and Silang were sold to settle debts. After being tricked into the woods by Dalong and Erlang last night, enduring a harrowing experience, Lin Yue now felt exhausted, famished, and weary, her tone reflecting her discontent. Look, another beating is imminent. Even if the wicked woman had been possessed, her nature remained unchanged. Dalong rolled his eyes, dismissing her. Yet internally, he felt quite apprehensive, unconsciously inching closer to Erlang. If a beating was in store, he would endure it, as he had before. At most, he would take a few extra hits for Erlang's sake. Sanlang and Silang were starving daily at the village chief's home, forced to labor and endure beatings. Dalong and Erlang occasionally slipped them food, but Nyosher had discovered their kindness. Erlang hesitated to recount the cause, casting furtive glances toward the outside. They must have found the hidden sausages, he thought, recalling Lin Yue's secret stash. Sanlang and Silang's lives were arduous, and this was not the first time Dalong and Erlang had surreptitiously provided them sustenance. They likely had done so frequently. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yue's tone softened involuntarily. Next time I am not home, if anyone comes to vandalize our belongings or strike you, do not hold back. Fight back if you can, and if you cannot, run. Do not wait for others to bully you. Do you understand? Huh? The wicked woman does not plan to strike them? How peculiar. Could it truly be, as Sanlang suggested, that a benevolent spirit resides within her? Dalong, as the elder brother, you must protect your younger siblings. No need for your reminders. Dalong rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a scornful retort. What does the wicked woman intend? So strange. How tiresome. Chapter 8. The traitor Erlang indeed. My past actions have been rather reckless. Illness is no excuse, and I sincerely apologize for the harm I've caused you. I am truly sorry. From now on, I shall refrain from insulting you or inflicting any harm. I vow to protect you as you grow up, ensuring that you are well-fed and warmly clothed, and that you will no longer suffer from bullying. After uttering these words, Lin Yue felt a sense of relief. At the very least, she must bravely bear the mistakes made by the original owner of this body. Erlang glanced at her, hesitant to speak. Among the four brothers, he was the one with the softest heart. Dalong was the most composed and cunning. Sanlang appeared indifferent, while Silang remained mute and withdrawn. Lin Yue recalled the time when Niu Jiao took them to repay their debts. It was only Silang who pleaded the most fervently. The youngest brother had always been the most attached to her, even crying and begging while clinging to her legs. Yet it failed to soften the heart of the original owner. Now, observing Silang's silent demeanor, her heart ached. Alas, what sins have been committed to so thoroughly wound Silang's tender spirit? After some contemplation, Lin Yue decided to apologize specifically to Silang. Silang, I am truly sorry. I was out of my mind back then. I hurt you despite your pleas, and I promise I will never act so foolishly again. Yet, Silang did not even spare her a glance. That wicked woman, will you truly not sell us? Erlang timidly voiced the question weighing on his heart. Lin Yue nodded solemnly. Thank you, Erlang, for granting me a chance to earn your trust. If I fail to keep my word, may I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time Lin Yue resorted to swearing an oath to gain someone's trust, and it was to 4 little ones. Alas, what a situation she found herself in. The wicked woman had actually sworn a poisonous vow. One must understand that such oaths are not made lightly. Just this small gesture filled Lin Yue with renewed confidence. From now on, Erlang would serve as her motivation. In her excitement, she embraced Erlang and attempted to plant a kiss on his sooty forehead, but his face was far too dirty for her to proceed. Thus, she settled for merely ruffling his hair. A bath? Could it be that Erlang's words shall come true? Is the wicked woman's inner demon truly planning to wash them clean and devour them? How terrifying! Lin Yue went outside to prepare a meal, completely oblivious to the pale faces of the four brothers. She had gathered quite a bit of green vegetables from the village chief's home, and there were 3 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages remaining, all of which she cooked. Each brother had a substantial bowl of noodles, while Lin Yue's bowl contained more vegetables and fewer noodles, devoid of meat. She still had 2 packets of compressed biscuits, which were not suitable to share, so she could only eat them in secret. Eat quickly. The 4 brothers remained motionless, huddled together, their faces still marked by weariness. Sigh. Rehabilitating her image would not be accomplished in a day or 2. Lin Yue did not force them, finishing her own meal in a few bites before taking her bowl outside to wash. The wicked woman has given us noodles and sausages while only eating vegetables herself? The 4 brothers had observed Lin Yue's modest meal. The wicked woman not only prepared delicious noodles for them, but also shared the sausages. In the past, such a scenario would have been utterly impossible. She would only eat her fill before considering them, perhaps allowing them to sip a bit of broth. If they were fortunate enough to receive even that. If only she would do this every day. Erlang, rare as it was, revealed a trace of a smile. Despite knowing that she would soon wash them clean and prepare to consume them, he still felt that the current wicked woman was indeed changing for the better. Having finished their noodles, Erlang eagerly collected the bowls and brought them outside. Give them to me. Lin Yue took the bowls and washed them one by one. Erlang squatted beside her, watching for a long while before softly saying, I can help you wash. Really? Lin Yue was overjoyed. Erlang had taken the initiative to speak to her and even offered to assist her. Then, can you help me wash next time? The mention of a next time alerted Erlang to the possibility of a favorable outcome, leading him to wonder if the wicked woman's inner demon was actually a benevolent spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Yue took the 4 brothers to the small stream in the west under the bright midday sun, washing them one by one until they were clean. Fortunately, they were washing in the stream. The dirty water rinsed off could have polluted it. Delang was the least cooperative. Lin Yue, using her strength, swiftly completed their wash despite his struggles. Each brother bore injuries, and Lin Yue was exceedingly careful while washing, feeling more exhausted than if she had carried a 5-kilometer load. Erlang was the most cooperative. Thus he emerged the cleanest, continually sniffing himself, and then comparing the scent to the other 3 brothers. So fragrant. It turned out that bathing felt so delightful. Ultimately, the result was that, aside from Erlang, the other brothers glared at Lin Yue with resentment. Their eyes filled with indignation. Wicked woman, who knows what she used to wash us, leaving us smelling so delightful. It feels so unfamiliar. Why did the scent seem so pleasant? In truth, Lin Yue had merely opened her space just a crack, managing to extract a small amount of detergent. Erlang, you traitor. The 3 brothers not only harbored resentment towards Lin Yue, but had also included Erlang on their list of traitors. The freshly clean little ones, now pure and adorable, had delicate features, albeit somewhat thin and marked by numerous injuries. This led Lin Yue to recall that the original owner was not unattractive. It was merely the scars on her face and head that marred her beauty. Surely, their father must not have been lacking in looks either. Unfortunately, the original owner's memories provided no insight into the dogman. Calculating the time, Lin Yue realized that these 4 brothers were already 5 years old. However, due to their mistreatment, they were significantly undersized and underweight. While bathing them, her heart seethed with hatred for the original owner. How could she have gone mad, mistreating her own flesh and blood? Each brother bore a multitude of scars, both new and old, and the sight made her want to curse aloud. While washing, she was as gentle as possible, carefully cleaning their festering and inflamed wounds. Even so, she felt compelled to treat their injuries. However, she could not access the medical area of her space and had to rely on alcohol wipes for disinfection. She also bit open a few amoxicillin capsules, applying the medication to the festering and inflamed wounds. And for good measure, she made each brother take an amoxicillin capsule orally. Are you making us consume poison? Delang's expression reflected his suspicions, while the other 3 brothers immediately shot her glances filled with hostility. Oh dear, The strangely fierce little ones were rather endearing. Lin Yue hurriedly raised her hand to clarify. No, no, this medicine is for inflammation. It is not poison. Who will believe you? Delang tossed the medication onto the ground, stomping on it twice. The despair, pain, and hatred in his eyes seemed capable of igniting Lin Yue. You clean us up and then feed us poison or a sedative. Are you planning to sell us? Or do you intend to devour us? The four brothers regarded her with the same intense gaze, and in that instant, Lin Yue felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed by a hand. Chapter 9, Testing the Medicine. She squatted down to pick up the amoxicillin that Delang had trampled in the dirt, wiped it with her clothing, and placed it in her mouth. Is this acceptable? Observing her personally testing the medicine, the four brothers finally relaxed their expressions. Lang was the first to swallow the medication, encouraging San Lang and Si Lang to do the same, while Delang attempted to turn and walk away, only to be called back by Lin Yue. Lin Yue was utterly perplexed. She was eager to learn what the four little ones were whispering about behind her back. Her gaze flitted over to Lang, Lang, San Lang, and Si Lang, ultimately settling on Lang, for he seemed the most likely to reveal the truth. Indeed, upon noticing Lin Yue's expectant gaze, Lang hesitantly shared their speculations. Heavens! They amusingly believed that their transformations were caused by a monster possessing them. How hilarious! Lin Yue almost burst into laughter. However, upon reflection, she found the four young ones to be quite perceptive and their thoughts so innocent. After all, they were just children. One thing you guessed right, perhaps there truly is a monster residing within me. Seeing her words caused the four boys to shrink back momentarily. Lin Yue quickly added, but it is a benevolent monster. Lang breathed a sigh of relief. How wonderful. It is a good monster. Does this mean that the wicked woman will change for the better and cease her mistreatment of them? Will the monster always reside within your body? Will it leave? Delang suddenly asked, his curiosity piqued, but more so his concern. Should the monster depart, they would likely return to their miserable existence. Lin Yue smiled reassuringly. It will not leave. Perhaps it will only depart once you all grow up. Noticing the sun dipping low in the west, Lin Yue decided to take a stroll in the mountains. Otherwise, there would be nothing to eat for dinner, and she needed to think of a way to procure some food. I wish to wander in the mountains. Will you guard the house? May I accompany you? I know where to find wild vegetables. Lang cautiously raised his hand, and Lin Yue was more than willing, as spending time with Lang was something she cherished. Ultimately, Delang, not trusting Lang to go alone, insisted on accompanying them, leaving San Lang and Si Lang to watch over the house. The path through the mountains was rugged, and the two boys, slender and small, stumbled along the way. Lin Yue noted this. Remembering that the four children had endured mistreatment for too long, their bodies lacking proper nutrition, and they were as thin as chicks. Her primary task was to ensure their nourishment. Upon reaching the spot for gathering wild vegetables, Lin Yue surveyed the area. It was not far from the previous grove. You stay here and gather. I will check over there. Delang glanced at the grove, which marked the entrance to the deep mountains where wild beasts lurked. If you were to be devoured by a beast, we would be unable to save you. What a troublesome child. Why must you have such a malicious tongue? Lin Yue scoffed, finally recalling the irritation she had felt earlier. Who was it that tricked me into going to that grove yesterday? Do you know I encountered a wild boar and a large snake, nearly losing my life? A wild boar and a large snake? Lang gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Delang, while suspecting she might have been frightened, had not anticipated that she had truly faced danger. They had only wished to scare her. Perhaps it was she who had gotten lost and stumbled upon the beasts. No wonder she had acquired some new injuries. However, how did she manage to escape? Delang was unaware that at that moment, he no longer wished for Lin Yue's demise. Lin Yue disregarded their chatter, shouldering her bamboo basket as she ascended the mountain. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted through a dense thicket, fortuitously dashing into the grove ahead of Lin Yue. Her heart leaped with joy, and she swiftly hurled her dagger. A successful capture. Tonight, they would finally have meat. Although her aim needed refinement, she resolved to practice diligently. This wild rabbit was quite plump, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, sufficient for a hearty dinner. Remembering the spicy rabbit meat from her past life, Lin Yue nearly drooled. After walking a while longer, she spotted what seemed to be fruit hanging from a tree in the distance. With her keen eyesight, she quickly identified it as a peach tree, albeit in a less than ideal location, thus remaining unnoticed by others. Overjoyed, Lin Yue plucked one to taste. It was a delightful balance of sour and sweet, quite crisp. Seeing her basket filled with peaches and the rabbit, she could not help but swallow hard. You caught a rabbit? And there are peaches? I discovered a wild peach tree in that valley. She handed a peach to each boy, and they wiped it on their clothes before biting in eagerly. Delicious. The sweet and sour flavors were exquisite. How had she found a wild peach tree that no one else in the village had noticed? De Lang regarded her with a profound gaze. When had the wicked woman become such an adept hunter? It was as if she had truly transformed. Wicked woman, when did you learn to hunt? Lin Yue narrowed her eyes. You little rascal, I am your mother, and you shall henceforth call me mother, not wicked woman. Oof. Have you forgotten that you forbade us from calling you that? You even said we shouldn't have been born. Lin Yue was momentarily at a loss for words. Have I been caught off guard? Fine, I shall bear the consequences of my own words. Erlang excitedly dashed toward the house, only to find it empty. Where did they go? They are in home. Did they go out to play? De Lang replied affirmatively and ventured out with Erlang. Lin Yue commenced preparing the rabbit, first skinning it and removing the entrails, saving the fur for winter use. With no seasonings at home, she summoned all her mental strength to force open a small crack in her spatial realm, managing to retrieve only a bottle of beer and some bean paste before being expelled from the space. It was a simple yet effective solution. She would stew the rabbit with beer and bean paste. Surely, it wouldn't taste too terrible. As dusk descended, the village below the hillside was bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Lin Yue heard a commotion by the river and her heart sank. She hurried towards the sound. Stop fighting. Don't hit each other. From a distance, she spotted a group of children gathered, with San Lang and Si Lang soaked and pushed to the outskirts, calling out and trying to squeeze in. Upon seeing Lin Yue approach, the rowdy children quickly scattered. The Qing was on De Lang's back, swinging his fists, while Erlang was pinned under Qing's feet. Chapter 10. Erlang calls for his mother. A rush of blood surged to Lin Yue's head as she swiftly stepped forward, seizing De Qing by the collar and sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by a kick that knocked Qing over. Ouch! Who dares to strike me? De Qing and Qing were the local ruffians. At their teenage years, they roamed the village, bullying others as a pastime. They had never faced such humiliation. The two quickly scrambled to their feet and charged at Lin Yue. Mother! Lin Yue's heart jolted. It was Erlang who, upon seeing De Qing and Qing rush forward, instinctively called out for his mother. She shot Erlang a smile, her back seemingly endowed with eyes. And with a swift motion, she delivered 2 kicks, sending De Qing and Qing flying far away. Oh, you mad woman! How dare you strike my son? I will have my revenge. Just then, De Qing's mother, Lu Zhenju, arrived, witnessing her sons in distress. She hollered as she charged forward. The 3 of them were fierce, possessing great innate strength, and fought without regard for their safety. Lin Yue let out a cold smile, just as Lu Zhenju was about to collide with her. She pressed both hands against the back of her neck, spinning her around to face the oncoming De Qing and Qing. The trio collided in a heap, groaning as they fell to the ground, likely too dazed to rise for some time. Only then could the 4 boys stand beside Lin Yue. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Both De Lang and Erlang voiced their concern in unison. Lin Yue gently touched Erlang's head, noticing a swollen bruise on his face and a scrape on his chin, with blood seeping from a wound. What did you just call me? Erlang's eyes flickered. He wanted to turn and look at De Lang, but hesitated. Having summoned enough courage to call her mother for the first time, he now felt embarrassed. Mother, I was just worried about you. De Lang shot him a glare, his gaze falling on the injury on Erlang's head. San Lang and Si Lang looked at him with disdain. This traitor, he's been bought over in such a short time. Calling her mother already. Iem me fine. Thank you, Arlong. Does it hurt? Erlang shook his head, feeling Lin Yue's tenderness, realizing that his call for mother was not in vain. Could you tell me what happened? San Lang and Si Lang had come to the river to catch fish. But De Qing and Qing not only snatched the fish but also started hitting people. When my brother and I arrived, they pushed San Lang and Si Lang down and took the fish. Erlang recounted, pulling San Lang and Si Lang closer. Both boys' arms and knees were scraped, bloodied. Lin Yue then realized that there were 2 medium-sized fish on the ground, struggling half alive as they were tethered by grass ropes. At that moment, Lu Zhenju had just helped De Qing and Qing to their feet when she spotted her husband, Lu Changjin, running towards them. Husband, that madman has assaulted the 3 of us. You must avenge us. Lu Changjin was notorious in Yijia village for being a scoundrel. His family was impoverished, and his parents had passed away when he was just a teenager, leaving him without even the means for a proper burial. The elderly couple in the village had taken pity on him and helped with the arrangements. After becoming a father, Lu Changjin had become more docile, tending to his fields diligently. However, his son had inherited his brutish nature, becoming a local bully who perfectly embodied his father's traits. The villagers knew to avoid his family, as they were not to be trifled with. If one could evade them, it was best to do so. Those who dared to confront them often found themselves at a disadvantage, though some bold individuals would hurl insults from a distance, which Lu Changjin brushed off indifferently. As Lu Changjin approached, the four boys visibly stiffened, their expressions tense. "Fear not." Lin Yue stepped forward, shielding them behind her. The boys exchanged glances. De Lang felt for the first time that this wicked woman seemed genuinely different from before. San Lang and Si Lang were astonished, finding it hard to believe that the wicked woman would protect them. Only Lang felt elated, reveling in having such a formidable mother who defended them. I thought it was someone else. It's the Mad Widow. They say you're no longer insane and have taken to protecting children. Not bad. Lu Changjin began with a barrage of taunts before making any aggressive moves. You're the widow. Your entire family is made up of widows. Lin Yue paid him no heed, keenly observing Lu Changjin, who wore a smarmy grin, unfazed by Lang's retort. He was clearly a smooth talker, not lacking in appearance, but unfortunately a rogue. Father, stop with the nonsense and avenge us quickly. This madwoman is quite strong. De Qing and Qing impatiently urged him on. Lu Zhenju chimed in, I ask you, husband, will you fight or not? This family was intriguing, full of brawn, but lacking in brains, with only thoughts of fighting left in their heads. Lin Yue, wishing to teach them a lesson while seizing the opportunity, thought it prudent to make an example of them. If even Lu Changjin's family dared not bully her four boys, then peace would reign in the village. Lu Changjin, if you wish to fight, let your whole family come at me. Oh, you speak boldly. Lu Changjin pretended to roll up his sleeves, his cunning eyes darting around. He wasn't foolish. If he couldn't handle a woman who could overpower his entire family, it was clear Lin Yue had some skills, and a madwoman had her own capabilities. Come on. Lu Zhenju pushed him from behind, and as he moved forward, she led her two sons to flank Lin Yue. This family had some fighting spirit. Their fists flew with great force. Yet to Lin Yue, it was merely for show. She deftly evaded their blows, easily subduing all four of them, even stepping on Lu Changjin's back. Do you yield? We yield. We yield. We submit. Lu Changjin was nearly brought to tears, realizing that while he was indeed a rogue, he also had a quick mind. He understood the strength of Lin Yue's foot and sensed her fierce temperament. She was not someone he could contend with. Your two sons assaulted my four boys, and I have retaliated. We are even now. Will you dare to bully anyone again? No more. No more. From now on, they shall be our masters, and we will avoid them. Lu Changjin grinned through gritted teeth, eager to apologize to the boys. He had mastered the art of navigating situations to his advantage. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. What about your sons? The king. Yeah, king. Lu Changjin quickly gestured to them, and the two boys, having learned their lesson, approached Lin Yue. We're sorry, we were wrong. From now on, you are our elder brothers. No, our lords. We will never fight you again. Qing even picked up the flopping fish and handed it to San Lang and Si Lang, proving that indeed, like father, like sons. Lin Yue was about to lift her foot when she recalled the Lu family, casting a cold glance at Lu Zhenju, making her flinch and quickly apologize. I was wrong too. Lin Yue finally helped her husband to his feet. Get lost. We're leaving, we're leaving. The family hurriedly departed. Chapter 11. The surprising feeling of sleeping next to mother unbeknownst to Lin Yue. This encounter had effectively subdued Lu Changjin, who would later become a loyal follower. But that is a tale for another time. The village head, who had been called over but was halfway there, learned that the crowd had dispersed, and Lu Changjin's family had been dealt with by Lin Yue, who had even forced them to apologize. This was quite satisfying. The village head raised an eyebrow. Lu Changjin's family, being rogues, deserved a good scolding. What a disruption to his dinner. Mother, you are truly amazing. A long since le prestar, oil dolong, who had been tightly clenching his hands, relaxed. Lin Yue reached out to take the hands of San Lang and Lang, but San Lang stepped back, hiding his hands behind his back. Only Lang eagerly grasped her hand. She did not mind much. After all, expecting them to accept her transformation so quickly was asking too much. So she slowed her pace, leading the way. Delang stepped forward to hold the hands of Sanlang and Erlang, following Lin Yue as the family made their way home. Upon arriving home, Lin Yue placed the two fish in a cracked basin. They were still alive and should make it until tomorrow. She treated their wounds and then brought out the rabbit meat from a pot. Erlang scurried about, helping her gather chopsticks and bowls. So fragrant. Upon seeing the meat, the boys' eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yue served each of them a generous bowl, and they immediately dug in. Sanlang and Lang took a bite, their eyes lighting up even more. It was the first time they had tasted such delicious meat. Delang lowered his head to eat, but kept glancing at Lin Yue, who was filling her bowl with the remaining meat. Only half a bowl, far less than theirs. After a moment's hesitation, Delang nudged Erlang with his elbow, signaling him. Erlang instantly understood and quickly brought his bowl over to Lin Yue. "Mother, I've eaten so much. Let me give you some." Lin Yue was taken aback, realizing that Erlang was such a thoughtful little boy. She smiled. "Erlang, you are still growing. You need to eat more. I'm trying to lose weight, so I can't eat too much meat." Although he didn't understand the concept of losing weight, he gathered that Lin Yue didn't wish to eat more. So he turned to Delang, who quickly focused on his meal. Lin Yue's smile was so gentle that it almost dazzled him. So it was Delang's idea. What a peculiar child. After dinner, Erlang eagerly took on the task of washing the dishes, completely forgetting his own injuries. Lin Yue filled a basin with some water, managing to wash herself off a bit. Their home lacked even a wooden tub. It seemed tomorrow she would have to find a way to barter with the villagers for some essentials, at the very least, to exchange for a cooking pot or a basin. That night, lying on the thatch, Lin Yue's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Despite having gone a day and a night without rest, she still felt a sense of unreality. Closing her eyes felt like slipping into a dream. She had endured sleepless nights before, dedicating herself to her studies in medicine. But now, having suddenly shifted her focus solely to daily survival, she found herself struggling to adapt. The four boys lay on the other side, the grass beneath them soft and dry, exuding the scent of sunshine. For the first time, Delang felt a rush of complex emotions. Erlang, on the other hand, occasionally sat up to glance at Lin Yue. "Erlang, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Lin Yue call him, Erlang hurried over, yet he hesitated to sit or lie down until Lin Yue patted the space beside her. "Sit down. I would like to inquire about which families in the village are relatively affluent." Slowly, Erlang complied and responded to Lin Yue's question. "Certainly. The village chief's family or the old clan leader's household. Oh, and there's also the Si Mao family." While Erlang was uncertain about their actual wealth, he was aware that these families always had oil for their meals and steam buns made from fine flour. "Who is Si Mao?" Noting her confusion, Erlang leaned closer to her, and upon sensing no objection, boldly laid down beside her. "Si Mao's uncle is a scholar who teaches in the town." Oh, Lin Yue finally understood. It turned out to be the family of Yishio Kai. Yishi Ujai, Namit Yichanbang, was the younger brother of the old clan leader and was affectionately referred to as Si Yi by the villagers. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest daughter, Chun Hua, had married into the town, while his elder son was Chun Lai and the younger son was Yishio Kai. The descendants were all very filial, and in the village, Yi was not only favored but also held in high esteem, as Yishio Kai was the only scholar for miles around and taught in the town, bringing honor to his family. Si Mao was the little grandson of Yi, the younger son of Yi Chun Lai, who was 2 years older than Erlang. "Do you have a good relationship with Si Mao?" Erlang nodded. "Si Mao often shares food with us. He never bullies us, so I like him the most." Lin Yue fell silent, reflecting on the transgressions of the original owner of this body. Delang, listening to their conversation, felt a pang of envy as he observed Erlang snuggling up to Lin Yue. Erlang nestled against Lin Yue, wishing she would not send him away. The village children all slept with their mothers, and he realized today how delightful it was to sleep like this. His mother's embrace was fragrant and soft, so comfortable. He was reluctant to sleep, searching for conversation. Lin Yue sensed his thoughts and extended her arm to wrap around him. "Sleep now." Initially, Erlang's body was slightly stiff, but he gradually relaxed and eventually fell into a fragrant and sweet slumber, dreaming a beautiful dream. Before drifting off, Lin Yue attempted to enter the space again and, to her surprise, succeeded. She quickly gathered some daily necessities and food. Seeing that the space did not expel her, she intentionally lingered inside for a while. After approximately 10 minutes, she was ejected from space. It appeared she needed to experiment further to discern any patterns. This time, she retrieved quite a few items: 2 bags of noodles, a package of ham, a bag of semi-finished meat pies, a piece of wild boar meat, and some seasonings. These provisions would suffice for 2 days. For daily necessities, she took toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a lighter. Seizing the opportunity while going out to the restroom, Lin Yue concealed the items carefully. When Erlang awoke in the morning, Lin Yue was already gone, and the 3 brothers were sitting beside him, staring at him like hawks. Eldest brother, San Lang, Si Lang, why are you looking at me like that? Arlong, you traitor. You dare to call that wicked woman mother. And you even sleep with her. Aren't you afraid she will eat you at night? Sun Long taunted Arlong, deliberately opening his mouth wide in a mock display of devouring. Delang and Si Lang glared at him contemptuously, and Erlang lowered his head, feeling wronged. In truth, the wicked woman had changed for the better. Since coming back to life, she had not beaten them, instead helping them seek justice, protecting them, and preparing delicious meals, leaving herself unfed. She's just deceiving you, you fool. Do you really believe her? How did Si Lang plead with her when she sold us? Have you forgotten? Perhaps recalling past events caused Si Lang's expression to darken. He was thoughtful and contemplative. Although he had indeed observed signs of the wicked woman's improvement, he still felt a twinge of fear regarding the possibility of her selling them again. However, deep down, he hoped she would continue to be kind, as it was certainly better than remaining in the Yue household, where they were treated far more harshly. At least the wicked woman only struck them when she was mad, while Yue sure allowed Jin Gue heir to bully them and would beat them without hesitation at the slightest annoyance. They could only eat the leftovers from Jin Gue heir's meals, which were often thrown on the ground, forcing them to eat like dogs. Chapter 12. The awkward Delang. Seeing that Si Lang was upset, Erlang quickly grabbed his hand. Si Lang, don't be angry. I'm still with you all. I am just pretending to be nice to the wicked woman. I want to see if she has any tricks up her sleeve. Delang snorted lightly, as if seeing through Erlang's thoughts. Erlang, feeling guilty, lowered his head and stammered, I am worried that if we all stop calling her mother, she might get angry. I hope the wicked woman continues to be good to us. Let us eat well and wear warm clothes without being bullied. As he spoke, he anxiously glanced at Delang. By the way, I dreamt last night that she had truly changed and was very kind to us. I want to forgive her, Erlang added after a moment's thought, if she remains this good. Delang appeared pensive, surveying his 3 younger brothers. San Lang, Si Lang, you need not fear her. If she continues to treat us well, we will reluctantly accept her. If she dares to mistreat us, the 4 of us will certainly find a way to deal with her, right? Si Lang's gaze faltered, recalling the silver hairpin, which was the wicked woman's most precious possession. Previously, he had seen her secretly adjusting it upon her head. Who knows what her intentions are? Having been hurt so deeply, my face will never heal. I have become a hideous monster. The wicked woman will not like me. Nevertheless, observing Erlang's jubilant demeanor, he wondered if sleeping with the wicked woman was truly pleasant. Erlang, what is it like to sleep with the wicked woman? San Lang asked curiously, with no ulterior motives. As Delang and Si Lang also looked up at Erlang. Erlang's eyes sparkled. Mother is fragrant and soft. It's so comfortable. No wonder the village children all sleep with their mothers. Delang leaned in to sniff, scrunching his nose in disdain. You smell bad. Erlang's face immediately fell, but then his eyes brightened. Then today I will ask mother to wash me. Delang, how is this different from what I expected? Shouldn't Erlang think he smells bad and not want to sleep with the wicked woman? Lin Yue had already prepared breakfast, heating 5 meat pies, crushing the noodles, and making a pot of purslane wild vegetable noodle porridge, adding 2 shredded pieces of ham. As she reached the door, she accidentally overheard their conversation for a moment, sighing inwardly at the weighty responsibilities ahead of her. Time to eat, she called out, and upon seeing the 4 brothers emerge, she carried the basin into the house. There are meat pies, Erlang exclaimed with delight, the aroma wafting into his nostrils, making his mouth water. I went to the village this morning and traded some peaches for a few things, so hurry and eat. Upon hearing this, Delang's doubts dissipated. It turned out the wicked woman had inquired about Erlang last night solely to exchange for goods. Initially, he had been concerned about their lack of grain at home. How could the wicked woman produce such delicious food? Meat and noodles. Yet, he also noted that the meat pies they were eating were made from fine white flour, glistening with oil and incredibly fragrant. Even the Si Mao family rarely enjoyed such delicacies. Moreover, there were those red meat sticks which had already been consumed yesterday. He suspected the wicked woman was harboring secrets. Could it be that she had transformed into a spirit, conjuring these items? Delang could not help but let his imagination run wild. Yet he continued devouring the meat pies and sipping the porridge, while the four brothers licked their lips, thoroughly enjoying the meal. After breakfast, Lin Yue checked the wounds on the four brothers. Delang had not taken his anti-inflammatory medication, so Lin Yue handed him a pill, which he obediently accepted without refusal. She helped Lang tidy his hair, noticing that the village children styled their hair with two bunches on either side of their foreheads, with some strands hanging down. She thought it must be the Chu-A-G described in the books, and decided to imitate them by styling the hair of all four brothers. When it was Sam Lang's turn, he swatted her hand away and clumsily gathered his hair, which still obscured much of his face. Lin Yue suddenly realized that he was sensitive about the ugly scar on his face. Although he appeared indifferent on the surface, he might be struggling with feelings of inferiority due to it. After a moment of discomfort, Lin Yue resolved to help Sam Lang heal his face in the future. Delang, in a bit, take your brothers to the village and trade some of yesterday's peaches for household items. Buckets, basins, food, vegetables, anything will do, all right? Where do you want to go? Delang refrained from calling her a bad woman and corrected himself promptly. Lin Yue smiled, pleased with his progress. I want to venture into the mountains to see if I can hunt a wild boar. If I succeed, we can ask the villagers to help prepare the house. Lang, fearing Delang would disagree, quickly tugged at his sleeve. But what did Mother say? A wild boar? All the brothers widened their eyes in shock. That is a wild boar. How can a bad woman say it so casually? They recalled how the village hunter, Yi Laojia, had been injured by a wild boar's tusk when he hunted one last time. Delang remembered how he had tricked Lin Yue into the woods, where she claimed to have encountered a wild boar and nearly lost her life. Did she dare to go again? Lang thought of this too, tightly gripping Lin Yue's sleeve. Mother, the wild boar is too fierce. Last time, Yi Laojia got hurt hunting a huge one. It took him months to recover. Seeing Lang's worry, Lin Yue laughed softly and patted his head. It's all right. I'm just going to take a look. I will be careful. Their home was in such disrepair. If they didn't fix it soon, a heavy rain would leave them without a place to sleep, just like before. Dalong, seeing her determination, clenched his teeth. Just be careful. Understood. Lin Yue smiled and stepped outside. It was only after she disappeared from sight that Delang gathered his three younger brothers and headed to the village. Delang and Lang each carried a bamboo basket, while Sam Lang and Si Lang used their clothes to bundle up several peaches. They first went to Si Mao's house, where Yi Sai, Yi Si Nai, and Si Mao were present. Delang, you're here. Have you had breakfast? Yi Si, sitting in the courtyard enjoying his tobacco, greeted them upon seeing them. Yes, we've eaten. Mother made some delicious wild vegetable porridge. Lang quickly interjected, worried Delang might say something negative about their mother. Yi Sai surveyed the four children with satisfaction. Their faces were clean, and their hair was neatly styled. It seemed Delang's mother was indeed taking better care of them. Good, very good. Yi Sai, my mother picked some peaches from the mountains. They are crisp and sweet, and we would like to trade them for some items. Delang felt a bit embarrassed, knowing how much Yi Sai's family had cared for them. He felt awkward asking for things when he believed the peaches should be given as a gift. Yi Sai understood immediately and called for Yi Si Nai. Si Mao, go get your grandmother. Okay. Si Mao winked at Delang and ran off to the back where Yi Si Nai was tending to the garden. Hearing Si Mao, she hurried over. What do you want to trade for, Delang? Yi Si Nai, please look around and see what you have that is no longer needed. We really are in need of everything. Delang's face turned red with embarrassment as he struggled to articulate his request. Yi Si Nai understood. Having seen how Lin Yue had previously traded away everything useful for food, she even heard that they had broken their eating bowls, which had to be compensated by the village head. After a moment's thought, Yi Si Nai dragged out a wooden basin from the corner of the house. This basin has a small leak, but if your grandfather fixes it, it will still be useful. Delang's eyes brightened at the sight of the basin. He thought that with it, they could bathe and store things more conveniently. Thank you, Yi Si Nai. Please accept these peaches. All right, but I can't eat so many. Si Mao, just take a few. Yi Si Nai said as she went back inside to find more items. The four brothers squatted beside Si Mao, watching Yi Sai repair the basin. Where's your mother? Yi Sai asked with concern while fixing the basin. Mother went into the mountains. She said the house needs repairing and wants to see if she can hunt some game to ask the villagers for help with the repairs. Yisai stood up in surprise, worry etched on his dark face. He did not think Lin Yue had the capability for such a task. Oh dear, how can a woman hunt? It's so dangerous. Erlang realized his words were inappropriate and quickly sought Delang's help. Yisai, she's just wandering around, trying her luck. She wouldn't dare venture too deep into the mountains. Yisai felt relieved. That's good. The old woods are not to be entered lightly. Even men must go in pairs. It's not wise for a woman like Lin Yue to go. With that, Yisai focused on mending the basin. In the end, Delang and the others managed to trade for a pound of flour, a pound of old rice, a wooden basin, and a wooden bucket, while Yisinai also handed them several eggplants and a watermelon. Delang felt a bit awkward receiving so much. Take it. Yisinai insisted. Your mother is doing better now. Your family life should improve. These peaches are a rare treat. They're worth it. If you have any extra, you can sell some in town. Delang understood that Yisai was both advising and helping them, so he accepted the items with gratitude. The brothers hurried home, carrying their bounty just as they encountered the blind grandmother. Seeing them with their goods, she inquired a few questions and learned they were trading for items. So she invited them to her home to take some yam tubers. The blind grandmother's daughter-in-law, Ma Suihua, was expecting and could not eat much, only craving sour and sweet things. Upon seeing the peaches, she happily devoured one and wanted more. Mother, let us save some peaches for them. I'll collect some eggs for Delang and the others. The blind grandmother was delighted and gathered 5 eggs from the coop to give to the 4 brothers. Delang quickly declined. No, please save these eggs for Aunt and Xiao. Xiao was the blind grandmother's granddaughter, the same age as Si Mao. Don't worry, you keep them. I have plenty of eggs at home. Delang then let Sam Lang and Si Lang give all their peaches to the blind grandmother. Blind grandmother. Aunt likes sour ones. I'll pick some sour peaches for you tomorrow. That's wonderful. The blind grandmother was overjoyed and gave them a large handful of vegetables. This was their first time trading for goods instead of receiving things for free, which brought them a peculiar sense of fulfillment. At noon, the 4 brothers ate the wild vegetable porridge and boiled 4 eggs. When it came time for the eggs, Delang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to keep one, unable to bring himself to eat them all. The 3 younger brothers were frail and needed the nourishment, so each received one, just right. As for Lin Yue, given how she had protected them twice, it was only fair to save one for her. Sen Lang suggested, why don't we catch some fish in the river? The others agreed, and when they reached the riverbank, they unexpectedly ran into Qing and Qing. Delang instinctively shielded his 3 brothers, his heart racing. Without the bad woman present today, they were outmatched. Delang, you're here. Come over quickly. We've been waiting for you. Qing exclaimed. Waiting for what? To fight? Delang retorted, his guard still up. Qing quickly waved his hands. No fighting. Regarding yesterday's incident, we were in the wrong, and we will not dare to repeat it. Your mother is truly formidable. Today, we would like to assist you in catching fish. What do you say? Delang looked at them with skepticism. Could you really be so kind-hearted? Was it possible that the wicked woman frightened them yesterday? Erlang quietly tugged at Delang's sleeve, speculating softly. San Lang raised an eyebrow, clearly doubtful. Could the wicked woman truly be that powerful? After saying this, he audibly swallowed. I think San Lang is quite adept at catching fish. If you manage to catch one today, could you share one with us? The 4 brothers observed the 2 siblings' sycophantic demeanor, which did not seem to be deceitful. And Delang felt a measure of relief. With a proud lift of his chin, he agreed. Soon, they were all playing together, and Delang felt delighted watching his 3 younger brothers. Even the usually silent Si Lang wore a smile, though a complex feeling stirred within him as he cast a casual glance toward the mountains. Did the wicked woman manage to hunt anything today? The 4 brothers caught several fish, and Qing and Qing even brought their wooden bucket to carry them. Delang suggested they give them 2 fish, as they would finally have fish soup to enjoy tonight. The 2 brothers had fully honored their promise from yesterday, and had become the little followers of the 4 brothers, while the other village children dared only to watch from afar. Chapter 14. Your mother hunted a wild boar. Si Mao approached from a distance, excitement written all over his face. What? The wicked woman truly hunted a wild boar. The 4 brothers were thrilled and immediately turned to race home. Hey, wait for us. Qing and Qing quickly picked up their wooden bucket and chased after them. From afar, they saw a crowd gathered in front of their home. The 4 brothers pushed through the crowd, only to be startled by the sight before them. A hefty wild boar lay in the courtyard, accompanied by 2 wild chickens and a hare. Yi Laozhong, did your family catch this wild boar? Yi Laozhong waved his hands dismissively. No. It was the Lang's mother who hunted it. We merely happened upon it and lent a hand. What? The Lang's mother can hunt wild boars? Yi Laozhong, are you joking? No one believed it. How could a delicate woman like Lin Yue possibly hunt a wild boar? Such boasting is simply absurd. When Yi Laozhong and his son first encountered Lin Yue, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. A wild boar had run out of the mountains? Only upon closer inspection did they realize there was a person sitting beside the boar. Lin Yue was merely resting. This sight startled the father and son, who could hardly believe that Lin Yue had hunted the boar. Lin Yue explained that the boar had been injured, and she had taken advantage of the situation. Yi Laozhong inspected the boar and indeed saw the signs of struggle on its head, but there was a penetrating wound on its neck, likely caused by a sharp object like a branch. Although they believed Lin Yue's account, they still felt she was bold and astute. Her willingness to venture into the mountains alone indicated her exceptional character. How had they not known before that the Lin family was capable of hunting? She appeared so delicate, yet was remarkably fierce. The villagers were abuzz with speculation, some believing her, while others remained skeptical. You don't believe it? I do, the Lang declared. His mother is simply a hidden gem. Previously, she may not have been well, but now that she has recovered, she no longer hides her abilities. This statement came from Lu Changjin, who had suffered at Lin Yue's hands the day before. Isn't this foresight? A woman capable of hunting wild boars? Just thinking about it is terrifying. I say, the Lang's mother, you can't possibly consume the entire wild boar yourself. Could you spare a piece of the hind for me? Lin Yue looked up to see that the speaker was Li Shuohua, the daughter-in-law of Yi Er-yi. The Yi family was notoriously opportunistic. The old clan leader, Yi San-yi, had 4 brothers. Yi Yi and Yi Er-yi were born of the first wife, while Yi San-yi and Yi Si-yi were born of the second. Now, both Yi and Yi Er-yi had passed on, but Yi Er-nai of the Niu family remained. She was also the aunt of Niu Jiao, who had been introduced to marry the village chief's son, Yi Dezhu. As a daughter-in-law, Li Shuohua and Yi Er-nai made for a particularly troublesome mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo, always trying to take advantage of others. Now, she sought to obtain a piece of meat from Lin Yue without compensation, which was shameless indeed. Both De Lang and Erlang could no longer tolerate it. Their family had finally begun to flourish, and now someone was already eyeing their good fortune. Oh, who do you think you are, with such a large face? Wanting a piece of the boar's hind? You think you can just take it for free? The wild boar was caught by someone else. If you want it, you should pay. Before Lin Yue could respond, someone else had already cut her off. Hey, who does she think she is? Isn't that Lu Changjin's daughter-in-law? Lu Zhenju? Not only is Lu Zhenju strong, but she also has a loud voice. Her outburst caused many in the village to stifle their laughter. Li Shuohua was enraged upon hearing this. Lu Zhenju, who are you talking about? Lu Zhenju, with hands on her hips, glared defiantly, showing no respect for Li Shuohua. I'm talking about you. What is the matter? Do you want to fight? Li Shuohua glanced at Lu Changjin beside her, somewhat deflated. But Yi Er-nai had no regard for Lu Zhenju and directly retaliated with sarcasm. My daughter-in-law merely wished for a piece of the boar's hind, and besides, there isn't much meat on it. What concern is it of yours? Lu Zhenju, you're so eager to curry favor. You want a piece too, don't you? You're jumping around like a fool, thinking you're something special. When Lin Yue first arrived in Yijia village, we provided her much assistance. Now that she has meat to eat, why can't she share a little with everyone? Although Yi Er-nai was of poor character, she was an elder in the village, and most people still showed her some respect. With her provoking words, some began to feel that she had a point. After all, the temptation of meat was too great. Wasn't Lin Yue just saying that she appreciated the village's care? Now was the perfect time to repay them. Some were already swayed. A bit of pork could bring joy to both adults and children alike. In other words, who wouldn't be envious of such a large wild boar? Yet, she faced off against Lu Zhenju, whose reputation in the village as a rogue was well earned. And she immediately unleashed her full wrath. Oh, you want the boar's hind without any meat? Though our family may have a bad reputation, we still have some dignity. Unlike certain people who rely on their status as elders, shamelessly demanding a share. Who doesn't know that the meat on the boar's hind is thick and rich? Furthermore, What assistance have you provided to the Lang's family? Did you give them any food or help with the children? Now that you see they have meat, you come crawling for a piece. Do you think you're special? Tooth. By your logic, you've helped them a lot. Haven T you? The Qing and Air Qing didn't bully the four brothers, did they? Just yesterday, you stole their fish. How can you even speak of it? On this point, Lu Zhenju felt even more triumphant. We didn't help, so we have no right to ask. The Qing and Air Qing may have bullied the four brothers in the past, but that was long ago. We dare to admit it. We dare to acknowledge our mistakes. And we are willing to change. Air Nai Nai, do you dare to do the same? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. As the old clan leader's daughter-in-law, Ma Donglian, jested. Sister Zhenju, Air Nai Nai is an elder. How could she admit her mistakes? Besides, it's not something she could even recognize. What Ma Donglian said was true. The conflicts between Yi Air Nai Nai and the villagers were notorious. They always sought to take advantage of others, even quarreling over trivial matters. When she first married into the family, she was timid and often quarreled with her mother-in-law. Once, Lu Zhenju couldn't bear to see it and came to her aid, encouraging her to be bolder and not to let others bully her. Thus, Ma Donglian had a good relationship with Lu Zhenju. In terms of reputation, Yi Air Nai Nai and her family were even worse than Lu Changjin's rogue family. At least they had some semblance of a moral compass, unlike the two of them. This old woman still thinks she's important. Chapter 15. Requesting the villagers to renovate the house. Li Shuhua tugged at her mother-in-law, casting a glance towards the side where Lu Zhenju's family was glaring at them with palpable resentment. None of them were easy to deal with, and it was likely they would face repercussions shortly. Yi Air Nai Nai scoffed. If one didn't know better, they might think you had just killed a wild boar. Enough. Everyone, let us not bicker. Lin Yue raised her hand to calm the escalating tension. As for this wild boar, my daughters and I truly cannot consume it all. The weather is warm, and it is ill-advised to let it spoil. Therefore, I was contemplating enlisting some villagers to help renovate our house. I propose that we share 3 gene of wild boar meat among you. What does everyone think? 3 gene of wild boar meat. Goodness, Lin Yue is indeed generous. The onlookers erupted in excitement. With little agricultural work to attend to, the menfolk at home were idle. Helping to renovate a house in exchange for 3 gene of meat was an enticing offer. It was a golden opportunity that no one would pass up. Typically, one would have to sell goods for grain, but given the state of the house and courtyard, everyone recognized that renovation took precedence. While the crowd was still in astonishment and confusion, Lu Changjin cheerfully raised his hand towards Lin Yue. Da Lang Miyang, am I included? At that moment, the Qing and Air Qing also arrived, setting down a wooden bucket beside the other young man. I am exhausted. Why did you all run so fast? I didn't even have time to catch any fish. The 2 brothers' eyes widened at the sight of the wild boar, speechless in their amazement. Dadalung, how did your family come to have a wild boar? Lin Yue observed the antics of the 4 young boys and the Qing and Air Qing, feeling somewhat perplexed, and instinctively glanced at Erlang. He whispered a few words in her ear, and Lin Yue soon realized that Lu Changjin possessed a certain foresight. His 2 sons had already become the younger brothers of the 4 boys. It seemed that Lu Changjin truly deserved a spot in the renovation project. She would have to assess his reliability. In truth, Lin Yue could discern that Lu Changjin's family had potential for redemption. Those who were merely ruffians were not necessarily foolish. If utilized properly, such individuals could indeed be beneficial. All right, the Qing, you can count yourself in. Additionally, please help me select a few more individuals. I am not well acquainted with some villagers, so I would appreciate your assistance. Lu Changjin was overjoyed, never expecting Lin Yue to genuinely agree. Entrusting him with such a significant task filled him with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, assuring her that he would do an excellent job. I said it. If one cannot win, they should surrender and extend goodwill. Look, soon there will be meat and fish to savor. When the villagers witnessed Lin Yue entrusting such an important task as house renovation to a scoundrel, they were astounded. Was she not in her right mind? TSK. Lin Sure, I believe you're not thinking clearly. Lu Changjin is known as the village ruffian. Are you really going to let him work for you? Aren't you afraid he might tear down your house? Li Shuehua's earlier anger dissipated, and she now felt quite foolish for her earlier outburst. Her comment prompted laughter from others, indicating that some matters were implicitly understood within the village. Who would believe that Lu Changjin could accomplish anything worthwhile? Lu Zhenju was incensed. How dare anyone speak ill of her husband in front of her? Li Shuohua. I believe you're simply asking for a beating. What being a ruffian? Has my Chang Jin ever taken advantage of you? Has he worked for your family? If he were to work for your family, he might indeed tear down your house. However, if he is working for Lin Yue, I assure you he will do well. Just wait and see. Do not covet what you cannot have. While the two continued their quarrel, several young men had already approached Lin Yue to volunteer. She glanced at Lu Changjin, who immediately understood and began introducing the candidates. This is Lin Yue from third uncle's family, Chun Lai from fourth uncle's family, along with Tai Zhu, Er Wang, and Chun Shi. They are all skilled workers, and you can rest assured about their character. They are far better than I am, Lu Changjin stated, shyly scratching his head while pointing at another young man. With Lu Changjin's endorsements, Lin Yue found these individuals to be quite capable. It seemed Lu Changjin was indeed a talent, and with the right guidance, they could achieve great things. All right, then it's settled. Since we will be sharing meat, we must process the wild boar. I lack the necessary tools, so I was hoping to ask Yi Lao Yi for assistance. Yi Lao Yi, we need to handle this wild boar. I am unfamiliar with the process. Would you mind helping us? If that is agreeable, you can come over tomorrow morning. It's too late today. Yi Lao Yi readily agreed, promising to come over with his son early the next morning. De Lang Yang, how do you envision the renovations? He asked. I'll speak with Er Wang about it, and by dawn tomorrow, I will gather people to prepare. I guarantee we will fortify your house thoroughly. Lu Changjin quickly adapted to his role, proving to be quite proactive, which impressed Lin Yue. She contemplated the necessary renovations. The two main rooms needed reinforcement for their walls and ceilings, while the kitchen's thatched roof on the east side of the courtyard also required sturdy walls and a new roof. Otherwise, cooking in winter would be unbearable. The vacant space between the kitchen and main room could be enclosed as well, serving as a bathing area and restroom. And a small door could be left in the wall closest to the main room for nighttime convenience. That's easy. After hearing Lin Yue's plans, Lu Changjin patted his chest in assurance. We can use the existing wood. No need to prepare new materials. We'll reinforce the mud walls and redo them, ensuring they are thick and sturdy. We can add another layer of thatch to prevent leaks in the rain and keep the cold out in winter. I'll discuss this with Er Wang. We should be able to finish in 3 to 4 days. Actually, De Lang interjected, when villagers renovate their houses, they usually provide a meal. Our family. Lin Yue immediately understood. This young man was subtly reminding her that they were concerned about food supplies. Let us provide lunch. We have no grain at home, so we can exchange wild boar meat. After all, this boar is substantial. After sharing with those who work, there will still be plenty left. Lunch? Lu Changjin was momentarily taken aback. Typically, villagers have just 2 meals a day. Even fourth uncle's family seldom eats lunch. They eat an early dinner to save on oil for lamps, finishing their meal shortly after nightfall to close up and sleep early. Additionally, rural families usually bring some dry food to the fields, making do with a meal there, so eating 3 meals a day would be wasteful. Mother, villagers generally eat 2 meals a day, Er Lang reminded her. Lin Yue quickly grasped the situation, but realized that if she was to provide meals, she could not be stingy. It's fine. Since they are coming to work at our home, we cannot let them go hungry. I will cover lunch. Each person will receive a bowl of meat and vegetables along with 2 large steamed buns with a set quantity. Whether they finish it or not is up to them. As long as they have the energy to work hard and complete the tasks, they can handle their meals as they see fit. How's that sound? Chapter 16. Even if it's a monster, I'll accept it. That will certainly work. However, we have limited grain at home, so we'll need to exchange some of this wild boar meat with the villagers for supplies. That's not an issue. Big sister, I will take care of this. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the village and announce it. Whoever wants meat can trade some grain. I suggest 1 jin of meat for 2 jin of coarse grain. How's that sound? Lu Jinju responded quickly, showcasing the competence of her family, with just a few words seizing the opportunity for herself. She even directly addressed Lin Yue as big sister. Lin Yue was uncertain about the market prices, but hearing Lu Jinju's suggestion, she mused that pork must be worth twice as much as coarse grain. Otherwise, she would not have proposed a 1-to-2 exchange. Considering her desire to establish good relations with the villagers, she decided to take a slight loss. 1 jin for 1 jin it is. After all, it's grain, and coarse grain, aged rice, and flour are all acceptable. If there is no grain, cash will suffice at 30 per jin of meat. How does that sound? After all, she still had a wild boar in her storage space. Even if she exchanged all the meat for grain and money, she would still have meat to eat. Lu Zhenju looked at her as if she were foolish. 30 won? Big sister, pork in town sells for 40 won per jean. Even the lean cuts are 35 won. Meat is far more precious than grain. Why do you think farmers are reluctant to eat meat? It's not because they don't want to, but because they can't afford it. If you do this, you'll be a loss. Lu Zhenju pondered silently, wondering if Lin Yu's mind had yet to recover fully. 10 won less for a jean. Lin Yue exclaimed, how careless. Little did she know that Lu Zhenju had already filled in many gaps in her imagination. Observing the expression on Lu Zhenju's face, Lin Yue realized her overthinking and quickly added, oh, little sister, now I understand. Rest assured, I will clarify to the villagers that this wild boar meat is a half gift. Half purchased to satisfy everyone's cravings. You have done right by the villagers. Let us see who dares to gossip. Lin Yue, though not well-versed in social intricacies, was acutely aware of them, and internally admired her husband as foresight. A person as earnest and skilled as Lin Yue should not be taken lightly. She deserved respect and support. All right, it's settled then. Little sister, you will need someone to cook for the lunch, right? My culinary skills are lacking. I can only assist. The Winter Lotus girl from the old clan has good skills, and so does the girl from Fourth Uncle's family. Should I ask them to come help with the cooking? Lin Yue felt a twinge of worry, knowing she could not manage cooking for a large group alone and needed help. Their kitchen lacked even a cast-iron pot. How could she cook? Lu Zhenju, noticing her expression, reassured her, don't worry, little sister, we have all the necessary utensils at home. I will borrow a large pot, and tomorrow we will set up a big stove in the yard, preparing everything in advance. By the time we start, I guarantee the meal will be ready. As for the dining bowls, Lu Zhenju waved her hand, recognizing Lin Yue's lack of experience. No need to fret. Everyone who comes to eat will bring their own bowls and chopsticks. That is how it goes in the village when someone has an event. Everyone helps each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Yue finally understood the spirit of community in rural life. Well, if that is the case, I will trouble you, sister. You and Zhang Jin can assist us, and we'll let the Qing and Air Qing join us for the meal. Lu Zhenju graciously accepted the offer. The Qing and Air Qing, overhearing, stepped forward to express their willingness to help with any chores in exchange for their meal. The children seemed much more agreeable than the day before. The family departed cheerfully, and as they left, the four brothers honored their promise by leaving 2 fish in the bucket for them to take home. Mother, you are incredible. Did you catch all of these? After everyone had left, Erlang excitedly approached the wild boar, glancing at the wild chicken and hare on the ground. Just days ago, they had gone hungry now. After just a few days, they had so much meat, and they were even planning to renovate the house. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration, attributing it all to his mother's newfound prowess. He would even accept her transformation into a supernatural being. Delang, though equally stirred, maintained a calm demeanor. With the house renovations underway, he and the four brothers could not be of much help. They could only assist nearby villagers with minor tasks. Are you all hungry? How about we make a fish soup tonight? We can also heat up some meat patties, Lin Yue suggested. Feeling her own hunger after a day of merely nibbling on compressed biscuits. Upon seeing the fresh fish, she was eager to treat herself. Wonderful. Fish and meat. Erlang cheered. Delang, I also picked a few peaches. If you're hungry, wash them and have a bite. Delang responded affirmatively and went inside to find a basket with several peaches. He selected a few that appeared slightly underripe and sent them with Erlang and Sanlang to give to Grandma. Keeping promises was essential, especially with the house renovations starting tomorrow, meaning the family might not be able to go up the mountain for several days. Wow, the boar's fur is so coarse. Even Lang remarked, rarely commenting on such things. This must weigh a lot. Delang estimated the wild boar's weight, trying to calculate how to divide it among those who worked, as well as how much grain it would yield, but found it exceeded his understanding and silently abandoned the calculations. After a long day, Lin Yue finished dinner and quickly washed up before sleeping with the four brothers. Delang was concerned that the boar left in the yard might be stolen or attract wild beasts from the mountains. So he quietly conferred with the other brothers to take turns keeping watch. Lin Yue, exhausted, fell asleep as soon as she lay down, unaware of her brother's movements, and fortunately, the night passed without incident. Chapter 17. Preparing to begin work later. In a dream, Lin Yue felt herself sinking into an endless darkness, where a figure took her hand and gradually led her into a world of light. However, she could not discern the person's face, only feeling that the large, Warm hand held hers, transmitting a comforting warmth. Suddenly waking, Lin Yue felt a remarkable lightness in her body, free from the fatigue of dreaming all night. She even discovered she could effortlessly access the space, though the area itself had not changed. Gazing at the four brothers, she noticed Alang was missing, causing her to gasp in surprise. She quickly sat up and found Alang sleeping against the doorframe. The dear child was keeping watch over the wild boar. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and Lin Yue carefully placed Alang on the straw mat. After lying down for a bit, she found she could not sleep anymore, so she quietly rose and slipped outside. As she stepped out, Delang opened one eye halfway. When she held him, his body stiffened, yet he remained still, realizing that the embrace of the bad woman was quite warm, just as Erlang had said, igniting a sense of attachment within him. Thus, he remained silent, understanding why Erlang was so cheerful every day. He too had experienced the warmth of the bad woman, feeling as if he had a secret that left him a bit exhilarated. With the bad woman awake, there was no need to worry about the wild boar in the yard. As drowsiness overcame him, he gradually closed his eyes and fell back into a peaceful sleep. Lin Yue surveyed the yard and found everything in order. Checking the sky, she decided to enter the space for a quick bath. Concerned about being ejected from space, she finished washing within 5 minutes. After waiting for 10 minutes, she was indeed released from the space, feeling that her time there had slightly lengthened. Old Yi and his son arrived early, having already eaten breakfast. Lin Yue had prepared a large basin of hot water in advance and called the four brothers for breakfast. The Yi duo had cleaned the wild boar and processed the 3 wild chickens and hares as well. Lin Yue removed a door panel, rinsed it, and had them place the meat on the board for cutting. They divided the meat into portions of 3 jeans, each approximately 10 portions, while the remaining parts were cut into 1 jean pieces, all neatly arranged on the board. The father and son were quite adept, ensuring each piece was cut accurately and uniformly. Old Yi waved his hands in protest. No, we're just here to lend a hand. We can't accept this. My family hunts wild game and has no shortage of meat. You need this for your house renovation, so please, don't be polite. When Lin Yue saw they were unwilling to accept, she directly picked up the boar's head and handed it to them. Old Yi, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted it, knowing his wife had been craving pig head meat for days. Before long, Lu Zhongjin arrived with several workers, among whom the eldest appeared to be Er Wang's father. Jianhai, Lin Yue hurried to greet them. Uncle Chun, I appreciate your help. Qianhai waved his hand. Don't worry, Delang's mother, it's all on us. I'll first have 2 people set up the big stove for you, then gather some thatch and river mud. Today's work isn't much. We can finish it by noon, and there's no need to worry about meals. Tomorrow we officially begin work, and it will take 3 days to complete. This was the customary work arrangement, communicated to Lin Yue, so she could prepare for the meals. Last night, Lu Zhongjin had mentioned the details to Qianhai, who calculated everything on the spot. As an experienced worker, he knew precisely what was needed, how long it would take, and the costs involved. Qianhai observed the neatly cut meat and marveled at Lin Yue's generosity and efficiency, directing the others to get busy. Lin Yue tu Arlong, instructing him to go to the village and call over the children from the families that had come to help. Before long, a group of excited youngsters arrived, all from the families that had come to assist. Including Lu Changjin, there were 7 young men helping out, and with Er Wang's father, it made a total of 8 individuals. 3 people were responsible for cooking, and along with Lin Yue's own 5 family members, and a Qing and Er Qing, there were 7 people in total. This resulted in a daily meal requirement for 18 individuals. To provide 3 meals a day, 54 steam buns would need to be prepared. If the exchange grain was plentiful, Lin Yue estimated she could prepare around 80 buns, as they would not spoil in a short period. Once the work commenced, Lu Zhenju arrived with Ma Donglian and Lu Sufan, each carrying a burden on their shoulders filled with pots, bowls, and various provisions, along with some vegetables and grains. Lin Yue promptly offered her assistance. Thank you for your hard work, sisters. It's only natural to help each other in the village, Lu Zhenju replied cheerfully. Both Lu Zhenju and Ma Donglian were straightforward and quick-tongued, while Lu Sufan was somewhat shy, offering Lin Yue a smile as a greeting. Demazy, Lin Yue felt a jolt at this unfamiliar address, quickly interrupting Lu Zhenju. Sister Zhenju, please just call me Lin Yue. Oh, Lin Yue feels so distant. How about I call you a you instead? That sounds much friendlier. Lu Zhenju continued, look, we brought these from our 3 families. Each of us contributed a pound of rice and a pound of flour, along with some freshly picked vegetables. I've already arranged for the villagers to come and exchange. Lin Yue smiled and nodded, appreciating Lu Jinju's warm and forthright demeanor. They had brought quite a lot, 2 baskets of vegetables, primarily green beans and eggplants, along with peppers, asparagus, and watermelons, all freshly picked. Additionally, there were 2 more baskets containing half a bag of old flour and half a bag of old rice, totaling 6 pounds of rice and flour. It was evident that they were genuinely trying to support their families. Lin Yue immediately called the Lang and Erlang over, instructing each to carry 3 pounds of meat to Grandfather San and Grandfather C's homes. Lu Jinju's eyes lit up with surprise as she exchanged glances with Ma Donglien and Lu Sufan, rushing to take some meat, wanting to set aside a portion. You, this is far too much. 2 pounds would suffice. We can't possibly accept this. Lin Yue stopped them, insisting, please don't be polite. Your assistance in cooking is already a great help to me, and bringing these supplies is your rightful share. Seeing Lin Yue's genuine generosity, the 3 women ceased their objections, feeling invigorated. Just then, several villagers arrived with their supplies. Naturally, those who arrived quickly were eager to select the best meat before it was all taken. Chapter 18. The Meat Exchange Incident with Lu Jinju's Loud Voice. The entire village was informed. Every household had some coarse grain or old flour. Exchanging 1 pound for another was far more economical than purchasing in town. Even if they had to spend money, it was still 10 when cheaper per pound, a significant sum for impoverished families. Previously, they thought Lin Yue's words of gratitude were mere formalities, but now they realized her intentions were sincere. Even the poorest families gathered some rice and flour to exchange, unable to resist the temptation, especially with their children eagerly eyeing the meat. As a result, nearly everyone from Yijia village rushed over, some bringing rice and flour, while others exchanged vegetables, fearing that they would miss out if they arrived too late. Upon seeing the commotion, Lu Jinju and Ma Donglien hurried over to assist, while Lin Yue organized the crowd to form a line, entrusting the task of exchanging items to the 2 of them. As they were familiar with the villagers and maintained a warm yet measured demeanor, Lin Yue felt somewhat hesitant in this matter. Lu Sufan and the 4 young men helped categorize and organize the items. Oh, who does this think they are, treating this like their own wild boar? They've even divided the meat, Lu Jinju remarked as she noticed Li Xiuhua, who was carrying a basket containing half a pound of old flour and a few eggplants. Peering in with envy, unable to contain herself, she let out a small groan of hunger. Lu Jinju glanced at Li Xiuhua's basket. Though it's 1 for 1, and you can supplement with vegetables, isn't that a bit too meager? You have plenty in your garden. Why not pick more? If you're so reluctant to pick, then don't expect to eat meat. Lu Jinju scolded. Observing this exchange, Lin Yue was truly impressed by Lu Jinju's ability to stand her ground. She felt she could never learn such confidence. Li Xiuhua's face turned green with anger. Lu Jinju, I was in line first. Why did you give the exchange to someone else first? Look at what you have. Is that worth showing off? You should be grateful that the family is repairing their house and has been so considerate towards everyone. Yet you still want to take advantage? Why don't you just eat for free? Indeed, Xiuhua, you have so many vegetables in your garden that you can't finish. If your rice and flour are insufficient, just pick more vegetables. Missing this opportunity means you'll have to go to town where meat costs 40 a pound, with the women urging her. Li Xiuhua felt embarrassed to linger any longer and hurried home, realizing that if she continued to argue, she would miss out on the meat altogether. Before long, the exchange of pork was nearly complete, with even the offal accounted for. When Li Xiuhua arrived last, only the leanest piece of meat remained, with just a bit of fat, and she had no choice but to accept it in silence, exchanging it and leaving. If only you had acted sooner. None of this fuss would have happened, and you could have enjoyed a good piece of meat. Lu Jinju remarked irritably at her retreating figure. The kong in the courtyard was already prepared, and with a little fire to heat the pot, they could begin cooking. The 3 women quickly got to work. Although they didn't need to worry about lunch today, they had to steam all the buns in advance, which was a significant task. Close to 100 buns requiring ample time to prepare. Lin Yue glanced around and noted that they had exchanged a considerable amount of goods. The villagers' vegetables were quite similar. Green beans, eggplants, peppers, asparagus, watermelons, tomatoes, and a few greens like amaranth and lettuce, along with 2 large winter melons and 2 pumpkins. They had also gathered a substantial amount of rice and flour, which they combined, yielding over half a bag of old rice, a bag of old flour, and several pounds of millet flour. Lin Yue distinctly remembered the families that brought the winter melons and pumpkins. A few families had made cash purchases, and Lin Yue now had over 101 in her possession. However, they did not have any daily necessities, as they were more troublesome to exchange compared to grains and vegetables. Oh, isn't that Sister Caixia from Old Qin's family? Is she also here to exchange meat? Lu Jinju exclaimed, pointing at the slowly approaching figure in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Old Qin's family? Lin Yue didn't recall much, but Lu Jinju lowered her voice to explain to you. You might not remember, but Qin's wife used to be a midwife. She delivered all of Xilang. However, she fell seriously ill, and her family struggled to make ends meet for her treatment. Eventually, she stopped practicing, and no one knows when she passed away. Yes, the Qin family used to live quite well until they were dragged down by her illness. Ma Donglian sighed, shaking her head. What kind of illness did she have? Was it difficult to treat? Lin Yue searched her memory, recalling that the original owner had some faint recollection of this Qin woman. She was expecting quadruplets, and the delivery was exceedingly arduous. She recalled nearly giving up, yet Qin Posey steadfastly encouraged her to bring forth all four. Without Qin Posey, it is likely that neither she nor her children would have survived. Word had it that she could hardly eat, and she was on the verge of withering away. Lin Yue speculated that her inability to eat might be due to some stomach ailment. Lu Sufan interjected, mentioning that all of her children had been delivered by Qin Posey, and after she fell ill, she had gone to visit her, witnessing her immense suffering. The mere thought of Qin Posey brought tears to Lu Sufan's eyes. Qin Posey was a remarkable midwife, renowned for her character and skill. Women from neighboring villages sought her assistance during childbirth, which was a great loss indeed. Others shared their sentiments, and as they conversed, someone approached the door. Dong Caixia, the eldest daughter-in-law of Qin Posey. She appeared hesitant. Caixia, please come in. Lin Yue hurriedly beckoned her, and Lu Jinju and the others also greeted her. Sister Caixia, how is your mother-in-law feeling? Dong Caixia felt somewhat embarrassed, but, having come this far, managed to smile as she greeted them. It's about the same as before. She can only manage to sip a bit of soup. Her eyes wandered to the meat board, which was already bare, save for some remnants, and a trace of disappointment crossed her face. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yue understood her unspoken thoughts. She likely intended to bring some meat to simmer for Qin Posey. Immediately, Lin Yue turned and retrieved the pork heart and a piece of front leg meat she had set aside earlier, placing them in Dong Caixia's basket. Dong Caixia hurriedly pushed back, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yue's generosity, her eyes glistening. You don't need to bring so much, just a little will do. We don't have much food at home. The cucumbers are the only thing thriving, so I brought a few over. Please don't think poorly of me. Chapter 19. Qin Family Sister-in-Law. Sister Caixia, if it weren't for your mother-in-law delivering me, I wouldn't know if my children and I would have survived. Over the years, I haven't been able to visit her due to my own troubles, so please accept this as a small token of my gratitude. Dong Caixia's eyes reddened, and she no longer insisted on refusing. Though still quite young, years of caring for her mother-in-law had drained her family's resources, and life had aged her considerably. Thank you, Dechong. My husband is out working, and I can't offer much help with your house repairs. But I do have a large iron pot sitting idle if you need it. I can bring it by tomorrow. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. A large iron pot was quite valuable. In the past, when the Qin family was numerous and their days prosperous, it was normal to have two pots. Now that it wasn't used, it indicated their current hardships. Sister Caixia, I'm immensely grateful. Once I'm done with my chores here, I'll come and check on your mother-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries, she slowly turned to leave, her gait indicating a past injury that hindered her mobility, reportedly from a fall while gathering herbs. At Lin Yue's place, there was no notion of skipping meals. Lunch was still essential. So she instructed Ma Donglian to stew the fish that De Lang and the others had caught the previous day. Ma Donglian's culinary skills proved exceptional. Several fish were first pan-fried and then stewed in rendered lard, enhanced with seasonings Lin Yue had procured from her space, and some dried mushrooms from the villagers, resulting in a fragrant broth devoid of any fishy odor. The aroma nearly drove the children to tears of hunger. To avoid any potential bones, Ma Donglian strained the fish broth carefully for the children, serving each a substantial steamed bun alongside a bowl of fish soup, which they devoured with unrestrained delight. The buns were already half-steamed and laid out on the board, and taking advantage of the time while the buns cooked. Lu Jinju glanced at the vegetable patch in the yard, noticing that the few remaining greens had been uprooted, leaving it rather bare. All right, I'll heed my sister's advice. Lin Yue was not adept at farming, and she would likely need Lu Jinju's assistance later. Regardless, he could not fathom why Lin Yue, having regained her faculties, would dare venture in the mountains to hunt wild boars. Perhaps necessity truly compelled her. If she did not take some risks, how would she support those 4 children? He too yearned to taste wild boar meat. Considering himself the village chief and having previously assisted her, surely Lin Yue would feel inclined to share some with him. Thus, he refrained from sending anyone in his family to barter for pork, waiting expectantly for Lin Yue to bring it to him. At that moment, the entire village was engulfed in the aroma of dinner, and his anticipation grew unbearable. Li Pozi had sensed his longing early on and deliberately delayed dinner preparations. Likely with the same motive. Unable to contain herself any longer, she began to nag. Yi Laohan's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yue to be so inconsiderate. After all, it was wild boar meat, even as the village chief. His family had not tasted game meat in a long time. Father, should I inquire if there's any left? We could trade for something. Yi Dazhu gleaned a hint from his mother's complaints, but was too tempted. After having snuck some chicken the other day, he had developed a craving, and the pervasive scent of meat was driving him mad. Why are you so greedy? Don't tell me that chicken made its way into your wife's belly. He was scolded by Li Pozi, who was infuriated and took her anger out on him, even involving his wife in her rebuke. Niu Jiaojiao, who had been peeking outside, saw her father-in-law turn into the house and immediately retorted, unafraid of anyone but him. Li Pozi was furious. Had it not been for her giving birth to a healthy grandson, she would not have tolerated her. Just look at how she indulged herself in food, a lazy troublemaker. Seeing his mother's displeasure, Yi Dazhu quickly approached to placate her, employing the same tactics he used to pamper his wife. Showering his mother with flattery and even using his son as a shield. This strategy had always worked with Li Pozi. Indeed, the mention of her grandson softened her heart. Once entangled with Yi Dazhu, Li Pozi found herself at a loss. After some thought, she scooped out 2 jin of old flour from the flour jar. After all, her son had a point. It was much cheaper than the meat in town. If they didn't go to trade now, it would feel like a missed opportunity. Yi Dazhu felt a surge of joy and, clutching his bounty, hurried out the door, heading straight for Lin Yue's house. By this time, he suspected that the meat had already been traded away, so he did not enter directly. Spotting Erlang in the yard, he approached him quietly and called out, "Adlong, Adlong." Erlang recognized Yi Dazhu and walked over. "What brings you here? Is there any wild boar meat left at your house? I'd like to trade for some. Could you ask your mother for me? I'll exchange it for 2 jin of flour." Erlang glanced at the cloth bundle Yi Dazhu was holding. "You're too late. All the meat has been traded. We only have enough for our own consumption, and that as prime meat, I can't part with it." Just as Erlang turned to leave, Yi Dazhu grabbed him. "But the meat you keep for yourselves is even better. Don't go, Erlang. I've never had wild boar meat. You can spare a little for me. Just a small piece will suffice. Please speak to your mother." Erlang looked troubled. "I have 2 jin of flour. Will 1 jin of meat work? You know my mother could be a bit fierce. I'm afraid she won't agree. I'll need to eat at home for the next few days." Yi Dazhu felt helpless. His craving was too intense. For the sake of a morsel of meat, he was willing to take risks. He pulled out 5 copper coins from his pocket, wincing as he handed them over to Erlang. "This is all my pocket money." Erlang's eyes brightened, and he accepted the bundle, saying, "Just wait here," before scurrying off. He entered the house and whispered to Delang, who pointed toward the wooden barrel where Lin Yue had stored the meat. Erlang quietly sliced off a piece of meat, 3 parts lean and 7 parts fat, uneven but substantial, and returned to hand it to Yi Dazhu. Yi Dazhu walked away with a joyful demeanor. Lin Yue had observed everything, curious about what Erlang was up to, and was surprised to discover that this lad possessed a modicum of persuasive charm. Yet was this all? She had expected Lin Yue to offer a more generous portion, as the piece of meat was scarcely larger than 2 palms, far too meager, especially considering she had provided 2 jin of flour. "Mother, the meat has long been exchanged, and I managed to persuade Erlang to covertly trade it. Taken from their own supply, this is prime front leg meat." Yi Dazhu dared not admit that he had also contributed his last bit of pocket money, urging his mother to stew the meat without delay, as his appetite was already insatiable. Upon witnessing her son's gluttonous expression, Li Pozi said nothing further, taking the meat to prepare it. "Mother, don't be stingy. Make sure to stew plenty. As Li Posey prepared to cut a small piece upon hearing this, she steeled her resolve and cut a larger portion. Lazy woman, Li Posey muttered under her breath as she began to slice the meat. Her disposition differed from that of Lu Jinju and Ma Donglian. Lu Jinju was straightforward and somewhat fiery, while Ma Donglian was quick-witted and eloquent. The dynamic among these three was quite intriguing. "Yu, this is Qiangzi's old clothing from when he was a child. I couldn't bear to dismantle it, and it is still wearable. Let the four lads take turns wearing it." Lin Yue admired the kindness of the Yi family villagers. "Sister Sufen, I truly appreciate your generosity." The clothing worn by the four lads was tattered, and Lin Yue had never attended to them. Often, when their clothes became excessively worn, the village women would take it upon themselves to stitch them up, while more frequently, it was De Lang who would awkwardly mend them. What is there to thank? If there is anything I can assist with, just say the word. No need for formality. Lin Yue was at a loss for how to express her gratitude, so she fished a fish from the water bucket. Lu Sufan smiled gently, accepting without further protest. With clean clothes to wear, the four lads were once again compelled by Lin Yue to bathe. This time, she had a secret weapon, a bit of shower gel squeezed from her space and stored in a bamboo tube. "Mother, what is this? So many bubbles. It smells wonderful." Erlang was the first to wash, playing with the bubbles in astonishment and delight. The other three lads peered through the door, their eyes filled with curiosity. "This is a liquid I found from a plant in the mountains, meant for bathing." Lin Yue told a little fib, but to Erlang, it seemed as if their mother had conjured it. The obvious delight on his face did not escape Lin Yue's notice. "Well, let the children have their misconceptions. It's rather delightful." At that moment, De Lang could no longer hold back and stormed in, glaring fiercely. "Bad woman, why aren't you letting Erlang wear clothes? Do you intend to eat him?" Lin Yue burst into laughter, as if he truly believed her to be a monster. "Erlang, I'm going to eat you." She extended her arms, feigning ferocity in an attempt to catch Erlang, who erupted into hearty laughter at her antics. De Lang found himself caught in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. "Why are you still worried? Look, there are clean clothes here, sent by Simao's mother for you to wear." Upon seeing the clean garments laid out on the bed, De Lang froze in surprise. "All right, Erlang, you dress yourself, and De Lang, it's your turn to bathe." De Lang made no resistance, but his face turned crimson, fidgeting and reluctant to move, clutching his pants. To Lin Yue, this was all the more amusing. She swiftly pulled him closer and tore off his clothing. De Lang, stiff as a board, completed his bath and donned fresh attire. Once San Lang and Si Lang finished bathing, they resembled little puppies, sniffing at each other's fragrant bodies. Lin Yue washed their dirty clothes and hung them outside. She herself changed into a clean outfit, as she had worn her current clothing for several days, and the odor was becoming quite overwhelming. At bedtime, Lin Yue embraced each of them in turn. When it came to San Lang, he shyly recoiled. Lin Yue did not press the matter, considering that San Lang might be grappling with self-esteem issues and needed time. Unbeknownst to her, San Lang felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing her easily give up on him. Believing that the bad woman no longer cared for him because he was an ugly duckling, he was deeply saddened, curling up into a ball. Little did he know, once he fell asleep, Lin Yue gently stroked his back until he relaxed, leading him into a sweet dream. Lin Yue retrieved some wild boar meat from her space, realizing that the refrigerator had ceased to function as a freezer, only preserving the freshness of the items. The wild boar meat, having been stored for such a time, still appeared as if freshly slaughtered. The wild chickens and rabbits she hadn't managed to refrigerate that morning also retained their freshness. It seemed this space possessed magical properties. In the future, she could store more items without fear of spoilage. She selected some perishable vegetables to store in the space, leaving only what was needed for the next few days. In fact, she had practically traded away all the wild boar she had hunted, leaving only a smattering for appearances. She planned to consume part of the meat from the last boar soon. Rising early the next day, she had breakfast, and those who were to work gathered promptly, starting their tasks without a word. Watching Lu Jinju and the others take out a large piece of meat, those cutting vegetables and those slicing meat were all wide-eyed with excitement, bursting with energy. Initially, she had wondered how much meat a meal would yield, but to her astonishment, there was still so much left, and a significant chunk was allocated to each individual bowl. Chapter 21. A trip to town as mealtime approached. Niu Jiaojiao arrived with a basket, accompanied by Jin Ge'er. Upon entering the courtyard, She set down a handful of green vegetables and began to look around. Jean Guerre was completely disheveled, rummaging about. "Oh, I'm late. I thought I'd come to help. You sisters are quite efficient. It's almost time to eat." Lu Zhenju shot her a glance. "You? Come to help? You probably haven't even entered your own kitchen a handful of times." Niu Jiao chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all. My mother-in-law dotes on me, always saying I waste food, and besides, I'm not good at cooking." "Then what are you here for? To hinder us?" Ma Donglian's remark left Niu Jiao speechless for a while. Lu Zhenju glanced at the four disheveled Jean Guerre and impatiently waved them away like a bothersome fly. "Hurry and take your Jean Guerre far away. We're about to eat." "What? Do you wish to stay for a meal?" "Lu Zhenju, who do you think you are? At least I brought something to help. This isn't your home. The host hasn't complained, so why are you making a fuss?" Lin Yue stepped forward, radiating an icy demeanor. Niu Jiao instinctively took a step back, recalling the day Lin Yue had struck her from both sides, sending a shiver down her spine. Lu Zhenju hurled the vegetables Niu Jiao had brought directly at her. "Who cares? Just this handful of greens? I bet you plucked them off the roadside." Niu Jiao felt the sting of truth in Lu Zhenju's words, her face fluctuating between shades of green and white, casting a resentful glance at Lin Yue, who merely stood by with indifference, showing no inclination to intervene. Feeling the chill in the air, she could only muster a weak retort. "Lin Yue, don't get too smug. The renovations of the house were completed, restoring tranquility to the courtyard. Over the past 3 days, Lin Yue had become acquainted with most of the villagers, and her home had begun to take on a semblance of daily life. In the room where they resided, Lin Yue had even enlisted Heir Wang's father to help construct a bed. 3 stones were stacked to form a half-height wall, topped with wooden slats and a thick layer of thatch, creating their simple bed. Erlang was the happiest to share a bed with Lin Yue, while the other 3 lads reacted with indifference. Once they fell asleep, Lin Yue checked the 3 boys' bodies once again. After observing them over the past few days, she had nearly confirmed her suspicions. De Lang had slight hearing impairment in his left ear, habitually tilting his face when listening to others speak. Erlang's right hand lacked strength. Thus, he always relied on his left hand to accomplish tasks. San Lang bore a long scar across his face and was reluctant to tie up his hair, preferring to conceal his features, perhaps believing his visage was unappealing. Si Lang's condition was the most severe. His legs had been injured repeatedly, never healing properly, resulting in misaligned bones and a slight limp. Both San Lang and Si Lang, having been abandoned by Lin Yue, harbored profound resentment, their sensitivities far surpassing those of De Lang and Erlang. Alas, Lin Yue fervently wished for her system to be operational. Regardless of the severity of the injuries sustained by the 4 brothers, she remained undeterred, for the system contained remedies and equipment to ensure their recovery. For now, she could only forage for herbs in the mountains to gradually restore their health. De Lang, Erlang, I shall visit the town today to procure some essentials for our home. Take good care of your younger brothers while I am away. Mother, do not worry. We shall also catch fish. It will soon be too cold to do so. Experts at fishing? Very well. We shall catch some fish to sustain ourselves, consuming 1 daily. 4 fish soup is nutritious and will help nourish them. After imparting a few instructions, Lin Yue slung a bamboo basket over her back, covered by a tattered cloth, concealing its empty contents, which were merely some straw. She was no fool, with the ability to access her spatial realm. There was no need to tire herself carrying unnecessary weight. She had learned that by following the official road at the foot of Yijia village. A short distance ahead lay Luohe town, requiring about half an hour's walk. Continuing for 2 more hours would lead her to Qingzhou City. Yijia village was situated close to Qingzhou City, but was far from the county town. However, the villagers seldom ventured beyond the town, rarely visiting Zhou City. Luohe town was a bustling hub, overseeing villages within a 50-mile radius, with villagers frequenting the town for trade, appearing rather modest in means. At the town entrance stood a stone archway inscribed with the characters Luohe town, devoid of gates or guards. Beneath the arch, a simple tea stall existed, primarily selling water, with only a few long benches. Local villagers also carried water buckets to sell, usually providing a refreshing drink to newcomers weary from their journey. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Yue extracted 2 wild chickens and a wild rabbit from her spatial realm, along with 2 sizable pieces of wild boar meat. She first strolled through the marketplace to gauge the prices of vegetables and meat. Then she arrived at the largest tavern in town, Yin Kolai, where the main hall buzzed with activity, nearly filled to capacity, and the waitstaff moved swiftly, indicating a thriving business. "Young lady, are you here alone? What would you like to eat?" The waiter approached her with habitual warmth, though his enthusiasm waned upon noticing her attire. "I'm not here for a meal. I wish to speak with your manager." "Ah, but this is a large tavern, and not everyone can meet the manager. If you have a matter to discuss, I could convey your message." Despite his somewhat dismissive demeanor, his words remained courteous. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Lin Yue did not press the issue, for she was not one to compromise her dignity for the sake of money, and thus turned to depart. Behind her, she overheard the waiter's muttering, "A country bumpkin thinks she can meet the manager. What a world. Everyone seems to have such lofty aspirations." The remark was more insulting than harmful. Lin Yue cast him a cold glance, causing the waiter to awkwardly turn away. A rural woman, her gaze icy as if doused with a bucket of cold water. She noticed across the street another tavern, though smaller than Yun Kolai, its sign adorned with the elegant characters Tian Xiangge. Lin Yue decided to investigate further. Upon reaching the entrance, a waiter from Tian Xiangge warmly welcomed her. "Esteemed guest, please come inside. Can I meet your manager?" "Certainly. Please step in." The main hall was only half filled, indicating less business than Yun Kolai. "Please take a seat. I shall inform our manager of your presence. Kindly wait a moment." The waiter led Lin Yue to a seat and went to summon the manager. Shortly, a stout middle-aged man emerged with him. "Manager, this young lady wishes to see you." The middle-aged man clasped his hands politely, wearing a courteous smile. "I am Zhang, the manager of Tian Xiangge. May I inquire what brings you here?" "Greetings, Manager Zhang. I have hunted some game and would like to know if you're interested in purchasing it." "Oh." Manager Zhang was taken aback. It was indeed the first time he had heard of a woman hunting. However, being well-versed in various matters, he quickly regained his composure. "Might I accompany you to inspect the game?" Lin Yue followed him to the kitchen's partition, placing her bamboo basket down. Inside lay 2 wild chickens, a wild rabbit, and half a piece of wild boar meat, freshly slaughtered that morning. Upon hearing of the wild boar meat, Manager Zhang could not help but glance at Lin Yue with renewed interest. "Did you truly hunt this game yourself?" Lin Yue nodded confidently. Indeed, Manager Zhang was astonished. This seemingly delicate young lady had managed to hunt a wild boar. He examined the meat closely. It was undoubtedly fresh, just slaughtered. The 2 pieces represented merely a quarter of the boar's weight, indicating it was quite a substantial animal. He felt a surge of excitement. Who would believe such a petite woman could capture such a large wild boar? The combined weight of these items was considerable, yet Lin Yue carried them effortlessly, earning his admiration. It was no wonder she possessed hunting prowess. For an establishment like a tavern, having multiple sources of game meant increased clientele, especially from those who relished wild delicacies. Manager Zhang recognized Lin Yue as an extraordinary individual. An additional source of game would surely enhance his business. The meat was exceptionally fresh, and acknowledging that this was likely her first foray into selling game, he decided to foster goodwill. "I shall purchase the meat. Wild chickens are 80 won each, the wild rabbit 101, and wild boar meat 50 won per gene. How's that sound to you?" Lin Yue nodded. Being new to selling game, she was uncertain of the pricing but had observed the market rates for meat, believing they were comparable. While weighing the meat, Manager Zhang felt a twinge of regret and made a point to advise her. "If the game were alive, you could earn an additional 21 per piece. Unbutchered wild boar could fetch even more. In the future, if you happen to hunt fresh game, it would be wise to bring it directly to me. I can offer you a better price." "Very well." Lin Yue readily agreed. The wild boar meat weighed 35 gene, totaling 1,751. Combined with the 2 wild chickens and the wild rabbit, the total came to 2,010 won, equating to 2 liang and 10 won. After weighing, Manager Zhang presented her with 2 liang of silver and an additional 10 won. He courteously escorted her to the door, advising her to bring any future goods directly to Tian Xiangge, which would purchase all. Though the tavern was modest, the people were admirable. In business, it is essential to be amiable and accommodating to ensure lasting success, rather than being insufferably pretentious. Yin Kalai Humph. It shall soon become a place with no patrons. After exchanging her goods for silver, Lin Yue began her shopping spree, purchasing 2 gene of bean oil, 2 gene of coarse salt, and 2 gene of fine flour. Most importantly, she visited the fabric shop to acquire bedding and materials. The mountain temperatures could drop unexpectedly, necessitating early preparations for cotton clothing. These expenses amounted to a significant portion of her funds, nearly 1 liang of silver spent on these items alone. Once her shopping was complete, she found herself with just over 1 liang of silver remaining. It was disheartening to see half her money dissipate so quickly. Thankfully, she had not spent it all. Lin Yue suddenly sensed something amiss. Lang appeared unsettled, and San Lang and Si Lang wore anxious expressions, yet De Lang was nowhere to be seen. Her instincts alerted her to the possibility of trouble. Where is De Lang? Lang cried out in distress. Lin Yue furrowed her brow, wondering how De Lang had ventured into the mountains. She crouched down, feeling a mix of urgency and gratitude. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of motherhood, as if these 4 boys were bound to her by an unbreakable bloodline. Whether this feeling stemmed from the original owner's emotions or something else, it was intense and palpable. Lang, you did well. I will go find Lang now. You stay at home and take care of your 2 younger brothers, all right? Lang nodded, watching Lin Yue exit the door and dash towards the mountains. However, Lin Yue was acutely aware that the peach tree lay in a valley, a location difficult to navigate. If one were to lose their way, they might stumble upon the cliffside. She dared not think further. De Lang was not the reckless type. Yet, she was mistaken. When she followed her memories to the peach tree, there was not a soul in sight. Upon closer inspection, it appeared someone had been there, as the grass bore the marks of footsteps. De Lang, Lin Yue called out while searching the vicinity. At that moment, De Lang found himself precariously dangling at the edge of the cliff, gripping a tree branch as thick as his wrist. The branch's sharp thorns had pierced his palm. Yet he dared not let go, his hand numb with pain. He was terrified. He had called for help, but after a long while, no one had come to his rescue, leaving him in a growing state of despair. He had no idea how long he had been holding on, only that if he fell, the 3 younger brothers would be left without his care, and the wicked woman might sell them. Clinging to that thought, he persevered. Just as he felt he could hold on no longer, his grip began to slip. At that moment, he heard Lin Yue's voice calling out. Is the wicked woman here? Is she looking for him? De Lang, where are you? The voice grew closer, and De Lang finally realized he was not imagining it. He wanted to respond, but his throat felt constricted, and tears blurred his vision. He had never felt such a combination of hatred for the wicked woman and a desperate longing for her presence. I'm here. Ultimately, he managed to utter a weak reply. Lin Yue, with her keen hearing, was already making her way towards him, following the traces of footsteps that sent shivers down her spine, fully aware of the cliff's presence. And indeed, she heard De Lang's faint voice. De Lang, are you all right? Just as she attempted to approach, De Lang suddenly shouted, Don't come any closer. But it was too late. The stone she stepped on shifted, and the wild jujube tree grew between the rocks, causing both the stone and the branch he clung to plummet. Da Lang, no! In a simultaneous outcry, Lin Yue lunged forward, grasping his wrist and pulling him towards her, but regrettably, despite her grip, they both tumbled down together, debris cascading around them, some narrowly missing, while others struck their bodies. Lin Yue shielded De Lang with one arm, while frantically grasping for anything to hold on to. In her panic, she seized a vine, which slowed their descent. With her elbows and legs protecting De Lang, she braced herself, enduring several painful bumps before finally stabilizing herself. Her knees and elbows were bloodied and bruised. Are you all right? De Lang, trembling with fear, remembered he was still just a child. At the moment of their fall, he wanted to stop Lin Yue, but she had bravely jumped down and caught him. The shock was immense. He could not utter the words wicked woman, and Mother got caught in his throat. I'm fine, hold on to me tightly. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, wrapping the vine around her wrist. De Lang tightened his grip, wrapping his legs around her waist and his arms around her neck. For the first time, he was in such close proximity to Lin Yue, and his heart raced with an unfamiliar sense of safety. Mother came to the mountains to find him. Mother risked everything to protect him. It dawned on him how extraordinary it felt to be shielded by his mother. This time, she did not abandon him. His eyes grew warm while hanging on the branch. He had thought of many things, but never did he imagine his mother would come looking for him and risk everything to save him. Now, he believed that she had genuinely changed and she was not a monster. Monsters would possess powers, perhaps even the ability to fly. Yet she had simply jumped down without any magic. Lin Yue clung to the vine, glancing down, completely unaware of De Lang's mental narrative. Below were jagged rocks. Falling meant certain death. The only option was to ascend slowly. Fortunately, the cliff was not too steep, having a slight incline. If they fell any further, they would truly be in dire straits. She could only hope that the vine was sturdy enough. After surveying her surroundings, she found a stable rock to stand on. The Lang is in my way. Step on my knee and carefully maneuver to my back so I can find a way to climb up. All right. Da Lang steadied himself, cautiously stepping onto Lin Yue's bent thigh, slowly shifting to her back. Once he was securely positioned, Lin Yue bent herself to prevent him from slipping. After he found his balance, Lin Yue exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, I'm going to start climbing up. Hold on tight. Be careful. As Lin Yue began to ascend, she noticed the vine seemed to be swaying precariously. Oh no, it could not withstand the weight of both of them, and was on the verge of snapping. Perhaps their earlier struggle had caused a protruding rock to nearly sever the vine. Oh heavens, please hold on just a little longer. She spotted a jutting rock above and carefully shifted towards it, preparing to land there. As she successfully perched atop the large stone, her mind was still in a haze. From the moment they fell until now, she had acted purely on instinct, not realizing she could utilize the space around her. It was only now that it dawned on her. However, even if she entered the space, she would still have to descend again when she came out, experiencing the sensation of weightlessness once more. Never mind. It was better to avoid that ordeal. Are you all right? Da Lang, noticing her silence, felt disheartened. Did she regret coming to find him? Or did she regret jumping down to save him, resulting in her injuries and now being trapped here? Lin Yue glanced down at Da Lang, whose hands were covered in blood, his arms scraped and bruised, with some wounds already scabbing over, revealing raw flesh that looked quite alarming. I'm fine. We need to tend to your injuries quickly. Da Lang closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. Her concern seemed to amplify the pain in his injuries, yet he held back his tears, not wanting to appear weak or utter harsh words. I'm fine. Don't be stubborn. I will protect you well. Lin Yue felt a pang of sympathy for Da Lang. She could see he was trying desperately not to cry. Hanging on the cliff, he must have felt utterly helpless and desperate. Da Lang's tears fell silently. She looked up, realizing that climbing up would require significant strength. Since she had left home in the morning, she had been walking, and even the best stamina was nearly spent, making it imperative to replenish her energy. She could no longer afford to conceal her secret. Lin Yue closed her eyes, pulling out 2 bottles of milk and 2 packages of compressed biscuits, pretending not to notice Da Lang's tears. Let's eat something to replenish our strength. I will carry you up later. Don't be afraid. I am here. Da Lang's eyes widened, forgetting to wipe away his tears. She produced food, and it was something he had never seen before. Strange bottles, peculiar biscuits. Could it be that she truly was a monster? Just moments ago, he thought she was not a monster, and now, he felt utterly contradicted. In her embrace just moments ago, he felt nothing amiss, yet now she astonishingly produced food from her belongings. Lin Yue feigned ignorance, choosing to overlook his astonishment. But considering she would need to frequently provide nourishment, she elaborated, "This is milk, rich in nutrients, and these are biscuits." Milk? Could it be the milk of wild buffalo? Yet how delightful it tastes. And these petite biscuits, after consuming just one, he felt quite satiated. He had heard tales from his grandfather about deities and spirits who required no sustenance, sometimes surviving on mere morsels for days. Could she be a spirit of sorts, albeit lacking in power? Had Lin Yue known that Da Lang was indulging in such fanciful thoughts, she would have surely found it amusing. After finishing their meal and resting a while, Lin Yue sensed her strength had nearly returned. With Da Lang on her back, she began her ascent. She had already observed that the cliff they had fallen from possessed a slight incline. With her agility, climbing should not pose much difficulty. What is that? A cave? Not sensing any reaction from Da Lang on her back, Lin Yue felt the warmth of the arms wrapped around her neck. Oh no! Alarmed and frightened, with injuries sustained, it seemed Da Lang might be succumbing to fever. They must take refuge in that cave. The cave was modest in size, barely accommodating 2 adults. The ground was strewn with scattered twigs and remnants of dried bird droppings. Lin Yue shuffled the debris with her foot, clearing a small space to set the feverish Da Lang down. She attempted to summon the space for healing, but found it could not accept another person at this time. She entered alone to search. Though the medicinal area was inaccessible, she discovered a box of antipyretics, along with iodine and gauze in a medicine fridge. Could it be that in emergencies, the space automatically dispenses medication? Chapter 24. Da Lang calls for his mother with a sense of confusion, Lin Yue emerged with the medicine, administering the antipyretic to Delang and cleansing his wounds with mineral water before bandaging them, then tending to her own injuries. There was no time to waste. They must continue their ascent. Therefore, Lin Yue hoisted Delang once more, utilizing the vines that hung from the cave's ceiling to climb higher. No, Dalong, rest assured, I shall not abandon you. All you must do now is believe in me. Delang's throat tightened, rendering him speechless, yet he clung to her even more tightly. Suddenly, Lin Yue stepped onto loose stones, sending them tumbling down, and perspiration beaded on her forehead. What close call! Thankfully, her reflexes were quick. But wait. Oh no! The vine had snapped. Dalong, cover your head, she shouted swiftly, yanking Delang from her back. In that instant as the vine broke, she seized the opportunity to throw him back into the cave where they had rested, while she herself plummeted downwards. Alas, after climbing for so long, it was all in vain. Mother! Delang's heart-wrenching cries echoed from the cliff. He could scarcely believe Lin Yue had sacrificed herself to save him. Below lay a treacherous pile of rocks. Should he fall, he dared not contemplate the consequences. In that moment, all resentment towards Lin Yue vanished. All he wished for was her survival, to hear her name upon his lips. Mother! Mother! After calling those words in his heart countless times, Delang finally broke down. Had he not longed to call her mother? Why did it take a life-threatening moment for him to utter it? He should have spoken sooner. Now, she could hear him no more, just as he had begun to feel the warmth of her presence. The moment he called her mother, he lost her. If she were to perish, he would carry the weight of regret for a lifetime. Peering down from the cave's mouth, he saw only darkness, devoid of any sign of her, as tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Mother! Mother! As Delang wept bitterly, he suddenly heard someone calling. Mother! Dalong! It was Erlang. Indeed, it was the voice of Erlang. Had they come searching for them in the mountains? Imagining Erlang's distress upon learning their mother had fallen, Delang felt the weight of sorrow. Above the cliff, flickers of fire illuminated the scene. It was indeed Erlang, accompanied by villagers in search of them. There's crying, it is Delang. Hearing Erlang's voice intensified Delang's sorrow. Erlang, I am here. Quickly, save mother. She has fallen. Delang waved his hand towards the top, crying out with all his might. Elder brother, the village chief. My elder brother is over there. Erlang heard his voice, astonished and elated. Yet it seemed he did not grasp the urgency of the situation. Elder brother, do not cry. We will rescue you. Mother is coming to find you. Have you seen her? Delang, are you all right? Can you move? It was the village chief's voice. Evidently, Erlang had found him and gathered villagers to assist. Chief, I'm fine, I can move. Please, hurry and save mother. She has fallen. This time, those above finally understood. Elder brother, what did you say? You mean mother has fallen? Oh no, mother. Mother has fallen. The village chief and old Yi, feeling a weight of dread, glanced downward into the abyss, which remained shrouded in darkness. From such a height, was survival still possible? Erlang, do not cry just yet. Delang, I will pull you up first, and then we will devise a plan to save your mother. I am throwing down a rope, tied around your waist, and we will pull you up. Moments later, a rope descended. Delang tied it around his waist, and the villagers began to pull him upwards. Yet he strained to keep his eyes peeled, searching for any sign of Lin Yue below, but the darkness revealed nothing. Despair grew within him. He could not afford to cry. He needed to regain composure and find a way to rescue his mother. Chief, it is like this. Delang fought through his sorrow to recount the events swiftly. Chief, I beg you, send someone down to save my mother. The village chief and old Yi exchanged a glance, both reflecting pain in their eyes. Falling from such a height, the chances of survival were slim. No, chief. We will remain here with you. The two men were resolute, and the chief had no choice but to allow them to wait. Old Yi and his son, familiar with the mountain's terrain, prepared to lead a group around to the base of the cliff. The chief instructed Lin Yue and Lu Changjin to descend using the rope, going as deep as possible. A dual approach was devised in hopes of locating Lin Yue. Just as they prepared to split up, a voice echoed from below. Is anyone up there? Mother. It is mother. Delang and Erlang called out in delight. The crowd was equally thrilled. Delang's mother was alive. Just at the very cave where Delang had rested, a faint silhouette appeared. In truth, the moment Lin Yue had thrown Delang to safety, she had entered the space and, upon emerging, grasped another vine, managing to climb back to the original cave without falling too far. Hearing voices above, along with Delang and Erlang's cries. She surmised that villagers had come searching for them. Is that Delang's mother? Are you unharmed? Village chief, I am well. Upon hearing that she was unharmed, everyone exhaled in relief. Very well, I shall throw down the rope and pull you up. The rope was tossed once more, and Lin Yue secured it around her waist, wrapping it around her wrist as well. With the villagers pulling her up, she needed to exert minimal effort, relying on her feet for leverage as she climbed. As soon as she regained her footing, Delang and Erlang rushed towards her. Mother, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. Delang said you had fallen. I feared. All right, I am safe. Do not cry, do not cry. Delang, how are you? Upon noticing Lin Yue's concern for him, warmth surged through Delang's heart. Had it not been for her selflessness in saving him, she would not have fallen. Thankfully, she was safe, or he would have lived in shadow for the rest of his life. I'm fine. That is good to hear. What did you just call me? Lin Yue had heard it. Delang called her mother. It was worth risking her life to save him. The child had finally broken through. Mother. Delang earnestly called once more. At long last, he no longer worried that she could not hear him. How fortunate that she was still alive. At this very moment, the hearts of the mother and son had never been so closely entwined. Everything is well. Everything is well indeed. Delang Yang, your fate is truly remarkable. You are surely destined for a life of blessings. The village chief sighed in awe. It was the first time he had witnessed someone fall from a cliff and emerge unscathed. Erlang felt quite proud, thinking that his mother must be a transformed spirit, possessing supernatural powers. If she were an ordinary person, she would have surely been shattered to pieces. Chapter 25. Mother and son rescued village chief, Yilao Dai. We are sorry for causing you concern. We appreciate everyone coming to find us at this late hour. Lin Yue expressed her gratitude to the crowd, which included several young men who had helped at her home a few days prior, each carrying a torch. Big sister, how'd you get up here? Delang said you fell down. Such a high cliff. Below are all those jagged rocks. We thought you, oh, what a foolish mouth I have. Lu Chongjin slapped himself lightly on the cheek, peering down again, feeling a chill run through him, his respect for Lin Yue growing even further. I was fortunate. I got caught by a tree and was quite disoriented for a while. I noticed the cave was not far, so I climbed up using the vines. Thank goodness you were still here. Lin Yue briefly recounted her tale, glossing over the details. She certainly could not disclose that she had a magical artifact, could she? Yilao Dai observed her disheveled state, noting the numerous injuries on her body. This woman's courage and bravery were truly commendable. She dared to hunt wild boars and scale cliffs. He retrieved a small bottle from his pocket. I have some medicine for your wounds, Delang Yang. Please treat your injuries first. Lin Yue accepted the bottle with a thank you, recognizing it as hemostatic powder, and turned to sprinkle some on her more severe wounds. Once she finished tending to her injuries, the village chief quickly urged everyone to descend the mountain. It is dark, and the mountains are unsafe. We should hurry down. Yes. San Lang and Si Lang are waiting at home. Let's leave promptly. Lu Chongjin carried Delang on his back, while Lin Yue helped Erlang, and together they made their way down the mountain. On the way, Lin Yue learned that Erlang had been anxious at home and had intended to seek the village chief, but upon encountering Lu Chongjin, they proceeded to the chief's home together. Despite any previous grievances, the village chief could not afford a delay in such a life-threatening matter and quickly summoned a few young men to carry torches and search the mountain, with Erlang leading the way to their location. Yilao Dai, familiar with the mountains, knew of a cliff in this area and headed directly there, where they indeed heard Delang's voice. Truly, the heavens had blessed Lin Yue with such fortitude. Even the seasoned hunters who often traversed the mountains admired her. To fall from a cliff and still manage to carry Delang back up, such strength is not something an ordinary person could achieve. It is no wonder she was able to hunt wild boars. No one could have anticipated that this previously erratic Lin Yue would emerge as such a remarkable individual. Your skills are quite impressive. Perhaps I used to be like this? I cannot recall. I have forgotten everything from before. She had a reputation for her forgetfulness, not even remembering who the fathers of the four brothers were, making her lack of memory a convenient excuse. The village chief's perception began to shift. Initially, he thought that Delang had merely lost his way, and Lin Yue had followed him and also gotten lost. He had completely overlooked the fact that Lin Yue was a woman who had hunted wild boars. Little did he know they had faced life and death. To fall from a cliff and still cling to the vines to reach the cave Perhaps even the Qin brothers could not have accomplished such a feat. Lin, you should not be underestimated. With this thought, the village chief's previous discontent towards her dissipated. Upon returning home, Lu Zhenju was with the Qing and Qing, keeping San Lang and Si Lang company. Before leaving, Lu Zhenju reminded Yue, if anything happens, let Lang come find us. All right. After seeing them off, Lang, San Lang, and Si Lang all leaned on the bed, watching the Lang. Mother, when will the Lang wake up? Should be soon. Mother, are your injuries all right? Hearing Lang mention the injuries, San Lang and Si Lang also looked at Lin Yue, noticing her disheveled appearance and torn clothing, feeling a pang of discomfort. The bad woman saved Lang, but got hurt herself. If it weren't for this bad woman, Lang might have fallen to his death. I am fine. You all take care of Lang. I will wash up and change into something else. Having endured so much, both mentally and physically drained, she urgently needed a moment of solitude. Okay. After Lin Yue left, Lang glanced at San Lang and Si Lang, speaking in a voice filled with dread. Today, we almost lost our mother. Not long ago, he had wished for a life without her, but now he could not bear the thought of Lin Yue dying. Now you believe that mother has changed, right? Today, when Big Brother fell from the cliff, she jumped down to save him, injuring herself in the process. Even if you do not forgive her now, you cannot remain silent forever, can you? Lang had begun his campaign to win over Lin Yue. San Lang and Si Lang exchanged glances. It was not that they were unwilling to speak, but they felt Lin Yue did not treat them as kindly as she did Lang. They had never been abandoned, so they could not understand that feeling. Lang was speaking from a place of privilege, yet he was correct. They too wished for a mother who cherished them. I'm so ugly. She must not like me. When I bathe, she doesn't even hug me. San Lang felt disheartened. It was not that he did not want to speak, but he was unsure of what to say. Sometimes he unconsciously wished to hide his injuries from her, although he sensed her disappointment when he avoided her. Why did she not try to reach out to him as she did with Lang? Si Lang glanced at his leg. His leg would never heal. Growing up, he would be a cripple. She would surely not love a cripple. If she did not care for him, she would not have sold them to Niu Jiao to settle debts. When he pleaded with her, she did not show any mercy. And now that he had become a cripple, she would be even less inclined to do so. Lang sighed quietly. What could he do? He felt helpless. What is the matter with you? Lang opened his eyes, immediately noticing his 3 younger brothers, each looking despondent. Big Brother is awake. Lang quickly brought him a bowl of water, noticing his eyes searching around. Are you looking for mother? Lang lowered his eyes. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Si Lang reached out to touch his forehead. It was no longer hot, but he was drenched in sweat. Lang grasped Si Lang's hand, aware that he was worried about him. Yet since the incident with Niu Jiao, Si Lang had rarely spoken. In truth, he was sensitive and perceptive. He had once been the most considerate among the 4 brothers. I'm fine. She gave me medicine. In front of San Lang and Si Lang, Lang suddenly felt a sense of betrayal, reminiscent of the feelings they had when Lang first called for their mother. Lang recounted the events on the mountain in detail, especially how Lin Yue had thrown him into the cave, and when he fell, the expressions on the faces of the 3 brothers changed, as if they had experienced it themselves. You no longer call her the bad woman. You call her mother now? San Lang's expression was neutral, revealing neither joy nor discontent. Lang fell silent. At that moment, he too had been unsure why he felt that way. Only that he feared losing her, a deep pain welling up in his heart, prompting him to call out instinctively. Lang glanced around, confused about their internal struggle. As long as their mother continued to be good to them, surely one day they would all call her mother, right? How wonderful it is to call her mother. She would hug and kiss them, lifting them high. We do not know who our father is. If we lost our mother again, wouldn't that be tragic? I don't want a father. The moment Lang's words left his mouth, the 3 brothers glared at him with fierce eyes. Lang spoke with bitterness. Despite their reluctance, they must harbor the need for a mother, especially one who treated them well. After today's brush with death, Lang was unwilling to lose this mother. Regardless of the circumstances, if one has never possessed something from the outset, perhaps the absence would not be as painful. However, to have once owned something and then to lose it is the true punishment of fate. Even with a father present, we shall not acknowledge him. Lang reiterated. That irresponsible man, whomever he may be, will not be recognized. Indeed, we shall not recognize him. A scoundrel, Lang boasted, yet within his heart, he pondered that if his mother favored that rogue, he would begrudgingly do the same. He had once overheard his mother utter those two words, which must surely be a curse directed at that negligent father, correct? Upon entering, Lin Yue noticed the four brothers appeared quite irate. Were they in need of some coaxing? She recalled that she had yet to unpack the items she purchased today, almost forgetting she had acquired quite a few things in town. Lin Yue retrieved the bamboo basket and began to unveil her purchases one by one. This is candy for you, Delang. Please share it with your younger brothers. I also bought bedding, so please come down while I prepare the bed anew. Delang accepted the candy from Lin Yue, and a flicker of joy passed across the faces of the four brothers. Candy. They had received a mere morsel of sugary remnants from Mao. Yet this was truly delightful. Thank you, mother. Delang distributed one piece to each brother, while Erlang, unwilling to consume his, hurried to present it to Lin Yue. Mother, please have a taste. Lin Yue bent down, symbolically giving a swift lick to the candy Erlang held aloft, though she barely made contact. Nevertheless, Erlang beamed with delight. Is it sweet? Yes, it is. Thank you, Erlang. Lin Yue enveloped him in a warm embrace. The other three brothers gazed at their candy, suddenly finding it less appealing. They too wished to share with their mother and receive a hug in return. However, Delang hesitated, feeling shy and failing to take that step. It's all Erlang's fault, showing off. Sam Lang and Si Lang hesitated, but ultimately abandoned the thought, quietly savoring their candy. They had once been abandoned by their mother. Delang and Erlang could not comprehend that feeling. At bedtime, Lin Yue intentionally allowed Delang to sleep beside her, preventing the others from inadvertently touching his wounds. Delang appeared composed on the surface, yet his heart fluttered with excitement. Sleeping next to her was indeed a different experience. Her body was fragrant and soft, just as Erlang had described. Mother, this bed is so soft. It is our first time sleeping on such a comfortable bed, with new quilts. The scent of the new quilts is delightful, Delang and Erlang whispered, while Sam Lang and Si Lang also inhaled deeply the fragrance of the bedding. We are all tired from today. Let us sleep. In the future, I will buy you new clothes to wear. Our family shall live a happy life. Lin Yue concluded, tucking them in, reflecting on the day's events, which had been truly exhilarating. Lin Yue dreamed once more, and it was the same dream as before, a man with an indistinct face, leading her through the darkness. This time, she even took the initiative to embrace him. Even in her dreams, the sensations felt remarkably real. Holding his hand made every pore of her body exclaim comfort. Embracing him was even more profound. That was why she felt so compelled to be close to him. The closer she was, the more invigorated she felt. What kind of dream was this? Upon awakening, Lin Yue sensed her body had indeed transformed. Although not yet restored to her pinnacle from her previous life, it was significantly improved. More astonishingly, her injuries had healed considerably. This body possessed such remarkable self-healing abilities. It appeared as if she had been rejuvenated by some ethereal essence. How incredible it was to achieve such results without exercise. The space. Upon entering the space, she discovered new changes. The usable area had visibly expanded. How wondrous! To achieve this effect merely from a dream. Lin Yue marveled quietly, hoping to experience such delightful dreams each night. The tale of Delang and his mother plummeting from the cliff spread throughout the village by the following day. The blind grandmother, accompanied by the inconsolable Xiao Xiao, sought out Lin Yue. You, Xiao Xiao remarked. Delang fell from the cliff while searching for peaches for Cui Hua. We owe him an apology. Blind grandmother, we are all fine now. Do not dwell on it. Lin Yue comforted the blind grandmother while giving Delang a knowing glance. Xiao Xiao, I am well, see? Delang clumsily spun around in place, finally managing to coax a smile from Xiao Xiao. The two then strolled hand in hand to converse privately. Who would have thought that Delang possessed such charm with women? Are you all right? Chunchi informed me. I was so anxious. I couldn't sleep a wink all night. The blind grandmother scrutinized Lin Yue, observing that her injuries had lessened in severity, which eased her worries considerably. If it weren't for Cui Hua's severe reaction, Xiao Xiao wouldn't be so distressed. Delang is a good child. When he came to exchange goods last time, he was still concerned about this matter. Alas, it's my fault. Had I intervened sooner, you and T have had to suffer this ordeal. Blind grandmother, it's nothing. However, Cui Hua's reaction seems rather extreme. Perhaps you should find some reed root and ginger, boil them into a tea for her to alleviate her symptoms. The blind grandmother appeared surprised. You, You even understand herbal medicine? I learned about it during my own pregnancy. The blind grandmother nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Lin Yue had given birth to quadruplets, so she was certainly knowledgeable. It wouldn't hurt to try. Both ingredients are common and harmless, so it's worth a shot for Cui Hua. Having procured a large iron pot from Dong Caixia, Lin Yue felt compelled to visit the Qin family, as Qin Posey was indeed a benefactor to her family. Moreover, she could not let her medical skills go to waste. Is anyone home? Lin Yue carried 2 fish and scooped up 2 pounds of rice exchanged from the villagers. Arriving at the Qin household, the small courtyard was filled with herbs drying in the sun, likely gathered from the mountain, filling the air with a fragrant medicinal aroma. Who is it? Dong Caixia called out while emerging from the house. The Lang's mother. What brings you here? Please come in. She warmly grasped Lin Yue's hand and led her into the main room, where 2 young girls of about 10 were sorting herbs. Upon seeing Lin Yue, they greeted her before hastily fetching water. Sister Caixia, I came to check on Annie. Please accept these items. Dong Caixia stared at the bounty, momentarily taken aback, her eyes reddening. This is too much. Your family has a heart. How can you bring so much? Lin Yue placed the items on the table. Sister, do not be polite. This is merely a trade for the wild boar meat I provided. I always find a way. Dong Caixia wiped her eyes. It had been quite a while since anyone from the village visited, with the 2 men gone to town seeking work. It was only she and her sister Jin Xia left to care for the children at home, and Qin Posey's condition was deteriorating. Qin Posey's illness had drained the family's resources over the years, nearly exhausting their means. Had it not been for her 2 sons' devotion, tirelessly seeking work, they would have long succumbed to hardship. Yet, the family bore no resentment, for the good days they once enjoyed were thanks to their mother-in-law. Qin Posey resided in the west room. Frail and emaciated, she could hardly ingest any food, lacking nourishment, and unable to rise from her bed, she could only lie there. Her 2 daughters-in-law cared for her diligently. The room was clean, with only a faint scent of herbs lingering and aside from her gaunt appearance. She was remarkably fresh and tidy. Mother, do you remember the quadruplets from the village? Their mother Lin Yue has come to see you, Dong Caixia gently inquired. Qin Posey opened her eyes, gradually regaining some light. Yes, I remember. They are pitiable souls. Is her mind well now? Lin Yue stepped forward, taking her hand and checking her pulse. Auntie, I am Lin Yue. I am well now, not mad anymore. I heard you were ill, so I came to see you. Qin Posey revealed a faint smile. Although her words were somewhat feeble, they were still clear and fluent. How fortunate you are. To have given birth to 4 children in one go is indeed rare. According to Lin Yue's diagnosis, Qin Posey was afflicted with stomach cancer, though it seemed not yet in its advanced stages. If her medications were effective, the illness could still be managed, allowing Qin Posey a few more years of life. Noticing her lack of vitality, Lin Yue chose not to linger, offering her a few words of comfort before exiting the room. Caixia, is there truly no remedy for Auntie's illness? Dong Caixia shook her head, her eyes reddening once more. Initially, we managed to sustain her with medication, and she could still consume some thin porridge. However, as we faced mounting financial difficulties, my mother became reluctant to continue her treatment. The doctor, seeing our plight, advised us to gather herbs from the mountains ourselves, which we consumed sporadically. Lin Yue recalled that Dong Caixia had injured her leg while foraging for herbs. Although gathering medicinal plants was a means of saving money, the vast array of species made it challenging to procure the necessary ingredients, and preparation was no trivial task. Did Jin Xia go foraging today? Yes, since my leg became incapacitated, I have relied entirely on her for gathering. Sometimes, she takes the 2 children along, and the herbs must be sorted promptly. Today, she went alone. Lin Yue had heard from Lu Zhenju that Dong Caixia and Dong Jinxia were sisters, married to 2 brothers of the Qin family, resulting in a harmonious relationship among the siblings and in-laws. Their family was admired by the entire village for their unity and love, but unfortunately, Qin Posey's illness had plunged them into despair. Despite the hardships, they remained resolute. Lin Yue genuinely wished to assist this commendable family. Upon returning home, she accessed her spatial storage, recalling the timely appearance of antipyretic medicine in the refrigerator when she was at the cliff's edge. She hoped to find a miraculous remedy for stomach cancer within its depths to aid the Qin family. Indeed, upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered a vial of extraordinary medicine. It appeared the system possessed such capabilities, While the equipment remained unusable for now, it still provided her with surprises in times of crisis. Excellent. This golden finger truly proved its worth. Finding a sheet of oil paper, she carefully wrapped half of the contents from the vial and pondered her words before heading to the Qin family. Kaixia, to be honest, I encountered an elderly man with a white beard in the mountains. He bestowed upon me a packet of medicine, and after consuming it, my mind cleared up. Dong Kaixia was momentarily stunned, her face gradually lighting up with joy. Really? Could it be that a celestial being has shown mercy? Seeing her belief in her words, Lin Yue continued, I think so too. After my recovery, I specifically sought him out in the mountains, but I couldn't find even a trace of him. It felt quite miraculous. Dong Kaixia grasped Lin Yue's hand tightly. You, is what you say truly genuine? Do you have more medicine? Are you willing to share it with us? Lin Yue placed the medicine in her hand, urging her, Kaixia, your aunt is my great benefactor. There is no question of willingness. Please give this medicine to your aunt to try. 1 pill a day, dissolved in water. If it proves effective, I shall provide you with the remainder. However, this matter must remain a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Dong Kaixia unwrapped the oil paper, revealing the extraordinary pills, which she had never seen before. At first glance, she sensed they were no ordinary concoction, further solidifying her belief that Lin Yue had encountered a divine being. No wonder your illness improved so quickly. You are truly blessed. Dong Kaixia was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly knelt before Lin Yue, who quickly prevented her from doing so. Sister-in-law, your family is also fortunate. You will all endure this challenge. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Look at me. Lin Yue understood her intent and quickly interrupted. Sister-in-law, do not mention it. Had it not been for Auntie, my mother and I would not have survived until now. Perhaps it is Auntie's accumulated blessings that allowed me to assist her through this divine intervention. The villagers in the mountain hamlet believed in the supernatural, and to describe the origins of the pills, Lin Yue felt compelled to weave a mystical narrative. Fortunately, Dong Kaixia was an honest person, willing to accept her claims. And with her past experiences, Lin Yue's words held greater weight. Sister-in-law, I must take my leave. You should administer the medicine to your aunt. And remember to come find me if it proves effective. Zong Kaixia bidi niwe fawai. Clutching the small paper package as she made her way to the kitchen. She carefully dissolved the pill in water and brought it to Qin Posey, explaining its origin. Chapter 27. Erlang is willing to test the medicine on his mother upon hearing this. Qin Posey's eyes sparkled. She believed even more than Dong Kaixia that Lin Yue had indeed encountered a divine being. How else could a person with a muddled mind suddenly regain clarity? She felt rejuvenated and attempted to sit up. Let's give it a try. After all, my condition is what it is. How much worse could it possibly get? If Lin Yue has recovered, then surely this child would not deceive us. She stipulated, let it be known, even if I were to perish, you must not blame her. One must acknowledge that the admirable character of Qin Posey's family was not without reason. It stemmed from their strong moral foundation. Mother, you mustn't speak such morbid words. If you can recover, you will surely be well. Dong Kaixia supported her mother-in-law, helping her drink the entire bowl of water. Mother, what does the medicine taste? Qin Posey smacked her lips, noting its lack of flavor, colorless and tasteless, almost akin to celestial water. After a while, feeling no immediate effects, she reasoned that the medicine's efficacy might not be instantaneous. Instead, she found her eyelids growing heavier, a desire for sleep overtaking her. This was indeed remarkable, for she typically suffered from pain that robbed her of rest, leaving her in a daze. Now, she longed for a deep slumber, prompting Dong Kaixia to assist her in lying down, choosing to remain by her side. Sister, what is the matter? Why do you sit here keeping watch? The two sisters referred to each other as sisters in private, but adopted the title of sisters-in-law in the presence of outsiders. Jin Xia, seeing her sister tending to their mother, felt a twinge of apprehension. It's nothing, Jin Xia. Do you know who visited today? She recounted Lin Yue's visit and the delivery of the medicine. After listening, Jin Xia pondered but remained skeptical. Sister, is this medicine reliable? I believe Lin Yue would not harm us. We have nothing to gain from this. As for our mother's health, she sighed. Still, she said that even if it proves ineffective, we must not blame her. Moreover, she herself recovered after taking this medicine. So if that elderly man truly is a divine being, perhaps our mother too may be saved. Despite her doubts, Jin Xia did not voice any opposition. I see Mother sleeping more soundly than ever. I hope this medicine truly can save her. Currently, they had no other options. Relying on their foraged herbs would not sustain them for long. The men and children of the household were laboring diligently outside, striving to earn a meager income. If their mother's health could improve, it would undoubtedly bring hope for a better future. As they conversed, Qin Posey stirred awake. Mother, how do you feel? I sense something different. After a good sleep, I feel more energetic. Kaixia, I am hungry. That is splendid news. Mother, I shall prepare a meal for you. The two sisters were overcome with joy, unsure how to adequately express their gratitude to Lin Yue. Jin Xia hurried off to the kitchen to cook. You must remember, this matter concerning the medicine must not be divulged to anyone. If it proves effective, Lin Yue will become our family's savior. Do you understand? Mother, you needn't worry. We understand. We will not breathe a word of this. Qin Posey, trusting in her daughter's-in-law's character, felt reassured. Days passed, and Qin Posey began to be able to consume some food. Regaining her strength, and even managing to sit in the sun in the courtyard with the support of her daughter-in-law. Mother, this medicine is truly miraculous. I must go tell you. Does she still have more medicine? Lin Yue's supply would last only a week, and Dong Kaixia contemplated retrieving the remaining medicine. Yu had promised that if it was effective, she would provide the rest. Fetch that small box from under my bed. Qin Posey pointed beneath the bed. The contents of the small box represented her sole treasure. Even during the most trying times, her daughters-in-law never considered touching it. Nai, go summon Jin Xia, she instructed. Dong Saixia responded and went out to call her sister. She understood that the small box was the last bastion of the Qin family's pride. And though a vague apprehension lingered in her heart, she felt no desire to question it. When the two sisters entered the room, they saw Qin Posey gently caressing a pair of silver bracelets in her hands. They immediately recognized that these were the last remnants of value in her possession. I wore these bracelets on my wedding day, intending to leave them to both of you as a memento after my passing. However, since someone used the divine medicine to save my life, we have no means to repay this kindness. I thought to seek your opinions. Qin Posey hesitated, torn between her desire to part with the bracelets and her reluctance to do so for her daughters-in-law. Nai, you are right. That divine medicine is too precious. Our family could never repay Yu's life-saving grace. So Jin Xia and I do not wish to keep it. Let it be given to Yu as a token of our family's goodwill, they said sincerely, devoid of any greed for the precious items. Qin Posey wiped away her tears, repeatedly expressing her agreement as she held onto them tightly. Nai, you mustn't say such things. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would have been sold off by our family. You are our true mother. We must not speak of it again. Our family should unite in effort and live well. Qin Posey nodded, wrapping the silver bracelets in cloth and handing them to her eldest daughter-in-law. Saixia, you should visit Lin Yue later when no one is around. Dong Saixia replied, understanding Qin Posey's intent. Such matters should indeed be kept from prying eyes. Otherwise, the villagers would ask too many questions. As dusk fell and the villagers finished their evening meals, securing their doors, she carefully concealed the precious items, slung her basket filled with vegetables over her shoulder, and made her way to Lin Yue's house. With renewed hope for Qin Posey's health, a lightness replaced her previous burdens. Once, when their parents had passed away, the sisters were left in such dire poverty that they lacked even the means for a proper burial. Their possessions were ruthlessly seized by heartless relatives, who even threatened to sell them for silver to pay for their parents' funeral. Fortunately, they encountered Qin Posey, who purchased them for 10 taels of silver, ensuring their parents received a proper burial and granting the sisters their freedom, thereby creating a family. Despite Qin Posey's prolonged illness, they bore no resentment and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to her care. This is what it means to empathize. Sister Saixia, you have arrived. Lin Yue's voice broke through a reverie. Dong Saixia looked up, realizing she had already reached Lin Yue's home. Lin Yue was watering her vegetable garden and, from a distance, recognized Dong Saixia's figure. Yu, you're still busy at this hour? Upon seeing her, Dong Saixia felt an urge to kneel, for the medicine had proven both effective and precious. Sister, let's speak indoors. Lin Yue set down her watering can and pulled her inside. Dong Saixia quickly retrieved the cloth bundle from her embrace. Yu, my mother has been able to eat a bit after taking the medicine for the past few days. She sent this as a token of our family's gratitude. You must accept it. Lin Yue opened the cloth bundle, revealing the silver bracelets. then quickly wrapped them back up and attempted to return them. Dong Saixiao insisted. But Lin Yue continued, I cannot accept this at all. If you truly feel indebted, then send me some of your herbal remedies instead. You, what do you need those herbs for? To be honest, that old man with the white beard gifted me a medical book. I wish to learn how to treat the ailments of our 4 brothers. You know how they have suffered when I was not at my best. This is a way for me to make amends. Dong Saixiao was even more astonished. The old man had given Lin Yue a medical text, which felt akin to taking her as an apprentice. It seemed the old immortal recognized Lin Yue's potential, bestowing upon her both divine medicine and knowledge. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess such fortune? That sounds feasible. Should you require any herbs in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will have Jin Xia assist you in gathering them. Thank you, sister. Here are the remaining herbs. Please take them. As Dong Saixiao prepared to leave, she noticed a bundle of fabric spread out on the bed. Are you preparing to make winter clothing? Lin Yue nodded bashfully. What winter clothing? I have not even picked up a needle. Upon seeing the fabric, I regretted not saving more to buy ready-made garments. Even if the original owner could sew, I have no interest in such tasks. I would rather go up the mountain. Dong Saixiao understood immediately, approached to examine it, and then wrapped the fabric back up, placing it in her own basket. Sister, I must trouble you with this. My sewing skills are truly lacking. Very well. I will make you both a light outfit and a warm one from this fabric. How's that sound? That sounds wonderful. Thank you, sister. I will have Delang bring over some cotton. For what? This little bit is not heavy. Dong Saixiao picked up a bag of cotton from beside the bed and tucked it under her arm. Enough. You need not escort me. I shall be on my way. After she left, the 4 brothers whispered among themselves next door. Though they had not heard everything clearly, they understood that Lin Yue had given medicine to Qin Pozi, and her health was improving. She can actually heal. And what that old man with the white beard? Dolong Arlong exchanged glances, wondering if their mother was pulling a fast one. It seemed she was indeed a supernatural being, possessing a method to heal. Initially, Delang had doubted whether Lin Yue was truly extraordinary, but after witnessing her survive a fall from the cliff, he reconsidered. Their mother must be a creature of magic, protected by her own powers. Elder brother, mother has cured Qin Pozi. Delang acknowledged this with a grunt, recalling her earlier mention of needing herbs to treat them all. If only she could heal Erlang's hand, San Lang's face, and Si Lang's leg. Mother must have a way. They all believed she could. What you heard earlier must remain a secret. Do not speak of it. Understood? The 3 brothers exchanged knowing glances, aware of the importance of discretion. How could we say anything? If the villagers found out our mother was a supernatural being, they would be terrified. They might even burn her along with us. Erlang pondered his right hand, contemplating how he might actively seek his mother's aid for his ailment. Thinking perhaps he could even test her medicine if it was not yet perfected. He was quite clever. Later that night, as they prepared for bed, Erlang kvitli lin tovat Lin Yue's ea. Mother, we all know about your healing of Qin Pozi. I can help you test the medicine. What? This child wishes to test the medicine on himself. Does he not trust her? Erlang, do you want mother to treat your arm? Of course. It seemed this was a matter of great pride for him, prompting Erlang to cast a smug glance at Delang. Delang shot him a look, thinking him rather insufferable for reveling in such trivialities. Overcome with affection, Lin Yue felt her bond with the 4 brothers deepen. This child is so considerate, she thought. Embracing Erlang, I will ensure all your injuries are healed. Delang could not help but nuzzle against her arm, feeling shy yet content. San Lang and Si Lang turned away, slightly disheartened. Mother only dotes on Delang and Erlang. They're indeed the favored ones. One is an ugly duckling, and the other is a cripple, neither as charming or engaging as Erlang. If Lin Yue were to learn of their feelings, her heart would surely ache for them. The night grew cool, and the 4 brothers kicked off their blankets, prompting Lin Yue to cover them several times. As San Lang drifted between consciousness and slumber, he felt a pair of hands gently caressing his face, akin to feathers gliding softly over his skin or warm water flowing tenderly across his features, soothing and comforting. The following morning, the 2 children of the Qin family arrived early, presenting Lin Yue with an assortment of herbs meticulously categorized and arranged with care. Some had already been processed, indicating that their family had become quite adept at handling medicinal plants. Over the course of 2 days, Lin Yue diligently prepared these herbs, reclassifying them according to their medicinal properties. Ultimately, she concocted a formula designed to enhance physical vitality which she administered to the four Langjiang, ensuring their constitutions were well regulated. Xiao Nainai also brought over some vegetables to express her gratitude to Lin Yue. Sui Hua had followed her advice and consumed the prescribed remedy for several days, resulting in a significant alleviation of her morning sickness. Now, her appetite had improved considerably, much to Xiao Nainai's delight, who constantly sought ways to nourish her. Aigeku, your remedy is truly miraculous. As the two conversed, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted from the village, sending waves of alarm throughout. Fire! The ancestral hall is ablaze. Lin Yue stood at the doorway, peering into the village, where thick smoke billowed from the direction of the ancestral hall. Without hesitation, she grabbed a water bucket and sprinted towards the commotion, urging Xiao Nainai to take her time and not rush. Xiao Nainai, slow down. I'll go ahead to extinguish the flames. Hurry up. By the time Lin Yue arrived at the ancestral hall, a crowd had already gathered, each person struggling to manage their water buckets and wooden basins, looking quite disheveled. The interior of the hall was a scene of chaos, with the flames having been extinguished, leaving only smoke in their wake. Fortunately, the hall was situated close to the river, where villagers were washing clothes and quickly sprang into action to douse the fire, thus averting disaster. You little scoundrel! How dare you set the ancestral hall ablaze? Have you lost your mind? Niu Jiaojiao emerged from the hall, her expression fierce, each hand gripping a child, their faces blackened as if they had been singed by smoke and fire. Whose children are these? The villagers struggled to recognize them. Yet Lin Yue could see clearly. It was Sam Lang and Sai Lang. Niu Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Lin Yue stepped forward, and upon seeing her approach, Niu Jiaojiao flinched, inadvertently dropping Sam Lang and Sai Lang, who crumpled to the ground, clearly injured. Did you hit them? Fury surged within Lin Yue. This Niu Jiaojiao was truly incorrigible. Time and again, she bullied her children. If she didn't teach her a lesson now, she would never be able to hold her head high again. Niu Jiaojiao surveyed the crowd and, emboldened by the presence of witnesses, puffed out her chest defiantly. Lin Yue, your two children dared to set fire to the ancestral hall, and you still have the audacity to question me? What? Sam Lang and Sai Lang started the fire? The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Lin Yue furrowed her brow. Today, Darlang and Erlang had gone up the mountain with Da Qing and Erqing, and she had heard Darlang ask Sam Lang and Sai Lang if they wished to join. They had declined. So, could they truly have come here to set the fire? That did not seem plausible. Did they possess such audacity? Niu Jiaojiao, do not make baseless accusations until the facts are established. Whether Sam Lang and Sai Lang set the fire is not for you to decide. Lin Yue approached and scooped up Sam Lang and Sai Lang. Sam Lang's eyes were red, bravely holding back tears, while Sai Lang's eyes were tightly shut, his face contorted in pain. Sai Lang, your leg. Noticing Sai Lang's distress, she examined him closely, her anger flaring. She gently set Sam Lang down and seized Niu Jiaojiao by the collar, delivering several sharp slaps across her face before kicking her away with force. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Even Niu Jiaojiao herself, who only realized what had happened after being propelled several paces back. Ah, Lin Yue is going to kill me. You all see this. I caught the arsonist, and she is attacking me. Village chief, father, you must stand up for me. Niu Jiaojiao's wails echoed like a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Lin Yue had already cradled Sai Lang in her arms. He had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. His injured leg had been broken. Niu Jiaojiao, Sai Lang is just a child. Why did you use such brutal force to break his leg? What? Darlang's wife. Are you saying Sai Lang's leg is broken? The village chief turned to Niu Jiaojiao, pondering how harshly she had acted against a child. Hurry, Niu, go fetch a doctor. Seeing Lin Yue's belief in them, a hint of grievance flickered in Sam Lang and Sai Lang's eyes. Darlang's wife, rest assured, setting fire to the ancestral hall is no trivial matter. I will investigate thoroughly and will not let it slide. The village chief vowed, simultaneously indicating to Lin Yue that if it were indeed Sam Lang and Sai Lang who were responsible, he would hold them accountable as well. As for Sai Lang's leg, the original injury had caused the bone to heal crookedly, and if treated, it would require re-breaking the bone for proper alignment. Lin Yue had ways to spare Sai Lang from the pain of a broken leg, yet he had not managed to escape Niu Jiaojiao's cruelty. After providing Sai Lang with basic treatment, she entered her space and discovered, to her delight, that the refrigerator contained medication for treating leg injuries. Siling's leg could be healed. The bone-strengthening granules developed by the base had remarkable efficacy, specifically designed for severe injuries, such as broken limbs. She administered a painkiller first, and when Silang regained consciousness, she gave him the granules, then secured his leg with 2 wooden planks. My leg 1T heal, will it? Upon waking, Silang appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed despair and gloom, fearing that he would remain a cripple for life. No, your leg will heal. Take the medicine I give you, and it will mend, and you 1T walk with a limp. Really? Silang asked, his urgency evident, struggling to believe. He understood that Silang had lost hope for his leg, and if it could not be healed, Silang would likely never forgive Lin Yue and would suffer for a lifetime. But Lin Yue had cured Qin Posey. Surely she could heal Silang's leg, right? Trust me, will you? I will not deceive you. I will heal your leg. I promise you will be able to leap and dance. Lin Yue elaborated on her treatment plan to Silang and Silang, aiming to bolster their confidence. Even if Niu Jiaojiao had not broken Silang's leg, the leg would still require realignment. Otherwise, the bone would continue to grow crookedly. Although Silang had endured the agony of a broken leg, it was not in vain. This leg would not need to be re-broken for realignment. I have already corrected the misaligned part of the bone. This way, it will be completely healed. After hearing Lin Yue's repeated assurances and explanations, Silang's expression softened. In his heart, he wanted to trust Lin Yue, yet he was acutely aware of how difficult it was to heal a broken leg. Observing Silang's demeanor, she sensed his lingering doubts. She did not expect him to trust her outright, especially since Silang and Silang had yet to establish faith in her. Can you tell me what happened today? Silang glanced at Silang's leg, his expression becoming difficult to articulate, and his gaze towards Lin Yue carried a mix of grievance, disappointment, and sorrow. Mother. In the next chapter, she resolved that Niu Jiaojiao must pay for the leg she had harmed. Darling, you stay at home to care for Silang. Erlang, you and Silang will accompany me to the ancestral hall. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Silang was battered, and Silang's leg was broken. She intended to make those who harmed them pay dearly. Previously, she had never acted this way, often resorting to scolding them instead. How wonderful it felt to have someone to protect her. Recalling the gentle caress from last night, Silang suddenly comprehended why Darlang had so readily forgiven her. A mother who would go to any lengths to protect her children must indeed be a good mother, regardless of whether she was a monster. This was the kind of mother he had always longed for. Silang resolved not to dwell any longer and began recounting the events leading up to this incident to Lin Yue. Originally, he and Silang had always felt that Lin Yue harbored no affection for either of them. Reflecting on the torment inflicted upon them by Niu Jiaojiao and Jingui heir, they sought revenge. Consequently, the two clandestinely concealed themselves outside Jingui heir's residence, hoping to seize an opportunity. However, they were unexpectedly discovered by Niu Jiaojiao, who then brought them to the ancestral hall, a place seldom visited and thus quite secluded. Niu Jiaojiao, harboring hatred towards Lin Yue for having struck her, attempted to coerce Silang and Silang into assisting her against Lin Yue, but they refused. In retaliation, Niu Jiaojiao commanded Jingui heir to beat them, and when Silang resisted, she brutally broke his leg. Witnessing this, Silang rushed to protect Silang and desperately fought back. In the ensuing chaos, Jingui heir accidentally toppled the eternal flame lamp in the ancestral hall, igniting a sudden blaze. The door to the hall was typically locked. How could they possess a key? Erlang questioned, to which it was revealed that Jingui heir had stealthily pilfered his grandfather's key. Indeed, it was a stolen key. When you emerged, why did I not see Jingui heir? Did he flee? Silang nodded affirmatively, explaining that upon seeing the fire erupt, Jingui heir was paralyzed with fear, and Niu Jiaojiao ordered him to flee and hide. Thus, she falsely accused them of arson. The flames grew too fierce for her to dare extinguish them, prompting her to attempt an escape. While Silang clung to her leg, she even contemplated tossing him into the fire. I wielded a stick to combat the flames, yet they continued to blaze, forcing me to seek refuge with Silang in a side room, only to discover that Niu Jiaojiao was also hiding there. Eventually, people arrived to extinguish the fire, at which point Niu Jiaojiao accused us of being the arsonists. Lin Yue felt her anger surging. This Niu Jiaojiao was not only malicious, but also foolish and wicked. How dare she break Silang's leg and even wish to burn him alive? Truly despicable. Let's go to the village chief's house. Before the villagers, you shall recount the events once more. I wish to see how the village chief will handle this venomous woman. The three arrived at the village chief's residence, where the elder chief had also been summoned, along with the heads of each household. Niu Jiao knelt on the ground while Posey cradled Jin Gui air and wept bitterly. Oh, my poor grandson! How could he be cursed with such a mother? It seemed the village chief had already thoroughly investigated the matter. Upon seeing Lin Yue arrive with the children, the village chief's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It was his own kin who had caused such a grave incident, and how could he maintain his dignity? The Langyang, the matter has been clarified. It was Jin Gui who stole my key. They did not intentionally set the fire. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue understood that the arson incident was still not clearly delineated and that they were attempting to implicate San Lang and Si Lang. She was resolute in her refusal. San Lang, you shall speak. San Lang recounted the events once more, articulating each detail clearly. Despite his soft voice, his narrative was coherent and precise, with no points overlooked. He skillfully emphasized the crucial aspects without leaving traces of manipulation. Listening to him, Lin Yue recognized San Lang as a hidden talent. Who would have guessed that the usually taciturn San Lang was, in fact, a master of discourse? Everyone was rendered speechless. Was it true that all of this was orchestrated by Niu Jiao? She sought revenge on Lin Yue, brutally attacking children and even attempting to incinerate them? Such a malevolent woman truly belonged to their village? Niu Jiao's hair was disheveled, her clothing soiled, and her eyes, red with rage, denied all accusations. You little brats, how dare you slander me? You lie. Nonsense. This has nothing to do with me. Niu Jiao, you claim San Lang is lying. Then tell me, was it not Jin Gui who stole the key to the ancestral hall? Were you not the one who brought them to the hall? A few children could hardly unlock the ancestral hall's door, could they? The lock on the ancestral hall is specially crafted, not akin to the locks of ordinary homes, and no mere children could open it. Furthermore, how could Jin Gui possess enough strength to break Si Lang's leg? The barrage of questions seized Niu Jiao by the throat. In her fury, she had not considered these points, and moreover, she was accustomed to striking San Lang and Si Lang when they were at her home, with no one to intervene, not even her father-in-law. She never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. You may deny it. However, Jin Gui you tell us, is San Lang speaking the truth? Lin Yue turned to Jin Gui who was nestled in Li Posey's embrace, utterly terrified and reluctant to respond, burying his face deeper into her arms. Da Lang Miyang, how can you press a child so hard? Look at how frightened my Jin Gui is. Li Posey shot her a glare, tightly safeguarding her grandson. Jin Gui was her precious darling. It was merely a matter of striking someone, so why was Lin Yue clinging to it so tenaciously? Jin Gui had been spoiled by you all. He had a wicked mother and an indulgent grandmother. His future was indeed bright. The village chief discerned the sarcasm in her words, and his aged face flushed with indignation. Jin Gui's demeanor made it clear to all that San Lang spoke the truth, and at that moment, the village chief was filled with revulsion towards Niu Jiao. The women observing from outside the courtyard had long been intolerant of Niu Jiao, yet she was the village chief's daughter-in-law, and who would dare offend her? Previously, no one had the courage to confront her, but with Lin Yue's emergence, everyone felt a sense of relief. Lin Yue was not only opposing Niu Jiao, she was also challenging the village chief behind her. All the esteemed individuals of the village were present, even if the village chief wished to shield her. It would be difficult to accomplish. Jiao, why not simply apologize to the Langyang? Since the fire in the ancestral hall was not intentionally set, and no significant damage was incurred, the Langyang, let's not be so rigid. Lin Yue turned to the speaker, none other than Yi Nai. Niu Jiao's aunt. Nai spoke lightly. Yet my Si Lang's leg is broken. Whether it can heal is still uncertain. If I were to overlook this, then let Niu Jiao pay a leg in restitution. You what? Pay a leg? Where do you derive such audacity? Jiao is the village chief's daughter-in-law. If you do not wish to remain in Yijia village, no one will stop you. Observe this arrogant tone. She is truly a prime example of leveraging power. Lin Yue, instead of becoming enraged, chuckled, turning to the village chief. Village chief, do you share the sentiment? Chapter 30. This is called deserved. The village chief shot a fierce glare at Yi Nai, reproaching her for speaking out unnecessarily. Was she not placing him in a precarious position? If he were to act in that manner, would the villagers still respect him as their chief? Or the village chief's wife? Even officials maintain that princes and commoners are subject to the same laws. Can mere Niu Jiao Jiao compare to a prince? Lu Jinju could no longer contain herself and directly admonished Yi Nai Nai. It is not your grandson whose leg was broken. Why do you act as if it is none of your concern? Were it your eldest grandson, would you still utter such words? Enough, enough, cease your bickering. The village chief waved his hand, stealing a glance at the elder chief, who, alongside Yi, had remained silent, yet wore a decidedly grim expression. Lin Yue cast a glance at the village chief, her voice calm. She had long recognized what kind of person the village chief was. Did he not relish in mediating conflicts? Today, she would not relent. Not at all. The village chief's proposed resolution was precisely what your family ought to undertake. My Silang has suffered a broken leg and endured immense pain. Niu Jiao Jiao shall not escape so easily. I demand her leg as restitution. I will not accept mere silver. She has already lowered herself to the point of compensation, yet she remains entirely ungrateful. This Lin family. The village chief's expression darkened, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Lin family. Speak only after careful consideration. Is she now attempting to leverage her status to overpower him? Unfortunately, Lin Yue was no one to be bullied. Village chief, I initially held you in high regard as the village leader, believing you to handle matters fairly. Yet when it involves your family, you begin to mediate. Until you experience pain yourself, you will never understand the feelings of others. If you refuse to comply, I shall report this to the authorities. You, a mere woman, dare you report this to the authorities? The village chief, enraged, slammed his smoking pipe down. This Lin Yue truly could not discern good advice from bad, impervious to reason. At that moment, Niu Jiao Jiao, kneeling nearby, understood that Lin Yue had taken charge. Fearing that even her father-in-law could not protect her now, with a fierce determination, she suddenly found herself wielding a shovel, swinging it menacingly towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue, I shall fight you. The onlookers gasped, none daring to step forward. At that moment, a man rushed in from outside and positioned himself in front of Lin Yue. She placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, using his momentum to effortlessly shift him behind her. In a swift movement, she evaded the attack, causing Niu Jiao Jiao to lunge forward uncontrollably, only to collide with the shovel. A sickening crack resonated through the air as Niu Jiao Jiao's leg shattered. A chilling scream echoed throughout the courtyard, even causing the old clan leader's heart to tremble. The crowd was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Niu Jiao Jiao had met such a fate. Only Yi Lao and his son discerned the subtlety in Lin Yue's actions. Her seemingly effortless maneuver had been decisive. To the others, it appeared as though Niu Jiao Jiao had attempted to strike Lin Yue, but ended up injuring herself instead. Lin Yue had not even laid a finger on her. Lin family. What was the meaning of this? The village chief stood up abruptly, astonished that Lin Yue would dare act so brazenly under his watch. Village chief, everyone here knows the truth. I was merely defending myself. She sought my life. Should I stand idly by and allow her to kill me? Is my life deemed less precious than your daughter-in-law's? Stammering with rage, the village chief struggled to formulate a retort. Now that Niu's leg is broken, are you satisfied? This is what she deserves. Lin Yue did not press further, recognizing the need to spare the village chief's dignity. Thus, she resolved to let the matter rest. Yi Niu, upon spotting the man who had shielded Lin Yue, joyfully approached him and exchanged a playful punch. Come on, let us spar. It was then that Lin Yue realized this individual was Qin Fong, the eldest son of Qin Pozi. Qin Fong glanced at Lin Yue, understanding that he could not publicly proclaim her as his family savior, especially as he had witnessed someone attacking her. It was only natural for him to rush to her defense. Qin Fong was a standout among the younger generation of Yijia village, admired for both his character and strength, commanding respect from his peers like Yi Niu. Regrettably, he bore a surname other than Yi. Had he been Yi, he would have certainly been the next village chief. Soon, several peers of Yi Niu, including Yi Chun Lai, Wang, Yi Chun Shi, and Yi Lao's son Yi Qiu Sheng, gathered around Qin Fong, laughing and chatting, their joviality effectively drowning out Niu Jiao Jiao's cries of agony. The village chief, left with no choice, instructed his son Yi Dezhu to carry Niu Jiao Jiao indoors to seek a physician. Qin Fong approached the old clan leader to pay his respects. Regarding your mother's illness, Qin Fong anticipated the old leader's thoughts, as his mother had consulted with them, mentioning that he had found a remedy while away. I discovered prescription, and she can now eat solid food. Upon hearing this, the old clan leader's face lit up with relief. That is wonderful. Your mother has suffered immensely since falling ill. It is fortunate that your family is united. Such good fortune has finally come to you. The villagers were astounded, unable to believe that the long-suffering Qin Posey could now eat again. The efficacy of the physician's prescription was indeed remarkable. Curiosity sparked among the villagers, prompting them to visit the Qin household to verify the truth of Qin Fong's claims. Chapter 31. Secrets of the Ancestral Hall. Noticing that the old clan leader seemed to have more to discuss, Qin Fong stepped aside, discreetly observing Lin Yue. He had initially approached her based on a fleeting memory, but now, seeing her in person, she appeared somewhat different from the woman he remembered. Despite her delicate demeanor, her prowess was not to be underestimated. Lin Yue assessed Qin Fong. He was robust and muscular, likely possessing considerable skill, on par with Yi Lao and his son. The old clan leader's words commanded attention, and the gathering dispersed promptly. Delang Nyang, you two must remain. Lin Yue exchanged a few words with Erlang before staying behind. Internally puzzled, she maintained a cheerful facade, realizing that the old clan leader's decision to keep the village's leaders was likely linked to the matter that San Lang had mentioned. Yet she remained unclear on the reasoning behind it. San Lang had informed her that they had discovered a passageway in the Ancestral Hall. Did the villagers know of this? Was the old clan leader's intent to retain them connected to this revelation? Indeed, the village chief cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Yue. What San Lang mentioned earlier, regarding the passageway in the Ancestral Hall, is of great significance. Lin Yue remained composed, revealing no surprise, as if such matters were commonplace. Since you are already aware, I have gathered everyone today to reiterate the importance of this matter. The Lang Yang, you are among those saved by the old clan leader. Without his permission, you cannot establish roots in Yi Jia village. Do you understand why? Lin Yue pondered. Could be due to the passageway in the Ancestral Hall. Thoughts flooded her mind. Could Yi Jia village be a hidden clan? Or were they guardians of some secret burial grounds in the mountains? Yet, there were no tombs atop the hills. Lin Yue shook her head. This matter is complex. Now that you have discovered the secret of Yi Jia village, there are two paths before you. Either you stand with us, or you will be escorted into the passageway. What? Lin Yue had expected the second option to be death. It was merely entry into the passageway. Surely, it cannot be that simple. The old clan leader, noting Lin Yue's unwavering demeanor, felt a surge of admiration. Enough. Delang Yang is not easily deceived, so I will clarify. Our Yi clan is a lineage of guardians. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. The revelation of being guardians was astonishing. How could the villagers of Yi Jia, numbering merely a couple of hundred, claim such a legacy? Guardianship typically spanned generations, and some lineages were far more numerous. Observing Lin Yue's growing skepticism, the old clan leader felt a sense of equilibrium return. As for what we guard, you will learn in due time. Today, the passageway discovered by San Lang and Si Lang leads to the true realm of the guardians, of which we are merely the outermost protectors. Finally, Lin Yue comprehended the gravity of the situation. No wonder they appeared so composed, devoid of any panic over their secret being uncovered. However, it struck her that not all villagers bore the Yi surname. There were families like the Qins and the Liu family. Did they, too, share the same role? Being the outermost guardian suggested that Yi Jia village merely functioned as sentinels, perhaps even less than that. Did this imply that the tomb they guarded was no ordinary grave? What must I do? The old clan leader felt gratified. Lin Yue was indeed astute, and he had not misjudged her. The heads of the families present remained impassive, as though this gathering was merely a routine meeting of Yi Jia village. Once the Ancestral Hall is restored, we will hold a ceremony, record names, and acknowledge our roles. Before that, you must bestow names upon your 4 sons. Lin Yue understood the first 2 tasks, but was uncertain about the third. The old clan leader waved dismissively. It is a ritual. You will understand when the time comes. Is it truly that simple? Lin Yue questioned, though she considered seeking insight from others, such as Lu Zhenju. Feel free to inquire. You have time to deliberate before the ceremony. The elder patriarch seemed to have discerned her thoughts, and his words undoubtedly conveyed to Lin Yue that she still had the option to retract her decision. Of course, retracting would entail taking a different path. But was that truly a path? To be sent in and hope to come out again seemed more challenging than ascending to the heavens. She had no choice, did she? However, she had no intention of leaving Yi Jiaxiyuan. On the contrary, she found herself quite fond of this place. Now that she had made her decision, it was settled. Work on the ancestral hall would commence tomorrow. A series of events triggered by San Lang and Si Lang's desire for revenge had now reached a conclusion. Lin Yue felt an incredulous sense of smoothness, particularly regarding the matter of the passage. At this moment, she yearned to inquire, and just then, Dong Tsaixia approached her. "May you please visit my home? I have tailored your garment. Do take a look, and if it doesn't fit, I can make adjustments." Thus, Lin Yue accompanied her to the old Qin residence. Granny Qin was basking in the sunlight in the courtyard, surrounded by her family. Her second son, Qin Shi, and youngest son, Qin Shu, were repairing the rooftop, with two teenage boys assisting nearby, while Jin Xia was engaged in sewing with two young girls. Qin Shu, the youngest son of Granny Qin, was 20 years old and yet unmarried, a delay attributed to Granny Qin's illness. With a lack of money and a patient requiring care, naturally, no one was inclined to marry their daughters into the family. Dong Tsaixia hurriedly introduced Lin Yue. "This is my third brother, Qin Shu, and that is my second brother, Qin Shi. They are busy fixing the house." Qin Shi, preoccupied on the rooftop, did not manage to greet Lin Yue. However, Qin Shu, after acknowledging her, scrutinized her closely. The Lin Yue he once knew had faded from his memory, and upon seeing her now, he realized she was quite young, likely younger than himself, with a graceful demeanor and an air of confidence. Her delicate features and sweet smile, despite her simple attire, rendered her as ethereal as a lotus flower. After stealing a few glances, Qin Shu inexplicably felt a flush rise to his cheeks. At his age, he was just beginning to experience the stirrings of infatuation upon encountering a beautiful woman. "Third brother, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and toss the straw up here," called Qin Shi from the rooftop. "Oh." Qin Shu quickly lowered his head to work, though his ears perked up. "A Yu is here? Come inside." Granny Qin, upon seeing Lin Yue, eagerly took her hand and led her into the house. Now that she could eat and had regained some strength, her complexion had improved somewhat. Although still a bit gaunt, she was beginning to recover. "Auntie, there is no heavy work at home. If there is, I will certainly let you know." Chapter 32. We have new names. Now Qin Fong briefly recounted the day's events and then, with earnestness, asked Lin Yue, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Lin Yue smiled and replied, "In truth, I have no choice, right? I haven't pondered too much, since I have fallen into Yi Jiaxiyuan. I am one of its people. Whether or not I participate in these rituals is inconsequential. What matters is that I love this place and do not wish to leave. I simply do not understand what the conditions for acknowledging one's master are." Qin Fong glanced at Granny Qin, who shot him a reproachful look. "What is there to hide? It's an open secret in the village. To truly become a member of Yi Jiaxiyuan, recording one's name in the ancestral hall is straightforward. But the crux lies in acknowledging one's master. Once you acknowledge a master, you become part of the guardians of the tomb and must pledge loyalty for generations. Betrayal would lead to dire consequences. Generational loyalty? Lin Yue frowned. Will that affect future life, such as in the imperial examinations or holding official positions? Granny Qin chuckled. "Not at all. It's just like ordinary folk. Even with changes in dynasties, we shall continue to do what we must." "Is there really such a guardian?" Lin Yue was utterly fascinated. She had assumed guardianship came with strict regulations. To acknowledge a master required a drop of blood to merge into the clan S formation, which had a backlash effect. If one remained loyal, all would be well, but betrayal would provoke retaliation. So that is how it is. Qin Fong's explanation only piqued Lin Yue's curiosity further. Such an extraordinary and remarkable formation. How did it discern betrayal? Lin Yue pondered another question she was eager to understand. Why are there people with different surnames in Yi Jiaxiyuan, rather than everyone sharing the Yi surname? Are guardians not of one clan? Well, we are actually the outermost guardians, comprising 4 surnames: Yi, Chun, Liu, and Zhang. Our ancestors settled here from the beginning. However, through generations and changes in dynasties, the population has gradually dwindled. Originally, the Yi surname had the most people, while Chun, Liu, and Zhang had only a single branch. So it is natural for their numbers to be few. Lin Yue finally grasped this. No wonder the village chief had mentioned that the passage led to the true guardians. Perhaps those with different surnames were merely the outermost individuals. The Chun family were builders. and most of the houses in the village were constructed under the guidance of the Wang family. The Liu family were adept merchants, responsible for the village's trade, though their fortunes waned with Liu Changjian. As for the Zhang family, their surname no longer existed in the village. They were scholars, but alas, they betrayed their lord, leading to their extinction from the second generation onward. Lin Yue, upon hearing this, could hardly contain her amazement. Extinction. Such a remarkable fate. It was not merely retribution in the present world, but utter annihilation. The formation for acknowledging a master seemed rather extraordinary. She found herself curious about the master of the Guardians. However, when she inquired about this, Granny Qin shook her head. We know only this much. Anything beyond may be known by the elder patriarch, or perhaps not. Wasn't he that rather amusing? The Guardians, tasked with protection, didn't he even know who their master was? Lin Yue felt that the Qin family would not deceive her. It was possible that they, and even the villagers, were unaware. Whether the elder patriarch knew was another matter entirely. Yet such matters would either be revealed in time, or the less known, the safer it would be. Lin Yue resolved that it was better to avoid unnecessary inquiries. The elder patriarch would naturally share what she needed to know, and she would refrain from asking what she should not. In truth, aside from this matter, we are not much different from ordinary folk, Qin Fong candidly remarked. No one knows how many generations the Guardians have existed. It's all passed down through the elders to the heads of families, and even the children and women in the family might be unaware. Moreover, they have not encountered any tombs in the mountains. So this matter holds little significance for the people of Yijiasiyuan. Upon returning home, Lin Yue did not conceal the truth from the four brothers. As they had endured hardships and matured earlier than their peers, so sharing it with them was of no consequence. In their hearts, as long as they were warm, well-fed, and loved, that was the most important thing. When it came to giving them formal names, a flicker of change appeared on the faces of the four brothers. Are we going to have formal names? Erlang was elated. He had heard his brother Simao say that having a formal name signified growing up. That they, so young, would have their own names was a matter of great joy, regardless of whether they would be recorded in the clan. Mother, what names will you give us? Delang was also eager, finding it now easy to call her mother, no longer feeling shy. For each time he did, she would respond with warmth and affection, sometimes even ruffling his hair or embracing him. He adored this. Previously, he envied Erlang, and now it was San Lang and Si Lang who envied him. Such a feeling was both beautiful and special. Lin Yue contemplated how to distinguish the four brothers. She thought of the moonlight base from another realm, and decided to adapt the names based on positional references. Delang, being steady and profound. I hope you will shine like the sun upon your three brothers. You shall be named Dongyang. Erlang, with your sunny and cheerful disposition, like the beauty of summer, shall be called Nanxia. Sanlang, who is introverted and modest, I hope you will glow and radiate like fire. Thus, you shall be named Shiyan. Lastly, Si Lang, sensitive and quiet. I wish for you to be as uniquely beautiful as the stars in the sky. You shall be named Bei Chun. How does that sound? As C.G. Lang listened attentively to Lin Yue, memorizing each individual's characteristics while also nurturing beautiful expectations, a sense of excitement coursed through them. They silently repeated their new names, feeling a quiet joy flow within. San Lang and Si Lang had not anticipated that Lin Yue would take such a serious approach in naming them. She did not despise them, and even hoped for them to become the very individual she envisioned. Their hearts seemed to waver with this newfound affection. Mother, I adore my new name, exclaimed Delang and Erlang in unison, eager to share their new identities with others. San Lang, Si Lang, do you like your new names? Lin Yue inquired, choosing to pay special attention to the two younger boys, especially since Si Lang's leg was injured and required her care. Both boys nodded, a smile gracing their faces as they expressed their goodwill towards Lin Yue for the first time. Very well, when I have the chance, I will teach you to write your names. Really? Mother, can you write? And you will teach us? Erlang asked incredulously. They had never witnessed their mother write before. However, the thought that she could and would teach them filled them with hope that they might one day be able to write their names like Simao. Indeed, Mother will teach you many things. Writing, counting, hunting, anything you wish to learn, I can teach you. All right. San Lang and Si Lang were a bit anxious. They desired to learn, but also feared being looked down upon by Lin Yue. They gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Lin Yue patted the heads of the two boys, assuring them, if all four of you like it, Mother will teach. They shifted uncomfortably, a little overwhelmed, yet feeling grateful. observing their simple contentment. Lin Yue felt a pang of heartache. How many precious moments had the original owner missed with her children? Despite having endured much hardship, the four boys remained devoted to their mother, and even the slightest kindness from her, providing them with food and warmth, was enough to win their affection. This illustrated the profound importance of a mother's place in a child's heart. Lin Yue silently vowed to treat her four children with even greater kindness. It didn't seem matter if she was not a perfect mother. She would learn to be one. With dedication, she was certain she could become a good mother. Chapter 33. From Monster to Deity, Gulialu. Someone's stomach growled, setting off a symphony of rumbling bellies among the others. The mother and her children exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. Mother is going to cook and prepare delicious meals for you. Mother, I'll help you start the fire. Delang eagerly took on the task of tending to the flames, leaving Erlang feeling a bit disappointed for not being chosen. Dalang, you have an injury on your arm. Please take care of San Lang and Si Lang, all right? Erlang will assist Mother, Lin Yue suggested. All right. Erlang's spirits visibly lifted. He quickly added, Big brother, you rest. I can help Mother just as well. Delang retorted, Can it really be the same? I want to spend time alone with Mother. Lin Yue, unaware of Delang's true feelings, assumed he was simply eager for food and turned to retrieve 4 bottles of milk from her space. Here, drink this. It's milk and will provide you with nourishment. Upon seeing the milk, Delang realized that once again, Mother had produced something extraordinary. Previously, only he had tasted it, but now all 4 of them had some. They likely did not yet know that it was conjured by their mother. A sense of secretive elation washed over him, and his earlier disappointment vanished, replaced with a mysterious smile. However, the other 3 boys, being astute, quickly deduced that Delang held a secret, and they were not surprised by his familiarity with the novelty, knowing he had surely tasted it before. Once Lin Yue went to the kitchen, the 4 brothers huddled together, whispering, Big brother, Mother said this is milk. Is it from a cow? Have you tried it? Is it good? Delang mimicked Lin Yue's actions, opening the milk and distributing it among the 3. Yes, when we were under the cliff and hungry, Mother gave it to me, along with some biscuits. Erlang furrowed his brow in confusion, but Mother didn't bring any food when she left. Or biscuits. After pondering, Delang decided to share the secret with his younger brothers, earnestly warning them, I saw it. Mother conjured it. She pulled it from her bosom. You must keep it a secret. No one can know that Mother can create things. The earlier vow of secrecy from Delang faded away in his eagerness to elevate his image. The 3 boys nodded earnestly, aware enough not to divulge the secret. What do biscuits look like? Their curiosity remained fixated on the biscuits. They are long, square, and just a small piece. Eating one will stave off hunger. How magical! Delang felt a sense of pride, knowing he was the only one who had tasted such biscuits, relishing his superiority. Erlang, hurry and help Mother with the fire. Oh, I almost forgot. Big brother, could it be that Mother isn't a monster but a deity? Only deities possess such wondrous things. With that, he dashed off to tend to the fire, leaving his brothers in a realm of imagination. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, she had already transcended from being perceived as a monster to a deity in the hearts of her 4 sons. Although her culinary skills were quite ordinary in another world, they were nothing short of astounding here. The living standards of the people were still relatively low, and the handling of certain ingredients was far from perfect. For instance, even the simplest grilling of game meat involved merely salt and oil as seasonings. In impoverished households, meals typically consisted of porridge with vegetables mixed in, or stews with occasional meat, seasoned only with salt. Some families might go an entire year without even seeing a drop of oil, let alone indulging in the oil-intensive method of frying. Even wealthy families rarely cooked stir-fried dishes, resulting in a limited variety of meals. Coming from another world, Lin Yue refused to compromise on her standards. Moreover, the 4 children required nutritional supplementation, so she was determined to prepare 3 meals a day, each featuring either stir-fried or stewed dishes, balancing meat and vegetables to meet their nutritional needs. Today, she prepared braised pork knuckles with peanuts, the meat tender and falling off the bone, while the wild boar's distinct flavor was more challenging to manage than that of domestic pigs. Fortunately, Lin Yue possessed a magical cooking tool. She used high-proof liquor to infuse the dish with a delightful aroma that filled the courtyard. She also prepared a watermelon and egg soup and stir-fried some amaranth. Mother, this is delicious, Elang exclaimed. while the other three were too engrossed in their meal to offer compliments, their mouths smeared with grease as they dipped their bread into the remaining broth. Savoring every last drop, with such enthusiastic little food critics, Lin Yue felt a profound sense of accomplishment. In her previous life, she often ate in a cafeteria, only preparing food during her breaks or when she missed meal times. However, due to frequently missing meals, she had accumulated a substantial stock of food at home. The items exchanged by the villagers, combined with her purchases in town, were discreetly stored, allowing her to utilize only a small amount while cooking, retrieving the rest from her space to ensure she could nourish her four sons with a more wholesome diet in a short period. After the meal, Lin Yue examined De Lang's wound, changing the bandages. His injury appeared to be healing quickly, considerably better than that of an ordinary person. Lin Yue wondered privately if this was due to their blood relation or the medicinal herbs from her space. She also checked Si Lang's leg, finding a similar condition. She decided to conduct an experiment, treating Si Lang's leg injury with herbal remedies and observing any changes over the next few days. Just then, someone called for her from outside the courtyard. Are you home? Lin Yue stepped out of the house and was greeted by Dong Kai-xia and her husband, who were pushing a small cart laden with 2 bags. Sister Kai-xia, what brings you here? What is this? I've made some clothes for you and brought them over. Qin Fong and his companions earned some money outside and went to the town today to purchase a variety of items, which they have brought for you. I am truly grateful for your assistance in my mother's illness. Without your help, our family might still be struggling to recover. Here is a bag of rice and a bag of flour. Please accept them for your immediate needs. Sister-in-law, we still have food at home. Just accept it. The grain exchanged by the villagers can only last for a few days, and it must be nearly finished by now. The autumn harvest is approaching, and our new grain will soon arrive. Please take these first. If you refuse, we would feel truly remiss. Lin Yue, feeling helpless, had no choice but to accept the gifts, knowing that there would be opportunities to reciprocate in the future. Look at the fabric you provided. I have made 2 sets of clothing for each of you, one thicker and one thinner. When you and the children have the time, do try them on. If they're too large for the boy, just let me know, and I will make adjustments. Dong Caixia unwrapped her bundle and revealed the brand-new garments she had crafted. Lin Yue examined them closely. The stitching was tight and neat, and the cuffs and hems of both outfits were adorned with delicate floral embroidery. Quite exquisite. Chapter 34. Sister-in-law. Let me take a look at your leg. So quickly finished? Lin Yue was astonished, aware that Dong Caixia's 2 daughters could assist. Yet she was still impressed by their rapidity in making the garments. Sister-in-law, your skills are truly remarkable. Seeing Lin Yue's satisfaction, Dong Caixia felt a surge of joy, a sense of fulfillment and pride that comes from being acknowledged. I do not possess many skills, but my needlework is quite commendable. During my free time, I teach my daughters, and they have learned well. The flowers on your clothing were embroidered by them. Ever since receiving the medicine you provided, the family has found some leisure, and with the sudden chill in the mountain air, it was wise to prepare in advance to avoid being caught without clothing when the cold arrives. By the way, do you need any herbs? We can help you gather them from the mountains. Lin Yue had already taken Dong Caixia's pulse and was aware that her leg injury, a result of a fall while climbing, could likely be treated. Therefore, she wished to return the favor and relieve her of her suffering. Sister-in-law, if you do not mind, may I examine your leg? Dong Caixia did not underestimate Lin Yue. She sat down and rolled up her pant leg. In the countryside, common folk typically wear cross-collared, narrow-sleeve tops that reach just above the knees, paired with long pants secured by a belt. Women often wear a short skirt at the waist over their trousers, while those not working might don longer skirts. Occasionally, for convenience, a short skirt is tied over a long skirt while working, resembling a modern apron. Lin Yue examined her leg and pressed on several areas. Does it hurt? What sensations do you experience while walking? It is somewhat painful, and I feel weakness and soreness, especially when bending my leg. It becomes more severe when it is overcast or rainy. Dong Caixia spoke candidly, while Qin Fong's expression revealed guilt and surprise. He felt remorse for allowing his wife to endure suffering and had not even considered taking her to see a doctor. He was astonished that Lin Yue possessed medical knowledge, not merely from reading a book, but had the audacity to diagnose her condition. Unsure whether to intervene or feel relieved, he remained silent, observing his wife's trust in Lin Yue. Sister-in-law, your leg can still be treated. Do you trust me? How can I not trust you? Even if you were to experiment with my remedies, I would willingly accept. Rest assured, even if something goes awry, I would not hold you accountable. Dong Caixia harbored no doubt. Her faith in Lin Yue was unwavering, viewing her as someone extraordinary, a person worthy of the god's attention. If she were an ordinary individual, how could the divine take notice? Lin Yue felt a sense of delight, having gained the unwavering trust of her sister-in-law. Very well, once I have gathered the herbs, I will deliver them to you. Qin Fong gained a renewed understanding of his wife's attitude towards Lin Yue. After they departed, De Lang approached Lin Yue hesitantly, as if he had something to say. De Lang, is something the matter? Mother, can we still go to pick peaches from that tree in the mountains? Lin Yue widened her eyes, realizing that despite his injury, this boy was still fixated on those peaches. Noticing her gaze on his arm, De Lang quickly lifted it. This injury is not a hindrance. I wish to go pick peaches. Lin Yue, feeling helpless, could not bear to refuse him, especially since it was the first time he had made such a request. Very well, gather to Qing, Qing, Si Mao, and Xiu to join you. The more, the merrier, and it will be safer that way. Upon hearing Lin Yue's agreement, De Lang's face lit up with joy. Lin Yue suddenly realized that De Lang was quite handsome. Upon reflecting on the other three boys, they too were not lacking in good looks, with large eyes, well-defined noses, and glossy, dark irises, their lashes resembling tiny fans. De Lang and Sam Lang bore some resemblance to the original owner, while Lang and Si Lang possibly took after the unknown scoundrel. The scoundrel must have been decent-looking, otherwise she would not have produced such four charming boys. These thoughts danced in Lin Yue's mind, prompting a soft chuckle as an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride surged within her. In that moment, she felt like a blissful little woman. Regardless of the past, these four children were her greatest pride and joy. Moreover, the original owner was not unattractive. She had looked in the mirror, noting her petite face, large round eyes, a refined nose, and a cherry-like mouth, with a pair of dimples appearing when she smiled. The dimples seemed to have been inherited by the four boys, though theirs were located slightly above the corners of their mouths, while Lin Yue's were subtly present on her cheeks. Thus, when she genuinely aligned her words and actions, it was effortless for others to lower their defenses and feel her sweetness and warmth. De Lang called for Lang, and the two boys, carrying bamboo baskets, set off to find their friends in the village. This increasingly poignant feeling of attachment was overwhelming. Life in this world has slowed down, yet it has rendered her existence all the more fulfilling. Chapter 35. Mother has disappeared. You. Lu Zhenju waved at her from a distance. You. Hurry to the village's ancestral hall. The village chief has called for a meeting. All right, I shall come right away. At the ancestral hall, the heads of each family had gathered. The village chief and the elder clan leader occupied the seats of honor at the front, with two yellowed volumes placed before the elder leader. Today's gathering served two purposes: to record the children of the clan who had not yet been entered into the family genealogy, and to include Lin Yue in the clan registry, completing a ceremonial process. The village chief explained these matters to everyone before commencing the registration of the village children into the family genealogy. Recording children was quite a straightforward process. Each family presented their child before the ancestral tablets in the hall, bowed in respect, and placed their offerings on the altar. The elder clan leader personally inscribed their names into the genealogy, completing the process. At the center of the hall, in the most prominent position, stood a dark altar with no inscriptions, yet it held a significant central place. It was uncertain whether it belonged to the master of a certain tomb. When it came to Lin Yue's turn, the process was even simpler. She merely needed to announce the names of the four boys, and the clan leader would list her and their names on a separate page of the genealogy, signifying their establishment of a new family. Once the names were recorded, the heads of the families departed, leaving only the elder clan leader, fourth grandpa, and a village chief in the hall. Now, we shall proceed with the recognition ceremony. The village chief announced, taking a dagger and placing it on the table. He carefully lifted the nameless altar and reverently set it before her, bowing thrice while muttering incantations, resembling a prayer, before instructing Lin Yue. Simply take a drop of your blood and let it fall upon this altar. Without hesitation, Lin Yue pricked her finger with the tip of the dagger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the altar. She watched in astonishment as the droplet glided smoothly from the top of the altar to the bottom, leaving no trace whatsoever. Furthermore, it vanished completely. Was this the effect of a formation, or did the altar absorb her blood? Lin Yue could not help but reach out to touch the tablet. And the village chief glanced at her, perhaps thinking her reaction was overly dramatic, or perhaps disapproving of her audacity to lay her hands upon it. The tablet was not crafted from wood. It resembled stone, its material seemingly impervious to water. Yet, the blood droplets vanished mysteriously, which was quite remarkable. With the village chief's utterance of it is done, Lin Yue suddenly felt as though an electric current coursed through her body. A tingling sensation spreading through her limbs and ultimately settling at her heart. A dull pain unexpectedly throbbed at her chest, prompting Lin Yue to instinctively clutch her heart. The old chief's brow twitched imperceptibly as he exchanged a silent glance with Yi Sai. In the span of mere moments, the sensation dissipated. But Lin Yue sensed something had changed. It was utterly extraordinary and eerily enchanting. As the ritual concluded, several individuals departed from the ancestral hall together. The old chief and Yi Sai lingered at the back, engaged in hushed conversation. By the time they looked up again, Lin Yue had already vanished without a trace. How swift she is! One might ponder if she was anxious about her children back home, particularly since Si Lang's leg was still broken. However, Lin Yue was not preoccupied with her children. Rather, she harbored a peculiar premonition that compelled her to hasten into the space to investigate. Meanwhile, in the home, San Lang was idly keeping Si Lang company. Si Lang, do not fret. Your leg will surely heal. Si Lang glanced at him, puzzled by his unexpected confidence. Have you forgotten? She is a monster, or perhaps even a deity. Did you not hear about the visit from the old Qin family yesterday? Granny Qin's illness is nearly cured. Si Lang deliberately averted his gaze from San Lang. Are you so convinced of her capabilities that you wish to call her mother? San Lang pondered for a moment. He neither desired nor rejected the notion. He felt a twinge of envy when he saw De Lang and Air Lang refer to her as mother, but they had never been abandoned by her. The memory of her past abandonment still unsettled him. Si Lang fell silent, as they shared a common experience that fostered mutual understanding. If she could heal, why not be more forthright about it? Doctors are respected and can earn silver. In this world, families without men are often bullied. Can anyone trust a female doctor? She is a woman. San Lang exclaimed. I have never encountered a female doctor. What if others do not believe her? The two brothers, unfamiliar with the law, engaged in aimless discussion. Si Lang recalled how Lin Yue had treated Dong Saixia's leg and glanced down at his own. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Do you think she treats others' legs because she is uncertain about the dosage and uses them as test subjects? San Lang comprehended the implication behind his words and shook his head. That does not seem likely. She does not appear to lack confidence in the least. I believe in what our elder brother said. She can conjure marvelous things. Surely, she can also create miraculous medicines. The Qin family has been very kind to us. I think she wishes to make friends. San Lang's words left Si Lang speechless. Regardless, the situation was as it stood, and he preferred to believe in this reality. The two sat on the bed, wide-eyed as Lin Yue whirled into the courtyard and then dashed into the house, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Then, a scene unfolded that left them utterly astounded. She vanished. She disappeared into thin air. Mother, she is gone. San Lang stammered, pointing at the spot where Lin Yue had just been. Instinctively, he called out for his mother, not even realizing it himself. He hurriedly leaped from the bed and ran to where Lin Yue had vanished, searching frantically, nearly digging the earth itself. Si Lang was rendered speechless by shock. The brothers transitioned from astonishment to fear, then to despair, and finally to sorrow, taking a long while to realize the gravity of their situation. She is gone. She has truly disappeared. Has she left? Has she abandoned us? Third brother, she is gone. Does she no longer want us? Si Lang's face turned pale as memories flooded his mind. How she had struck them, scolded them, and abandoned them. Now, she had changed. She would protect them, embrace them, prepare delicious meals for them, and even heal his leg. She had promised she would make them whole. Why did she leave without a word? Had she forsaken them once more? San Lang could no longer contain his emotions. He pouted, on the verge of tears. They had finally anticipated such a life. A mother free from illness. One who smiled with warmth and sweetness, only for it to slip away. How heart-wrenching, especially with the Gu and Ergu absent. What shall they do? She had seemed so anxious earlier. Could it be she had urgent matters to attend to? Si Lang also considered this. Her demeanor had indeed been hurried, as if she had forgotten about them in the house. With this thought, the brothers attempted to steady their hearts, gazing intently at the spot where she had vanished. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown accustomed to having such a wonderful mother and were reluctant to see her depart. Chapter 36. The Truth of the Monster Revealed. At that very moment, Lin Yue, immersed in her newfound space, remained blissfully unaware that her carelessness had subjected her two children to profound torment. For she herself was utterly astounded by the transformations occurring within the space. The modern research facility she had known had vanished. Before her, a majestic mountain shrouded in fog emerged, resembling a celestial realm, albeit somewhat gray and obscure. A quaint wooden cabin stood before her. As Lin Yue stepped into the cabin, an electric current coursed through her, converging at the crescent-shaped mark on her arm, which began to glow brighter, flashing like a shooting star before dimming once more. She closed her eyes to absorb the sensation, and a wave of immense joy swept over her, as if an array of vibrant fireworks had erupted before her. Oh my! Oh my! Her mutual aid medical system had fused with her being. Her dream of achieving this in another world had finally come true. During her time in the alternate realm, her relentless research had one paramount goal: to integrate this mutual aid medical system with the human body. With but a thought, she could command all the functions of a system. Not only did it possess formidable self-healing capabilities, but could also swiftly heal herself and others, allowing for rapid recovery of physical strength. Little did she expect it to manifest so inexplicably. Perhaps it was not entirely inexplicable. It likely occurred after she recognized her connection in the ancestral hall. She wondered if it was related to that unmarked tablet or perhaps the activated formation. Everything within the wooden cabin felt familiar, save for the original research and work areas, which were absent. Those two areas were inherently part of the medical system, indicating that all medical-related aspects resided within her very being. What remained were her previous living quarters. Outside the cabin lay dark soil, although visibility was limited. It was surely akin to before. Her current usable area was restricted. To confirm her suspicion, she focused her thought on retrieving some medicinal supplies for ear ailments. Yet she was unsuccessful. Indeed, the medical system remained merely ornamental. This upgrade was solely to the extraordinary space. Venturing outside the wooden cabin, she observed that the usable area was pitifully small, confined to a mere 5 steps of dark soil. Beyond that, she could not venture, as if an invisible barrier obstructed her passage. She had anticipated this. Indeed, surprises often come with both joy and trepidation. Nevertheless, she felt a profound satisfaction. With her golden opportunity from traversing dimensions, who could rival her prowess? With the dual enhancement of her system and space, she felt fearless to traverse the world. Yet, she remained uncertain about what circumstances might expand her access. The last change seemed linked to her dreams, indicating further research was necessary. She hoped to dream again that night. After becoming sufficiently acquainted with her surroundings, Lin Yue stepped out. Mother! Erlang dashed towards her like a cannonball, enveloping her in an embrace while weeping uncontrollably. Lin Yue, who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Erlang, what is wrong? Who has bullied you? Quickly tell mother. Upon uttering these words, she abruptly sensed something amiss. Lifting her head, she discovered that Delang was also crying and inching closer while San Lang and Si Lang sat on the bed. Their eyes reddened, as if they were desperately holding back tears. Oh no! She had just emerged from the space so abruptly. Had they all witnessed her materializing out of thin air? What frightened them? Delang, ever the elder brother, held back his tears and cautiously inquired, Mother, where have you been? Lin Yue found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Did you all see? Yes. The 4 brothers nodded. And Erlang had also ceased his wailing, his little nose still twitching. This is mortifying. The truth has been revealed. In her haste to check the space upon her return, she had completely forgotten that Sam Lang and Si Lang were still in the room. Noticing Lin Yue's silence, Erlang added a few more words. It seemed just as I thought. Disappearing into thin air and reappearing must have terrified them. Moreover, they had always believed we were monsters, and now, the truth about the monster is confirmed. How can I explain this? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. Mother? Seeing Lin Yue remain silent, Erlang grew increasingly anxious, fearing she might leave again. Actually, didn't leave. I merely stepped out for a moment. In my rush, I forgot to inform you. Upon hearing this, the 4 brothers undeniably breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, Mother didn't abandon us. She merely had to leave for a bit. San Lang had suspected this from the start. Although it was merely conjecture, he felt he was right. Indeed, Mother would never abandon you. Mother, are you a monster or a deity? Where do you reside? Erlang's imagination ran wild, and he was curious about the nature of his mother's dwelling. If possible, he wondered if he could visit. Although he entertained this thought, he hesitated to voice it aloud. Why is this even related to deities? Lin Yue felt increasingly perplexed. Mother can transform food and miraculous medicines. She is a deity, not a monster, right? Monsters don't possess such great powers. Erlang lost himself in his own imaginative musings. Lin Yue found it quite curious where this boy had acquired such notions. Moreover, she had often felt that the four brothers were exceptionally intelligent. They seemed to be aware of many things that they simply did not vocalize, instead contemplating them in their little minds. Noticing Lin Yue's peculiar expression, Delang anxiously tugged at Erlang and whispered, "Stop talking. What she gets angry and turns you into a monster." Lin Yue could no longer contain her laughter, doubled over in mirth. Mother is not a monster. Monsters can transform, but I cannot. Oh, so that's it. Then you must be a deity. At last, Mother had acknowledged her divine nature. What a relief. Observing their expressions return to normal, Lin Yue couldn't resist embracing each of them. This time, San Lang and Si Lang did not refuse. Rather, they felt a sense of lightness, as if something lost had been regained. San Lang had yet to realize that he had unknowingly referred to Lin Yue as mother several times. Furthermore, when she embraced him, there was no hint of disdain for his appearance, which sweetened his heart. This topic was subtly brushed aside, with Lin Yue not feeling the need to elaborate further, and the four brothers refraining from probing deeper. They were content with the knowledge that their mother was a deity and joyfully immersed in this newfound happiness. Their greater concern was the possibility of asking an inappropriate question and inadvertently revealing a secret that could cause their mother to vanish once more. The stories told by the old grandfather emphasized that secrets must not be revealed. Chapter 37. Caught red-handed again with the autumn harvest approaching, the villagers were busy gathering crops. When Lin Yue arrived at Yijia village, there were no laborers available at home, and the village chief allocated her 2 plots of land, totaling 2 acres, allowing her to cultivate the area around her house as well. Unfortunately, she lacked experience and had never farmed before, let alone cleared land. Later, the old clan leader and Yi's sire sought out Delang, renting the land from him, assuring that if they ran out of food, they could come to their homes for supplies. Without the old clan leader and Yi's sire, where would the four brothers have found food these past few years? Thus, after the autumn harvest, both families, the old clan leader and Yi's sire, carried 2 bags of grain to Lin Yue. Lin Yue was puzzled, but Delang quickly explained the situation to her, and she finally understood. It was evident that the family's affairs had relied entirely on Delang. The original owner was nothing but a flawed and malicious individual. She felt a pang of sympathy for the four brothers. The old clan leader and Yi's sire exchanged glances. Their visit today was not only to deliver grain, but also to confirm matters regarding the farming. Delang's mother, previously, your land was cultivated by both our families. Now that you are back on your feet, will you be farming it yourself? Upon hearing that she was to farm, Lin Yue shook her head vigorously. She had no idea how to farm. Even the vegetables in the yard had been planted with the guidance of Lu Jinju. Old clan leader, I cannot farm. Would you consider helping with the cultivation? I do not require so much grain. The 2 old men had anticipated her response and did not press further. With only her at home and the 4 brothers still young, it was indeed impossible for her to farm. That won't do. We must handle the grain properly. This year's harvest is decent, and with the addition of other provisions, it will suffice for the winter. After the autumn harvest, every household needs to store food for the winter. You mustn't fall behind as the snow falls early in the mountains. The old clan leader cautioned Lin Yue, fearing she might underestimate the situation. After they departed, Lin Yue opened the bags to inspect their contents. Inside were 2 bags of freshly harvested white rice and 2 bags of yellow soybeans. She had seen the crops in the field, which appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat mixed in quality. However, in the eyes of the old clan leader, they were considered a good harvest. If it were any worse, how would the common folk survive? Both the rice and soybeans, in terms of size and color, were significantly inferior to those from another world. The mountainous terrain was barren, and even the best arable land likely yielded little. Lin Yue recalled the small patch of black soil in her space, known for its excellent fertility. She wondered if cultivating seeds there would enhance crop yields. She resolved to give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Yue settled the four brothers, then redistributed the household grain, keeping enough for a few days and storing the remainder in her space. She divided the usable black soil by the wooden house into several sections, allocating small plots for rice, soybeans, and millet, and scattered the seeds in the soil. In another area, she planted vegetables, utilizing the remaining seeds from the radishes and cabbages in the yard. She also retrieved several potatoes, sweet potatoes, and half an ear of corn from the fridge, planting them without a second thought. Lacking experience in planting, she relied entirely on the miraculous effects of her space. After completing her tasks, she took a bath in the space before emerging. To her astonishment, she found the four brothers sitting in a row, eagerly waiting for her on the bed. What was going on? Had dawn already broken? How long had she been in the space? Only a few hours, yet it was already light outside. This time, the four brothers appeared notably calmer. Upon waking in the morning to find Lin Yue missing from the bed and the yard, they boldly speculated that their mother had likely vanished again. Thus, they remained at home, vigilant and ready to catch her in the act. And indeed, they succeeded. How thrilling. Are you hungry? Mother is going to prepare breakfast. Lin Yue did not linger, quickly rushing outside to cook. After breakfast, Lin Yue visited the old Qin family to deliver the good medicine she had prepared for Dong Caixia. During this autumn harvest, Granny Qin had also lent a hand. The villagers, upon seeing her, finally believed that her illness had genuinely improved. Furthermore, her two daughters-in-law were diligently nurturing her health, and she appeared to have regained some weight, looking far healthier than when she had been little more than skin and bones. Qin Shu was chopping firewood in the courtyard, his bare torso revealing well-defined muscles. Upon noticing Lin Yue's arrival, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and hastily donned his shirt. "A Yue is here." Lin Yue stole a glance, smiled, and thought to herself that he was quite an endearing young man. "Is your elder sister-in-law home? I have come to deliver some medicine." Qin Shu nodded and called out towards the kitchen. "Elder sister-in-law, a Yue is here." "Hey, coming." Dong Caixia emerged from the kitchen, her eyes brightening at the sight of the herbs in Lin Yue's basket. She quickly wiped her hands on her dress. "A Yue, have you prepared this medicine so soon?" "Yes, please try it first. Take 1 dose daily, preparing a bowl each morning and evening. Let me know if it proves effective, and I will adjust the prescription." Dong Caixia suffered from rheumatism, which caused her considerable pain during rainy days, compounded by a meniscus injury from fall. Additionally, years of hard labor had left her with various ailments. Herbal remedies would be beneficial for her, especially since the medical system had not provided any treatment. Indicating its selective nature, it seemed disinclined to address minor ailments. There appeared to be a pattern, as it only offered special medications for more serious conditions that she was eager to treat. She wondered if the system would grant her some permissions if she aimed to heal others. Thus, she volunteered to help Dong Caixia with her leg, considering it her first experiment. "A Yue, thank you. By the way, in a few days, it will be the village's Shi-Ri festival. You need not prepare anything. I will assist you with the arrangements." "What is Shi-Ri?" Lin Yue, hearing this term for the first time, inquired. Shi-Ri is a village ritual held annually after the autumn harvest, dedicated to worshipping the soil deity, ensuring prosperous weather and abundant crops for the coming year. Qin Fong, who was weaving baskets in the courtyard, interjected. "So it is a ritual," Lin Yue mused. "It must be akin to a harvest celebration, correct?" "Indeed. Each household must prepare offerings, a bowl of grains, a bowl of meat, along with various fruits and vegetables. The village will also slaughter chickens and sheep, and the young men will organize hunts for game. After the rituals, all the food will be shared among everyone." Speaking of Shi-Ri, Dong Caixia's face lit up with excitement. This year's festival was particularly joyous, as the Qin family would be reunited, and most importantly, Qin Posi's health had improved. "Sister-in-law, please tell me the customs and what I need to prepare, or perhaps I should prepare everything myself. Since it is a ritual, it would be more sincere to gather the offerings myself." Upon Lin Yue's request, Dong Caixia relented and detailed the necessary preparations. Lin Yue felt a surge of enthusiasm. She wished to accompany them into the mountains, so she asked Qin Fong, "May I join you? You want to come along?" Qin Fong expressed surprise, as village women typically lacked such daring. "Yes, I wish to see if there are any rare herbs." Upon hearing this, Dong Caixia shot Qin Fong a disapproving glance and said, "What is there to worry about? I will be at home. You go ahead and don't worry. I will keep an eye on them." Qin Fong considered this and agreed, noting that the children would be well cared for during the day, and his son, Dashin, could keep them company at night. He reminded her to call him when the time came. "Mother, please be careful. Yes, I will. You need not worry. Lin Yue made some preparations for her trip into the mountains. She found 4 of Lang's old garments, which were beyond repair, and cut them into palm-sized strips to fashion into leg bindings for her wrists and calves. Dressing appropriately for the wilderness would ensure her mobility remained unhampered. The deep mountains held many unknown dangers, and she needed to be wary of snakes, insects, and rodents. She secured the cuffs of her pants and sleeves as best she could, making basic protective arrangements given her limited resources. She was unafraid of venturing into the mountains, having trained in wilderness survival during her time in another world. She recalled possessing a remarkably sharp knife, a reward from her first medical breakthrough at the base. Said to be crafted from flint. Though heavy, its sharpness was unparalleled. Even the toughest animal flesh could be easily sliced through with it. This knife was only the length of her forearm, with a wooden handle and a blade made of flint, somewhat clumsy in appearance due to its weight. Lin Yue had kept it as a treasured possession. As she prepared to enter the mountains, she could think of no other weapon. Firearms were impractical. So she decided this knife would suffice for any large beast she might encounter. While the 4 Lang were asleep, she lit a stick of incense outside and stealthily entered her space, emerging 10 minutes later to find the incense nearly burned out. It seemed that 10 minutes inside equated to 30 minutes outside, 1 hour inside equated to 3 hours outside, and 1 day equated to 3 days outside. Thus, she understood the time differential with clarity and felt reassured. The next morning, Lin Yue estimated the time had come, quietly rising, dressing, and preparing. Shortly after, she heard Qin Fang's voice at the door. You? Hey, coming. Lin Yue replied, adjusting the blankets for the 4 Lang before stepping outside. The young men waiting outside the courtyard were familiar faces. Dinyo, Wang, Chun Lai, Chun Shi, the Yi elder and his son, and the 2 Qin brothers, Qin Fang and Qin Shu, making a total of 9 individuals. Each carried their own hunting tools, with the Yi elder and his son especially well equipped, bearing large bows and long knives, while the Qin brothers each carried a long knife as well. Let's go. Sai Xiao will be over shortly to take the 4 children to my house for breakfast. Hey, you, your outfit looks quite impressive. What inspired this? Yi elder observed Lin Yue, who was fully equipped, her hair wrapped in cloth, cuffs and pant legs secured with fabric. Having frequently ventured into the mountains, he found this arrangement very practical. Thank you. I just thought it would be easier to traverse the mountain paths this way, preventing branches and tall grass from scratching my legs and causing irritation. Indeed, it's quite clever. We should adopt this method in the future. As they conversed, the group ascended the mountain, and as dawn began to break, they continued walking until they reached a slope not far from a water source. The Yi elder pointed to a cave on the slope. That will be our resting place in the mountains. Will you accompany us in hunting, or will you search for herbs on your own? Lin Yue had already decided it would be more convenient to explore independently, allowing her to directly store any herbs she found in her space. She replied that she would venture nearby. All right, we will regroup here at dusk for the night. Don't wander too far, and remember to blow the whistle if you need help. The Yi elder removed a small bamboo tube from around his neck and handed it to Lin Yue, explaining how to use it. Lin Yue tested it and found the sound clear and capable of traveling a great distance, so she accepted it. She had already noticed that Yi Qiusheng also carried one, indicating it was standard gear for their mountain excursions. The Yi elder then cautioned her about common traps found in the mountains, advising her to avoid them, as they were usually marked. Qin Shu looked worried, though he dared not voice his concerns. Qin Fang was also uneasy about her venturing alone, despite acknowledging Lin Yue's capabilities. She was still a woman. You, please be careful, and remember to blow the whistle if anything happens. Yi Qiusheng patted his shoulder. Fangge, don't fret. Yu has hunted wild boars before. Lin Yue smiled and nodded in agreement. All right, I will be cautious. With all necessary instructions given, the group parted ways. Chapter 39. The struggle between the snake and the wild boar. Lin Yue reaps the benefits. Lin Yue strolled leisurely through the forest, her keen eyes scanning every possible nook for medicinal herbs. By a small earthen slope, she astutely spotted a vine-like plant with round leaves reminiscent of sweet potato foliage. Some of the leaves had already withered. It was the vine of wild yam, also known as chuan shan long, which benefits the liver, kidneys, and lungs, providing excellent warming and nourishing effects. It is also effective in treating rheumatism and osteopathy, with remarkable dietary benefits. There is an abundance of it here, a sprawling patch. Lin Yue set down her basket and began to dig. The soil at the forest's edge was soft, making it ideal for wild yam growth. She selected only those that had matured sufficiently, ensuring larger specimens, and soon filled half her basket. Finally, she unearthed a plant with its vines still attached, placing everything in her space. As Lin Yue continued her foraging, she grew indifferent to the more common herbs, realizing that the mountain was filled with treasures, especially in such a remote area where ordinary herbalists rarely ventured. She was overjoyed and focused on seeking out the rare and valuable specimens. With the sun now high in the sky, she found a dry cave and entered her space to rest and eat, also organizing the herbs she had gathered, directly planting the vine-bearing one in the ground. Time passed swiftly in her space, and she dared not linger, quickly emerging. Upon her return, she was met with a startling spectacle. Below the cave where she had rested, a stream flowed, and a group of wild boars gathered to drink. Among them were mature boars, sows, and small piglets. From her vantage point, she noticed a large snake coiled behind a rock by the stream, poised to ambush a young piglet. The snake was cunning, targeting the piglet that lagged behind. With a swift flick of its tail, it ensnared the piglet's neck, silencing it before it could make a sound, while the other wild boars remained oblivious to the commotion. The snake continued its assault, capturing 2 piglets in quick succession, leaving Lin Yue astounded. Goodness, the snakes in this mountain have become quite adept, she thought. Not only clever, but greedy. While others catch one, this one seems intent on capturing a whole litter. Surely it doesn't understand the fable of the greedy snake that swallowed an elephant? As the snake executed its plan, it had already captured 2 or 3 piglets, and finally, the wild boars began to react. The lead boar roared, and the herd transformed from panic to organized defense. Upon realizing it was merely a snake, they appeared calm. Wild boars assessed danger based on size, and to them, the snake seemed too small to be a threat. Moreover, their thick skin made them largely impervious to snake bites, and venom would not necessarily be fatal to them. The boars had initially formed a protective circle around the sows and piglets. Now, recognizing the minimal threat posed by the snake, the sows and piglets moved behind the boars to resume drinking from the stream. They clearly held the snake in contempt. A fierce battle ensued between the boars and the snake, captivating Lin Yue, who felt as if she were on the edge of her seat. Despite their seemingly clumsy appearance, wild boars are quite intelligent. They understood the snake's vulnerabilities, with 1 or 2 boars acting as decoys to distract the serpent, while the others seized the opportunity to inflict damage from the periphery. The snake, realizing it could not escape, clung tightly to one of the boars, unwilling to release its grip. It was a desperate struggle. Perhaps the snake sensed its impending doom. Ultimately, the boars triumphed, albeit at the cost of one of their own. The snake met a grim fate, losing its life in pursuit of a few piglets. In a gruesome turn of events, the wild boars consumed the snake. Once sated, the boars departed, leaving behind the remains of the snake and the lifeless body of 1 boar and 3 piglets. Lin Yue anticipated that the scent of blood would soon attract other predators. Quietly, she approached the stream, thinking of the age-old adage, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. She decisively gathered the 3 piglets and the boar into her space. Realizing time was slipping away, she left some herbs in her basket and set off toward the rendezvous point. Along the way, she effortlessly caught 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant. Upon reaching the assembly area, she found a cave on the hillside immaculate and tidy, filled with firewood and straw, and in the corner, 2 water jars and 2 bowls, along with several wooden dishes. It appeared that Yi Laozhong and his companions had rested here upon entering the mountains. She dug some river mud from the stream and wrapped the marinated pheasant in large leaves, encasing it in a thick layer of lemongrass before digging a pit outside the cave to place the bird within and lighting a fire atop it. Oh, what a delightful aroma! Yi Laozhong and his companions spotted the firelight from afar. Lin Yue glanced at them, noting that each was laden with game, indicating a successful day. Yi Qiuxing and Qin Fong carried a roe deer each, while Qin Shu amusingly resembled a gypsy, draped in rabbits and pheasants. "Yu, did you make wild vegetable soup?" he exclaimed. "How fortunate we are! In the past, our hunts were meager, barely enough for a bowl of coarse rice porridge. Today we can enjoy fragrant wild vegetable soup. Having you here is a true blessing." The young men exchanged banter, their words light yet measured, filling the cave with lively chatter. Lin Yue smiled gently, content with the wild vegetable soup, but could only imagine the excitement if they knew about the pheasant. Ayu, did you have a good haul today? Qin Fong approached her with curiosity. Lin Yue nodded. Indeed, I gathered quite a few herbs. Ah, Ayu, what have you buried beneath the fire that smells so divine? Daniu sniffed the air, captivated by the aroma of meat, but unable to locate its source. The pheasant. I buried a marinated one beneath. The concept of buried chicken was indeed novel and intriguing. Chapter 40. One should not deprive oneself in the depths of the forest. Yi Laozhong observed them, recognizing that Ayu's culinary offerings were insufficient for their hearty appetites. Thus, he assigned tasks, some to gather firewood, others to process the pheasant and rabbits, while some were tasked with tending the fire. For their first meal in the mountains, they naturally desired roasted chicken and rabbit, prioritizing meat. Lin Yue interjected, let's process a few more rabbits. I will stew them for everyone. I'll do it. Yi Daniu, nearly drooling from the enticing aroma, dashed to the river with 2 rabbits in hand. He had grown accustomed to Lin Yue's delicious cooking and aimed to work diligently for a chance at a larger portion. Unfortunately, someone was quicker. Qin Shu approached, carrying 2 prepared rabbits. Upon hearing Lin Yue's suggestion, he handed one over to her. Lin Yue placed another pot atop the fire, instructing him to chop the rabbit meat into small pieces and toss them into the pot. As the sizzling sound erupted, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air, attracting even Yi Laozhong's attention. Ayu, what did you add to make it so fragrant? Lin Yue casually replied, while processing the pheasant. I tossed in a piece of chicken fat. Yi Laozhong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Yue's cooking style was indeed unique. She casually sprinkled a handful of colorful herbs into the pot. Were these herbs? Unfazed, Lin Yue replied that they were various wild vegetables she had found nearby, serving as seasoning. Before long, the enticing aroma of stewed rabbit and marinated chicken melded in the air, tantalizing everyone's senses and causing them to swallow repeatedly. Gathered around the fire, each person held their share of roasted delicacies, flipping them to ensure even cooking, sprinkling coarse salt, and cutting off a piece to savor. Delicious. Lin Yue glanced over and rummaged through the cloth bag, retrieving a packet of barbecued seasoning wrapped in oil paper, which she handed to Qin Fong. I crafted this myself. It should enhance the flavor of the game. Do give it a try. Before Qin Fong could take it, Yi Daniu snatched it away. Brother Fong, let me try it first. He opened the oil paper, pinched a bit, and sprinkled it over the roasting hair, ensuring each one received a fair share. With enthusiasm, he exclaimed, delicious. This seasoning makes it even better. Ayu, what is this seasoning? Why is it so delectable? Even Xuanxi, usually reticent, couldn't help but praise it. I call it barbecue seasoning. What a fitting name. Hearing this, everyone was compelled to sample it, and upon tasting, they found it extraordinarily delightful. Without concern for whether the meat was fully cooked, they devoured it with gusto. At that moment, Lin Yue's braised rabbit and beggar's chicken were ready. Qin Shu assisted her in retrieving the chicken, tearing it open and offering Lin Yue 2 large drumsticks, saving the rest for the others. Oh, after tasting this chicken, the roasted hare seems insignificant. Ayu, your culinary skills are impressive. I've never tasted chicken this exquisite. Amidst the accolades, Lin Yue accepted the wooden bowl from Qin Shu and cheerfully served herself a bowl of rabbit meat, allowing the rest to be divided among the group. Do try this rabbit meat. Once a piece of braised rabbit meat was consumed, no one dared to compliment further, for they feared it might be snatched away. All the meat was quickly consumed, followed by a hearty sip of wild vegetable porridge, bringing immense comfort. Even old Yi squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Ayu, your skills will spoil us. Every time we venture into the mountains, we'll long for your cooking, making everything else seem bland. Laughter erupted as everyone agreed with old Ye's sentiment. I still have plenty of this barbecue seasoning. Whenever you plan to enter the mountains, come find me for some. That's splendid. Lin Yue suddenly thought about how simple it was to make this seasoning and considered crafting some herself. During winter, there would surely be many seeking roasted meat. She merely wondered how the flavor of the roasted meat from the taverns compared. After descending the mountain, she planned to stop by the town, deal with the wild boar, and consult Zhangzhanga. That night, everyone left the cleanest and warmest corner of the cave for Lin Yue. The men paired up to take turns keeping watch. As dawn approached, Lin Yue awoke, quietly exiting the cave and stretching luxuriously. Qin Fong and Qin Shu, stationed at the cave entrance, observe her relaxed demeanor with affectionate indifference, treating her like a sister. Although Qin Shu's gaze dropped, his ears slightly flushed. Ayu, why not sleep a little longer? The early morning hours are the hardest to endure, and both brothers bore faint shadows under their eyes. Lin Yue softly replied, "I've rested enough. It's still early. You two should hurry and catch a few more winks while I gather some wild vegetables for breakfast." All right. The two did not hesitate, retreating to find a spot to sleep. Lin Yue placed 2 clay pots over the fire, quietly retrieving some rice from her space to cook, then wandered nearby. Yesterday, she had spotted wild goji berries by the river, and upon returning, she found the spot once more, indeed confirming its presence. She picked a generous amount of tender goji leaves and gathered some ripe goji berries to store at her space, considering later whether she might dig up a goji tree to plant in her space. Upon her return to the cave, she found that old Yi and his son had already risen. Seeing that she had prepared 2 pots of porridge, they felt rather embarrassed. You've worked hard." Lin Yue waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely a small effort. Besides, I need to eat too, so I made extra for everyone." She washed the goji leaves and added them to the porridge, which is good for the liver and eyesight, then sliced a bit of lean meat from the wild chicken, seasoning it with salt and pepper, accompanied by her own steamed buns or pancakes. The meal was sure to warm and comfort those who had spent the night in the cave. After breakfast, the group split into 2 teams, each pursuing their own tasks. Lin Yue, having assessed the terrain yesterday, decided to venture further today. She had her sights set on a particular valley, where many precious herbs often thrived in hard-to-reach places. The valley was flanked by steep cliffs, and she hoped for a special discovery. As Lin Yue ascended the valley, she was thrilled to find some dendrobium orchids, which are quite valuable, not only for medicinal purposes, but also for dietary supplementation. Unfortunately, her space lacked a suitable environment for their growth. Otherwise, she would have dug up a plant. Her primary purpose for entering the mountains this time was to gather some warming herbs for dietary supplementation, intending to gradually improve the health of the 4 men, with any profit being a secondary concern. The path through the valley was treacherous, filled with underbrush, and Lin Yue had to remain vigilant for venomous snakes and fierce beasts, making her progress arduous. As for her harvest, she refrained from picking ordinary herbs, only gathering what she truly needed, hoping to find something rare. After resting for a while at noon, Lin Yue began to climb the cliff, where she collected a considerable number of rock flowers. Suddenly, her ears perked up as she heard the distant roar of a beast. Could it be the king of the forest, competing for territory? There seemed to be wolf howls as well, but something felt off about the sounds. Lin Yue quickened her pace up the cliff, and from her elevated position, the sounds became clearer. Indeed, it was the roar of the forest king, the tiger, coming from the dense woods below. She also heard a sharp, brief whistle, reminiscent of the small bamboo pipe that old Yi used. Oh no, they must have encountered a tiger. Lin Yue's heart raced, and she dashed towards the dense forest below, retrieving the flint knife she had prepared earlier. What incredible luck! To encounter the king of the forest. What a stroke of fortune. She hurried, hoping that no one had been harmed. Meanwhile, in the dense woods, the 8 individuals found themselves in dire straits. Qin Shu had spotted a spotted deer and led a few others in pursuit, only to lose the deer and instead come face to face with a massive giant beast. It was enormous, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds like a small mountain. The group was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee without a second thought, ignorant of the fact that running from tiger only piques its interest. After all, how could 2 legs outrun 4? In the eyes of the tiger, these men were merely tempting prey, delivered to its very doorstep. Just as the tiger lunged at Yi Dainyu, an arrow flew through the air, but the tiger effortlessly evaded it, providing Yi Dainyu a chance to escape. Old Yi and the others arrived just in time. Upon seeing the increased numbers, the tiger seemed momentarily deterred, slowing its movements as it observed and waited for an opportunity, not out of fear. The recent flight of the men had sparked the tiger's hunting instincts. After all, the king of the forest possesses an innate predatory interest in swiftly moving prey. Oldie wasted no time and urged everyone to find a chance to split into 2 teams, one in front and one behind, to confuse the tiger's line of sight. It was, after all, the king of the forest. Even if the others attempted to feign calmness, their legs trembled slightly. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, the tiger leaped forward, and Qin Fong and the others rolled on the ground to narrowly evade it, clumsily maneuvering behind the tiger. The tiger sensed their fear. With a whip-like tail, it swept toward the slowest among them, Er Wong, sending him crashing into a tree and then to the ground, spitting blood. Qiu Sheng. This tiger is formidable. Later, Qin Fong and Qin Shu, wielding large swords, seized the moment to launch a surprise attack. The tiger leapt aside, evading them, then swiftly adjusted its direction and pounced like a fierce gale, sending both men hurtling through the air. Xuanxi and Chunlai rushed forward with their sticks. Driven solely by reckless bravery, they were no match for the tiger. Had it not been for Yi Danyu's timely distraction, they might have been torn apart. Even so, they were flung far away by the tiger's might. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Leoi and his son remained standing, barely holding on. "Father!" Yi Qiusheng cried out in despair, fearing that today they might meet their end in the belly of the beast. "Do not lose heart. Climb the tree and shoot arrows." Yi Leoi commanded his son, gritting his teeth and maintaining composure. He was not devoid of fear, but he could not afford to be afraid. He aimed to divert the tigress' attention, allowing Xuanxi and Chunlai a chance to drag the unconscious Erwang to safety. Qin Fong and Qin Shu felt as though their chests were crushed by stones, certain their ribs were broken. Yet, being martial artists, they summoned their willpower and managed to rise with their swords. Understanding Yi Leoi's intent, Qin Fong coordinated with him to lure the tiger away. They could not all perish in the jaws of the beast. However, they failed to notice that their chosen path lay beneath a tree where a spotted deer lay lifeless, its neck bitten through by the tiger. The moment the tiger perceived them approaching its prey, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the branches. It then launched an even fiercer assault, enraged. The consequences were dire. With a powerful leap towards the tree, despite Yi Qiusheng's considerable height, he was yanked down by the tiger and crashed to the ground. "Qiusheng!" Yi Leoi cried out in anguish, rushing forward, while Qin Fong and Qin Shu flanked the tiger, attacking from both sides to buy Yi Leoi time. Yet, the tiger, with its massive form, merely twisted its body, sweeping its tail and sending Qin Fong flying far away. At the same time, with a leap, it pinned Qin Shu beneath its weight, its gaping maw ready to devour him. Qin Shu felt his life slipping away. He could not move, only seeing the tiger's sharp teeth poised to sever his head. At this life-and-death moment, a dagger flew through the air, striking the tiger in the eye. The tiger roared in pain, leaping and crashing into a tree, splitting the trunk thick as a barrel. Writhing in agony, it jumped and thrashed, its tail lashing wildly, filling the thicket with the stench of blood and scattering leaves. Lin Yue blew a bamboo whistle, provoking the beast, challenging it. "Come on, great tiger." As the whistle sounded, the tiger pinpointed her location, recognizing her as its assailant, and charged forward in a fury. "Lin Yue! Lin Yue!" Both Yi Leoi and Qin Fong exclaimed in alarm. They had not anticipated Lin Yue's timely arrival, piercing the tiger's eye with a dagger, yet the furious creature, enraged, would not spare even a formidable woman. Qin Shu had lost his voice, feeling the tiger's weight crushing his chest. Blood filled his mouth, and he could only watch with bloodshot eyes as the tiger lunged at Lin Yue. This was the moment Lin Yue had awaited. A smirk played at the corner of her mouth. Instead of evading, she charged towards the tiger, and, as they collided, a wooden sword materialized in her hands. Utilizing the momentum of her forward rush, she slid beneath the tiger's belly. Once clear, she did not linger, rolling to her feet and kneeling, observing the tiger's reaction, ever prepared to strike. Chapter 42. "You, did you kill the tiger?" The tiger, having missed its target, turned to regain its stance, preparing to leap once more. This time, its movements were noticeably slower, and though it pounced, it fell to the ground, sliding several meters forward, roaring ferociously as it came to rest before Lin Yue. It lowered its head, its massive body sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. The foul stench made Lin Yue step back 2 meters. "Lin Yue!" Yi Leoi rushed over, ready to strike the tiger's head with his blade. Yet Lin Yue stopped him. "Old man, it's dead." "What?" Yi Leoi was taken aback, dropping his weapon in disbelief. Before them lay the tiger, gasping for breath, its eyes slowly closing. It was indeed nearing death. "Old man, what about Qiusheng and the others?" Earlier, taking advantage of the tiger's rampage, Yi Leoi had swiftly dragged Qin Shu to safety. Now, Yi Qiusheng lay unconscious, while Qin Fong and Qin Shi remained on the ground, unable to move. Erwang, having been thrown, had just regained consciousness, limping from injury. Fortunately, Chun-Li and Chun-Shi were relatively unharmed. Yi Dainyu, though severely wounded, had no broken bones. Of the 8, nearly half had fallen. At this moment, Chun-Li and the others approached, supporting one another, observing the immobile tiger. Is it dead? With a surge of courage, Yi Dainyu touched the tiger's neck, confirming it had indeed perished. You? Did you kill the tiger? Yi Yue, now recovering from his shock, looked at Lin Yue with gratitude and astonishment. Third brother, are you all right? Qin Fang's panicked voice reached her, prompting Lin Yue to hurry over. Qin Shu was coughing up blood, his consciousness fading as he caught sight of Lin Yue rushing toward him. You, quickly check on Qin Shu. Qin Fang, desperate, propped himself up, but as he moved, blood spilled from his mouth. Lin Yue quickly assessed the situation, realizing Qin Fang had broken ribs and urgently needed attention. You stay still. I'll handle Qin Shu. After examining him, she noted 2 broken ribs had caused a pneumothorax, indicating severe lung damage. Qin Shu was in grave danger, and she needed to treat him promptly. Yi Yue, I need a clean cave. Yi Yue pointed toward a cliff. We discovered a cave when we came. I'll lead you there. Lin Yue briefly checked on the others, but Qin Shu's condition was critical. Yi Yue moved to pick up Qin Shu, but Lin Yue stopped him. Old man, let me do it. His broken ribs are serious. If not handled correctly, it could cause further injury, and he won't survive. With that, disregarding any modesty, she lifted Qin Shu and moved swiftly, while Yi Yue, understanding the urgency, hurried ahead to guide her. Qin Fang watched Lin Yue's retreating figure, his gaze complex. If Qin Shu awakened to find Yu had carried him, he could only wonder what he would think. Yet, recalling Lin Yue's earlier words, he felt a chill at the thought of the consequences if she failed. Yi Yue agreed and departed, not merely out of trust in Lin Yue, but rather drawn to her composure and calmness, instinctively following her lead. Lin Yue intended to distract Yi Yue, facilitating her treatment of Qin Shu. She concentrated, quickly transporting him into her space. Upon entry, she attempted to awaken the system, and the crescent-shaped mark on her arm began to glow. With the system activated, she issued surgical commands and initiated rapid healing, enveloping them in a blue, cool light. With the assistance of the system, she performed chest surgery on Qin Shu, swiftly stopping the bleeding and repairing the lung wound. After completing the surgery, Lin Yue felt lightheaded, likely a result of forcibly activating the system. Her consciousness began to blur. In her haze, she sensed she was slipping into dreams, where the indistinct figure of a man reappeared, this time in slumber. As she drew near, she felt her strength returning, as if absorbing energy. Quietly, she grasped his hand, realizing this was the key to her rapid recovery. Yet it was still too slow. She cautiously climbed onto the bed and embraced him, feeling her recovery accelerate, as if propelled by a rocket. The slumbering man turned over, and at last, Lin Yue caught sight of his face. Just as he was on the verge of awakening, Lin Yue herself regained consciousness, feeling her strength restored, and even improved compared to before. Lin Yue promptly deactivated the system and exited the space with Qin Shu. His body had been automatically mended by the system, at least ensuring he could receive basic treatment and avoid the brink of death. Otherwise, the harsh environment and potential infections could easily claim his life. Outside the cave, footsteps echoed as Chun-Li and Chun-Shi brought Qin Fang over. They had crafted a makeshift bed from branches and vines, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity, which would prevent any secondary injuries to Qin Fang's wounds. Evidently, Qin Fang's condition had improved considerably. Despite having fractured ribs, his internal organs remained untouched, requiring only basic immobilization and care. Upon seeing Lin Yue, his eyes reddened. Qin Shu's injuries were severe, struck down by a tiger's paw. It was a perilous situation for anyone. Now, with Qin Shu lying there, his fate uncertain, Qin Fang felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, making it difficult to breathe. You, what has become of my brother? Lin Yue offered him a reassuring smile, assuring him that Qin Shu was out of danger and his injuries had stabilized, with recovery in sight. Really? Qin Fang wept tears of joy, invoking blessings for their safety. Chun-Li and Chun-Shi were perplexed by Qin Fang's murmurs, but felt relieved that Lin Yue had saved Qin Shu. They, too, had been worried for their companions who had ventured into the mountains together. Let's go fetch the others. All right. You, is Qin Shu truly all right? Yes, he is fine. Place them on the grass over here. Gently now. Yi Laodong set down the tiger with a heavy sigh of relief. Hearing from Chun Lai and Chun Shi that Qin Shu was safe eased his worries. Throughout their journey, he had been grateful that Lin Yue had accompanied them. Without her, escaping the tiger's clutches would have been akin to scaling the heavens. What a harrowing experience! Who would have imagined that Lin Yue, a seemingly fragile girl, possessed not only formidable skills, but also adept medical knowledge? Such benevolence! The tiger he had seen bore a deep gash from its jaw to its abdomen, exposing its bones and spilling its innards. How could it possibly survive? He marveled at how Lin Yue had achieved such a feat. Chapter 43. Third brother. Why is your face so flushed? Di Wang was covered in soft tissue contusions and muscle strains, with damage to his lungs and a hairline fracture at his calf. Thankfully not a complete break. Yi Qiuxing fared worse. His calf had been pierced through by the tiger's claws, nearly severing a piece of flesh while still attached by skin. Had it been anyone else, that leg would likely have been lost, but fortunately, Lin Yue was there. Additionally, his occipital region had sustained a severe blow, resulting in a large hematoma, indicating at least a moderate concussion, alongside multiple strains and bruises. The tiger had treated him as a mere sandbag, but luckily, the soft forest floor had cushioned his fall. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. I plan to send a Nyo down the mountain to summon help from the village. We should descend during the night. What do you think? Yi Laodong had unconsciously begun to consult Lin Yue on matters. It was not just him. After experiencing this near brush with death, Lin Yue had become a figure of almost divine reverence in their eyes. Observing the sky, Lin Yue shook her head. Old man, that would be unwise. Descending at night is too perilous. We will remain in the cave for one night. Tomorrow, we shall send in Nyo down early to alert them for assistance. The injured require observation overnight. As long as their wounds do not become inflamed and they do not develop a fever, they will be fine. With her words, Yi Laodong felt reassured. He had been concerned about the scarcity of resources in the mountains, fearing that if anyone developed a fever, Lin Yue might struggle to manage it alone. Since Lin Yue had spoken, he trusted her judgment. They were all physically exhausted, and descending during the night would indeed be imprudent. Very well, we shall spend the night on the mountain. After a long day's toil, those among Yi Laodong's group without severe injuries had sustained at least some superficial wounds, which had yet to be treated. The same went for everyone except Qin Shu. They had prioritized urgent care first. Particularly, Yi Laodong and Nyo, having dealt with the tiger, carried the scent of blood and needed to cleanse themselves. I will prepare the rice porridge. You should tend to your wounds first. You are a doctor now. I must not fall ill. Chun Lai and Chun Shi felt guilty, deeming themselves the least useful. Lin Yue noticed their feelings, but was unsure how to comfort them, so she assigned them tasks, hoping it might lighten their spirits. Chun Lai, you prepare the porridge, make it thick. Chun Shi, assist me in treating their external injuries. Lin Yue retrieved some rice from her bamboo basket, handing it to Chun Lai to cook the porridge, while Chun Shi was sent to fetch clean water in a clay basin to help wash the other's wounds. What is this? Chun Shi asked, observing the moist cotton in Lin Yue's hand that bore a pungent alcoholic odor. This is high-proof liquor, which can be used to disinfect wounds and prevent infection. Who knew that high-proof liquor could disinfect wounds? The revelation astonished them all. Third brother, you are awake? Qin Fong had been vigilantly monitoring Qin Shu's condition. Upon seeing his brother's eyes flutter and gradually open, a weight lifted from his heart. Lin Yue quickly approached to assess his condition. Do you feel any discomfort? As Lin Yue's hand brushed against his forehead, Qin Shu's face flushed even deeper. He shook his head, slowly attuning to the sensations in his body. My chest doesn't hurt as much, and my body feels numb, a bit lacking in sensation. That is a good sign. It is a normal reaction. You have fractured ribs and sustained lung injuries, alongside multiple wounds. I administered some anesthetics to alleviate your pain, but once the anesthetic wears off, you will still feel discomfort. You must endure. The surgical scar on Qin Shu's chest now resembled a mere line, barely indicative of the thoracotomy he had undergone. Lin Yue had deliberately concealed the severity of the procedure, fearing it might be too shocking for them to bear. Feeling Lin Yue's hand unfastening his clothing and touching his chest, Qin Shu's face grew even warmer. Qin Fong, entirely oblivious to Lin Yue's words, was absorbed in the relief that Qin Shu was safe, reveling in his excitement. Third brother, why is your face so red? Please check if Qin Shu has a fever. I touched his forehead earlier, and he was fine. Lin Yue stated, surprised as she felt Qin Shu's forehead again, realizing he was merely blushing in embarrassment. "Brother, I'm fine. I don't have a fever." Qin Shu waved his hands, feeling so flustered that he wished he could sew his brother's mouth shut. "Oh," Qin Fong, belatedly grasping the situation, felt a bit awkward. After all, his younger brother was still in his youth, and Lin Yue was touching him so intimately. Surely, it couldn't be that he glanced at Lin Yue, who appeared oblivious. As she continued directing Chun Shi to assist with the dressings. The bamboo basket contained various medicinal herbs, effective for clearing heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, and alleviating bruising. Lin Yue selected some to brew into a pot for everyone to drink in turn. For those with broken limbs, she provided the bone-strengthening medicine previously used for sea laying. The product from a space would facilitate their swift recovery. After washing up, Yi Laodong and the others roasted some meat. Given the presence of injured comrades, the rice porridge had been cooked twice, and Lin Yue had added lean meat to enhance its flavor, ensuring that everyone would have their fill. To prevent anyone from waking in hunger during the night, Lin Yue added some wild yam she had dug up earlier, slowly simmering it with rice in a pot. Seeing the wild yam, Yi Laodong's expression softened. This herb could fetch a substantial price, couldn't it?" Lin Yue dismissed the notion. "There is no shortage of this on the mountain. We can harvest more in the future." She refrained from mentioning that she had collected a considerable amount, as her bamboo basket was nearly empty. The tiger Lin Yue had slain would surely be worth a significant sum as well. Qin Fong suddenly interjected, prompting Yi Laodao to slap his forehead in realization. "Of course, I will assist you in tanning the tiger's skin. It will surely keep you warm during the winter. But what are your thoughts on how to handle this tiger, Yu?" Lin Yue lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment. She had never been fond of animal pelts, as she was not a person of ancient times. "Father, what I mean is this tiger should be shared among everyone. After all, we all contributed and suffered injuries. I was merely fortunate. I do not wish to keep the tiger's skin. You may decide whether to sell it for money or divide the meat among us." Chapter 44. Entering the mountain upright. Exiting the mountain reclined, not only Yi Laodao, but everyone else was left dumbfounded. Lin Yue did not desire the tiger for herself, nor sought glory. She was willing to share it with them. It is worth noting that this tiger was quite valuable, not to mention the 400 to 500 gene of tiger meat. Even the skin itself, untouched by injury, could fetch over 100 taels of silver. If sold in Qingzhou City, it would command an even higher price. Moreover, tiger meat was a rarity. Many desired it, but could not hunt it. Had Lin Yue claimed the tiger for herself, no one would have objected, as her humility was evident. It was not mere luck, but her strength that allowed her to accomplish such a feat. Yet she was willing to forego it, leaving them unable to accept such generosity. Yi Laodao waved his hands repeatedly. "You're the most qualified to handle this tiger. It is unacceptable for you to relinquish it. We owe our lives to you. If you were to divide this tiger among us, would that not be akin to stabbing you in the back?" "Absolutely not. We cannot do such a thing." Qin Fong quickly grasped the situation. Lin Yue wished to keep her abilities discreet, as a fragile woman would attract unnecessary attention and trouble. "You simply do not want to stand out too much, do you, Lin Yue lifted her gaze to him, smiled gently, and nodded. Yi Laodao understood as well, and thus took charge, declaring that everyone would share the merits. Seeing their insistence, Lin Yue ceased her objections. Chun Lai and Chun Shi hesitated. "We two did not contribute much." The previously silent Er Wang spoke up. "What are you two saying? We are all good brothers. Do you think we are unaware of your contributions?" Eden Yo chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, we cannot judge based on the severity of injuries. I was not gravely wounded. So, does that mean I contributed nothing?" These two were not particularly skilled in reasoning, merely expressing their feelings in straightforward terms. "Chun Lai, Chun Shi, you need not think this way. We ascended the mountain together, forming a single unit. Within this unit, there are generals, strategists, and soldiers, each playing a different role. For instance, Yi Laodao and I are skilled in combat, responsible for confronting the tiger, while you assist in rescuing others without hindering us. This is the unspoken understanding between brothers. There should be no further discussion about contributions." However, Qin Fong was different. His words were simple yet profoundly convincing. Chun Lai and Chun Shi's expressions softened considerably. Being straightforward men, they found clarity and ceased to dwell on the matter. Yi Laodao nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case. Let us consider whether to sell the tiger or keep it. Indeed, We shall never forget the life-saving grace we owe you. Rest assured. I am in agreement. Everyone began to voice their opinions, and no one opposed the idea. After much consensus, it was ultimately decided that the tiger and deer would be sold for silver to be shared among them. Since it was agreed upon, Lin Yue felt further objection would be excessive, and thus refrained from resisting. She was curious to see how Yi Lao Dao and the others would go about selling the tiger and deer. Typically, hunters in the mountains have established sales channels for wild game, and Yi Lao Dao was no exception. However, he had previously hunted only ordinary game. This was his first encounter with a large beast like a tiger. He intended to sell it in Qingzhou City, as there were wealthier patrons there. Upon hearing her inquiry, he shared his plans. I have been to Qingzhou City once, but I'm not very familiar with it. If it were not for you two, Qin Fong and Qin Shu, being injured, it would be better if you accompanied me. You have worked outside before, so you should be more familiar with Qingzhou City, right? Qin Fong nodded, confirming he had visited several times, but they were primarily engaged in escort duties, spending little time there. If you cannot go, you may take Deshawn. That lad is quite adept and knows the area well. He can accompany you and gather information. That works. Deshawn is indeed clever. We can also take Lu Changzhen along. Lin Yue pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion, sharing several insights with Yi Lao Dao. Having hunted a tiger was a rare opportunity. They must ensure it is sold for a good price. Lu Changzhen was astute and quick-witted, more adept at selling goods than Yi Lao Dao and the others. Yi Lao Dao listened intently, committing her suggestions to memory. As they contemplated descending the mountain, Lin Yue felt a sense of lingering excitement. However, she was not greedy. Having familiarized herself with the route into the mountain, she could return on her own time for future excursions. The following day, as dawn broke, Yi Yue descended the mountain to summon villagers. The remaining group, including Qin Shu, Qin Fong, and Yi Qiusheng, were not fit to traverse the mountain path. Although Wang could manage to walk, his leg injury made it unwise to traverse the mountain. Thus, only Lin Yue, Yi Lao Dao, Chun Lai, and Chun Shi remained. Unable to transport both the injured and the game simultaneously, they had no choice but to wait for assistance. Lin Yue glanced at the tiger, estimating that it could fetch a good price while still fresh. Why don't I stay here to guard it while the three of you carry the tiger directly down mountain? Find a cart to transport it to Qingzhou City. Selling it while it is still fresh will yield a better price. Yi Lao Dao agreed and felt reassured, leaving the injured in Lin Yue's care. Though he hesitated to speak first, Lin Yue's proactive suggestion eased his mind. The injured, upon seeing Yi Lao Dao's gaze, all consented. Thus Yi Lao Dao, Chun Lai, and Chun Shi took turns carrying the tiger down the mountain. Lin Yue assisted the injured, checking their wounds to ensure there were no signs of infection or fever, and only then did she feel at ease. During the lengthy wait, aside from Qin Fong, Wang and Yi Qiusheng were not particularly talkative. Qin Shu felt shy, leaving only Qin Fong and Lin Yue to engage in casual conversation. After some initial pleasantries, they placed the injured onto the boards they had brought and took turns carrying them down the mountain. Fortunately, the resting spot they chose was not far from the mountain's edge, and they soon emerged from woods. Yi Yue did not forget to tease the injured. Upon seeing their people had arrived, the injured became animated. Qin Fong was the first to seize the opportunity. Chapter 45. Kindness will be rewarded. How about we switch? You lie down, and I will walk. Hee hee. Yi Yue chuckled, scratching his head. I cannot bear that punishment. Wang's father had been quite alarmed, but upon seeing his son could walk, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. Who would have thought that such a young girl, Yu, possessed such remarkable medical skills? Yu, let me help you carry the bamboo basket. You are the village's great benefactor. Do not tire yourself. Yi Yue unceremoniously snatched Lin Yue's bamboo basket. Lin Yue smiled. Yi Yue was rather amusing. He was honest and straightforward, and his chatter had everyone looking at her with admiration. Once they descended the mountain, they noticed villagers waiting at the entrance, and as soon as they saw them emerge, the families of the injured rushed forward, crying out in greeting. Lin Yue instinctively stepped back, only to be surprised when 4 young men approached. Mother, how are you? Are you uninjured? Delang and Erlang hurried over, each grabbing one of her legs. Lin Yue smiled and squatted down, embracing each of them. Mother is fine. What brings you here? San Lang lagged behind, and Lin Yue quickly pulled him into her embrace as well. Why did you not stay at home to wait for mother? Xidang, Xiao Shan, carrying Lang, stood aside, frequently glancing toward his family. Lin Yue understood his concern and promptly released the three boys, taking Si Lang into her arms and beckoning Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, thank you for your efforts. Please go check on your uncle and third uncle. Xiao Shan nodded and dashed off. Si Lang rested his head against Lin Yue's shoulder, feeling a mix of shyness and excitement. She embraced him without a hint of disdain, indicating her deep affection for him. Immersed in this joy, Si Lang remained oblivious to the envy and jealousy harbored by the other three brothers. Look at this. Having more brothers is troublesome. Everyone is vying for maternal affection. Erlang was quite troubled. He was the sole recipient of maternal love before. But now with the Ge and Si Lang, Sange would inevitably compete with him too. Just thinking about it was bothersome. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenju arrived with the Qing and Erqing. Yidan said, "Ayu, I will take the bamboo basket back to your home." Lu Zhenju snatched it away and pulled her along. As they walked, Lu Zhenju expressed her lingering fear, recalling that the few individuals who ascended the mountain were all pillars of their families. If any of them were to lose their lives, their families would surely be devastated. Thankfully, Ayu was there. I scarcely did anything. I merely contributed what I could. Qin Shu, carried away, glanced back at the receding figures with reluctance, while Qin Fong appeared lost in thought. You're simply being modest. Speaking of our shared village, I cannot merely stand by. In the past, our mothers had received considerable kindness from the villagers. There is nothing to dispute. Lu Zhenju reflected on this, recognizing that these families indeed possessed remarkable character and integrity. Just as Lin Yue had said, when her mind was clouded, no one had assisted her children. It seems that good deeds are indeed rewarded. Hadn't they now been blessed by Lin Yue? Lu Zhenju then thought of her husband, her heart swelling with happiness. Lu Changjin might lack skills, but he had a knack for discerning people. If she had clashed with Lin Yue, it was largely due to Lu Changjin's influence. As they conversed, they reached home, and Lu Zhenju did not linger and left promptly. Sure enough, not long after, Yi Laopa arrived, his smile barely contained. Following your advice, I sold both the tiger and the deer. Can you guess how much silver I made? Lin Yue, amused by Yi Laopa's rare playfulness, ventured to guess. 300 taels? Huh, much more than that. The tiger fetched 500 taels. The deer sold for 155 taels. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's spirits lifted. 655 taels was indeed a substantial sum. Oh my, that's quite a lot. De Lang and Erlang were perceptive and had already brought over a stool and a bowl of water for Yi Laopa. He drank it all in one go and handed the bowl back to De Lang. Good lad, bring me another bowl. After downing another bowl, Yi Laopa recounted the events. Upon arriving in Qingzhou City, they had deliberately tilted the cart while passing through the city gate, causing the tiger to fall, which startled everyone and frightened the gate guards. Although they had to offer a couple of coins as respect, it was worth it. That incident spread like wildfire in Qingzhou City. Not long after, several tavern and apothecary managers approached them eager to buy. Having never encountered such a scenario, Yi Laopa was fortunate to have Lu Changjin with him. His eloquence was astonishing, embellishing their tale of hunting the tiger to make it thrilling. This only drew more onlookers. Consequently, they were invited to the nearest tavern, Si Fong Lu. The owner was hosting a banquet, and one of the guests, upon seeing the tiger, expressed his desire to purchase the tiger skin as a birthday gift for someone in his family. As for the tiger meat, he suggested that the tavern and apothecary managers share it. The owner of Si Fong Lu chimed in, stating that he owned an apothecary and would buy the deer meat to ensure nothing valuable from the tiger and deer went to waste. I found that guest impressive, well-dressed, and he handed over 500 taels in silver notes. Had it not been for your suggestion, I would have been lucky to sell it for 400 taels. Yi Laopa spoke animatedly, exhibiting a demeanor quite different from his usual self, prompting Lin Yue to stifle a laugh. No wonder people say that joy uplifts the spirit. Thus, I sought your counsel on how to divide this considerable sum of silver. Lin Yue chuckled at Yi Laopa's honesty. With such an abundance of wealth, he was fretting over the division. Did we not agree to share? Yi Laopa waved his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Previously, I had not anticipated such a hefty sum. I thought, since this idea originated from you, and the tiger's glory is ours to share, it wouldn't be right for me to take more than my fair share. Seeing him so conflicted, Lin Yue pondered for a moment. The purpose of their mountain expedition was primarily for the village's communal festival. Although they had not secured a suitable sacrificial offering, they had indeed captured a magnificent tiger. To prevent the villagers from feeling envious, it would be wise to allocate 15 taels for sacrificial offerings, with those accompanying them to the city receiving some compensation for their efforts. Lu Changjin could receive double. As for the remaining individuals who had ventured into the mountains, many bore injuries from the tiger, perhaps an additional 3 to 5 taels for the more severely injured, and the rest could be evenly divided. What do you think? Yi Laopa nodded in agreement as he listened. This division seemed fair, considering the injured would require significant funds for treatment. It would not do to leave them with lingering ailments. Otherwise, even if they received their share, their hearts would remain troubled. Allocating 15 tael for the village with a small token of 21 for those who joined the city trip, and Lu Changjin receiving 51, would leave enough for sacrificial offerings to purchase a sheep and a pig, with plenty remaining, making it far more extravagant than previous years. Agreed. Let's proceed with this plan. After concluding, Yi Laopa hurriedly set about distributing the silver, while the villagers, though claiming not to be anxious, felt as if they were harboring a rabbit in their hearts. They were indeed eager. De Lang and Erlang joined in the revelry. Lin Yue, however, remained composed, preparing delicious meals for the four brothers. With the villagers eagerly anticipating, Yi Laopa briefly recounted the events, publicly presenting 15 taels to the village head for distribution, while also identifying a few of the young men who had accompanied them to the city. The village head promptly allocated 21 each to them, with Lu Changjin receiving 51, and the remainder spent on sacrificial offerings, causing those villagers who had not ventured into the mountains to erupt in excitement, as these offerings meant that the entire village would partake in meat and broth. Who would not be delighted? Yi Laopa retained the families that had entered the mountains, addressing the distribution of the silver. Chun Lai and Chun Shi each received 65 taels. Er Wang and Yi Qiu Sheng received 70 taels, while Qin Fong and Qin Shu, who were the most severely injured, each received 75 taels. The remaining 90 taels were allocated to Lin Yue. Chun Lai and Chun Shi adamantly refused to accept so much, insisting on giving 2 taels each to Yi Dinyo and Yi Laopa. We have received enough. Asking for more would leave us uneasy. The 2 men declined, but ultimately the elder patriarch intervened, suggesting a compromise where they would each accept 1 tael. As for Lin Yu's share, others felt it was still insufficient and sought to gather enough to total 100 taels. This silver was akin to Yu bestowing it upon them for their use. Not only was it a life-saving grace, but also a generous gift of the tiger. The magnitude of this kindness was overwhelming. In my lifetime, I have never seen such a large sum of silver. This is truly extraordinary. Without you, our family would have been doomed. These families, characterized by their integrity and virtue, displayed no greed despite the considerable wealth before them. Just as discussions were underway, Lin Yue approached. Everyone has shown me such kindness. I cannot allow the gratitude for saving my life to overshadow our contributions. Each of us deserves our share. If it weren't for your support, my daughters and I would not be here today. Let this be settled. Lin Yue originally intended to repay the kindness they had shown her over the years. The recent incident with the tiger was merely coincidental. Her previous declarations of gratitude were not mere words. She possessed numerous means to ensure a better life for everyone. This was merely the beginning. The old clan leader tapped his smoking pipe, decisively affirming the matter. Very well. Lin Yue has expressed her goodwill, so let us accept it. There is still patience at home, and it is inevitable that we will need her assistance in the future. As time passes, we will all reside in the same village, and it is best to coexist harmoniously. Granny Qin grasped Lin Yu's hand, choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yu, don't be like this. You still have 2 patients at home. Let me accompany you to check on them and discuss their care. All right. In the northern wing of the old Qin residence, there were 3 main rooms. Granny Li occupied the eastern room, while the western room was empty, serving as a storeroom. The eldest Qin Fong and the second Qin Shi resided in the eastern wing, while the western wing housed Deshan and Xiao Shan in one room and Qin Shu in another. Lin Yue first visited the eastern wing to see Qin Fong, where Dong Caixia and her son Deshan were conversing with him. Upon seeing Lin Yue, Dong Caixia pulled Deshan, attempting to kneel before her. Ayigliku, you are our Qin family savior. This marked the second occasion Lin Yue had saved members of the old Qin family. Lin Yue quickly grasped her and gently pushed her back down. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Why would I seek such praise? It is merely fate that has not abandoned you. She insisted that such words should not be spoken again, for as a healer, it was her duty to treat the sick and save lives. Otherwise, she would be failing the one who imparted the medical arts to her. With a playful wink at Dong Tsaixia, Lin Yue conveyed her sentiments. Dong Tsaixia understood, yet became even more emotional. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Well, I suppose I must accept the truth of my own fabrications. At least I have been somewhat honest." After relaying several care instructions, she followed Granny Qin to Qin Shu's room. Qin Shu had already heard her voice, his face slightly flushed. It was said that his injuries were the most severe, and he was aware of this. However, after Lin Yu's treatment, he felt revitalized. Thus, he wholeheartedly believed in the words of his sister-in-law. "How do you feel?" Lin Yue gently touched his forehead, causing Qin Shu's face to redden further. "Much better. No fever indicates a good recovery." "Ayu, do you need any herbs?" "Tomorrow, I will ask Jin Xia and Qin Shi to fetch some from mountains." Lin Yue did not hesitate, knowing that most of the herbs they gathered would be for her own use. Excellent. Lin Yue was not overly concerned about the injuries of the others. The treatment they received on the mountain had been sufficient. However, further adjustments to their health would require a different prescription. Now that everyone was back from the mountain, should anyone feel uneasy about her, they would naturally seek out another doctor. Chapter 47. Truly a formidable woman. After dinner, the Lang and Air Lang surrounded her, chattering incessantly, while Sam Lang and Si Lang listened quietly, their ears perked up to catch her words. "Mother, you must be tired. Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" Arlong eagerly began to knie Lin's shoulders, prompting Darlong to assist by massaging her legs. In that moment, Lin Yue felt a profound sense of contentment. She gently closed her eyes, allowing the comfort and tranquility to envelop her. Unbeknownst to her, a satisfied smile graced her lips as she gradually succumbed to slumber. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, and the four brothers quietly nestled beside her, creating an atmosphere of harmony and beauty. She dreamed of that man again. Yet this time, he appeared lucid. Lin Yue found the dream to be strikingly vivid. "Who are you?" The man's striking features bore a look of confusion and curiosity. "And who might you be? Why are you in my dream?" As Lin Yue inquired, she pondered whether it had to do with the connection she felt. It seemed she had dreamt of him even before they had established their bond. In a dream, the man surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. Lin Yue, feeling playful, stepped closer and teasingly pinched his cheek. After all, it was her dream. Indulging in a bit of mischief posed no harm. Such a handsome man deserved her flirtation. In her previous life, she had been too absorbed in her studies and work to entertain romantic notions, and in the research base, individuals like her were quite rare. Thus, she had yet to taste the sweetness of love, though the absence of experience did not equate to a lack of desire. "You possess quite the appealing visage, perfectly aligned with my aesthetic. Just look at those eyes, brows, and lips, truly striking." Lin Yue leaned against his chest, exploring with her hands. "And that physique, not too shabby. How many abs do you have?" The man's expression shifted through various emotions, akin to a color palette. Was this woman trying to tease him? "You possess quite the audacity. Since this is your dream, you might as well remain here with me." His eyes sparkled mischievously as he subtly wrapped his arms around her waist. This woman, with her graceful form and captivating scent, exuded a freshness reminiscent of the crisp air in the forest at dawn, effortlessly stirring his deepest emotions. Suddenly, the man felt a strange sensation, a subtle pull, as if an invisible thread entwined around his heart, causing him to furrow his brow as a glimmer of enigmatic light flickered in his eyes. "I would love to stay with you, but if I remain lost in this dream, wouldn't that be indulgent? It suffices to dream of you occasionally." Lin Yue spoke with heartfelt longing, her gaze fixed on the man as his face drew nearer, causing her breath to quicken. Desiring to retreat, she discovered that his grip held her firmly in place. How had she not realized she was ensnared? Truly, beauty can be deceiving. "What? You wish to leave?" The man's expression darkened, revealing that everything up to this point had been mere pretense. "Ah, how quickly you change." Lin Yue smirked, lowering her gaze to his chest, and playfully bit him. "Ouch, you bit me." The sudden sting caused his hands to instinctively loosen, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue pulled back and vanished from sight. Damn it, she escaped again. The man stomped his foot in frustration. Who could have anticipated that she would dare to bite him? This woman was truly a sorceress. Lately, he had been trapped in peculiar dreams, feeling a soft body cling to him like an octopus. So vexing. Yet, The more he wished to awaken, the more elusive it became. Not long ago, he finally awakened. He had deliberately stayed awake for several days, anticipating this moment. Yet, she had slipped away once more. He opened his garment to inspect the small bloodied bite mark on his chest. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Beneath his unseen heart, a crescent-shaped mark glimmered faintly. Master, who is that woman, able to appear and vanish so effortlessly? The shadow behind him was nearly petrified, barely escaping detection. If not for his quick reflexes, she would have seen him. Yet, that woman was indeed remarkable. She not only dared to tease him, but even embraced him and bid him. As he approached to take a closer look, he noted the pronounced bite mark. What a fierce woman! Is she perhaps a dog? The man shot him a cold glare, prompting the shadow to quickly retract and step back. What an extraordinary woman she was. He truly admired her courage and audacity. Thus far, no woman had dared to approach him within 6 feet. Every woman who attempted to draw near had been dealt with. Initially, they had spread rumors, and only once had an insider staged a performance, with a beautiful woman attempting to approach him. However, she had been sent flying, meeting her demise on the spot. From that day forth, no woman dared to come near him, and even men kept their distance. His master is indeed the overlord of the Southwest. But for many years he's been living in a guise, while he has been dormant in the Songlong Mountain for 5 long years. 5 years ago, he was injured and fell into a deep slumber, with an eagerly awaiting his awakening each day. Yet upon waking, he seemed somewhat dazed, often lost in thought alone. In recent days, he even deliberately stayed awake, unwittingly attracting the attention of a woman of such character. Ning truly wished to inquire about the identity of this woman, feeling an urge to pay her homage. They had long presumed that their master was likely of a different inclination, yet this situation suggested otherwise, as a woman had boldly approached him, even making her presence known within his courtyard. The question remained, when had he formed such a connection, as they typically did not stray far from his side? As Yin lifted his head, he caught sight of an Ing's disoriented gaze, still oblivious to his thoughts, and gritted his teeth. Ning, what occupies your mind? Are you pondering when you became entangled with such an audacious lady? She appears rather formidable. Ning felt a sense of foreboding upon responding and quickly retreated, relieved that he had escaped in time from that fierce demeanor. However, he soon reemerged to remind, Master, you have not slept these past few days. You must be feeling weary by now. Chapter 48. The Master with a Fiery Temper Upon Awakening. Yin found himself in a state of bewilderment, devoid of dreams. At that moment, a figure resembling him entered, bowing respectfully upon arrival. Master, I have just received news that the bandits in the northwest are rampant, having formed a significant force. The court has dispatched troops several times, each time returning empty-handed. They have stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions, and I estimate they may march south come spring. What are they plotting? A rebellion? It was reported that the leader is a certain Murong Yen, head of the Divine Fire sect, and those scouting the area have stated that Murong Yen has gathered numerous followers, including strategists and capable generals. Disguised as Yin, Zhou glanced at his master and continued, the surname Murong belongs to a former dynasty's ruler. If the court chooses to ignore them, why should we intervene? Ning, having reappeared unnoticed, mumbled to himself, but fell silent under Yi Yin's scrutinizing gaze. However, Yi Yin had no intentions of intervening. He alone dominated the Southwest, his military might formidable and the populace thriving. The court had only regarded him with trepidation over the years, yet perhaps they did not take him seriously. As he remained unmarried at 25, with no heirs, a fact that alone could diminish his perceived threat in their eyes. The bandit threat in the Northwest was likely to soon escalate into a rebellion. Those in the court, who only understood theoretical warfare, had already dispatched troops multiple times without recognizing their own limitations. It seemed that years of wealth and comfort had rendered them complacent. Let us closely monitor the situation in the Northwest. While we may choose not to act, we cannot afford to remain entirely oblivious. Casting a sidelong glance at Ning, he added a few more instructions. Ning pouted in grievance. Why must you be so fierce with me when I have said nothing? Master, now that you have recovered, surely you need not continue in disguise? And Zhou inquired cautiously. It is exhausting to pretend to be you every day. With a sigh, Zhou replied, I shall wash my face. Elated, Zhou agreed, finally able to shed the guise of his master. While the disguise was manageable for a day or two, It had begun to take a toll on his complexion, and he welcomed the chance to allow his skin to breathe. When he reappeared, and Gio had returned to his original form, his attire changed, exuding a sense of ease and comfort. Is it truly so exhausting to masquerade as this prince? Yi observed, suppressing an eye roll out of respect for his own image. Exhausted. I feel like a dog every day, but Gio dared not voice this, instead feigning indifference. Not all. There is nothing to speak of. And Gio's expression turned to one of despair. Master, I beg you. I shall say no more. Yi had undergone a noticeable temperament shift upon awakening. Once a figure of silence, now transformed into one of confrontation, ready to unleash his ire at any moment. Could it be that in Ing's service had been lacking, and his master was taking out his frustrations on him? And Gio glanced at Ning, who bore a similarly constipated expression and shook his head in response. Something was amiss, and he resolved to inquire with Ning when the opportunity arose. Deciding on this course, Gio sealed his lips. Yi, perceiving that Gio was withholding something, recognized his nature well enough to know it could not be anything significant. Otherwise, he would not be able to contain himself. As expected, moments later, Gio hesitantly approached him. Speak plainly, do not mince words. Yi urged impatiently. What has transpired to provoke such a change in you? Hasn't Ning failed to serve you properly? With a pitiful expression, Gio's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Will you speak or not? I assure you it is not a grave matter. It is merely that Gio, while observing your demeanor, has quietly retreated to the door. For that Yuan Fei has returned, declaring she will marry no one but you, and has taken up residence in Chunshan Courtyard. And, Gio, with those words, Gio dashed away as if pursued by a specter. Yi hurled the teacup in his hand, narrowly missing Gio, yet eliciting a startled cry from a woman outside. The sound of the teacup shattering on the ground was accompanied by the voices of servants calling out. Who is so lacking in decency as to throw a teacup? Do they wish to kill someone? Princess, are you unharmed? Who threw that? Yuan Fei's booming voice echoed, a cacophony that rattled the air. Yi felt his head throb. This persistent woman was a true nuisance, and he thought as much while swiftly slipping away from the rear hall. In the shadows, Ning stifled a laugh. His master was evidently vexed. Ordinary women dared not even glance at him. Yet this Yuan Fei was an anomaly, not only robust in stature, but vocally overpowering. His master had even privately dubbed her the female warrior. What are you laughing at? Gio had stealthily appeared at his side. Are you concealing something from me? What has transpired with the master? Why has his temper heightened? Ning whispered conspiratorially, causing Gio's eyes to widen in disbelief. Good heavens! Has the master encountered romantic fortune? Just then, Yuan Fei's voice boomed. Who threw that teacup just now? The servants within the room were too terrified to breathe. This formidable woman was indeed intimidating. Speak. Yuan Fei pointed at a maid clad in grass-green attire. The maid quickly knelt, not daring to lift her head, stammering as she spoke, fearing disbelief from the princess and repercussions if her master were to be implicated. It was the master who threw it. Yuan Fei's eyes narrowed. Her features, though not conventionally beautiful, held a certain exaggerated charm. The maid nodded vigorously, and, sensing the princess's belief, she spoke with greater fluency. Yes, indeed, I was conversing with Lord Gio when the teacup was thrown. It was Lord Gio's doing. No wonder she had thought she was seeing things when she had caught a glimpse of movement by the door. Oomph, he is avoiding me. Yin Ye. As she spoke, Yuan Fei attempted to rush inside to find him, yet her matron pulled her back. Princess, let's first address your injury, shall we? Considering her throbbing head, she conceded that it would be wise to tend to her wounds before seeking out Gu, lest he be deterred by her disheveled appearance. Very well. Only upon her departure did Yi emerge slowly from behind the screen in the rear hall. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the woman who had appeared out of nowhere, that inexplicable sense of connection leaving him in a state of agitation. Chapter 49. It is time to stockpile grain at this moment. Lin Yue sat with a clear mind across from Zhang Zhanggue at Tianxiangge. Today, she presented the grand wild boar she had procured from the mountains, intact and unbutchered, which made Zhang Zhanggue beam with delight. Madam Lin, you are truly impressive. This boar is remarkably fresh. It must have just perished, correct? I shall offer you 60 when per gene for it. After speaking, Zhang Zhanggue instructed someone to fetch the scales. Initially intending to inquire about barbecue spices, Lin Yue reconsidered. She was not lacking in silver at present and decided against exerting the effort. She accepted the payment for the boar and prepared to depart. However, Zhang Zhanggue called out to her, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and kindly cautioned her. Madam Lin, I have heard troubling news about the banditry in the northwest. Our tavern's business may suffer as a consequence. I fear next year will not be as prosperous as this one. Lin Yue paused at his words. Zhang Zhanggue, why do you say that? He shook his head, a look of sorrow gracing his face. The banditry is quite severe, resembling a chaotic army, supporting the former dynasty. When war breaks out, it is the common folk like us who will suffer the most. We have conducted business together twice, and knowing you are an honest person, I offer this advice. Stockpile as much grain and silver as you can. When chaos ensues, we shall likely need to flee south. Lin Yue felt a weight in her heart and sincerely thanked Zhang Zhanggue for his warning. Seeing that she understood the gravity of his words, he shifted the conversation, a hint of helplessness in his smile. However, winter battles are unlikely. This winter should remain stable. If you manage to hunt more mountain goods, do not hesitate to bring them to me. I will ensure you receive a fair price. Thank you, Zhang Zhanggue. With that, Lin Yue departed from Tianxiangge. The news weighed heavily on her. In times of turmoil, the common people suffer. After finally finding stability in Yijia village, where would she go if forced to flee again? Without dwelling too long on these thoughts, she assessed her silver and resolved to allocate half for purchasing grain. After all, she had the space to store it, and having a surplus of grain would bring her a sense of security. She visited several grain shops, noting some fluctuations in prices. Yet the official grain remained consistent. With no conflict yet, most people continued to live their lives peacefully, and even if such rumors circulated, it was likely the authorities would suppress them. Taking heed of the need for preparation, she bought grain from several shops and also acquired vegetable seeds, contemplating planting them in her space for experimentation. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yue decided to visit the old clan leader's home, sharing the news she had received from Zhang Zhanggue in full detail. Upon hearing her words, the old clan leader was stunned, forgetting to smoke his pipe for quite some time. Is this true? Lin Yue shook her head, yet her expression was unusually grave. I have sold goods to Zhang Zhanggue at Tianxiangge on 2 occasions. I cannot ascertain the truth of his words, but he has offered me this warning, and I believe he is a trustworthy man. Therefore, the credibility of this matter is quite high. After a considerable pause, the old clan leader finally spoke. Regardless of its veracity, it is prudent to prepare. Though such matters are hard to believe, as a man seasoned by the passage of time, I understand the importance of the situation. Yijia village is close to Qingzhou city, a necessary route for those fleeing south. If war breaks out, it will inevitably pass through here, and we cannot escape unscathed. How has the village handled similar situations in the past? Should we retreat into the mountains? As Lin Yue voiced her thought, she felt it was inappropriate. After all, since Yijia village was the protector of the tombs and possessed a mysterious passage, perhaps retreating into the mountains was indeed a viable option. Why was she so troubled? The old clan leader perceived her thoughts and chose not to conceal the truth any longer. In reality, the passage leads only to an ancient forest, which is perilous and fraught with traps. Once inside, one cannot escape. In my youth, I climbed the mountains and found no signs of any tombs nearby. With this revelation, Lin Yue comprehended. The tomb likely existed, as evidenced by the strange tablet. Yet the villagers of Yijia were too distant from the core knowledge and unworthy of more information. However, the ancestral teachings passed down through generations were not to be forgotten. Yijia village was small, comprising only about 30 households, and their ancestors had emerged from the deep mountains. While retreating into the mountains was possible, it required careful consideration, for human nature is the most fragile under duress. This matter requires thorough contemplation. We shall discuss it further when the time comes. With an entire winter ahead for preparation, Lin Yue recognized the urgency of the situation and took her leave. Upon arriving home, Delang and Erlang rushed towards her. Lin Yue embraced each of them warmly, while San Lang and Si Lang watched from inside, feeling a pang of longing. Mother, several families in the village who were injured have come by multiple times, hoping you could visit them. Indeed, look, this is the token of gratitude they have brought. Dolongon Arlong eagerly recounted, pointing to a large pile of various items in the room, including grain, vegetables, herbs, and fish, an assortment of heartfelt offerings. Lin Yue felt a warmth in her heart, reminiscent of a familial bond among soldiers in another world. Such a bounty. This is from old grandpa, this from fourth grandpa's family, this from third grandpa's, and old Ye's family, as well as from Er Wang's and the Qin family. They mentioned that you should charge them for your medical services. De Lang and Er Lang recited the names eagerly. Having been away for just a morning, the villagers had already shown their appreciation, demonstrating their trust in her abilities as a healer. She set down the bamboo basket on her back and retrieved the meat buns and osmanthus cake she had bought. Mother has brought you big meat buns. They are quite fragrant and also osmanthus cakes. Share them amongst yourselves. Thank you, Mother. De Lang and Er Lang were overjoyed, taking the treats and sharing them with San Lang and Si Lang. Lin Yue next visited old Ye's home, redressing Qiuxing's leg and applying fresh medicine before providing him with herbal remedies. Qiuxing's mother was a straightforward person, speaking with great candor. She promptly handed Lin Yue 2 liang of silver as a token of gratitude. Yu, Qiuxing's injury is largely due to your efforts. Please accept this as payment for your services. Lin Yue realized that refusing would only make them uncomfortable, so she graciously accepted the offering. She also visited Er Wang's family, where Er Wang's mother presented her with 2 liang of silver and engaged Lin Yue in conversation for some time. Both men's legs were healing well, likely thanks to the strengthening medicine they had been given. Chapter 50. Si Lang's leg has healed. Si Lang, I have come to check on your leg. Finally recalling his condition, Si Lang felt a wave of grievance wash over him, fearing she had truly given up on him. Does this hurt? Si Lang shook his head. How about here? And here? After pressing several key points, Si Lang continued to shake his head, indicating he felt no pain. Congratulations, Si Lang, your leg has healed. You can try to walk a bit. Gradually, you will fully recover. Lin Yue embraced Si Lang with excitement, planting a kiss on his forehead. This made Si Lang blush and his heart race, but he was even happier to hear that his leg had healed. Really? Dalong, Along, and San Lang all gathered around, their faces alight with joy. Mother, Si Lang can walk now? He won't be lame anymore? Of course not. He'll be just like you, able to walk normally and jump around. Lin Yue embraced each of her children, overwhelmed with joy. Wow, this is wonderful. Si Lang, take a few steps for us to see. De Lang could not contain his excitement. With a flushed face, Si Lang carefully stepped forward with Lin Yue's assistance. The sensation was entirely different. Previously, whenever his leg touched the ground, he would feel pain, causing his limp. But now there was no pain at all. Truly, it does not hurt. I'm no longer lame. His face radiated with excitement. He was free from limping. She had not deceived him. Everything she had claimed was true. She had indeed healed his leg. I can walk. I'm not a cripple anymore. Third brother, look, my leg is healed. Si Lang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Perhaps only San Lang could truly comprehend his emotions at that moment, and San Lang, feeling genuine happiness for him, touched his own face, feeling a twinge of disappointment. His face was likely beyond repair now. After Lin Yue supported Si Lang for a few steps, she released him, and upon looking up, she caught sight of the envious yet forlorn expression in San Lang's eyes, which pierced her heart. Si Lang, elated by his ability to walk normally, dashed over to embrace De Lang, then Er Lang, and finally San Lang. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. I can walk now. I'm no longer a cripple. As he spoke, Si Lang broke down in tears, as if he were purging all the grievances and sorrows he had endured in the past. Lin Yue stepped forward to hold him, gently patting his back, while the other 3 brothers gathered around to embrace them. Moved by Si Lang's emotions, they too began to weep, and San Lang cried quite fiercely. Gradually, Si Lang's emotions settled, and he ceased his sobbing, lifting his head from Lin Yue's embrace. Tears streamed down his cheeks once more as he moved his lips, finally uttering the words mother. Thank you for forgiving mother. De Lang, Er Lang, and San Lang echoed mother. Lin Yue sweetly replied with an O, and then enveloped all 4 of them in her embrace. Si Lang, your legs have just healed. Do not overexert yourself. Take it slowly, do you understand? I understand, mother. San Lang, mother promises to heal the scars on your face, and De Lang's ear ailment. Er Lang's right hand, I will ensure you all are healed. San Lang's despondent heart was instantly uplifted, his cheeks flushed. Mother, as long as you do not find me ugly, that is enough. Lin Yue caressed the scar on his face, gently yet firmly assuring him, I believe that Mother will surely heal you. Hmm. The three brothers nodded earnestly. With Si Lang's legs healed, they felt a surge of confidence. In truth, they had long wished to believe that even if healing were not possible, they had grown accustomed to it. Today, Mother will prepare a delicious feast to celebrate Si Lang. Is that all right? Wow, that sounds wonderful. The four brothers cheered. Then we will make dumplings today. Fantastic. We are making dumplings. The four brothers exclaimed joyfully as they surrounded Lin Yue and entered the kitchen. Lin Yue first took out some fine white flour, kneaded the dough, and set it aside to rest. Da Long, take your brothers to fetch a handful of scallions for Mother. We will make pork and scallion filling. How does that sound? Great. The four brothers eagerly went off to help. Lin Yue then retrieved a piece of meat with both fat and lean parts, washed it, and minced it. She added the chopped scallions from Da Lang and the others, mixed it thoroughly, added seasonings, and poured hot oil over it, instantly releasing an enticing aroma. So fragrant. The four brothers could hardly contain their saliva. Let us start making dumplings. Lin Yue took a piece of dough, kneaded out the air, rolled it into a long cylinder, and pinched off several small pieces, rolling each into a round dumpling skin. Look, like this. Take a piece of dough, place it in the palm of your hand. Add some filling, pinch the sides gently, and seal it tightly from end to end. A gentle squeeze, and it's done. She slowed her pace to demonstrate, while the brothers watched and learned, enjoying a harmonious time together as they made dumplings. Lin Yue's dumplings were exquisite and plump, resembling little golden ingots. Haha, Mother, look at eldest brother. Doesn't that dumpling look like a duck? And yours looks just like a pancake. San Lang S. Haha, Si Lang S is even uglier. The brothers teased each other while their hands continued working diligently. They were quite clever. Having made a few unsightly dumplings, they quickly grasped the technique. From initially flat dumplings, they soon began to form fuller shapes. In the end, as they looked at each other, laughter filled the air, each face dusted with flour, resembling little clowns. How amusing. In less than half an hour, they filled a large table with dumplings. Lin Yue boiled them and served 2 large bowls, briefly rinsing them in cold water before handing them to Da Lang and Lang. Hey! Da Lang and Lang hurried away with their bowls, accompanied by Lin Yue's calls to be careful. The two felt a delightful sense of happiness, their faces illuminated with smiles that had never been felt before. Though they quickened their pace, their bowls remained steady in their hands. Chapter 51. The celebration of Shi-Ri soon, the day of Shi-Ri arrived. In the village's central flat area, a row of tables was set up, adorned with incense and offerings. The village chief had arranged for the offerings to be purchased: a pig, a sheep, 10 chickens, 10 ducks, 10 large grass carp, and several jars of grain wine. In total, 15 taels of silver had been spent, adding considerable splendor to the Shi-Ri festivities. Moreover, the offerings brought by each household filled more than half of the sun-drying area. A large earthen stove had already been constructed nearby, ready to be used as soon as the worship concluded to cook the meat. Village Chief Yi Laohan led the villagers in offering incense and prayers. Standing at the forefront of the altar, with a group of elders behind him, followed by the villagers of Yijiasiyuan. Except for a few injured who could not attend, the rest were present. The annual Shi-Ri celebration had begun for the villagers of Yijiasiyuan. We invite the deity. With the village chief's booming voice, the young men prepared to beat the Shi drums. The elder held a plaque representing the deity, respectfully placing it on the altar alongside the respected elders of the village. As the drumbeats ceased, the village chief recited a few blessing words. First, may the monarch enjoy longevity. Second, may there be peace and absence of strife. Third, may the harvest be abundant. Fourth, may the elderly enjoy peace and freedom from illness. Bow, twice, thrice, rise. The Shi drums began to play once more, and the villagers danced joyously. After a lively half-hour, the worship officially concluded, and everyone started to bring the offerings to the earth stove, eagerly beginning to distribute the meat. The so-called distribution of meat meant cooking all the meat offerings and sharing them among the villagers, while other grains and vegetables were also shared among everyone. Lin Yue was deeply impressed by the rural sacrificial scene, realizing that ancient people celebrated harvests in such an exhilarating manner. Even nearby villages were envious of the grand celebration in Yijiasiyuan. The villagers were carrying bowl after bowl of meat home, igniting their envy. Nearby villages were also holding their own Shi-Ri celebrations, with some people drawn to witness the festivities of other villages. The news of Yi Jiaxuan's recent triumph over a large tiger had spread far and wide, attracting many eager spectators who became increasingly envious as they observed. However, they were also aware that the tiger hunt had cost Yi Jiaxuan dearly, as many had been injured. Thus, on such a lively Shiri, those individuals could only stay at home. Reflecting on this, the envious outsiders felt a slight balance in their hearts. The grand Shiri celebration, while glorious, had not come without its price. After Shiri, the village gradually returned to tranquility. The once haphazardly sown crops had now turned into a vibrant green expanse. Moreover, the area of fertile black soil had doubled. Thanks to Lu Jinju's guidance on gardening, Lin Yue realized that the crowded seedlings were struggling and needed to be transplanted. Otherwise, they would be too congested, while some areas remained too sparse. Why should labor be confined to mere thoughts? Why was it left to an outsider to toil both mentally and physically? Thus, Lin Yue could only work in the space during the night while the four brothers slept. Consequently, she found herself quite fatigued during the day. The four brothers gathered together to whisper. "Eldest brother, have you noticed that mother seems a bit unwell these days?" Delang nodded. He had certainly noticed. Erlang's eyes darted around. "Is it possible that mother took advantage of our slumber last night and slipped away?" "Perhaps." Sanlang and Silang nodded in agreement. Dalong, however, found himself perplexed. Regardless of whether mother was a demon or a deity, such a manner of departure was hardly a solution. "Indeed, we must devise a plan to keep her with us." As Silang recounted this tale, the hearts of the brothers collectively quickened. Yes, they had only just begun to appreciate their mother's goodness. How could they bear to lose her? Absolutely not. That night, they took turns keeping watch over her, ensuring that she would not be whisked away by malevolent spirits. Excellent. After reaching a consensus, the four brothers decided to forego outdoor play during the day. Once they completed their household chores, they hurried to bed. After securely locking the courtyard gate, they made their way to the Qin household. At the old Qin residence, Qin Fong and Qin Shu had already regained the ability to move about. "Third brother, your injuries are far more severe than mine. How have you recovered so swiftly? Surely, you are not merely putting on a brave face?" The two adhered strictly to Lin Yue's advice, taking leisurely walks in the courtyard and basking in the sun, gradually increasing their activity. "Eldest brother, I am younger than you." Qin Fong shot him a glare. "I am only 5 years your senior." The second brother, Qin Shi, who was chopping firewood nearby, chuckled. The eldest brother could not deny that the third brother's physique was indeed stronger. He shifted the conversation, adding, "However, third brother, you have indeed made a remarkable recovery. I recall old Yi was bedridden for months after his injury. Yet here you are, up and about in such a short time." "I remember nothing, only that the pain seems less intense now." Qin Shu pondered, lifting his hand to touch the scar on his chest, convinced it was not from a tiger's claw, but rather a knife wound. Listening to the brothers' exchange, Qin Posey smiled knowingly. She did not believe that the youngest son's youth and strength were the sole reasons for his rapid recovery. Observing the others who had ventured into the mountains together, none had suffered prolonged recovery times. Erwang was already running around the village, and Qiu Sheng's wound, where a piece of flesh had been bitten off, had completely healed. That was the result of Lin Yue's efforts. She had encountered the old deity, and the medical texts bestowed upon her were undoubtedly extraordinary. Our family, indeed, has benefited from Yu's blessings. I have long told you all this, yet you did not believe me. Now do you see? Just then, Lin Yue arrived. "Aunt, are you busy? A Yu has come. Come in quickly. I was just talking about you." Lin Yue, her face alight with joy, asked, "What ill words are you speaking of me?" "No ill words. They merely think their robust health is the reason for their swift recovery. I say it is all you're doing." Qin Posey leaned closer, whispering, careful that her voice did not carry. Lin Yue chuckled heartily. "I came to see how they are faring in their recovery." Qin Fong and Qin Shu hurried over to sit down, and Lin Yue gently pressed her hand against their chests. Unsurprisingly, Qin Shu's face turned crimson once more, resembling a boiled shrimp. You are recovering well. In another 10 days or so, you shall be completely well. You, we are indebted to you. Look at my leg. After just a few days of medicine, the pain has subsided, and I can walk with energy. That goes without saying," Dong Caixiao remarked, casting a glance at Qin Fong, who immediately lowered his head. Initially, he had doubted Lin Yue's ability to heal her leg, yet now the entire family's ailments have been remedied by her. Qin Posey stood and entered the house. returning with silver. You, this is our fee for your medical services. Do not disdain the amount. If you refuse to accept it, we shall not seek your help again. She said this deliberately to prevent Lin Yue from declining. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the 10 taels of silver. Very well, I shall accept it. Aunt, Sister Caixia, came a soft voice from the doorway. Xiao Dai has arrived. Coming quickly. Su Xiao Dai entered, carrying a basket, and quickly glanced at Qin Shu, whose expression remained neutral, revealing no hint of emotion. Upon seeing Lin Yue, she offered a polite greeting. Sister Lin Yue is here too. Are you here to consult? I have not seen you practice medicine before. I did not expect you to be so skilled. Everyone speaks highly of you. Her words felt insincere, and Lin Yue's expression grew somewhat cooler. She had little impression of Su Xiao Dai and merely nodded politely. She found the girl unlikable, sensing a certain insincerity about her. Aunt, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I am headed to the riverbank as well. Let me accompany you, Dong Caixia replied, picking up a wooden basin for washing and following Lin Yue out. That Xiao Dai. You may not recall her, but she too has faced hardships. Being burdened with such a mother. Her father is a simple man, incapable of uttering much, and their family life was quite decent. Her mother, however, is vain. Before Xiao Dai was born, they were quite poor, yet a fortune teller proclaimed that her unborn child would bring great fortune. After Xiao Dai's birth, her father found a wild ginseng root in the mountains, selling it for a considerable sum, thus improving their circumstances. Her mother became even more convinced, boasting throughout the village that Xiao Dai was destined for fortune. Everyone in the village knows this. Later, Xiao Dai's mother bore a string of sons, and she was even more proud, shamelessly claiming that the fortune teller said Xiao Dai would bring wealth and offspring. Marrying into their family would guarantee prosperity and many sons. Thus, anyone wishing to marry Xiao Dai must present a bride price of at least 50 taels of silver. Lin Yue was astounded. Was this not a veiled form of selling her daughter? What kind of fortune could be guaranteed? Was it truly credible? How could one verify such a claim? If a lazy man were to marry her, would money simply fall from the sky? Or was it a promise of many sons? What if they could not produce any children? Could they return her? Moreover, with such a mother and a host of younger brothers, would she not be a considerable burden? And yet, they believed themselves to be blessed with fortune? This was the first time Dong Caixia had heard such a notion, and she could only stare in disbelief. Realizing Lin Yue was correct, why had no one considered this before? Xiao Dai was no longer a child. She was 18. Surely, no one could afford such a hefty bride price, and thus she remained unmarried. Likely only the wealthiest families in town could manage it. Noticing Dong Caixia hesitating to speak further, Lin Yue sensed the matter was more complex than it appeared. She recalled how the girl had first entered the Qin household and cast a glance at Qin Shu, and she began to understand. Does she have feelings for your Qin Shu? Dong Caixia cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming no one was near before revealing. Qin Shu and Xiao Dai are childhood friends. Ordinarily, they should be a suitable match, but with their mother's illness, the family fell apart. Qin Shu did not wish to burden her, so he abandoned the idea. Alas, but is there still an opportunity? With Qin Posey now, well, the Qin family had money from selling the tiger, and they could surely gather enough of the bride price. Yet, would they be willing to deplete their savings for a wife? Dong Caixia shook her head. It is too late. Xiao Dai is already betrothed. Then Qin Shu has long since let go. The two of them are not meant to be. Xiao Dai, unable to see this, is just like her mother, a person of shallow values. Once Qin Shu realized this, he completely severed ties. Now, Xiao Dai's mother is seeking a butcher's son from town, a family with only one heir, and they are not lacking in wealth, though the son is rather unattractive. Lin Yue understood. They were drawn to the butcher's wealth, yet repulsed by his appearance. If Xiao Dai was being forced into this arrangement, it could be excused, but if she willingly accepted, it spoke poorly of her character. Her visit to the Qin household after becoming engaged was quite telling. She seemed to be calculating. Such behavior, of wanting to have her cake and eat it too, was hardly commendable. Furthermore, I must confess that I do not particularly like her either. There is an air of pretense about her. During the time my mother was ill, she visited a few times, but thereafter she never returned. Each time she encountered Sandy, she would weep inconsolably. As we reached the riverbank, Dong Caixia ceased her chatter, bidding farewell to Lin Yue before proceeding to wash clothes. Meanwhile, at the Qin household, Su Xiaodai presented the basket containing over a dozen eggs to Granny Qin. Aunt, I have heard that Qin Fong and Qin Shu have sustained injuries. I have been quite busy these past few days and have not had the chance to visit. But I know these eggs are not needed at home. They are a token of my goodwill to help them regain their strength. It is not merely these past few days that have been busy, but these past few years, Granny Qin reflected, her smile unwavering, though the mirth in her eyes seemed somewhat lacking. If Xiao Dai's mother were to discover that she had come to our home again, there would surely be a commotion. Xiao Dai has a good heart, but does your mother know you are bringing these eggs? Granny Qin inquired. Su Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Aunt, my mother is not home, and I purchased these with my own savings. She is unaware. I merely wish to see Qin Shu. Granny Qin sighed softly, suppressing her impatience, and gently urged her. Su Xiaodai trembled slightly, looking up at Granny Qin in disbelief. Upon seeing only regret on her face, she shifted her gaze to Qin Shu with an expression of sorrow. Aunt, Qin Shu, she called. Qin Shu, who had remained silent nearby, lifted his gaze to her, his eyes devoid of emotion. Xiaodai, since the year my mother fell ill, I have stated that I am unworthy of you. I reiterate this sentiment now, and I offer you one final wish. May you enjoy everlasting prosperity and bear many children. His words were painfully hurtful. After speaking, Qin Shu turned and retreated into the house. Su Xiaodai covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she turned to flee. Granny Qin caught her arm. Su Xiaodai wiped her tears, mustering a fragile smile before bidding farewell to Granny Qin. Yet the chill in her eyes could not be concealed any longer. What situation this is? Granny Qin sighed deeply, unable to refrain from murmuring, her heart momentarily uplifted by Qin Shu's final words. This lad truly bears a grudge. Perhaps he has finally let go. Dong Jinxia emerged from the house only after Su Xiaodai had departed. Mother, it seems that seeing the considerable silver we received from the tiger hunt has stirred her ambitions again. Besides, I have heard that the butcher's son is quite unattractive. How could he compare to Sandy's good looks? In this world, one cannot have it all. One cannot expect to please everyone. Yet, her illness has left our household in a precarious state, and Xiaodai has grown distant from Qin Shu. Initially, this was overlooked as we were all preoccupied with our own troubles, and Qin Shu had no mind to dwell on such matters. Naturally, any thoughts of marriage were postponed. When a villager spoke of the two, Xiaodai's mother would spread rumors that the Qin family was like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, a bottomless pit that could never provide a dowry, even if they managed to gather the funds. She would never allow Xiaodai to marry into a family that could not sustain her. Xiaodai had not made an appearance for some time, and later, when Qin Shu sought work, Xiaodai came to find him in tears, claiming her mother forbade her from associating with him. Qin Shu, recognizing her true character, made his feelings clear, and he remained despondent for quite a while. Jinxia, noticing Granny Qin narrowing her eyes, understood that she had guessed the truth. Was it that night? Indeed, that night, Cindy claimed he was going out for a stroll. In reality, Su Xiaodai was waiting for him by the river. I, curious as I was, followed him secretly. As Jinxia spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored her voice, which she lowered. Granny Qin instantly discerned her thoughts. Are you worried that your brother might act imprudently? Hee, you are indeed perceptive, mother. I fear he might be deceived again. I overheard Xiaodai asking Cindy whether he would still consider marrying her. He said he could not afford the dowry and reiterated his previous decision to sever ties. She then leaned against him, weeping, but he pushed her away. After crying for a while, she mentioned that her mother had found her a suitable match, and she was to become engaged. Cindy said nothing, and she left in tears. Upon finishing, Jinxia cast a furtive glance at the house, anxious that Qin Shu might overhear. Mother, do you think Cindy still harbors feelings for her? Granny Qin shook her head. I don't believe so. We can manage a wedding now, and he has not uttered a word about it. Do you think he is truly foolish? Most likely. He feels a sense of frustration and resentment. After all, he has worked for her family for years without any acknowledgement. Would anyone else swallow such indignation? Isn't it because Xiaodai is getting engaged? Granny Qin tapped Jinxia's forehead lightly. You are a sensible girl. But do you truly believe you have not perceived Xiaodai's true nature? She is cunning. Naturally, I have seen through her. Initially, she dangled Cindy along. But now that our family has faced hardships, she has been forced to sever ties. Now that we are recovering, she wishes to rekindle the connection. Does she think we are so naive? Just then, Qin Fong stumbled out of the house and happened to overhear. Not Navi at all. For years, she has strung him along as a free laborer. The two women were engrossed in their hushed conversation when Qin Fong startled them. Granny Qin shot him a glare. You are as silent as a ghost. Qin Fong chuckled sheepishly, glancing towards Qin Shu's room. You two seem quite absorbed in your discussion. Aren't you worried about being overheard? You are not foolish, but neither are you particularly clever. You should have taken the initiative to address your own wife's concerns. Granny Qin retorted. Isn't that because you didn't think to mention it either? He quickly slipped away, fearing his mother's wrath. Granny Qin, however, was not hard of hearing. She swiftly removed a shoe from her foot and tossed it in his direction. You little rascal, you have grown bold. That is your wife. Qin Fong peeked around the door, revealing half his face. That is still your daughter-in-law. As Granny Qin prepared to throw the other shoe, Qin Fong darted away. Having a mother-in-law who is more protective than one's own mother is indeed a blessing. Throughout their marriage, they have never had a falling out, which is their greatest fortune. Chapter 54. The cunning and complicated third son. To speak honestly, she is already engaged and still has the audacity to show her face. Her shamelessness knows no bounds. Mother, I have something to tell you. What is it that seems so mysterious? The other two were intrigued by her demeanor, and the three of them huddled together, whispering. Oh, really? Jin Xia exclaimed, her face registering shock. Sandy, Dong Caixia hastily covered her mouth, wary of Sandy overhearing. Jin Xia quickly sealed her lips, while Granny Qin wore a contemplative expression. What should we do? Jin Xia felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, as if she were cradling a restless rabbit in her bosom, her heart racing. Big sister-in-law, perhaps you could ask the eldest brother to subtly probe the third brother about this matter and see what he says. Dong Caixia was pleasantly surprised by her mother-in-law's attitude, but she felt compelled to add a reminder. Mother, I believe this matter cannot be kept hidden by the third brother. Each member of our family must clarify their stance. First, gather information, then clarify our position. Granny Qin decided decisively, urging Dong Caixia to speak with Qin Fong. Shortly thereafter, Qin Fong strolled into the west wing. As he entered, the three women crouched by the window, eavesdropping. Inside, Qin Shu lay on the bed, lost in thought, not even noticing Qin Fong's arrival. Ahem, brother. What is the matter? Today, that Su Shaodai came by. Do you have any thoughts? Qin Shu looked puzzled, his face a canvas of questions directed at his elder brother. He felt as though Qin Fong was searching for conversation, despite having clearly communicated his feelings to the family long ago. Did they believe he still harbored lingering affections for Su Shaodai, simply because she visited today? Surely not. Since the moment he recognized the true nature of Su Shaodai, he had completely lost all hope in her, feeling as though he had wasted several years as her devoted admirer. Observing his confusion, Qin Fong plopped down onto the bed and embarked on a journey of coaxing. I mean, hasn't Su Shaodai gotten engaged? Perhaps she believes that the butcher's son pales in comparison to you and is regretting her decision, contemplating a reconciliation with you today, wouldn't you say? Furthermore, I distinctly heard that she sought you out to lament her woes last time. If you soften your heart and wish to be with her again, I have ample means to disrupt her engagement. As Qin Fong spoke, he scrutinized Qin Shu's expression, fearful of missing any nuance. Yet, Qin Shu found it all rather peculiar. His elder brother was typically dismissive when it came to Su Shaodai, and this sudden change was unsettling. Elder brother is acting strangely. Qin Shu, not one to be easily fooled, connected the dots and allowed Qin Fong's words to sink in, a conflicted expression emerging on his face. Elder brother, now that you mention it, I too feel a sense of unwillingness. Why don't you tell me how we can thwart Xiaodai's engagement? Our family has the means now. If you all pitch in, perhaps Xiaodai could come to us. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong nearly lost his composure. Was this lad truly still harboring feelings for Su Shaodai? However, he refrained from showing his frustration, as he had a more daunting challenge ahead. Noticing the fluctuations in Qin Fong's expression, Qin Shu became increasingly convinced that his elder brother was up to something, realizing he was being led on. Elder brother truly is cunning. Thus, he feigned deeper sorrow, his expression turning melancholic. How could that butcher, so coarse and unappealing, ever be worthy of her? After all, we have known each other since childhood. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Fong's demeanor shifted dramatically. You have secretly seen that butcher? Qin Shu nodded. He's rough and unattractive. If Xiaodai marries him, she will surely suffer. Elder brother, You must tell me how to make Xiao Dai break off her engagement. Hearing this, Qin Fong could not conceal his anger. This boy was clearly envious and had even gone to see that butcher. What should he do? It was evident that he had not given up hope. Seeing the genuine pain on Qin Shu's face, Qin Fong could no longer hold back, leaping to his feet and pointing at Qin Shu. You must not entertain such thoughts. If Su Xiaodai wishes to marry, then let her be. As he spoke, he caught sight of the smile on Qin Shu's face and suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered by his younger brother. The esteemed eldest son of the Qin family made a fool of himself, feeling utterly humiliated as though their roles had been reversed. That crafty younger brother. He had clearly underestimated his own impatience. Qin Fong glared at him, feeling defeated as he sat back down. Elder brother, just ask me what you wish to know directly. Why go about in circles? Qin Fong's eyes brightened. If I ask, will you answer? Of course. We are family. What is there that we cannot discuss? He had anticipated that his elder brother merely wished to know his feelings about Su Xiaodai, but as soon as Qin Fong spoke, he became utterly embarrassed, stuttering in his response. Elder brother, please do not say such things. That is not the case. Then why are you blushing? Why are you stammering? At this moment, Qin Fong felt a sense of relief, realizing Qin Shu had not expected him to broach this subject so directly. The awkwardness of the situation filled him with joy, erasing the earlier feeling of defeat. He felt like the elder brother once more. Elder brother, matters concerning a woman's reputation must not be spoken of lightly. I have not spoken carelessly. I am merely inquiring. Qin Shu insisted firmly, refusing to concede. Meanwhile, the trio of mother and daughters-in-law, lurking by the window, exchanged glances. Mother, sister-in-law, Jin Xia, what are you doing crouched there? The second son, Qin Shi, emerged from the house and was taken aback upon discovering the eavesdroppers. Qin Shu quickly reacted, jumping off the bed, and upon seeing the three figures standing by the window, he understood everything. Mother, you all, flushing with embarrassment. He stomped his foot and retreated into the house. Qin Posey shot a fierce glare at Qin Shi before hastily following suit. Qin Shi, bewildered, wondered, what have I missed? Who have I offended? Younger brother, if you are too shy to discuss what your elder brother asks, shall I go and inquire on your behalf? Qin Shu, distressed, glared, unable to find words, finally managing to stammer. You cannot. Chapter 55. The old still outwits the young. Oh, I see. You fear that she may not find you worthy. Right? Well, let's not mention this matter again. As Qin Posey spoke, she exited, leaving the two daughters-in-law baffled, expecting their mother to persuade the third son, at the very least to express her own stance. But this was it? Equally perplexed was Qin Shu. Something felt off. Had he misinterpreted? Shouldn't his mother have said more? In a family where no one grasped Qin Posey's intentions, everyone pondered for 2 consecutive days, except for Qin Posey. Ultimately, Dong Caixia could no longer contain her curiosity and discreetly approached her. Mother, what do you mean? Do you agree or disagree? Why not allow us to mention this matter? Qin Posey shot her a disapproving look. Is this a matter to be discussed? Dong Caixia shook her head. Then that settles it. He is merely a half-grown lad, while you already has 4 children. It matters not whether she has a children as father. Do you truly believe that you would fancy the third son? Upon hearing this, Dong Caixia was even more bewildered. Then why do you want us to inquire with the third son? We must ascertain whether the lad has feelings or not. But does the third son have feelings or not? Qin Posey appeared speechless. Her eldest son's wife was typically quite astute, yet now she seemed utterly dim-witted. In truth, she was not foolish, but rather found her mother's approach a tad old-fashioned, making it difficult to comprehend and seemingly ineffective. You are still too naive. I know my son's temperament well. Just wait, before long. He will be unable to resist coming to ask me. Do you believe me? Seeing that she remained uncomprehending, Qin Posey chose not to elaborate further, instead advising her to observe for a couple more days. Exiting the house in confusion, Jin Xia rushed over. What did she say? Mother said to observe for 2 more days to understand. Feeling disappointed, Jin Xia walked away. For the past 2 days, Qin Shu was tormented, feeling restless whether lying down or sitting, even during walks. Everything felt amiss, and the gaze of his family weighed heavily on him. The events of that day had planted a seed in his heart. Would it bloom or not? What was his mother's stance, and what was the attitude of the others? They had all inquired but uttered no further words of encouragement. At the very least, they should have expressed a stance, leaving him in a state of uncertainty, as if a cat were scratching at his heart. Previously, with Su Xiaodai, when they recognized her character flaws, his family had openly expressed their disapproval of her. If he wished to marry, he would bear the consequences himself. The Qin family upheld a virtuous reputation. His elder brother, second brother, and both sisters-in-law had nothing to say, being dutiful to their mother. He did not wish to disrupt this harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, having been used as free labor for several years left a bitter taste in anyone's heart. Fortunately, he had been working outside. Though his marriage plans were delayed due to his mother's illness, he did not feel troubled, as he had at least seen through a person. But now it was different. That day, Su Xiaodai had stopped him, asking if he was still waiting for her. The mere thought made him want to lash out. How dare she? What audacity! The next day, rumors began to circulate in the village, claiming that he had yet to settle on a marriage, still unable to let go of Su Xiaodai. Despite her engagement, Qin Shu was said to be entangled with her. Xiaodia's mother spread the word that even if the Qin family offered a bride price higher than that of the butcher's family in town, it would be too late. Angered, Qin Shu felt that his previous self had been utterly blind to have taken a fancy to such a family. However, Qin Posey remained remarkably composed. For those who were aware of the nature of the Qin family understood its reputation well enough. A few disparaging remarks would not tarnish their image. Individuals who engage in flattery and belittlement are best ignored. This was merely a fade, an attempt to save face at the cost of one's dignity. Even if Qin Shu were to marry Su Xiaodai, and the Qin family were to present the same dowry, she would still regard it with disdain, believing that her daughter was worth far more. Unable to sit idly any longer, he resolved to seek clarity. In the eastern chamber, the rest of the Qin family gathered closely, heads almost touching as they peered out of the window. Even the four children, Deshan, Xiaoshan, Xiaoyan, and Xiaoying, joined in the commotion. Mother, Qin Posey cast a glance at him, having anticipated this moment. Day after day, he paced before her, making her dizzy with worry. Yet he remained silent, causing her distress. Speak your mind. Don't mince words any longer. With a firm resolve, Qin Shu declared, Mother, regarding the matter you inquired about the other day, what is your stance? Qin Posey set aside her work and looked up at him. You first tell me, do you have the intention? Qin Shu's cheeks flushed, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Then that settles it. Since you have feelings, approach her with confidence. If she reciprocates, you shall succeed. If not, then let go of that infatuation. Is it truly so simple? My mother is so forthright as to suggest I directly ask her. How could I dare? What if I am rejected? What face would I have left? Qin Posey, frustrated yet patient, continued to guide him. The men of the Qin family are stalwart and courageous, unafraid to love or hate. Success or failure is inconsequential. What matters is your dignity. Even if she looks down upon you, does that mean you must sever all ties? If you wish to win the heart of a beauty, you must be bold and willing to sacrifice your pride. Consider the bonds of kinship and friendship. Have you forgotten the gratitude owed to us by you? Be straightforward, or be forever trapped in your own heart. If you express your feelings openly, she will not look down on you. Rather, she will find your courage admirable. Do you understand? Reflect on this. After imparting her counsel, Qin Posey resumed her tasks, leaving him to ponder her words. This child truly caused her much concern. Such matters ought not to require maternal instruction. Nevertheless, she hoped to awaken him sooner rather than later. It was the first time Qin Posey had delivered such an impassioned discourse on matters of the heart, and the Qin family members were left in awe of her wisdom. What had initially seemed a private affair was imbued with a sense of extraordinary significance, stirring the hearts of those present. The two daughters-in-law seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to their children. Did you heed your grandmother's words? All four children nodded in agreement, feeling that their grandmother had spoken wisely. Uncle is too cowardly. The second son, Qin Shi, pondered for a moment and offered a succinct analysis. Your third uncle is not cowardly. When he and Su Xiaodai faced difficulties, he recognized the truth and ended things immediately. This indicates that his feelings for her were not genuine at that time. It is only now that he feels love. It is only when one fears loss that one hesitates. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him with newfound respect. It was surprising to see the usually reserved second son articulate such profound insights. Indeed, the Qin family harbored hidden depths. Chapter 56. Qin Shu boldly confesses at that moment. The occupants of the west chamber emerged, lining up to cheer Qin Shu on. His mind word, as if something had burst forth within him, invigorating his spirit. Thus, akin to a general charging into battle, he turned and strode forth with determination. As he walked, his thoughts were consumed with how to confess to Lin Yue. Would she accept? If she declined, what then? His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Ah, is that not Qin Shu? Finally out and about, looking remarkably well. Indeed, he responded vaguely to a passerby, leaving them perplexed. Qin, Sanshu, what brings you here? Are you looking for my mother? She has stepped out. Delang assumed Qin Shu had come for a consultation, bluntly informing him that Lin Yue was not available. Qin Shu's heart sank, yet simultaneously, a smile broke upon his face. After speaking, he turned to leave, inexplicably relieved. Just then, he bumped into Lin Yue as she returned home. His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Lin Yue, noticing Qin Shu at her doorstep, appeared puzzled. Qin Shu, why are you not resting at home? Even though you can walk now, you must take care not to overexert yourself. Aye. Qin Shu struggled to speak, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Are you unwell? You look pale, and you're sweating profusely. Has your wound reopened? Seeing his distress, Lin Yue's heart sank as she moved to touch his forehead, but Qin Shu sidestepped her. No, I'm fine. I have something to tell you. Qin Shu's words tumbled over one another, and Lin Yue furrowed her brow at his demeanor. Are you in pain? Perhaps you should come inside, and I can examine you. He waved his hands, lacking the courage to enter her home. Remembering Qin Posey's words, he took a deep breath and steeled himself. I am here to tell you that I like you, and I wish to ask if you would consider marrying me. What? Lin Yue stood frozen in shock. What had caused Qin Shu to profess such feelings? This was utterly unexpected. Yet, having traversed from another world, she quickly regained her composure, pondering when she might have sparked such feelings in him. Perhaps it was during her treatment of his injuries. People in ancient times were rather innocent and might misconstrue her medical care for affection. However, she was merely a physician. It seemed that Qin Shu's feelings stemmed from the intimacy required in examining his chest wound, leading to his misunderstanding. Alas, it appeared she had unwittingly stirred emotions within him. After all, he was not like Qin Fong, who had a family. He was still a young man on the cusp of love. Seeing Lin Yue silent, Qin Shu felt as though his heart might burst from anxiety, each passing second stretching into eternity. Finally, Lin Yue smiled gently at him and said, Qin Shu, I appreciate your feelings, and I hold you in high regard. But I cannot accept your confession, for I already have 4 children. Before she could finish, Qin Shu interrupted hastily. I do not mind. I will treat the 4 children as my own. I will care for you all. Lin Yue shook her head, her expression soft yet resolute. I want you to understand that my refusal is not due to your feelings about my children. Rather, I have no intention of seeking a partner again. I feel that having 4 children is quite sufficient. Qin Shu was taken aback, realizing that her concerns were not about his acceptance of her children, but rather her unwillingness to pursue another relationship altogether. It was hard for him to comprehend. Many women struggled without a man in their lives, facing hardship and scorn. How could she not fear such a fate? How can you endure the burden of raising 4 children alone? I understand your concerns. You believe this world is harsh and would not allow for my situation, but I am not afraid. I have my 4 children, and they are enough. As they grow, they will protect me, and until then, I will safeguard their well-being, ensuring they do not worry that their mother seeks another husband. In short, I refuse to find another man to be their father. Qin Shu was even more bewildered. Are you still holding on to thoughts of their father? Or do you think he might return? Lin Yue maintained her calm demeanor, casually brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I do not recall who their father is, and even if I remember later, I have no intention of seeking him out. Even if he were to come, it would concern him and the children. Whether they choose to acknowledge him or not is not my concern. However, if this situation were to bind us together, that is simply impossible. Lin Yue felt she had expressed herself clearly enough and hoped Qin Shu could comprehend her sentiments. Qin Shu lowered his head in silence for a moment. At that instant, his heart gradually calmed, and the words that had weighed upon him were finally voiced, granting him a sense of relief. Upon learning of Lin Yue's intentions, a flicker of joy ignited within him. I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. I wish to express my feelings to you, and I hope you do not overthink it. You will always be our Qin family savior. If there is anything I can assist with at home, do not hesitate to ask. Seeing the clarity in Qin Shu's gaze and the tranquility in his demeanor, Lin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I have always regarded you as a brother. I will not hold back in times of need. All right. Having received his answer, Qin Shu bid farewell to Lin Yue and slowly made his way home. Meanwhile, the four young boys hiding indoors, initially filled with trepidation, gradually became increasingly elated. They were particularly thrilled when their mother spoke of protecting them, ensuring that no other man would take on the role of their stepfather. They were ecstatic to realize that their mother truly loved them and was even willing to remain unmarried for their sake. They pledged to cherish their mother and strive to grow up to protect her, refusing to allow anyone to bully her. Chapter 57. The four young boys discover the existence of the space. Once Lin Yue entered the house, she noticed the four boys sitting in a row, their eyes gleaming like searchlights. Did you eavesdrop? Yes. The eldest boy nodded, leaning closer to Lin Yue and wrapping his arms around her neck. Mother, we heard everything. You are truly wonderful. We will protect you. The second, third, and fourth boys gathered around as well. Yes. I will eat well and grow tall to protect Mother in the future. Also, we will not acknowledge a scoundrel for a father. We only recognize our mother. Listening to the heartfelt declarations of the four boys, Lin Yue felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart. Although she had expressed her unwillingness to find him a stepfather, it stemmed from her identity in this foreign world. She had no desire to find a man whose values were entirely misaligned with her own. However, for the children, this was a tremendous sacrifice. Very well. I will teach you some self-defense skills and knowledge every day from now on. Once you learn, you will be able to protect me. With another winter ahead, Lin Yue resolved to teach them essential survival skills, imparting as much knowledge as she could. In the event of a future emergency, the more they understood, the greater their chances of survival would be. Mother, we will learn diligently. The four boys hugged Lin Yue even tighter. At that moment, Lin Yue finally felt she had earned their forgiveness. This sensation was truly delightful. There is one more thing I wish to share with you. Lin Yue released the boys and instructed them to sit on the bed. Four pairs of eyes gazed at her expectantly. With a gentle smile, she waved her hand before them. Instantly, the scene before them transformed, leaving the four boys astonished. Their mouths agape. Mother, where's this? I know. This is your celestial palace. How beautiful. Wow, there are even celestial mountains. Look, Mother has planted so many things. The boys cautiously explored the surroundings, and upon entering the small wooden house, they were even more astounded. Are these all the things Mother uses? This is simply unbelievable. There is milk. So this is where the food Mother gives us comes from. Wow, what a soft bed. The fourth boy stepped into the bedroom and pressed down on the bed, staring at his hand in disbelief. Observing their childlike curiosity, Lin Yue led them on a tour of her wooden house. Mother, why do you have so much food? Oh, and wild boar piglets. You must have hunted these in the mountains. I never expected them to be so fresh. She briefly explained the magic of this place and the potential need for them to flee in the future. After hearing this, the four boys fell silent, with the eldest boy deep in thought while the others contemplated as well. Mother, can we come here often in the future? The eldest boy asked cautiously, fearing Lin Yue would refuse, and added, we can come in to help you to grow vegetables. Lin Yue smiled. Today, I am sharing this with you so that you can help your mother in the future. However, this matter must remain a secret from others. Mother, rest assured, such an important secret we would never disclose, even under duress. Moreover, we will assist you. We will work hard together. The four boys were quite intelligent, capable of drawing inferences from one instance, and swiftly comprehended everything within this space. It must be said that their intellect was indeed remarkable. While they were in the space, Lin Yue sought to test whether she could use the medical system to treat their ailments. Thus, she activated the system. The crescent mark on her arm flickered and then vanished. However, only a bottle of medicine for muscle weakness appeared in the fridge. It seemed that, aside from the second boy's hand, the eldest boy's ear condition and the third boy's facial scar could not be treated at present. Lin Yue felt quite satisfied. At least the second boy would no longer be hindered by weakness in his right hand. Wonderful, the second boy exclaimed, overjoyed to realize that Mother's miraculous medicine came from here. The eldest and third boys would have to wait a little longer. Lin Yue felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to provide them with immediate treatment. Yet, they were unconcerned. It's all right, Mother. Mine and the third brother's injuries are not serious. Please treat the second brother first. Once he recovers, he will be able to do more work. The second boy remarked, why does it seem like having no strength in my arm is a good thing? Lin Yue provided them with some food, and after they were well fed and satisfied in the space, They busied themselves planting seeds in the empty black soil. Then, she gave each of them a delightful bubble bath and let them sleep on the soft bed before they finally exited the space. The outside world was already bright with daylight. The boys then realized the difference in time between the inside and outside. "Ayu! Ayu!" Upon hearing someone calling from outside, Lin Yue hurried out of the house. It was Lu Jinju. "The Elder Clan leader is calling for you." "All right, I will be there shortly." Lin Yue instructed the four boys and then accompanied Lu Jinju to the Elder Clan leader's house. Many people had already gathered there. All the heads of families were present. When she arrived, the Elder Clan leader coughed, and everyone quieted down. The village head stepped into the courtyard and cleared his throat. "I have called everyone here today to discuss an important matter. The Elder Clan leader and several clan elders have observed the weather and anticipate that this winter may be even more difficult to endure than previous years. Therefore, households with silver should stockpile more grain, so that when heavy snow arrives and the mountains become impassable, you will not starve. Prepare warm cotton clothing and blankets as well." After the village head finished speaking, many people nodded in agreement. Only a few individuals felt it was unnecessary. Every year they were warned to stockpile grain for the winter, and yet every winter passed without issue. It seemed that the village head was aware of this sentiment, for he made a point to add, "How to prepare is up to each family. Do what you can. If you do not heed my advice and end up starving, do not blame me for not warning you, and do not come crying to us for help." "Village head, what do you mean by crying and begging for grain?" Grandma Yi interjected, as she often did, eager to assert herself. "Is this winter really going to be that difficult? The weather thus far has shown no signs of being different from past years. I have previously stated that each household should manage their own affairs as they see fit. Whether to stockpile supplies is entirely up to you. I must forewarn you that should heavy snow block the mountains, it could last from 1 to 2 months, or even 3 to 4 months. If you are skeptical, you may inquire with the village elders about past occurrences. The weather is unpredictable, and I merely wish to remind you, if you choose not to stockpile, there is little I can do. However, should you gather in abundance, it can surely be sold come spring, resulting in no loss." Lin Yue speculated that the village head's insistence on stockpiling grain was not merely a precaution for winter, but rather a strategic move in anticipation of potential unrest. Should news of conflict arise, grain prices would undoubtedly surge, making it too late to prepare. Chapter 58. Fleeing or venturing into the deep mountains. After discussing this matter, the village head dismissed the assembly. "Ayu, please reiterate the information you heard the other day." With this prompt from the elder, everyone's gaze turned to her. She recounted the message relayed by Zhang, the shopkeeper. "Rebels? Good heavens, are they planning a rebellion?" It was no wonder the village head urged us to stockpile grain. If we did not prepare in advance, prices would surely rise. I visited the town yesterday, and grain prices have already increased by a penny. Shock and gravity etched the faces of the crowd, each voicing their thoughts. "What shall we do now? Are we to flee?" The younger individuals grew restless at the mere mention of fleeing, and a profound silence fell over the group. Fleeing meant abandoning their homes, a notion no one was willing to embrace. The village head cleared his throat. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to deliberate on the matter of fleeing. "Must we truly flee, village head?" The elder raised an eyebrow. "Shall we wait for the rebels to arrive and meet our demise?" The term rebels implies rebellion, which would undoubtedly reach the capital. Our Yi family village lies on the path to the capital. Who can determine the nature of these rebels? If they come to seize grain and commit violence, can you withstand it? There is still Qingzhou City ahead. One individual clung to hope, but Qingzhou City has a garrison. Surely it will not fall easily. Yet, as he felt the weight of the group's gaze, anxiety gripped him. What if Qingzhou City could not withstand the assault? Others contemplated further, like Qinfang. If we wait until the rebels arrive, it will be too late to escape. I believe the first ones to flee will be the refugees. Those fleeing for their lives will do anything necessary. The autumn harvest has only recently concluded, and even the rebels must prepare provisions. I suspect they will stockpile grain this winter, and the imperial soldiers have yet to withdraw. Even if they attack during winter, marching in such conditions is not an easy feat thus. The information is likely accurate. We shall receive concrete news after the new year. Refugees will certainly arrive before the new year. At that time, we can send some individuals to gather information. The first to flee will likely be affluent families. They are well informed and more fearful of death, thus fleeing quickly. Otherwise, such news would not have reached us so swiftly. If that is the case, then the wealthy families in the town and Qingzhou City will certainly exhibit signs of movement. We should gather more intelligence. Upon hearing this, the elder felt a sense of relief and turned to Lin Yue. Do you have any thoughts? Since the elder inquired, Lin Yue was prepared to share her perspective, though she intended to withhold some details. She was only familiar with half of those present, while the others remained unknown. Thus, it was prudent not to disclose too much. I believe everyone is correct. Gathering information is essential, and fleeing is also necessary. However, the most pressing matter is to stockpile grain as much as possible. If we must flee, having silver on hand is certainly better than having none at all. The crowd voiced their agreement, and the elder felt Lin Yue's words to be quite valid, though he sensed she was still holding back. To accumulate more silver, one would need to venture into the mountains more frequently. Even modest gains could yield some currency. Indeed, the mountains were yet to be blanketed in snow, and frequent excursions could yield rewards. Not to mention, there were still wild game and mountain goods to be had. Having grown up by the mountains, many recognized a few medicinal herbs. Even digging up herbs for sale could bring in silver, provided one was diligent. As the elder spoke, he exchanged glances with his wife, who promptly called out to Lin Yue, "Wait a moment, I have something for you." The others, perceiving this exchange, discreetly departed. The elder's wife pulled Lin Yue into the kitchen and handed her a basket. Lin Yue hastily declined. "Auntie, please keep this for yourselves. I bought my own supplies in town. There's no arguing. Take it." Without further ado, she pressed the basket into Lin Yue's hands. Reluctantly, Lin Yue accepted. "Your husband has more to discuss with you. He is waiting outside. Go on." The elder's wife gestured toward the courtyard where the elder sat, his brow furrowed, indicating that today's outcome had not completely eased his concerns. "Village head, I am here. You, please take a seat." The elder gestured to the bench beside him and tucked his smoking pipe away. "You didn't finish your thoughts today, did you?" Lin Yue smiled, acknowledging his astuteness. "Indeed, I was merely contemplating. Are you considering venturing into the deep mountains?" Upon deducing her thoughts, Lin Yue nodded. Discussing the idea of hiding in the deep mountains could not be done openly. Human nature is complex. If the entire village were to retreat into the mountains, it would be impractical. Those who venture into the mountains must possess both skill and integrity, avoiding trouble to prevent complications. The elder pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Lin Yue's words. Consider those few troublemakers in the village. They constantly stir up conflict. If they were to enter the deep mountains and incite trouble, it could lead to dire consequences. Do you believe that retreating to the mountains is preferable to fleeing? If the entire village were to escape to the south, we would not reach the capital. We would have to continue further south, yet we cannot ascertain where is truly safe. Refugees will be everywhere, and it may be even more perilous. The elder sighed deeply, acknowledging that finding a suitable location for survival in the deep mountains would not be an easy task. Lin Yue reflected on the importance of sharing her suggestions with the elder. His concerns likely extended beyond mere survival to encompass threats from wild animals. During my last venture into the mountains, I climbed to a higher vantage point and spotted a flat valley that could serve as a temporary refuge. The advantage of being in the mountains is that over time, we could cultivate some land to grow food. Upon mentioning agriculture, a glimmer of hope appeared in the elder's eyes. Chapter 59. The old Qin family will follow her lead. The autumn sowing has already commenced, and the villagers would certainly be reluctant to leave. If we consider retreating to the mountains, our plans must be meticulously arranged. Should fortune favor us and the rebels reach the capital, perhaps we could secretly descend to gather some grain. In your view, how should we proceed? Lin Yue hesitated to contemplate the idea of secretly gathering grain. However, the elder clearly favored hiding in the mountains over fleeing the village. Thus, she shared her thoughts, emphasizing the need for a stringent selection of those who would venture into the mountains. You are correct. Selecting individuals is indeed the foremost priority. The families who joined us on our previous mountain expedition were reliable. We can confirm those families, and for the others, we can observe and select additional candidates. Later, I will summon everyone to discuss this matter, finalize our plans, and prepare for what needs to be done. Excellent. The families that joined us last time include Yi Laozhang's family, Er Wang's family, the elders and fourth uncle's families, Xie Grandpa's family, the Qin family, and our own, totaling 7 families. This is too few. That evening, the elder discreetly summoned the heads of the other families, excluding Lin Yue and his own, to discuss his and Lin Yue's plans. Elder, we will heed Yu's guidance. Whatever you decide is how we shall proceed. The old patriarch was quite surprised. It seemed that their journey into the mountains had instilled an extraordinary trust in Lin Yue. To be candid, Elder, not only does Yue possess remarkable skills, but her intellect also surpasses ours. Furthermore, she is a talented healer. It was Yue who cured my mother's ailment. Our Qin family follows her lead. Wherever she goes, we shall follow. Qin Fong expressed his stance, and the others nodded in deep agreement. Besides their faith in Lin Yue, they were reluctant to abandon the home they had inhabited for so many years. In light of this, let us deliberate on which families from the village can accompany us. A lively discussion ensued, culminating in the selection of 21 households, each boasting able-bodied laborers, with a younger generation being of similar age to Qin Fong and Qin Shu. The heads of these families also possessed various skills. With this arrangement, they would be well equipped for building houses, clearing land, and hunting for daily sustenance. This is a splendid idea. Old Yue was the first to express his approval, recognizing that carrying provisions into the mountains would be impractical. Our health has nearly returned. Moreover, we shall not venture too far into the mountains. You need not worry. This matter rests in my hands. However, Wang's father was more concerned about the safety of their refuge in the mountains. Yue, is the area you are considering suitable for building houses? Lin Yue nodded. Uncle Chun, fret not. It is not far from a water source and is a valley, perfect for construction. I will take some time to explore the specifics of the location and its surroundings. Upon hearing this, a wave of concern washed over the group, and the old patriarch gazed at her with unease. Yue, is it wise for you to go alone? Do you not trust my capabilities? It is actually more convenient for me to go alone. Old Yi chuckled. Did you hear that? Yue thinks we would be a burden. Rest assured, everyone. Thus, the discussion came to a close. Each family had a fair amount of silver, and they decided to procure some provisions to stockpile against potential price hikes. They resolved to gather their supplies before heading into the mountains. On their way back, Qin Fong deliberately lagged a few steps behind to walk alongside Lin Yue. Yue, shall I assist you in purchasing your provisions? Lin Yue pondered for a moment. Although she had stored grain in her space, it would be more practical to keep some outside to avoid drawing attention. She then retrieved 10 taels of silver and handed them to Qin Fong. Very well. I appreciate your help. I have already bought some previously, so please procure a bit more for me. I will handle the other items myself. While they busied themselves with gathering provisions, Lin Yue remained at home, dedicating her time to impart knowledge to the 4 young ones, teaching them survival skills, particularly in the wilderness. Eldest brother, do you think your left ear has improved? Mother, I believe I can hear a bit clearer than before. Let me conduct a test. Lin Yue took a ceramic bowl and tapped it a few times near his right ear before doing the same at an equal distance from his left ear. After testing various distances, eldest brother reported that previously he could not hear anything from his left ear beyond 10 steps, but now he could detect some sounds. Lin Yue felt a surge of joy and confidence, prompting her to refine her medicinal formula and continue her efforts. Tomorrow, I plan to venture into the mountains. Lin Yue confided in the 4 young ones. Eldest brother was calm, second brother was clever, third brother was alert, and fourth brother was full of ideas. They were all quite astute and had already grasped much at such a young age. They would not be a hindrance, but rather a help. She shared the current situation with them and explained the village's response strategy. The 4 young ones quickly settled down, their minds racing with thoughts. Mother, are you going into the mountains to scout for routes and a refuge? Yes, therefore you must stay at home. Before she could finish, eldest brother interjected. Mother, can we accompany you? That would not be appropriate. You are still too young. I cannot divide my attention to care for you. Second brother mischievously chuckled. Mother, we can hide in your space. We will not slow you down, and besides, the wilderness survival skills you taught us must be practiced. Otherwise, how can we apply them? The other 3 nodded in agreement, clearly having considered this plan beforehand, while Lin Yue, the main participant, had momentarily overlooked it with the advantage of the space. It would not be impossible to bring them along. Very well, I shall take you with me. Now, let us prepare provisions for our journey into the mountains. The children began to fry pancakes, boil meat, and make dumplings, preparing an ample supply of food, which Lin Yue stored in her space for easy access during their time in the mountains. Chapter 60. Exploring the mountains the following day as dawn broke. Lin Yue arose and, noticing the 4 were still sound asleep, waved her hand to bring them into the comfort of her space. She then tidied up and set off towards the mountains with her bamboo basket. Relying on her memory, she arrived at the cave where they had previously rested. She intended to store a small portion of grain here and venture further into the cave where they had hunted the tiger last time. For one should not place all their eggs in one basket. This location was relatively close to the outer mountains and could easily be discovered. If come spring, they confirmed their time to enter the mountains, they would transfer the supplies. The area she had her eye on required another half-day's journey. Mother? Hearing the calls of the 4 young ones, Lin Yue brought them out. The moment they realized they were in the mountains, their joy was palpable. Mother, can we dig for some herbs? Seeing their excited expressions, Lin Yue could not bear to dampen their spirits, so she took them nearby to search. Upon encountering a certain herb, she patiently explained its medicinal properties and potential uses. The 4 young ones listened intently, each silently committing the information to memory. Mother, what do you think this is? Fourth brother pointed to a withered twig among the grass, with a hint of brown root peeking out. Ah, this is Tianma, Lin Yue exclaimed, astonished that fourth brother had discovered Tianma. She excitedly hugged him, and fourth brother blushed, beaming with pride. Little fourth brother, you are incredible. You found Tianma? Eldest brother carefully unearthed it, roots and all, resembling a tiny cane, with a root about the size of a child's fist. Mother, what is the use of Tianma? As Lin Yue explained, she guided them in digging, and the children were delighted to have such fruitful beginnings, truly a source of joy. They unearthed several roots, and all were in high spirits. Third brother even found a herb with red bean-like buds, which turned out to be tianqi, a miraculous healing herb. Lin Yue marveled at the children's remarkable abilities. They were indeed herb-finding prodigies. With the family together, Lin Yue did not hinder their enthusiasm, allowing them to indulge in their herbal foraging. Once they grew weary, Lin Yue led them into her space to wash up, enjoy a delightful meal, and rest while she continued her exploration. The last time, she had climbed to a vantage point and spotted a valley where a mountain stream flowed from the endless range of mountains, bending around the valley, creating a large triangle between 2 mountains. The apex of this triangle sloped gently, suitable for building homes, with ample space to accommodate 30 to 40 families. And surrounding areas could be cleared for farming. However, Lin Yue felt a twinge of unease regarding the potential summer floods. If they were too severe, the triangular area would diminish significantly. Thus, she needed to observe closely, examining the vegetation and stone distribution along the banks of the stream to assess the highest water levels reached by past floods. Upon reaching the valley, Lin Yue surveyed the banks of the mountain stream. The water was shallow, strewn with smooth pebbles, and at the bends of the banks lay massive stones devoid of moss. It seemed that during the summer, the stream's waters could rise high enough to submerge these smooth boulders, which explained their polished appearance. To the left stood the mountain at the bend, while to the right was a triangular valley, gently sloping upwards, adorned with wild grasses and flowers. The area closest to the mountain was an elevated patch of land. Should one choose to settle here, a house could be constructed upon that high ground, and the gentle slope could be cultivated into farmland. Standing on the gentle slope, Lin Yue made a new discovery. She noted that the mountain at the bend was a small cliff extending from the larger mountain range, resembling a platform. Thus, she climbed up, and indeed, it was a flat-topped cliff. Apart from a small section extending from the mountain, the further one went, the flatter it became. There were no towering trees, only level ground, resembling a short sword laid between 2 mountains. From the edge, one could gaze down into the triangular valley below, alongside the mountain stream on either side. The distant mountains stretched endlessly, while the valley beneath wound gracefully. The scenery was truly breathtaking. Lin Yue's first thought was that this place was splendid. Residing upon this platform would evoke a sense of being in a secluded paradise, a home atop the clouds. However, the inconvenience of sourcing water here posed a challenge. Lin Yue summoned the 4 Lang from her space, allowing them to experience the beauty of the landscape. Mother, is this the refuge you discovered? The 4 Lang stood in a row, equally astonished by the sight before them. Perched at the highest point of the cliff, surrounded by mountains, they felt a swell of pride and an unprecedented sense of awe. Do you find it beautiful? Does it not resemble a utopia? Utopia? What a lovely name. It sounds so enchanting. Nevertheless, the space was limited. Accommodating 20 households would indeed be somewhat cramped. DeLang's observation was astute. If so many families were to reside here, the clifftop would be rather insufficient. Look below. The place Mother originally chose is that triangular valley area. What do you think? The four Lang gazed down as Lin Yue pointed out her initial intentions, and they found it quite suitable and appealing. Mother, look, there's a large cave. Erlang pointed to the area where the cliff met the mountain. There's one there too. Oh, there are more. They successively discovered several caves, some large and others small, arranged symmetrically around the protruding cliff. The entrances were obscured by towering trees and wild grasses, making the smaller caves nearly invisible unless one looked closely, with the largest cave blending seamlessly into the vegetation above. Let's explore. Lin Yue felt a surge of adventurous spirit and led the four Lang towards the largest cave. The entrance was obstructed by many large stones and towering trees, making it somewhat difficult to navigate. Lin Yue allowed the four Lang to enter her space first, worried about potential dangers within the cave. Inside, a chill wind blew, and scattered stones and debris indicated that it had been many years since anything had disturbed the cave. It was not particularly dark. One could see to the end, revealing it to be a tunnel through the mountain. A sudden sound startled Lin Yue. Upon further listening, it resembled the sound of flowing water. As she traversed the rocky entrance, the view opened up before her, revealing a flat floor. To the left, close to the mountain's base, was a mountain spring bubbling forth. This water source filled her with delight, prompting her to decide to designate this protruding cliff as a secondary refuge. Although the summit was not suitable for habitation, the numerous caves, particularly this large one, could accommodate several households. As they ventured further, exiting the cave brought them to the forest at the mountain's juncture. Not far ahead loomed another large mountain, and as they descended through the woods, they encountered another tunnel, which was evidently smaller and darker than the previous one, though sunlight faintly filtered through. Emerging from the cave, Lin Yue felt a sense of familiarity. Upon close examination, she realized she had previously foraged for herbs in this vicinity. It seemed to be a shortcut to the refuge. With this thought, Lin Yue could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It was not the right time to descend the mountain, so she resolved to spend the night in the cave, planning to follow the route she remembered the next morning. This expedition had yielded significant findings. The path was well established, and it was merely a matter of time. The price of grain had surged, now costing 3 when more than before. It appeared it would continue to rise, necessitating further purchases. Let's go to Qingzhou tomorrow and buy more, otherwise prices will only escalate. Qin felt a tightening in her chest. These past few days, families in the village hoarding grain had been discussing the matter. Initially, some families had no intention of stockpiling, but upon hearing of the rising prices, they hurriedly began to gather supplies, although some remained indifferent. Qin Shu disclosed to Lin Yue that his confession had been rejected, news that had spread among the Qin family. Yet their reactions were subdued, as if it were expected, and they did not alter their attitudes toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue briefly outlined the 2 locations she had in mind for consideration. The more pressing matter was securing grain and determining when to stash it in the mountains. We should go before the snow falls. No one could predict how the future might unfold, so early preparation would ensure peace of mind. The old clan leader then announced the selected families to the group. Among them, the village chief's family was particularly contentious. His intentions were malicious, and it remained uncertain what calamity he would bring upon the community. Recently, it was rumored that the maternal family of Nio had been causing a commotion, demanding an explanation for their daughter, who had married into the village only to suffer a broken leg. The village chief was expected to provide a response. Lin Yue had just heard this gossip from Lu Zhenju and was unaware of how the village chief would handle the situation. Just then, a ruckus erupted outside, accompanied by frantic shouts. "Come quickly! The people from Yo family village are trying to steal grain." Was that not the voice of old Li from the village chief's household? Everyone hurried out, racing towards the village chief's home. Indeed, a large group of robust men surrounded the entrance, all from Yo family village. Leading the charge were Niu Zhaojiao's parents and her 2 brothers-in-law, while the village chief's 2 younger sons, Yi Erzhu and Yi Shaozhu, held brooms and shovels at the gate. With Yi Dezhu lying behind them on the ground, appearing to have been beaten, the village chief, Yi Shan, trembled with anger. "Niu Qinghe, what do you intend to do? Do not think I fear you." Across from Yi Shan, Niu Qinghe loomed, his eyes glaring with disdain. "Yi Shan, my Zhaojiao has been spoiled since childhood. She has only been married to your family for a few years. How could you allow her to be crippled? If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall dismantle your household. You should no longer serve as village chief. I have already stated it was her own doing. Our Yi family has shown mercy by not divorcing her. How dare you come here and cause a scene? Do you truly believe there is no one in Yi family village? Upon hearing this, Niu Qinghe's eyes flickered. He was well aware that Yi family village possessed a team capable of handling tigers, which was why he had brought so many men. Contemplating the silver and grain within reach, he steeled himself, his expression darkening further. Divorce? If you dare, then go ahead and try. With that, he stepped forward, and the men from Niu family village followed suit. Just as tensions escalated, the old clan leader and the people of Yi family village arrived. It was I who broke Niu Jiao's leg. What explanation do you seek? Lin Yue, walking at the rear, was the first to be heard. Niu Qinghe turned his head to see a dignified woman approaching calmly from the crowd, her hair styled in a traditional updo, clad in coarse fabric, her posture upright, and her exquisitely beautiful face exuding a chilling aura. Although she appeared to be a mere village woman, she emanated an inexplicable sense of authority. The crowd parted instinctively, allowing her to advance directly to Niu Qinghe. Are you the kin of Niu Jiao? Niu Qing, he was momentarily taken aback by the icy demeanor of the woman before him. Suddenly realizing she was merely a lady, he straightened his posture and smirked darkly. Huh, who did I think you were? You must be the widow of those 4 little wildlings, right? You had the audacity to break my Jiao's leg. So today we shall settle the score. Who are you calling wildling? Those words sent him crashing into unconsciousness. Old man, Niu Posey and her 2 sons, witnessing their patriarch being tossed aside by a woman, were momentarily stunned before they rushed in, slapping and pinching him. Father Lin Yue, you vile creature. How dare you lay hands on my father? A torrent of venomous curses erupted from the west wing of the village chief's residence. Unable to move with her broken leg, Niu Jiao could only crawl to the window and gaze outside, witnessing her father being knocked unconscious by Lin Yue, and she immediately began to curse without restraint. The village chief's countenance visibly darkened, and both Yi Zhu and Yi Zhu furrowed their brows. This sister-in-law was truly a mistake. She was a complete disruptor, scattering the family's harmony. Once a reasonably harmonious household, it had descended into chaos since her arrival, being both lazy and greedy, often quarreling with her 2 sisters-in-law. They could no longer endure it, prompting Zhu and Xiao Zhu to move out and build another house behind their yard. Fortunately, their father had kept her in check. But since her leg was broken, she incessantly tormented Yi Zhu, wailing and throwing tantrums, often beating Jing Guier, who now trembled in her presence. Thankfully, Li Posey was no longer as indulgent as before. Over there, Niu Qing, he finally regained consciousness after being slapped and pinched, his head buzzing from Niu Posey's incessant clamor. Enough with the noise. I'm not dead yet. At last, you have awakened, patriarch. Niu Posey immediately ceased her shouting and helped him to his feet. Yi family, this matter cannot end here. Since you have resorted to violence, do not blame me for being impolite. Are the people of Niu Jia village to allow outsiders to bully their village chief? Chapter 62. Demanding compensation from the Yi family, Niu Qing, he dared not meet Lin Yue's gaze, thinking this woman was terrifying, possessing an astonishing strength. He vented his frustration on the village chief instead. Before the men of Niu Jia village could react, they were surrounded. Qin Feng, accompanied by over 20 young men from the village, encircled them tightly. No one dared to move, all eyes fixated on Niu Qinghe. The elder clan leader stepped forward and cleared his throat. Village Chief Niu, how about we sit down and have a proper discussion? With someone extending a hand, Niu Qing, he naturally took the opportunity. Thus, 2 factions formed outside the courtyard, with the 2 village chiefs initiating a grand negotiation inside. My Jiao's leg is broken, and your Yi family has neglected her, failing to seek medical treatment. How can one treat a person in such a manner? We have come to demand an explanation. Time and again, Niu Qing, he repeated his claims. The Yi village chief dismissed him, directly addressing Yi Zhu. Zhu, bring out Niu Shi. When he carried Niu Jiao out and placed her on a chair, the Niu family immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this person still their once pampered daughter? Oh dear, is this my niece? Yi Nai, having watched from the side for quite some time, gasped upon seeing Niu Jiao. Initially, she intended to intervene on her behalf, but was firmly restrained by her daughter-in-law, Li Shuihua. Niu Jiao's disheveled hair and previously plump figure had vanished. She was now gaunt with sunken cheeks, her clothes dirty, resembling a wretched specter risen from the depths of hell. Niu Posey stared for a long time before confirming that this deranged individual was indeed her daughter, and she rushed over, weeping inconsolably. Jiao Jiao, my poor daughter, what torment have you endured? You Yi family have gone too far. I shall report you to the authorities for abusing my daughter-in-law. The Yi village chief scoffed. Go ahead and report. Let us see who ends up in jail. The incident of the last fire at the ancestral hall was instigated by her, and she broke Si Lang's leg. Lin Yangzi merely returned the favor. Our Yi family intended to divorce her, but she pleaded persistently, and De Zhu ultimately kept her. Yet, you have the audacity to come here demanding an explanation. So what do you propose? You speak nonsense. My daughter is now limping on one leg, tormented to the point of being unrecognizable. And should this matter reach the court, any discerning I will see she has suffered greatly. Do you still wish to divorce her? Niu Posey, though lacking in authority, suddenly had an idea upon spotting her grandson Jinggui heir in Li Posey's arms. After all, Jiao Jiao bore you a healthy grandson. For that reason alone, you cannot treat her this way. Indeed, not only must you not divorce her, but you must also ensure her leg is healed. ISNT, there's someone whose medical skills are excellent. Since it was she who broke Jiao Jiao's leg, let her treat it as compensation. We won't even ask for money. The two sons of the Niu family stepped forward to reason with them, with Niu Deshun quickly echoing his mother-esque demands. Pointing at Lin Yue, but lacking the courage to confront her directly, terrified she might retaliate. Niu heir Shun, seeing his mother and elder brother fail to make their point, felt anxious and quickly tugged at Niu Posey. Mother, Jiao Jiao has turned into this. They must compensate the Yi family. 10 taels? No, 50 taels of silver. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. How shameless and brazen could one be? Each of them, clamoring for silver, spun endless fallacies, clearly in the wrong. Yet they dared to make such grand demands. The elder clan leader furrowed his brow, realizing that the Niu family was indeed obstinate, and he had not anticipated such an eye-opening experience. The Yi village chief snorted, Niu family, you may speak. Are the demands of your mother as family acceptable? Niu Jiao Jiao raised her head, quickly scanning her father-in-law's face, noting he was not jesting, and promptly clung to Niu Posey, weeping profusely. Mother, father, please take me away. I cannot bear to stay in the Yi family, even for a moment longer. They call me a harbinger of misfortune if I utter a word. They refuse to feed me. I'm starving away. Moreover, that Yi De Zhu, who used to heed my every word, now scolds me 10 times for every single thing I say. If this continues, I will be tormented to death. The Yi family is wealthy, demand more. And that Lin Yue, she has profited handsomely from the tiger incident. Niu Jiao Jiao whispered her last words into her mother's ear. Lin Yue, with her keen hearing, could not miss this. This Niu Jiao Jiao was quite the troublemaker, and it seemed she had orchestrated this entire incident to summon her maternal family. Hearing Niu Jiao Jiao's accusations, Yi De Zhu could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Are your words even coherent? You complain about everything, from the lack of meat to the poor quality of the rice. At the slightest displeasure, you curse, and you even strike Fu Gui heir. Emboldened by your previous indulgence, now trembles at the slightest noise. Moreover, you have destroyed everything within the house that you could smash. Look at me, covered in scratches and bite marks. Did I retaliate? I have tolerated you. But is this not enough? As for your current state, if you insist on degrading yourself, who can stop you? As Yi De Zhu spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, revealing indeed what he claimed. His arms and legs bore numerous bite marks, scratches, and bruises, unmistakably the result of an extended period of torment. Li Posey, witnessing the injuries on Yi De Zhu, let out a cry and rushed forward. Eldest, did she do all this? Why didn't you say anything? Are you foolish? She then turned and glared fiercely at Niu Jiao Jiao. You venomous woman, since you entered this household, you have manipulated De Zhu to the point where he is afraid to act independently. You have monopolized all the good food and drink. And even with your broken leg, he has not abandoned you, but continues to treat you well. Yet, how have you repaid him? Not only was Li Posey astonished, but even you village chief was equally taken aback. Despite sharing the same roof, the elderly couple had refrained from meddling in the affairs of the younger couple, having grown genuinely disillusioned with Niu Jiao Jiao. Only when matters escalated, particularly concerning their precious grandson Jinggui heir, did they offer a reprimand. Subsequently, Jinggui heir was taken in by Li Posey for care, and they ceased to concern themselves with the couple's troubles, never anticipating that their eldest son would exhibit such weakness. Yi Er-ju and Yi Xiao-ju, however, were aware that although their elder brother was somewhat unreliable, his heart was not malicious. Over the years, his idleness and slothfulness had been instigated by Niu Jiao. Marrying such a wife, it was indeed remarkable that he fared as well as he did. This could be seen as a painful lesson for him. Chapter 63. Allowing her to stand is not a problem in response to Yi Zhu's accusations. Niu Jiao opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. His statements were rooted in truth. Yet her broken legs had gone untreated by any of the Yi family members, filling her with resentment. She harbored a deeper hatred for Yi Zhu, whom she regarded as a spineless coward. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yue's actions would ensure that she would never have the chance to stand again, unless she took matters into her own hands. Father, mother, my suffering is unbearable. How can someone as proud as I be rendered legless? Yi Shan, regardless of my daughter's faults, she has been wed to your Yi family for many years. She may lack achievements, but her hardships are undeniable. Now, upon witnessing her broken legs, you wish to abandon her? I cannot accept this, unless you compensate her with 50 taels of silver. Whether her legs can be healed is a matter for another day. Once the silver is given, Jiao shall have no further ties with you. At this moment, Niu Qing, he discerned the shift in dynamics. Merely arguing would likely prove futile. Thus, he altered his strategy. The Yi family, now eager to have Niu Jiao taken away, provided him with leverage to negotiate for silver. Just as Yi village chief was about to acquiesce, Lin Yue interjected. It was I who broke her leg. Any compensation is my responsibility. Dalaonyang, this is a family matter. I appreciate your goodwill. Although Yi village chief recognized that the root cause of the issue lay with Lin Yue, he also perceived the potential benefits of her involvement. If they indeed abandoned Niu Jiao, their household would no longer be embroiled in chaos, a situation that had been quite embarrassing for him as the village chief. No, village chief, the facts are as such. If I cannot guarantee the healing of her legs, I can assure you that she will be able to stand. If that is the case, must you still provide the silver? Yi village chief was filled with astonishment. Dalaonyang, is that truly the case? Lin Yue nodded, having already contemplated the situation. Besides Niu Jiao, the rest of the Yi family, including the indecisive Yi Laohan, the indolent Yi Zhu, and the gossipy Li Pozi, were not inherently malevolent. At the very least, when it came to matters of great importance, Yi village chief demonstrated fairness. Otherwise, the previous village chief would not have entrusted him with such a significant role. As for Li Pozi, though somewhat prone to bullying the weak, she treated her daughters-in-law well, especially Niu Jiao, whom she routinely prepared meals and attended to. As for Yi Zhu, after enduring this ordeal, he would likely come to appreciate the importance of familial harmony. Moreover, Qin Fang had informed her that Yi Er-ju and Yi Xiao-ju were decent individuals. If they could expel Niu Jiao, it would afford the village chief's family substantial advantages in the event of needing to retreat into the mountains. Niu Qinghe, however, was bewildered. Could a leg that had been injured for so long truly allow her to stand? What had been the purpose of their commotion? Had it all been in vain? Well, what do you say? Do you agree? Shall we proceed with treatment? Lin Yue raised her eyebrows and cast a calm gaze at the Niu family. The family exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of reluctance. Niu Jiao, anxious, clutched Li Pozi's hand, fearful that they would not consent. Li Pozi shook her head. Even if Jiao's legs can stand, the silver must still be paid. For the sake of Jinggu Air, I will provide it. Yi Zhu interrupted. I can only offer 5 taels. You may take it or leave it. The demand for 50 taels had now been reduced to 5. The Niu family gritted their teeth, ultimately consenting. 5 taels was still a sum that could purchase a considerable amount of grain. They had never truly expected the Yi family to provide 50 taels. It had merely been bluster. However, I have one condition. I wish to divorce you. Niu Jiao instinctively widened her eyes in shock, staring at Yi Zhu, who remained indifferent, not even glancing in her direction. Yet, she understood that remaining within the Yi family was no longer an option. After conferring amongst themselves, the Niu family had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, we agree, but you must first ensure Jiao's legs are treated without charging a consultation fee. With the assistance of Li Pozi, Niu Jiao indeed stood and even managed to take a few limping steps. Lin Yue clapped her hands and deliberately remarked, Lin Yue smirked. She had long perceived that the Niu family would not sustain a useless individual. Niu Jiao Jiao, who dared to mistreat her child, would never find peace in this life. She was one who bore grudges. Yida Zhu immediately penned the divorce papers, and the two pressed their handprints upon it. Only then did the Niu family lead Niu Jiao Jiao away. Dalanyang, I must thank you today. The village chief approached Lin Yue with gratitude. Beside him, Yida Zhu scratched his head, uncertain of how to express his thanks. Li Pozi, meanwhile, led Jingui heir to Lin Yue, offering a sincere apology. I acknowledge my past shortcomings. Although I did not instigate her wrongdoings, I did enable them. Today, I extend my apologies and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive. Lin Yue glanced at Jingui heir, who now appeared timid and fearful, a stark contrast to his former self, evoking her sympathy for the previous four lads. Auntie, let bygones be bygones. Seeing that Lin Yue had taken no offense, Yi village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. Village chief, this is dire. A young wife rushed in, flustered. The authorities have come to announce an increase in land taxes. What? A wave of dread washed over the crowd as they hurried to the village entrance alongside the chief to discern the situation. Chapter 64. The government increases land tax at the village entrance. 4 or 5 constables were resting with a gong in hand, while some considerate villagers had already brought them water to drink. Upon seeing the village chief arrive, the leading officer conveyed the news of the tax hike. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Why not come to our homes for a sit and a drink? The officer waved dismissively, maintaining a cordial demeanor. You must be the village chief. I heard your village previously dealt with a tiger. Quite commendable. Now that you are aware, please make arrangements swiftly. We have many places to visit today and shan't trouble you further. With that, he beckoned to his companions and proceeded to the next village. The village chief hurriedly jogged after them, discreetly slipping some silver into the officer's hand and whispering a few words. Alas, the common folk can hardly feed themselves. How can they endure an increase? This year, our grain taxes barely suffice, and now with an increase, how shall we survive the winter? Some individuals could no longer restrain their sorrow, collapsing to the ground, covering their faces as they began to weep. This announcement left every countenance marred with grief and indignation. The elder clan leader, noticing the village chief's troubled expression, approached him with concern. Deshaun, have you uncovered any news? The village chief's lips moved, still grappling with the shocking information he had just received. It is said that the banditry in the northwest is severe and the army is experiencing food shortages. If we cannot withstand this winter, they may march upon the capital next year. He had originally thought that the sudden tax increase must have some underlying cause, but he had not expected to hear such alarming news. Although he had caught wind of it earlier, he had not considered its implications. No wonder grain prices were skyrocketing. Such dire circumstances lay beneath it all. Fortunately, the elder clan leader had the foresight to advise the villagers to stockpile grain. Yet now they would be compelled to part with a significant portion of their reserves. Failure to pay would mean compensation in silver, and without silver, imprisonment awaited them. No matter how much they cried, there would be no place to reason. The elder clan leader sighed deeply. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the pain was unavoidable. Yet, he articulated his thoughts with subtlety. If it were merely a minor bandit issue, the court would not mobilize such a formidable force. Absent natural disasters, it must be man-made calamities. If the imperial army cannot withstand the onslaught next year, can you fathom the consequences? The village chief felt a chill in his heart. The old clan leader was astute in his considerations. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. If that were indeed the case, they might have to flee for their lives. While he was deep in thought, the old clan leader urged him once more, speak to everyone. Every household must prepare and brace for the worst. The village chief nodded solemnly. Grain prices had already surged, and this news, even if speculative, needed to be relayed to all, so they could ready themselves for the direst of outcomes. He summoned everyone and conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. Before he could elaborate further, a quick-witted youth had already considered a grave possibility. Village chief, if the court's army falters this year, will those people not come for us next year? They say it's banditry, but do bandits possess such might? Could it be that someone is rebelling? Some elder women were horrified, wishing they could silence the youth. Oh dear, we mustn't speak such things. Be wary of prying ears. The village chief glanced at the old clan leader, who nodded in affirmation. You speak the truth. Should it come to that, we must prepare for the worst. All present were taken aback, unable to discern whether the village chief was jesting or serious. His demeanor suggested authenticity, causing some to collapse in despair. If marauding soldiers come, can we still protect our homes? When hunger grips a person, they can commit any atrocity. If the chaos arrives, we may not even preserve our lives. Voices clamored, and anxiety spread like wildfire, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all. Taxes? Levies? Are they not the same? Why differentiate? A young man clad in a long robe, hearing her query, patiently explained. The tianfu is one type, and there is also the ding tax. The tianfu is a 30-to-1 tax, now to be revised to 15-to-1. The ren ding tax is levied per person, with every able-bodied man and woman in each household required to pay 110 when annually, commencing at the age of 15. Lin Yue comprehended, realizing this referred to land tax and population tax. But there is a scholar in our village. Shouldn't he be exempt from taxes? The young man met her gaze. Indeed, the scholar's family can be exempt, but others cannot. Lin Yue considered this. While land can be registered under the scholar's name, not everyone qualifies for such exemptions. The population tax is inescapable unless one becomes a servant to the scholar. It dawned on her that the young man seemed familiar as she scrutinized him closely. Are you Yi Chunwang from the fourth uncle's family? Yi Chunwang smiled warmly. Indeed, Lin Yue suddenly understood. No wonder he spoke so eloquently, for he was the only educated individual from Yi family village, Yi Chunwang. At that moment, the village chief noticed Yi Chunwang and waved at him. The villagers then recognized Yi Chunwang standing at the periphery of the crowd, and he stepped forward. There are already people in town hoarding grain. Our village cannot simply bemoan our fate. Those with spare funds should swiftly stockpile more grain. Upon hearing this, those who had been hesitating felt an even deeper sense of urgency. With Yi Chunwang, who taught in town, confirming the news, no one dared to remain passive. Heavens! Are we being driven to desperation? Those who had already stored grain felt immensely fortunate. Having heeded the village chief's words, they bought grain with their remaining money, ensuring they need not rush to purchase. You may go to Qingzhou City. It is vast and has many grain shops, making it easier to procure supplies. The village chief shouted several times, uncertain whether they had heard him. Chapter 65. Did you stand up for mother? Amidst the bustle of buying grain and paying taxes, Yi Old Man and Qin Fong led a group of young men into the mountains. Yi Old Man's companions were those who still required observation and testing. Hunting during such times reveals a person's true character. Qin Fong's group consisted of those previously chosen, primarily tasked with carrying grain into the mountains, with hunting as a secondary goal. Each household's grain bags bore names, hidden in the cave where they had treated the injured tiger. Layered with thick straw and concealed with weeds, the entrance camouflaged to avoid detection. With a few more trips, they could stash their surplus grain here, serving as provisions should they need to flee into the mountains. If escape were unnecessary, they could simply retrieve the grain later. They found no inconvenience in this endeavor, for it concerned the very lives of their families. The remaining individuals selected their hiding spots in the resting cave. Hence, Ye Old Man's group did not traverse the resting cave upon entering the mountains. Lin Yue had purchased a considerable amount of grain with her remaining silver, leaving her with little. Therefore, she planned to venture up the mountain to gather herbs, complementing her previous harvest. Recently, not only had grain prices surged, but medicinal herbs had also followed suit, with prices for herbs climbing steeply. Consequently, the Qin family and villagers knowledgeable about herbs frequently ascended the mountains to forage. Lin Yue called her 4 sons, who will tell mother what transpired today. Erlang glanced at Lin Yue, his eyes welling with tears. Lin Yue, feeling a pang of compassion, embraced them tightly. What is this? Did you get into a fight? Or is someone bullying you? Ever since the Qing and Heir Qing's family had been won over by Lin Yue, the 4 brothers had become untouchable among the children, known for their mother's formidable reputation. They had witnessed her prowess in hunting wild boars and distributing the spoils, which had altered many villagers' perceptions of her. Moreover, during the incident with the Niu family, many had witnessed her single-handedly throwing the burly Niu Qinghe out. Who would dare to bully them? It's Jean Mao and Yin Mao from the second aunt's family. They slandered mother. Lin Yue smiled as she stroked their backs, comforting them. We cannot control what others say. After all, the mouths belong to them. Let them say what they wish. It is not a matter of great consequence. Lang, however, lifted his head from her embrace. But they tarnish your reputation. This revelation puzzled Lin Yue further. What was there about her reputation to tarnish? Jean Mao claims you had an affair with Uncle Qin, which is why Uncle Qin abandoned Su Xiaodai. Lin Yue was taken aback, nearly laughing in anger. Clearly, someone had deliberately spread this rumor. Aside from Su Xiaodai, there seemed to be no other source. So you stood up for Mother? Sam Lang nodded. We gave them a beating. We made them afraid to speak again. Si Lang raised his little fist, and Qing and Qing helped us. Lin Yue felt overwhelmed. While it was commendable that the four brothers had fought back, they had also dragged Qing and Qing into the fray. However, it might be a good opportunity to educate her sons. You all won. Why do you look so dejected? We didn't want Mother to be misunderstood, but we didn't know how to explain. It dawned on her that these four little ones were genuinely concerned for her. Lang, please narrate the events in detail, leaving nothing out. Thus, Lang recounted the day's events. They had been playing with Qing and Qing, discussing foraging for wild vegetables, which could be dried and enjoyed as a delicacy in winter. Little did they know, Jean Mao and Yin Mao, accompanied by a few mischievous boys, including Su Xiaodai's younger brothers, had approached. Qing and Qing noticed them, recalling how they had once been the village bullies, only to find themselves replaced by the Jean brothers. What a shame. The absence of a brother in the river means the tales of the river have faded. They quickly ordered the troublesome boys to cease their bullying. To everyone's surprise, Jean Mao and Yin Mao were not there for the matter at hand. Instead, they immediately began to mock the four brothers. Upon hearing this, the four brothers were infuriated. On the day of Qin Shubiao's confession, they had all been at home and were fully aware that their mother and Qin Shu were innocent. Lang, being the more level-headed among them, managed to keep his composure, calming his younger brothers while also ridiculing Jean Mao and Yin Mao. You are not endowed with the wisdom to discern the affairs of adults, are you? You merely hear the wind and take it as rain. I suspect you have been deceived as well. The four brothers, sharp as ice and snow, immediately understood that their elder brother was fishing for information, and they skillfully played along. So foolish, oblivious to the deception. The person who spun such lies will surely bring your mother to fury, and she will surely give you a sound thrashing. You are truly a dolt. 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 Although Qing and Qing did not comprehend why the four brothers were not angered, their infatuated nature caused them to join the ruckus. However, it was not Jean Mao and Yin Mao who were provoked. Rather, it was Su Xiaodai's younger brother, Su Xiaoxi, who lost his composure. My sister witnessed it with her own eyes. Uncle Qin was embracing your mother at night. What is there to deny? Where did your sister see this? Right outside your door that very night. After uttering these words, Su Xiaoxi realized he had been tricked. The four brothers quickly deduced that Su Xiaodai must have seen Qin Shu speaking with their mother at the door that night and concocted such a nefarious lie, thereby tarnishing both their reputations. Lang was filled with both anger and urgency, but knew he could not reveal the reason. He understood that if a fight ensued, he could not strike first, so he exchanged a knowing glance with Lang, who, upon understanding, smiled. His elder brother was about to stir up trouble. It was his specialty. Lang deliberately stepped closer and taunted them. Look at your foolish faces, being tossed around like monkeys. How utterly ridiculous. Jean Mao and Yin Mao, easily provoked, shoved Lang. You are the monkey. Lang then plopped down on the ground, unexpectedly bursting into tears and wailing as if he had learned this from somewhere. Elder brother, they are hitting me. Jean Mao and Yin Mao are hitting me. Avenge me. Lang let out a roar and charged forward. Upon seeing this, Sam Lang and Si Lang quickly followed suit, rushing to avenge Lang. The four of them soon found themselves in a scuffle. Chapter 66. The Hu family comes to cause trouble. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yue grasped the situation immediately. It seemed that Su Xiaodai believed herself to possess boundless charm, shifting her hatred onto herself. It was undeniable that she was caught in the crossfire, a victim of circumstance. The intensity of this woman's feelings was striking. Whether she had a sixth sense or had merely seen something inadvertently, it was undeniably distasteful. If she was not shown her true colors, she would merely see herself as a brute. Mother, I also heard from Qing and Qing that Su Xiaodai was rejected by that family in town. Rejected? So it is true. She had indeed guessed correctly. Given Su Xiaodai's mother's prideful temperament, would she not skin the one who rejected her daughter? What do you think? Who deliberately spread this rumor? Lin Yue intentionally tested their intelligence, only to find that the four brothers had already deduced it, speaking in unison. Su Xiaodai. Now think again, why would she do this? They began to ponder. Erlang, quick-witted, chimed in, Mother, does she perhaps have feelings for Uncle Qin? Since Uncle Qin does not reciprocate, she harbors resentment? Lin Yue was somewhat impressed by Erlang's insight. This lad understood the concept of love and hate. She couldn't help but laugh. Well done, little Erlang. You understand love and hate. Erlang bashfully scratched his head. I heard it from Grandpa's stories. Sailing added, Mother. Does Su Xiaodai's behavior mean she still wants to be with Uncle Qin? Certainly. Otherwise, why would she trouble your mother? But this will only make Uncle Qin dislike her more. Sailang, having listened to Darlang, nodded sagely. If Uncle Qin had not seen through her true nature, he would have married her long ago. Erlang shook his head. Such a person is indeed unworthy of marriage, just like her mother, prideful and cunning. With Su Xiaoxi and his 6 brothers at home, oh dear, marrying her would bring nothing but trouble, and one would have to support her brothers. Sailing's eyes widened. Exactly. 7 burdens, plus 1 mother, that's 8. How terrifying. He extended both hands, counting to 8. Only a fool would marry her. The 4 brothers eagerly analyzed the situation, each contributing valid points, and soon they unraveled Su Xiaodia's intentions. Lin Yue was left speechless. The conversation had veered completely off course. Her original intent was to illuminate the treachery of human hearts, but they had instead delved into matters of romance with remarkable insight. Were they perhaps too precocious? Finally, Darlang delivered a conclusive statement. In short, her entire family is not good people. Now they're slandering our mother. We cannot let this go. We must inform Uncle Qin to ensure he is not deceived. The 4 brothers nodded emphatically. Fine. Not a single word was left for Lin Yue to interject. Just then, a cacophony of wails erupted from the village, clearly emanating from the direction of Su Xiaodai's home. At that moment, Da Qing and Erqing hurried over. Darling, the Hu family has come to the Su family to call off the engagement. Let us go see the commotion. Lin Yue and the 4 brothers brightened at this news. Let us go together and take a look. In the courtyard of the Su family, the Hu butcher and his entourage of 5 or 6 men filled the yard. Outside the courtyard, villagers had gathered in droves. Su Xiaodai's mother sat on the ground at the entrance of the main room, hands gripping the door, eyes glaring at them like a fighting cock, forsaking her usual image. She cried out, fearing they would storm in to seize the betrothal gifts. You say you want to break off the engagement? What has the rush? It has only been a few days since the engagement. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Whose mother replied sternly, Wrath of heaven? I had already sent someone to inform you days ago. It's you who refused to let go. I initially intended to spare you some face, but now you have forced my hand. Originally, they thought it prudent to quietly end the engagement, considering the short duration of their betrothal, so that everyone could save face. Whose mother had even considered compensating them with 5 taels of silver upon breaking the engagement. But who would have thought that Su Xiaodia's mother had already made such a ruckus that the entire village was aware, and refused to accept even a single tael in compensation. The Hu family had provided 20 taels as a betrothal gift and 2 bearers for the wedding gifts. They were preparing to flee south to escape disaster. Every tael of silver represented a lifeline, and they were unwilling to part with any. Hu family, do not be excessive. It is clearly your fault. If you break off the engagement, how will my daughter live in the future? Exactly. My sister finally got engaged. It cannot be broken. The Su children stood behind their mother. The youngest, Su Xiaoqi, timidly asked, Mother, if they break off the engagement, will they not provide meat for our family anymore? Will they not take us along to do business? Although Su Xiaoqi's voice was soft, those nearby heard him clearly. This was a blatant scheme, even before marriage. They had already set their sights on their meat and skills. If there was any sympathy to be had, no one felt it for the Su family, especially for Su Xiaodai's mother, who had believed for years that her daughter was precious, yet no one had come to marry her. After the Hu family finally agreed to the match, they were now backing out. Hu's mother seized upon Su Xiaoqi's words as if she had found incriminating evidence. Look, even before the marriage, these 7 little rascals have begun to covet our belongings. Do you consider this a blessing or a burden? The Hu family does not want such a blessing. Let whoever desires it take it. As the Hu family created chaos in the village, the local women could not stand idly by. They began to voice their indignation. Hu family, you are causing trouble in our Yi family village. You must provide an explanation. Our village's girl is being unjustly jilted. You shall not leave Yijia village without an explanation today. Indeed, do not presume that the people of Yijia village are easily bullied. Ing was deeply moved to hear everyone speak on her behalf, feeling a newfound sense of courage. Chapter 67. This Lin Yue is fiercely protective. Hu Tai's face turned ashen with anger. Very well, since you have all spoken. Let's discuss this matter. Although we are but humble butchers of the town, with a modicum of wealth, we are not excessively affluent. It was she who claimed her daughter was destined for fortune, both prosperous and capable of bearing sons, demanding an extravagant bridal price. Is this not a mutually agreed affair? What is the point of now contesting it? Lu Zhnzh, reveling in the spectacle, noted that this family was hardly virtuous, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure, attempting to shift the blame onto others. The truth is, after Su Ji welcomed MD, their fortunes improved, and her mother bore 7 brothers. This is a fact. How much bridal price someone desires is their own business. You agreed, so what now? If you do not wish to marry, then do not. Now you wish to backtrack, thinking Yijia village is your Hu family's domain, to do as you please? Ing, witnessing Lu Zhnzh, who often opposed her, standing up for her, tearfully expressed her gratitude. Hu however, scoffed derisively, stating that their family was now fleeing for their lives. How can you claim she is destined for wealth? Moreover, regarding the matter of bearing sons, you have had 7 children. Can you guarantee your daughter will bear as many? Will they all be boys? What assurance do you have? Ing's face flushed as she declared, I am her mother. Why should I succeed and she not? If I say she can, then she can. There were those in the village who had long taken a disliking to Ing, taunting her with veiled jibes. I suggest you withdraw early. If you marry and cannot fulfill your duties, that would be quite the embarrassment. These words struck a chord with the Hu family, who silently applauded the speaker in their hearts. Very well. If that is the case, let your daughter accompany us to flee. Whenever our family becomes prosperous and your daughter bears sons, we shall settle the remaining bridal price. We could draft a contract and file it with the authorities. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Can this engagement even proceed in such a manner? Is it customary for the bride to accompany the groom in such dire circumstances? The manner of settling the bridal price was unprecedented. Such audacity, truly preposterous. Inside, Su Xiaodi was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, collapsing onto the bed in tears. Lin Yue was taken aback by the Hu family's swift reaction. Previously, she had thought them rather foolish, yet they seemed to have suddenly gained insight. In a fleeting moment, she noticed the onlooker she smiling mysteriously at her, pondering if this affair held deeper implications. Perhaps she had unwittingly aided the Hu family considerably. The specifics of how her words reached the Hu family's ears were beyond her concern. For now, she, like she, was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Ing was left with no recourse but to bemoan her fate, unable to counter their arguments. After all, they spoke with some truth. But if she were to swallow this humiliation, where would her dignity reside? Seeing that the crowd no longer supported the Su family, Hu felt a surge of satisfaction. Thankfully, they heeded the words of others. Otherwise, how could they have reacted so swiftly? Nevertheless, she was aware that they were somewhat in the wrong, and if they overstepped, she feared they might not leave Yijia village unscathed. Su family, give us your decision. If you wish to break the engagement, we shall provide 5 taels of silver as compensation. If not, MD shall come with us. Ing was furious, her face turning pale. Yet before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by MD's father, who had been quietly frowning nearby. Silence. Break the engagement. This man, usually quiet and unassuming, finally stepped forward to conclude this farce. Upon hearing these words, Ing immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. MD's father retrieved the 2 bridal gifts they had previously presented, along with an additional 15 taels of silver, and in front of the crowd. The 2 families tore up the marriage contract, rendering it void. Take your belongings and leave swiftly. After a long while, the sound of Ing's lamentations faded, and those in the know remarked that she had been deeply affected and could not bear to show her face. Indeed, she had always taken pride in praising Su Xiaodi, yet now her pride had been shattered, and it must be said that this blow was devastatingly precise. Once the excitement subsided, the villagers who had been brawling suddenly remembered that their own children had been wronged. Lin Yue, stop right there. Are you incapable of disciplining your children? Your four lads have beaten our Jin Mao and Yin Mao. What do you intend to do about this? Just as Lin Yue was preparing to leave, she realized that Su's drama had concluded, and now it was her turn to face the music. The villagers, having overheard, quietly halted their departure. How delightful. Another spectacle to enjoy. Especially the duo of Li Su-hu and her mother-in-law. Today's drama was particularly captivating, as both belonged to families disfavored by the villagers. Lin Yue paused and turned, arching an eyebrow. She knew Li Su-hu would not let this go easily. After enjoying the show, they now sought to stir up trouble. What now? What do you intend to do? Li Su-hu was taken aback by Lin Yue's direct inquiry, having prepared a multitude of retorts which now caught in her throat. Granny Yi glanced over at her two grandsons. Granny Yi, reciting grievances, made Lin Yue re-evaluate her understanding of the world. She had thought that the shameless individuals of another realm were already quite bold. Yet here, she discovered true audacity. Mother, my head spins. Mother, my arm hurts. Mother, my leg aches. Mother, my head hurts too. The four lads, sensing the tide turning, exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps these individuals were not merely here to extort their mother. They immediately adopted the demeanor of skilled actors, each claiming to sit on the ground one after the other, inciting Granny Yi's ire to the point of fury. You little rascals, now you can feign injury? Just a moment ago, you were full of energy. You think you can deceive me? Lin Yue's eyes turned cold. Who are you calling a little rascal? Granny Yi, intimidated by her gaze, instinctively recoiled. Recalling the incident at the village chief's house when Niu Qing H had scolded the four lads as little bastards, only to have Lin Yue retaliate. How could she have forgotten this? This Lin Yue is fiercely protective. Chapter 69, Extorted 6 Taels of Silver. Initially, Li Su-hu thought her two children incapable of such feats, but now she hesitated, questioning whether she truly bore two complete fools. In their injured state, they still mocked others. Jin Mao, do not lie. The Qing and her Qing are clearly taller and stronger than you. How could you possibly defeat them? I suspect they merely feigned injury. They might have fought with others and then pinned the blame on you. Granny Yi, attempting to guide her grandsons, found her efforts thwarted by their reality. Jin Mao and Yin Mao, lost in their self-congratulation, were oblivious to their grandmother's intentions, and instead, they reveled in their triumph. Grandmother, what are you saying? They fought with us, and we turned them into pig heads. Ha ha ha, they were truly pathetic. Henceforth, the title of the little tyrants of Yi Jia village belongs to me and Yin Mao. Granny Yi nearly fainted from the shock. These two ungrateful wretches. Little tyrants? The little tyrants of Yi Jia village? Oh dear, truly infuriating. Did you hear that? They have admitted it themselves. Li Su-hu, do you still wish to distort the truth? Quickly, hand over the silver. Lu Zhnzh, stifling laughter, extended her hand towards them. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a great windfall, not having even commenced her own plans, and the two foolish lads had already confessed. Were it not for the fear of revealing her amusement, she would have laughed until she could not stand upright. The effort to contain her laughter was exhausting. Give money? What money? Li Shuhua gritted her teeth, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet she found herself ensnared in a trap of her own making. For her two sons had inadvertently become the victims of her schemes. How could she not be infuriated? Lu Zhenju raised her eyebrows, questioning their reluctance to comply. She had heard them mention the expenses for medical treatment and the various costs associated with healing. Now, the Qing and Heir Qing's visible injuries were evident. Yet there were hidden issues as well as four boys, who had just claimed that the unseen problems were the most significant. If any serious complications arose in the future, would they dare to dismantle her household? Originally intended as a threat, it was common knowledge in Yi family village that Lin Yue possessed remarkable combat prowess. Although the four boys appeared unscathed, one complained of a headache while another voiced dizziness. Perhaps they had genuinely sustained injuries, even if their complaints were feigned. The acknowledgement of having assaulted someone by Jin Mao and Yin Mao was witnessed by the entire village. How could they clear their names? Delang, do you feel unwell? Speak up quickly so your mother can examine you properly, lest some individuals remain skeptical. Lu Zhenju turned to inquire of the boys, including the Qing and Heir Qing, and the 6 of them instantly transformed into dramatic actors. One moment they claimed this area hurt, the next it was that area their previous resolve to deny any wrongdoing wavering as anxiety set in. Jin Mao and Yin Mao sensed that the situation was amiss, yet it was too late for them to retract their statements. Pay up, Lu Zhenju urged, adopting an unyielding demeanor. Yi Ernai and her daughter-in-law exchanged glances, both recognizing a mutual concession. Li Xuehua begrudgingly produced 2 taels of silver, only to be met with Lu Zhenju's disdainful eye roll. 2 taels? That S for 6 children. Who do you think you're sending off? Each child deserves a tael. You. Will this amount suffice? Can it truly heal their injuries and prevent any lingering ailments? Lin Yue cooperatively stepped forward to examine the children, her tone decidedly stern. The head injuries were somewhat troublesome. If they resulted in future complications, they could seek her assistance later. Yi Ernai hastily waved her hand, producing an additional 4 taels of silver while snatching away the 2 taels from Li Xuehua's grasp. No, 1 tael per child. We can afford that. But let me make it clear. If they encounter any further issues, do not come to us. Even if you do, we will deny any responsibility. Lu Zhenju wished to interject, but Lin Yue restrained her. Let be. I will simply exert a bit more effort. This time, we shall let them off lightly. Consider yourselves fortunate. If I were not a healer, seeking another doctor would cost a considerable sum. This incident would not have escalated had it not been for the instigation of those young ones from the Su family. As for the treatment fees, the Yi family has been wronged. Her voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for both women to hear. What? Those young ones from the Su family instigated it? Lu Zhenju exacerbated the situation. You must be referring to Su Xiaodai, right? Are you just going to allow her to slander you like that? What sort of person does she think she is, tarnishing reputations? If it were me, I would have no desire for her. With their back and forth, it became evident to Li Xuehua that something was amiss. After questioning Jin Mao and Yin Mao a couple more times, the truth became clear. Without hesitation, Yi Ernai took hold of her 2 grandsons and headed straight for the Su household. Damn it, I must confront her about her wickedness. No wonder the old Qin family refused to marry into such a family. Even the wronged Hu family publicly rescinded their proposal. This is not a life of wealth and fortune. It appears she is destined to lack both. Her words were sharp, and, as a result, Su Xiaodia's reputation was utterly destroyed. The onlookers relished the unfolding drama, each new revelation more tantalizing than the last. Alas, it seemed that the Su family would ultimately bear the brunt of this calamity. The source of the trouble was undoubtedly Su Xiaodai herself. Lu Zhenju and Lin Yue intentionally lingered at the rear, Lin Yue's mind racing with doubts. The injuries onto Qing and Air Qing were neither inflicted nor painted. They resembled symptoms of an allergic reaction to a particular plant. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired. Lu Zhenju smiled enigmatically, leaning closer to whisper 2 words. Indeed, Lin Yue had guessed correctly. The 2 boys were allergic to a plant known as CICN, which would cause swelling upon contact with the skin, only to dissipate after a couple of days, itchy, uncomfortable, yet painless. Lin Yue surmised it to be an allergic condition. Upon hearing Lin Yue's explanation, Lu Zhenju could not suppress her laughter. With a mysterious smile, she pivoted her direction. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Lin Yue watched as she vanished like a gust of wind, shaking her head with a smile, fully aware of Lu Zhenju's insatiable curiosity. She then joyfully led the children away to indulge in the unfolding gossip. Chapter 70. A taste of one's own medicine, Su Xiaodai. Come out this instant. Upon arriving at the Su household, Li Xuehua banged on the door, her voice loud enough to ensure it could not be ignored. Everyone knew that Su Xiaodai had called off her engagement, losing face, and was likely weeping inconsolably within the confines of her home. At that moment, Su Xiaodai's father was away in the city. Exhausted from her crying, Su Xiaodai lay on the bed, her mother appearing as though her very soul had been siphoned away, staring blankly at the ceiling, while no one paid attention to the other children in the Su household. Hearing Li Xuehua's voice, Su Xiaoxi felt a twinge of unease. He glanced at Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, recalling how they had followed their sister's instructions earlier. Now, they were uncertain if trouble had come knocking at their door. He rushed to find Su Xiaodai. Sister, it's Jin Mao and Yin Mao's mother. Su Xiaodia, already irritated, replied without thinking. Who cares who it is? Li Xuehua. Suddenly remembering her own actions, her face turned pale, although she was reluctant to face her. Li Xuehua's persistent knocking left her no choice. She forced a smile and opened the door. Upon stepping outside, regret washed over her as she found a crowd of villagers gathered. The Hu family had already humiliated the Su family by rescinding their proposal, and the reputation she had painstakingly built was now in tatters. Any future marriage prospects would undoubtedly be affected. The situation was utterly dire for her. With a forced smile, Su Xiaodai asked, "What brings you here?" Without hesitation, Li Xuehua stepped forward and slapped her soundly across the face. The impact caused Su Xiaodai to stumble. 5 distinct fingerprints immediately appearing on her cheek, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. All her frustration was unleashed upon Su Xiaodai. "Li Xuehua, on what grounds do you strike me?" Su Xiaodai exclaimed, now abandoning her pretense of fragility. "What happened to your delicate demeanor? Did you truly believe yourself to be a refined young lady?" Li Xuehua showed no mercy, stripping away any semblance of dignity from Su Xiaodai, much to the delight of the surrounding villagers, who eagerly strained to hear every detail. "What a delightful spectacle! Jean Mao's mother, what utter nonsense are you spouting?" We're utterly baffled. The gossiping women, reveling in the drama, had no intention of holding back their curiosity, eager to clarify any ambiguities, as such opportunities were rare. Once upon a time, suitors had lined up for her attention. Yi Ernai and Li Xuehua joined forces, leaving Su Xiaodai as face a canvas of shifting colors. "What are you two babbling about?" Li Xuehua responded with a cold smile, exposing her deceit. "Now, my Jin Mao and Yin Mao, under your instigation, got into a fight, resulting in a loss of 6 taels of silver. You must cover this expense. Stop pretending. Hand over the money, or I shall ensure your foolishness is known far and wide." Listening to her nonsensical accusations, Su Xiaodai's fury and humiliation boiled over. Yet, her throat was raw from crying, and she could only manage to gasp out a few words, her voice thick with emotion. You Li Xuehua, you bully!" Su Xiaodai exclaimed as she dashed towards Li Xuehua, only to find that Li Xuehua was well prepared, sidestepping her advance. Consequently, Su Xiaodai fell to the ground, her face smeared with dirt, her hair disheveled, and her attire covered in dust, resembling a shrewish woman in a fit of rage. "Behold, this is the most cherished girl of our village, reduced to such a disgraceful appearance. Where's the delicate demeanor she usually displays?" It seems her fragility was merely an act. As Li Xuehua continued to speak, Su Xiaodai began to wail uncontrollably, her voice hoarse and desperate. She had thrown caution to the wind. Her reputation was already tarnished. What more did they want from her? I have already faced the consequences. My engagement has been called off, and my honor is lost. What more do you desire from me? Is my fate something I can control? Can I dictate whether I bear sons? Is the amount of dowry I receive within my power? You understand nothing and place all the blame upon me. What have I done wrong? I merely seek someone who treats me well. Why is that so difficult? When Dong Saixia and Qin Shu arrived, they could hear Su Xiaodia's heart-wrenching cries from a distance. Today, her family was quite busy, and thus she had no intention of indulging in the spectacle. Moreover, she found the affairs of the Su family tedious. Little did she expect that Su Xiaodai would once again stir up trouble, dragging her brother-in-law into the fray. "Ah, Saixia has come, and look, so has Qin Shu." It was unclear which sharp-eyed woman in the crowd greeted them. Su Iodias cries abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped her throat. She searched the crowd as if looking for someone. "You need not search any longer. Qin Shu has already left." Li Xuehua discerned her intent immediately, having seen Qin Shu being dragged along by Dong Saixia. Before he even arrived, upon hearing Su Xiaodia's voice, he had frowned and turned to leave. He wouldn't even spare her a glance, yet she truly believed herself to be a prized gem, sought after by all. Having grown weary of the unfolding drama, Granny Yi expressed her impatience. "Su Xiaodai, quickly present 6 taels of silver, or I shall summon your mother. Let today's affair be settled." Su Xiaodai, upon hearing their demands, felt a surge of anger and frustration. She no longer cared for her image. She was oblivious to the fact that her appearance now resembled that of a shrew. What image remained? When she heard Granny Yi insist on the silver, she snapped. "I have no silver. Do you want my life instead? Come and take it if you dare." At that moment, Su Xiaodia's mother rushed out of the house wielding a kitchen knife, charging into the crowd. "Who dares to bully my daughter? I shall fight you all. You shallow-minded fools. Do you truly think no one desires my Xiaodai? One day, if she becomes wealthy and prosperous, let us see who dares to wrong her." This sudden declaration startled both Granny Yi and Li Yue, as they realized she was aiming her fury at them. Had she been a moment later, that knife might have been aimed at their heads. They were the very definition of those who bully the weak and fear the strong. Su Xiaodai gazed at her mother, who had fallen at her feet, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. At this point, her mother still did not relent, hoping for her to become wealthy and prosperous. It was uncertain whether her misfortune stemmed from having such a mother or if her mother had simply lost her mind. Witnessing such a farce, Dong Saixia could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Xiaodai, I have come today to convey one message. I fear not the laughter of others. While everyone is present, I shall clarify matters. The villagers know well the story of you and Qin Shu, yet you did not end up together. Your mother knows best, and so do you. Even though you are no longer engaged, you remain an unwed woman and could seek another. Why are you fixated on my Qin Shu? From the moment your mother likened him to a toad aspiring to court a swan, your chances were dashed. You ought to cease your futile daydreaming. Our Qin family cannot afford such aspirations. It is best for us to part ways. The village chief has advised everyone to stockpile grain and prepare. You ought to consider this matter seriously. Should the situation worsen, even your lives may be at stake. Why waste time on frivolities? Dong Saixia's admonition altered not only Su Xiaodia's demeanor, but also that of everyone present. Indeed, today, we can still revel in this spectacle, but should circumstances change, who can guarantee that our good days will endure? It is far more crucial to attend to practical matters. Alas, how careless we have been. Thus, within moments, the crowd dispersed entirely. Granny Yi and Li Yue, frustrated, stomped their feet and departed. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed the Su family silver was out of reach, and further commotion could lead to dire consequences. Let's not provoke the common folk. Let's first ensure our own safety. Hence, they could only suffer in silence, bearing their hardships alone. You take this money. It is yours. Do not hesitate. Lu Zhenju's family had little savings, as Lu Changjian lacked a stable livelihood. It was a blessing if they could feed themselves through farming. Lin Yue wished to assist them, insisting on refusing the silver. Truly unnecessary. You have already helped me immensely. Moreover, our family has sufficient grain stored for now. Use this silver to purchase food and winter clothing. Stockpile more. Lu Zhenju, realizing she could not refuse further, felt her eyes welling with tears. She understood that Lin Yue intended to help her and recognized this silver as their lifeline, so she graciously accepted it. Lin Yue smiled. It appeared that Lu Changgen's family was irrevocably trapped in their plight. Dolong, Arlong, Sonlong, On Silong. I believe your handling of the situation with Jin Mao and Yin Mao could improve. Can you ponder better approaches? Under her guidance, the four brothers swiftly entered a contemplative state. Their brows furrowed deeply, yet they could not articulate any alternative thoughts. Seeing their struggle, Lin Yue began to guide them step by step. First, when you hear others disparaging your mother, it is natural to feel upset and furious. I completely understand. You may encounter similar situations in the future, and if you react impulsively by arguing or fighting, you will only find yourselves at a disadvantage and may even get hurt. Thus, you must remain calm and think critically. De Lang demonstrated commendable restraint, embodying the role of an elder brother. You discerned their intentions by interpreting their words. Did you not also surmise what Su Xiaodai sought to achieve? De Lang nodded, then shook his head, having grasped a hint, yet expressing disdain for such deceitful individuals. However, De Lang, you and your brothers must recognize that human nature is the most intricate of phenomena. You cannot fathom the thoughts of others. Each person's character can only be judged through observation. You will encounter various individuals, including many like this, and even if you dislike them, you must learn to cope. Observing her son's earnest expressions, despite their lingering confusion, they nodded solemnly, understanding that their mother was imparting wisdom. Furthermore, I shall teach you techniques for self-defense that can also be applied in combat. The brothers widened their eyes in astonishment. This is permissible? Lin Yue smiled, for she was not a rigid individual. Her children must be adaptable. We must integrate our knowledge and apply it flexibly. For instance, during your confrontation with Jin Mao and Yin Mao, you had already gleaned information, realizing it was a deliberate provocation. There are methods to instigate internal discord without resorting to violence. If you truly wish to teach them a lesson, you must employ strategy during the fight. Mother, I understand. Internal discord means what you mentioned before leaving. instructing Jean Mao and Yin Mao's mother and grandmother to seek out Su Xiaodai. This way, they will realize they have been manipulated, achieving two objectives, while simultaneously informing the villagers that these rumors were intentionally spread. Is that correct? Erlang was somewhat exhilarated and quickly hit the nail on the head, demonstrating his ability to draw inferences and think swiftly. Indeed, Lin Yue couldn't help but embrace him affectionately. Chapter 72. The children go to the market. The other three boys also had similar thoughts, but they expressed them a bit late. They never expected Erlang to seize the moment, successfully claiming their mother's embrace and praise. Thus, they too were reluctant to be outdone and eagerly crowded around Lin Yue. Mother, we thought it too. Lin Yue showered them all with affection, and at last, they were satisfied. There were still some essentials to stock up on at home, and Lin Yue decided to sell the snake gall she had from last time to purchase more items. Mother will be going to Qingzhou City tomorrow to buy some necessary things. Would you like to join? The four boys' eyes sparkled with excitement. Mother, can we go? Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Yue felt a twinge of sadness. Indeed, she had yet to take them to the city. Of course, tomorrow, we won't be buying many things. So Mother can take you for a little stroll in the city, all right? Wow, that's wonderful. We can go to the city. That night, they were so thrilled that they struggled to fall asleep, and they awoke early the next morning. Lin Yue specially dressed them in new clothes, adorning them to be both cute and handsome. The sight of the four boys standing there was simply captivating. However, upon noticing the conspicuous scar on Sanling's face, Lin Yue felt a pang of sorrow. She needed to find a way to heal Sanling's face soon, but regrettably, she had not dreamed about that man for quite some time. Mother, are we too good-looking? The four boys observed their mother gazing at them with a lovely smile, prompting Erlang to indulge in self-admiration. Ha ha ha. Without a hint of shyness, he praised his own appearance. Yet, Lin Yue did not hesitate to commend them. Erlang is right. Mother believes you are the most handsome boys in the world. As she spoke, she gave each of them a sweet kiss, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride for having such adorable children. The four boys blushed with delight, spinning in circles, reveling in their mother's affection and praise. It was truly delightful. Recently, many families from the village had been traveling to Qingzhou City, and they successfully hitched a ride on an ox cart. Upon reaching the city gates, the four boys beheld the towering entrance for the first time, feeling both excited and astonished. Mother, this city gate is so tall and grand. Indeed, look, there are soldiers guarding it. It turned out that Sima Mao spoke the truth. The boys chattered enthusiastically, and Lin Yue felt no embarrassment. This was their first venture beyond the village, and she believed they would journey further in the future, encountering various beautiful sights. She first visited a time-honored pharmacy, selling the snake gall for some silver. She also procured some commonly used herbs that she was running low on, along with other items that might come in handy. Consequently, their supplies began to accumulate. Grains, herbs, daily necessities, meats, vegetables, as well as thick and thin clothing and bedding. On the street, vendors were selling candied hawthorns, and the four boys were captivated by the bright red fruits, unable to take their eyes off them, their mouths watering. Would you like to have some? The boys nodded eagerly. Lin Yue bought 4 skewers, one for each boy, and their faces instantly brightened with sweet smiles. Mother, you try some. Each boy insisted that Lin Yue take the first bite of their candied hawthorn, and she could only symbolically lick each of their skewers before they would allow themselves to eat. These 4 children are truly filial. The candied hawthorn vendor couldn't help but compliment them, which made the boys even happier. Previously, when Sima Mao's family had brought him to Qingzhou City, they each had only 1 skewer of candied hawthorn. While their mother had bought them 1 each, they felt truly fortunate. They resolved to tell Sima Mao when they returned, hoping to make him envious. Mother, look at that person. Dalong suddenly pointed to someone walking down the street, who was moving strangely as if they had lost their balance, taking a few hurried steps before collapsing to the ground. The surrounding crowd found it peculiar, and some quickly realized that the person was ill and might be having a seizure. Oh no, someone has fainted. Is there a doctor? Mother, does he have an illness? Lin Yue nodded. By this time, the person had been surrounded, and just as she was about to step forward, a man in a green robe quickly approached the crowd. Make way, please. I'm a doctor. Everyone, step back a bit. Don't block too tightly. The man swiftly took out silver needles, deftly administering a few to the patient, who indeed began to stir back to consciousness. The crowd marveled at the doctor's skill. Is there a kind soul who can help carry this person to the nearest clinic? He needs further treatment. As the green-robed doctor collected his needles, one person in the crowd recognized the identity of the patient. Isn't this the son of Zhang Dong from Baoyitong? Their family runs a clinic. Then please, young man, do notify his family. The man said this without hesitation and dashed off to deliver the news. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor of the clinic arrived with assistance. May I ask your surname, doctor? My son has suffered from this ailment for a long time. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have been in great trouble today. Please, let me escort you to Baoyitong. My master would surely reward you handsomely. Baoyitong? Lin Yue found the name somewhat familiar. Mother, it's the pharmacy where we sold the snake gall, Si Lang reminded her quietly. Lin Yue then remembered, indeed, it was that pharmacy, and she had a good impression of the attending physician there. The green-robed doctor did not refuse, stating, I am a traveling physician, named Cheng Yi. He then accompanied them to Baoyitong. Lin Yue and the boys did not pay much attention to this incident. After dispersing, she took the 4 boys to the finest restaurant in Qingzhou City, the Sifong Lu, to enjoy a meal, ordering their signature dishes, which Lin Yue found quite satisfactory. However, the 4 little ones were not as impressed. Accustomed to Lin Yue's cooking, they found the dishes at the restaurant rather ordinary. Mother, the food here is quite mediocre. Not nearly as delicious as what you make. Why is this still the best restaurant in Qingzhou City? Lin Yue playfully tapped Erlang's little nose. You should be more discreet. Be careful of eavesdroppers. What if the restaurant staff hears you? That would be quite disheartening. Besides, you have the halo of being my children, so naturally, you think everything I cook is delicious. Chapter 73, Causing Trouble for Mother. The 4 boys giggled, but Sam Lang appeared somewhat serious. Mother, Erlang isn't wrong. Look at this duck dish. Although it looks good, it still has a fishy taste. However, the duck has no fishiness, only fragrance. That is one reason. Lin Yue listened attentively to Sam Lang's analysis, intrigued. And what is the second reason? The second reason might be that the chefs at this restaurant have grown complacent, believing that their establishment is the best in Qingzhou City with no competition, leading them to become negligent in their cooking. All right then, you can even analyze their mindset. What are you trying to achieve? In this era, whether it be pork, lamb, or ordinary chicken and duck, the methods of preparation were exceedingly simple, primarily consisting of boiling or stewing without a plethora of seasonings to handle specific flavors or odors. Naturally, some odd taste would emerge, but everyone had grown accustomed to it. It all depended on the cooking technique. However, the 4 boys had become accustomed to the various meats they prepared with seasonings, and thus, they believed their cooking was superior, which was not without justification. Coincidentally, the young master of this restaurant, Lu Cheng, was dining in a neighboring private room. The conversation between Lin Yue and her sons fell clearly upon his ears. At the dining table, 2 friends, both of the same profession, held the belief that Sifong Lu deserved its esteemed reputation for both its flavors and dishes. They were taken aback by the exaggerated remarks made by someone nearby, wondering who would dare to speak so boldly, as it seemed tantamount to undermining their establishment. The 2 exchanged glances, feeling a touch of embarrassment as they hesitated to continue eating. In the end, they set down their chopsticks. Lu Xiong, do not take such comments to heart. The reputation of Sifong Lu is not easily tarnished by mere words. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng could no longer remain composed. He had an extensive understanding of culinary matters, and while others might perceive such remarks as slander, he sensed an underlying intrigue. If he did not inquire further, he would find it difficult to attain peace of mind throughout his life. Observing his expression, the 2 friends understood that the meal had come to an end, and they took their leave together. As Lin Yue concluded the meal with her 4 sons and approached the cashier, the innkeeper informed her that their meal had been graciously covered by the proprietor. Madam, our master has indicated that you need not settle the bill today. He wishes to invite you for a conversation. Lin Yue nodded, suspecting that her earlier remarks had been overheard. As they ascended the stairs, Delang expressed some trepidation. Mother, do you think our previous comments were overheard? Indeed, young master. Our young master was seated nearby, replied a servant, but he is quite amiable, so you need not worry. Sifong Lu is a time-honored establishment, and our young master is eager to implement some changes, but has struggled to find the right approach. Your insights today have prompted him to seek your counsel. As they reached the most exquisite room on the 3rd floor, a gentleman was seated at the table brewing tea. Upon their arrival, he rose to greet them. I am Lu Cheng, and I humbly invite you here. Please forgive my boldness. Lin Yue returned the gesture, explaining that the words of her son were not intended to offend and requested the young master's understanding. Lu Cheng gestured for them to take a seat and, upon noticing the four little ones, was immediately captivated. "Are these for your sons?" "Indeed. Come, young masters, please take a seat. Here are the finest pastries from Si Fong Lu for you to enjoy." Fully aware that their earlier comments had stirred trouble, the children felt a heaviness in their hearts, uncertain of how they might be treated. After receiving Lin Yue's nod of approval, they tentatively sampled the pastries, their expressions brightening with delight. "Mother, these pastries are quite delicious." Lu Cheng smiled, finally receiving the children's endorsement of the pastries, alleviating some of his concerns regarding his establishment's quality. "Madam," De Lang interjected before Lu Cheng could speak. "My mother's surname is Lin." "Ah, Lin madam." Lin Yue found it somewhat odd to be addressed in such a manner, realizing that De Lang was even more perceptive than she had anticipated, considering that Lin madam often cooked for her sons at home. Lu Cheng delicately inquired if there were any aspects of Si Fong Lu's dishes that might require improvement. This question, though subtly posed, was a challenge to Lin Yue. As if to say, "You claim your cooking surpasses what I offer. Now prove it." Lin Yue contemplated this. She had initially intended to sell her seasoning recipes, but had lacked the opportunity, particularly with the uncertain circumstances ahead. It appeared that Lu Cheng was a savvy businessman, and it might be wise to cultivate a friendship. In this unfamiliar place, devoid of relatives, she believed in the adage that more friends lead to more opportunities. "Young master, rather than discussing it, I would prefer to prepare a dish for you to taste." Lu Cheng was overjoyed and promptly instructed the innkeeper to escort her to the kitchen. "Please wait here, young masters. Rest assured, I will attend to you well." After exchanging a few words with her sons, Lin Yue followed the innkeeper to the kitchen, where she found some spare ribs and decided to prepare sweet and sour ribs, recalling that Sam Lang had expressed a desire for them. Although Lin Yue's cooking was merely an average display of skill, it sufficed given the limited resources of the era. Lu Cheng tasted a piece and was utterly astonished, particularly by this innovative cooking method, which he had only witnessed in the capital. While braised dishes could often become tender, they also had their drawbacks. If overcooked, the meat would become tough, and if undercooked, it would lack flavor. Moreover, discerning guests could easily detect the unpleasant taste. Lu Cheng sampled a piece and found it tender and juicy, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour flavors that left him wanting more. "May I ask, Lin madam, what makes this preparation so distinct?" Lin Yue pondered for a moment, noting that stir-frying had not yet become popular in culinary practices of that time. From her observations, the dishes served in taverns predominantly consisted of stews, cold dishes, and pastries. She had yet to encounter any stir-fried dishes. This is called stir-frying. It results in dishes with a richer aroma. I have had the fortune of witnessing this technique in the capital, though it is mostly limited to affluent households and is not a staple dish. The flavors are rather average. I wonder if Lin madam has considered selling this cooking method? Lin Yue shook her head. "I have no intention of selling my recipes. I possess many such dishes. Selling recipes alone pales in comparison to sharing knowledge. Young master, as a businessman, you surely understand that recipes are static, but knowledge is dynamic." Chapter 74. How does Lin madam intend to collaborate? Curious about the business of Si Fong Lu, Lu Cheng sensed that Lin Yue was probing for his capabilities, so he donned a mask of composure mixed with pride, confident in his business acumen. Si Fong Lu is our family business, with branches in nearly every prefecture. Lin Yue realized that this was a chain establishment, indicating the family's significant influence. "If we were to discuss a partnership, would you have the authority to make decisions?" "To be frank, my family is not a traditional merchant family. My elder brothers are officials in the capital. This tavern is my mother's enterprise. Due to my lifelong passion for food and natural acuity, my mother entrusted me with its management. If we were to discuss collaboration, I believe Si Fong Lu possesses the capability to partner with Lin madam. However, how do you envision this collaboration?" Lu Cheng understood that behind every business endeavor lies a foundation of support. It seemed that the Lu family had a solid standing, bolstered by connections to officials. "What if I were to propose acquiring shares in Si Fong Lu, with the intention of assisting you in promoting stir-fried dishes nationwide? Would you be amenable?" Lu Cheng was taken aback, yet maintained a composed demeanor. Lin Yue's tone belied her humble origins. From his earlier conversation with her sons, he gathered they hailed from Yijia village, an ordinary farming community. Additionally, he had heard Sam Lang mention Lin madam Yu's impressive medical skills. Beyond these two aspects, her demeanor and grace were not characteristic of a typical peasant. Her calm composure exuded a captivating charm that even a refined lady might lack. Contemplating her proposal, Lu Cheng inferred that Lin Madam sought to share in the profits from the stir-fried dishes. So, Lin Madam wishes to invest in the recipes for stir-frying, allowing Si Fong Lu to share the benefits with you? Lin Yue nodded, and Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment. What proportion are you seeking? Lin Yue countered with a question. What do you believe you can offer me? This query put Lu Cheng in a difficult position, and he recognized Lin Yue's intent. If he were sincere, the negotiations could proceed, but if not, there would be no further discussion. Gritting his teeth, he realized that if stir-fried dishes could be promoted nationwide, Si Fong Lu would ascend to unparalleled heights. Even if competitors managed to replicate the recipes, he was confident that no one could surpass Lin Yue's mastery. He forced a smile and held up 4 fingers, the maximum he could offer. It is important to note that while the Si Fong Lu is privately owned by him and his mother, the intricacies of establishing influence in every provincial capital are not to be underestimated. A maximum of 40% is the limit. It cannot be any higher. Lin Yue felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It appeared that Lu Cheng was indeed sincere. She was not particularly greedy, having initially thought that receiving 20% would be quite commendable, considering it was a nationwide chain. I only require 30%. That will suffice. It was now Lu Cheng's turn to be astonished. This was the first time he encountered such haggling, where the offer did not increase, but rather decreased by 10%. Lin Yue discerned his thoughts and casually provided an explanation. I merely offer the strategy. I shall not partake in the actual management. I am quite content with 30%. And more importantly, it is delightful to deal with a straightforward and sincere businessman like you. I would be pleased to consider you a friend. Lu Cheng was overjoyed and promptly requested the manager to bring forth some wine. This fruit wine I had brewed is not intoxicating. Lady Lin may wish to sample it. As we shall soon be like family, let us celebrate. Lin Yue raised her glass to clink with his. Cheers to our pleasant cooperation. From now on, just call me Lin Yue. Are you not concerned that with our background and strength, it would be all too easy for us to deceive you or forcibly seize your strategies? Lin Yue chuckled nonchalantly. Should you wish to resort to coercion, I would not mind conceding, but if you seek my life, I dare say I am not one to be trifled with. I may be but one person with 4 children, yet your Lu family is quite extensive. Understanding the implication of her words, Lu Cheng felt a surge of respect for her. A woman who could reach such a level and articulate herself in this manner clearly possessed genuine confidence. Lu Cheng refrained from further inquiries, and with a cheerful tone, he addressed her. Very well, Lin Yue. Please do not refer to me as young master Lu any longer. Simply call me Lu Cheng or Ming Che. I hope for our collaboration to be fruitful. Lin Yue smiled in return. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. They engaged in lively conversation, while the 4 young gentlemen dined and whispered amongst themselves, occasionally glancing at Lu Cheng. Lin Yue sampled the fruit wine, which bore a subtle mulberry flavor. Likely a mulberry wine, it was quite sweet, yet the alcohol content was surprisingly low, accompanied by an odd, indescribable taste. As for the wine, we shall discuss the collaboration further down the line. Reflecting on the circumstances for the coming year, she casually inquired, I have heard that the situation for next year may not be favorable. Does young master have any plans? Indeed, I intended to caution you. The safety of Qingzhou City and even the capital seems precarious. If possible, you should confer with the children's father and consider departing early. It is best to head southwest. Before Lin Yue could respond, the 4th young gentleman interjected, Uncle Lu, we have no father. We will not acknowledge him. Lu Cheng was taken aback, and Lin Yue offered an apologetic smile, providing a brief explanation. I seem to have forgotten who their father is. They have some reservations about him. Surprised as he was, Lin Yue did not intend to elaborate further, and since it was their first meeting, Lu Cheng felt it inappropriate to pry. He merely nodded respectfully to the 4th young gentleman. I understand. Today, Uncle has successfully reached a business agreement with your mother, and I am unprepared for gifts. Perhaps I shall bring you presents next time. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yue recognized this as mere politeness and did not dwell on it, while the 4th young gentleman was delighted and nodded appreciatively. Manager Ming prepared the collaboration contract, and both Lu Cheng and Lin Yue signed and sealed their respective copies. Lu Cheng then handed her a silver note amounting to 1,000 taels. This serves as a deposit. Please keep it for now. If all goes well by year end, I shall send you the remainder then. Lin Yue accepted the note and tucked it away, her mind already formulating several cooking recipes. Very well, Manager Ming, please bring me paper and ink. I shall write some simple cooking recipes for you. Manager Ming happily complied, and Lin Yue drafted 10 dishes that catered to the diverse tastes of various regions. As for the seasoning recipes, she entrusted them directly to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was utterly astonished. Chapter 75. The Wandering Physician Cheng E. Lin Yue. Are you not concerned that sharing these seasoning recipes may be detrimental to you? Lin Yue smiled effortlessly. Why would I be? He immediately shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Then it is settled. Moreover, even if you choose to profit from them or utilize them otherwise, since I have given you the recipes, how you choose to use them is entirely your prerogative, and I shall not interfere. At this moment, Lu Cheng fully grasped Lin Yue's character. Her vision was extraordinary. Fortunately, he had seized this opportunity. Otherwise, he could not fathom the losses he would have incurred. He could not betray Lin Yue's trust, and thus produced a black jade pendant shaped like a willow leaf from his pocket. If by year end or next year the situation deteriorates, I may not be able to find you. Should you encounter difficulties, present this jade pendant at any major bank, and you will be able to withdraw funds. Furthermore, this pendant represents our Lu family. Lu Cheng meticulously explained its usage, and Lin Yue took note of every detail. The fact that he revealed this pendant was a testament to his confidence in her, believing her to be trustworthy for so readily sharing the seasoning recipes. Lu Cheng is indeed a person of genuine character. This friendship is certainly worthwhile. Collaborating with someone of such background and capability is both straightforward and convenient. Just look, even withdrawing money is so effortless. As they departed, Lu Cheng discreetly advised Lin Yue once more. Should you be unwilling to seek my assistance, remember to head southwest. The territory of the Southwest King is the safest place. If the situation worsens, I too shall make my way there. The Southwest King? Indeed, the Southwest King, Yin, has governed the Southwest for over 20 years. The locals are simple and strong, and the Southwest King himself is a formidable warrior. Within his domain, no one dares to stir trouble, and moreover, his maternal family is adjacent to the Ning Kingdom, which even the emperor regards with caution. Lu Cheng provided a brief overview of the Southwest King, captivating Lin Yue's interest. Bidding farewell to Lu Cheng alongside the 4 young gentlemen, they unexpectedly bumped into someone. The individual, holding a piece of paper, dropped it to the ground. Lin Yue hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up and casually glanced at it. It was a prescription. The person appeared dazed as if struck by the collision, standing still while muttering to himself, seemingly lost in thought. What other medicine am I missing? How should this medicine be administered? This person was none other than Cheng E, the physician who had previously saved someone in the street. It turned out he was quite the medical enthusiast. Lin Yue handed him the prescription, but he did not express gratitude, remaining lost in thought over the prescription. Perhaps Tianma could be used as a remedy. Ah, yes, Tianma. My mind is truly muddled. How could I have overlooked something so simple? Cheng E slapped his forehead, finally realizing, who just spoke to me? Was it a woman? Mother, was that person not the physician who saved someone earlier? Indeed, so that is why Mother helped him? Lin Yue smiled, as the eldest young gentleman was indeed very observant. She had originally spoken in a soft tone, yet he had caught her words. This individual possesses commendable character. He appears to be quite the medical enthusiast, perhaps even more proficient than Mother in the field. The eldest young gentleman pondered. He believed Mother to be slightly more formidable, for her single remark had salvaged his prescription. Moreover, as far as he knew, anyone with a certain skill, especially physicians, would seldom divulge their medical knowledge. It is often passed down through generations or orally. Yet, Mother seemed unconcerned about such matters, completely indifferent. The pastries mentioned by the second young gentleman were those given to them by Lu Cheng as they departed from Sifong Lu. Seeing that they enjoyed them, he packed a portion of each. How wonderful! Would you like to purchase anything else? Mother now has plenty of silver. The 4 young gentlemen shook their heads, feeling quite content with the day and not wishing to spend any more money. By the way, we agreed today to buy each of you a new pair of shoes. Their current shoes were but a single pair, and should the weather turn cold, they would need a warm pair as well. A family arrived at the ready-to-wear shop and selected several pairs of winter shoes for warmth. Lin Yue could not resist purchasing 2 additional pairs upon noticing the exquisite craftsmanship of the children's footwear. As time was of the essence, Lin Yue hurriedly led her 4 sons toward the city gate, aware that the village's ox cart was likely making its final trip. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Step aside! Quickly step aside!" A horse-drawn carriage thundered toward them, toppling objects on the street. The horse appeared to be out of control, continuing at a reckless pace, causing panic among the crowd, with some unable to avoid being jostled. The entire street descended into chaos. A servant supported a heavily pregnant woman who was unable to move quickly. Her face turned pale from fright as she stood frozen in the middle of the road. "Get out of the way! Hurry, get out of the way!" Just as the carriage seemed poised to collide, a figure darted forward, leaping onto the horse, leaning down to grasp its neck. Miraculously, the frantic horse began to calm, and the carriage came to a halt just before the pregnant woman, averting catastrophe. Despite her fear, the woman showed commendable courage, and with the servant's help, she reached the roadside, her legs still somewhat unsteady. Lin Yue discerned that she was likely traumatized, perhaps even having experienced a scare that could affect her pregnancy. The coachman expressed his gratitude to the rescuer, who merely bowed slightly before departing. Lin Yue followed his gaze and observed a group of 3 riders not far away, with the central figure's profile strikingly familiar. Unbeknownst to her, a physician in a green robe had appeared beside the pregnant woman, the same one who had previously rendered assistance on the street. He was indeed quite benevolent. He was advising the servant that the woman had experienced a scare and should procure 2 doses of prenatal medicine from the apothecary. The woman expressed her heartfelt thanks before leaving. As Chang Yi prepared to depart, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, realizing it was the same person. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Lin Yue found herself seized by the arm, and her sons, initially having had a favorable impression of him, now stood protectively before her, displeased by his hold. "What are you doing grabbing my mother?" Chang Yi quickly released his grip, apologizing. "I beg your pardon, I acted impulsively." The 4 boys, resembling quadruplets, were adorable and well-groomed, akin to the auspicious children depicted in traditional paintings. Chapter 76. Not like a good person. Had he encountered that woman before? He could not recall having met a married woman with quadruplets. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He shook his head and redirected his attention forward. At that moment, Lin Yue understood why Chang Yi had stopped her. It seemed he was nearsighted. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, prompting him to squint and lean closer for a better look, which amused Lin Yue. Clearly, he was quite myopic. Nearsighted? Chang Yi pondered the term, finding it quite apt, as he could only see clearly at close range. This often resulted in him stumbling and sustaining injuries, leading to many embarrassing mishaps. The 4 boys found Chang Yi's squinting behavior oddly amusing, thinking him peculiar for getting so close to their mother's face. Delang could not help but push him slightly. "Hey, keep your distance from my mother. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be too familiar?" Chang Yi crouched down, leaning closer to Delang, startled to see 3 similar little heads, almost thinking he was imagining things. Not paying attention, he stepped back and sat down on the ground, eliciting laughter from the 4 boys. "Mother, is he really nearsighted?" San Lang and Si Lang were curious about the term, wondering if it meant one could not see things clearly at a distance. Lin Yue explained that nearsightedness meant one could see nearby objects clearly, while distant ones were unclear. Lang found this fascinating and immediately extrapolated. Then there must be farsightedness too? Indeed, Lang is quite clever to make that connection. Where there is nearsightedness, there is certainly farsightedness. In this era, few individuals suffered from nearsightedness, and many only recognized it as a visual impairment without understanding the distinction. Chang Yi felt a surge of excitement, his previous assumptions confirmed. The person who had informed him about the Tian Ma must indeed be knowledgeable in medicine. As a wandering physician, he encountered a diverse range of patients and forged connections with various healers. "Thank you, young lady, for your guidance. I was able to refine that prescription. You've identified my ailment as nearsightedness. Is there a remedy? Aren't you a physician yourself? If you cannot treat your own condition, why seek my mother's help?" Delang suspected that this itinerant physician might be a charlatan. Unexpectedly, Chang Yi remained unfazed, displaying remarkable humility. "You are right, young master. A physician should not treat themselves. My medical skills are quite limited. After decades of traveling, though my knowledge is scant, I have encountered many diverse cases. I wish to discuss medicinal formulas with you, and I hope you will not dismiss me." "Oh, you physician. That will not do. My mother cannot engage in discussions with you." De Lang exhibited clear disdain, increasingly convinced that this itinerant physician was not a good person. Chung Yi was somewhat astonished, as he did not recall disclosing his surname. How did this boy know? In the brief moment of distraction, Lin Yue had already taken her sons away, but he hurriedly pursued them. Young lady, I am a wandering physician, capable of traveling anywhere. If nothing else, may I stay at your home? I can pay." This nearsightedness has plagued me for many years, causing frequent misunderstandings and injuries. If you have a remedy, I would be willing to pay a high price. Oh, it seems this Chung Yi is rather affluent, albeit somewhat dim-witted. De Lang was thoroughly annoyed, while San Lang expressed keen interest. "Are you quite wealthy? But we have no men in our household. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to stay with us?" Chung Yi was not surprised, smiling broadly. "But you have 4 men in your family. How could that be inconvenient? By the way, does anyone wish to learn medicine? I can teach you for free, as long as your mother treats my eyes." With this proposal, the 4 boys suddenly felt they could indeed be protectors of their mother. Erlang's tone softened. "Why do you think my mother can surely cure your eyes?" Chung Yi felt a swell of pride as he replied, "Having traveled extensively, I have met many different individuals, and I can discern whether your mother speaks truthfully or not. As for my condition, that is certainly not a problem." At this point, Lin Yue quietly inquired of her sons, "Would you like to learn from this Dr. Chung? If you were willing, your mother could evaluate him as a potential teacher." De Lang was taken aback. "Mother, are you being too hasty? We have only just met this person. How can you trust him? What if he is a bad man?" Lin Yue was pleased to see De Lang's vigilance. Chung Yi appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, bearing a weathered countenance, with a small mustache that made him resemble a grandfather alongside the 4 boys, creating no sense of dissonance. Although he seemed somewhat simple-minded, he was meticulous in his medical practice, passionately devoted to the art of healing, and his conversational style was both astute and candid. Overall, he seemed quite suitable to serve as an enlightening teacher for the children. If Chung Yi were aware that Lin Yue had labeled him an old man, he would surely be mortified, for he is still quite youthful, albeit somewhat aged from years of wandering. Chapter 77. A teacher for the children. De Lang felt immensely gratified by his mother's praise. Lang, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "Mother, how about we test him?" Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, seeking the consent of the 4 young lads. Intrigued by Lang's proposition, they all expressed interest, prompting her to nod in agreement, thus granting the decision-making power to her 4 sons. The boys huddled together, whispering for a moment. "Dr. Chung, my 4 children wish to converse with you before deciding if they will accept you. What say you?" Chung Yi's heart leaped with joy as he bowed to the 4 boys, eager for their guidance. As they walked and spoke, they reached the village's cattle resting place, only to find that their delay had caused the ox cart to depart. Their engaging conversation, rich with application and logical reasoning, left Lin Yue utterly impressed. Their intelligence was truly astonishing. Chung Yi found himself captivated by their understanding. He had initially underestimated their knowledge, but they were well-versed in pharmacology, some of which he himself was unfamiliar with, leading him to realize he had been overly dismissive. Adjusting his mindset, he approached them with utmost sincerity. Lin Yue discerned from his demeanor that Chung Yi was indeed a commendable individual, possessing genuine medical skills and reliability, complemented by substantial knowledge. He even mentioned having taken the imperial examination and being the top scholar in the spring session, having had the opportunity to become the highest-ranking candidate, but choosing instead to pursue medicine for 2 decades. "Dr. Chung, have you practiced medicine in the Northwest?" Chung Yi replied with a wry smile. "I have just come from there." Lin Yue was taken aback, realizing he must be well informed about the situation in the Northwest. Before she could inquire further, Chung Yi began to describe the circumstances. "The situation in the Northwest is dire, with rebel forces growing increasingly formidable. I fear for the future." "Rebels? Wasn't it initially just banditry?" Lin Yue noted his terminology shift from bandits to rebels, suggesting the reality might be more complex than they had imagined. Banditry was merely the court's euphemism. In truth, they were rebels supporting the former dynasty's imperial lineage, intent on overthrowing the current regime. They hoarded grain and offered land to those who joined them, while forcibly seizing resources from wealthy landowners. Thus, wherever the rebels tread, commoners found relief, while the affluent had to flee, and those unable to escape became mere tools for the rebels, exploited for their wealth. "It seems they are not short on silver." But why then do so many commoners flee? Naturally, they possess ample funds. I've heard tales of treasures left by the former dynasty. However, within the so-called rebels, there are certainly those who act on personal greed, leading to inevitable violence and pillaging. Hence, whether it be war or rebellion, it is the common people who suffer. Cheng Yi lowered his voice. Strangely, Lin Yue felt an unsettling familiarity with this situation, reminiscent of the redistribution of land from the wealthy. Moreover, Cheng Yi's candidness endeared him to her. Upon encountering her, villagers greeted her warmly, and upon noticing the elderly gentleman beside her, one curiously inquired, "You, who is this?" Lin Yue smiled and replied, "This is the teacher I have engaged for the children." "Oh, you has hired a teacher for the Lang and the others. How wonderful." Suddenly, the village busybody approached, her intentions seemingly benign. Pulling Lin Yue aside for a hushed conversation. "You, do you know this old man? He doesn't seem trustworthy. Be cautious. These times are perilous. Why would you bring such a person into your home?" Her voice was loud enough for Cheng Yi to overhear, prompting him to roll his eyes. Did he truly appear that old? Additionally, he was undoubtedly a good man. What did not seeming trustworthy even mean? Aware of the woman's good intentions, Lin Yue quickly fabricated an excuse. The woman, reassured, chuckled lightly. "That is good to hear." "Thank you," Lin Yue replied, knowing the village gossip would soon spread news of the new teacher in their household. Qin Shu's face flushed slightly, but he appeared more composed now. Lin Yue felt a sense of relief, recognizing he was clear-headed and would not entangle himself unnecessarily. "Please come in. Qin Shu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Cheng Yi, the teacher I have engaged for the four lads. He will enlighten them, and perhaps the others might want to join as well. After all, it's all in the name of education." Cheng Yi bowed respectfully. "As you wish, madam." Qin Shu glanced at Cheng, pondering that with only 4 boys and no male presence in Lin Yue's household, it might be a bit awkward for Mr. Cheng to reside there. "Is it convenient for Dr. Cheng to stay with you?" Lin Yue contemplated this, understanding Qin Shu's concern. Since he needed to attend to his eyes, it would indeed be most practical for him to reside at her home. However, where to accommodate him posed a dilemma. There were 2 rooms in the main house, one for sleeping and one for the living area, while the kitchen and latrine occupied the eastern side, leaving no space for Cheng Yi. He could either stay in the kitchen or they could build a small room to the south of the kitchen. Chapter 78, The Courteous Mr. Cheng, perhaps it would be better for Mr. Cheng to stay at my home. I have 3 rooms in my main house, and aside from my mother's room in the east, the west room is vacant and suitable for Mr. Cheng to stay temporarily. It is spacious enough for him to reside and for the children to set up a few tables for their studies. Lin Yue felt a bit hesitant about imposing on the Qin family, but Cheng Yi found it agreeable, as teaching all the children together would be beneficial. "I appreciate your hospitality, young brother, but what will your family think?" Cheng Yi was indeed a polite man. After that, he hurriedly departed, while Lin Yue began preparing a meal, anticipating the arrival of the Qin family. She decided to stew half a pig and cook a pot of white rice. Sure enough, before she had finished, Qin Shu arrived with Qin Posey and Qin Fong. For them, the opportunity to study alongside the teacher Lin Yue had engaged, even if just to learn a few characters, was a significant boon. To show their respect, Qin Posey brought the 3 brothers along. "You, we are truly grateful for your thoughtfulness. This must be Mr. Cheng. What a blessing to have our children learn something from him." Qin Posey grasped Lin Yue's hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. Qin Fong bowed repeatedly to Cheng Yi, excited. The Qin family had once enjoyed prosperity, so the 3 brothers had received some education and understood the advantages of knowledge when seeking employment. Given their current circumstances, with the children lacking any education, they were eager to seize this opportunity to learn. "Annie, please gather everyone for dinner tonight. I prepared a large pot of food, and it would be nice for everyone to meet the teacher." You're too considerate. "Annie, please don't mention it. I'm not being polite." "All right, understood." At this moment, Cheng Yi had already completed his morning routine and changed into a fresh outfit, although he had neglected to shave, which made him appear only a few years younger. How could such a young-looking gentleman exist in our village? Qin Posey regarded Cheng Yi as if he were a transformed individual. Having shed the dust of travel, his refined demeanor emerged, resembling a charming elderly gentleman. Cheng Yi felt pleased by the first half of Qin Posey's remark, but was momentarily taken aback by the latter part. The honesty of this elder was truly refreshing. Alas, his heart felt weary. He had hoped to wash away the reality of being an old man, but it seemed there was no hope for that. So be it. Gulme. Gulme. It's time for a meal. Kai Xia and Jin Xia entered with bowls of rice and dishes, while the Qin brothers had already arranged the tables and benches. The children scurried about, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. After consuming a bowl of steaming food, Cheng Yi felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. After years of erratic meals while foraging for herbs, it was a rare pleasure to enjoy such a warm meal. There were times when he spent several days on the mountains, living like a wild man, only to descend for a hot bath and a warm meal at an inn. The feeling of being gathered with family like this was something he hadn't experienced in a long while, evoking a longing for home. Did Mr. Cheng miss home? Qin Posey, observing Cheng Yi, slowed her eating and deduced his feelings. From now on, consider this place your home, with the children around. You want to have time to dwell on home. She refrained from inquiring about his family, instead offering him comfort, which touched Cheng Yi deeply. Mr. Cheng, let us brothers toast to you with tea in place of wine. We entrust you with the care of Deshan and Xiao Shan, as well as Xiao Yin and Xiao Ying. Eldest brother, rest assured, I have plenty of time on my hands. And I've heard that your family has experience in foraging for herbs. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on Qin Fang's face. My mother fell gravely ill, and our family's finances were depleted due to medical expenses, so the doctor taught us to gather herbs ourselves. As mountain dwellers, we would collect herbs during our free time to trade for money. Cheng Yi glanced at Qin Posey, although he could only discern some indistinct features. He sensed that the old lady appeared quite spirited, suggesting her health had fully recovered. Is the old lady completely well? Dong Kai Xia couldn't help but interject. Indeed, thanks to you, my mother has regained her health. Otherwise, we would still be in dire straits. Upon hearing that Lin Yue was responsible for the healing, Cheng Yi felt no particular surprise. After all, he regarded Lin Yue's medical skills as on par with his own. She could effortlessly identify what was lacking in his herbal prescriptions, not just perfectly matching the ingredients, but surpassing any substitutions. Such skill is not possessed by an ordinary physician. The Qin family, noticing Cheng Yi's amiable nature and casual demeanor, shed their earlier reservations and engaged in lively conversation with him. Through casual dialogue, they learned of his status as a wandering physician, one who was highly educated and nearly became the top scholar. Thus, they regarded him with profound respect. You, should we not hold a master-apprentice banquet? Although Mr. Cheng has stated he does not seek any gifts, we cannot simply forego the occasion, can we? Qin Posey whispered to Lin Yue, and Cheng Yi, within earshot, waved his hand dismissively. Let us forego the banquet. After all, I am merely guiding them in their initial learning. Besides, I will be residing in your home, which may be an inconvenience. A simple cup of tea from the children will suffice. Lin Yue understood that Cheng Yi might have reservations, considering he wasn't certain of his long-term presence here. It was possible he might leave after treating his ailment. If a formal teacher-student relationship were imposed, the responsibility would increase significantly. Then we shall heed Mr. Cheng's wishes. Given the current uncertainties, his future remains unpredictable. With this understanding, everyone acquiesced, allowing the children to kneel respectfully in a line, each offering a cup of tea in homage. Calling him teacher, simple and unpretentious. As for a formal gift, I have not prepared one at present. I shall make it up to you in due course. The children were remarkably understanding. Previously, Lin Yue had acquired some writing materials for the 4 young men to practice their calligraphy, and now that Cheng Yi had arrived, she brought out the supplies as gifts for them to write. There is still some lumber at home. If it's insufficient, I will go chop down some trees tomorrow. My brothers and I will construct a few simple tables and stools. Excellent. I plan to conduct 2 hours of lessons each day. The first half for recognizing characters and reading, and the second half for identifying herbs and medical theory. What do you think, Lin Yangzi? Cheng Yi sought Lin Yue's opinion. She nodded in agreement. This arrangement seems quite fitting, balancing work and rest. As for the location of the lessons, we can utilize the west room of the Qin residence, with half designated for the teacher's living quarters and the other half equipped with desks, which will suffice. The residences of the Qin family had been equipped with kangs, ensuring warmth even in the winter snow, as the kangs could be heated effectively. Cheng Yi felt a sense of urgency. He truly wished to inquire when Lin Yue would assist him with his ailment, as his vision impairment posed significant obstacles to teaching. Lin Yue smiled. I will examine your eyes first. She approached to carefully inspect Cheng Yi's eyes and Qin Shu. Witnessing Lin Yue's close proximity, to Chung-yi as she thoroughly examined him, suddenly realized that it was essential for a doctor to examine a patient, and that his own feelings toward Lin Yue might have been impulsive. At that moment, he finally relinquished that psychological burden. Perhaps, to some extent, it was only a sense of responsibility that led him to believe he owed Lin Yue for her assistance in treating such a severe injury. However, it seemed that he might have overthought the situation. What kind of feelings he harbored for Lin Yue remained to be validated by time. When did your vision begin to blur? For over a decade, I immersed myself in the study of medicine, neglecting everything else. I am unsure when my eyesight began to fail. I tried some herbal remedies and treatments, but to little effect, and eventually ceased to concern myself with it. It appears this is due to excessive strain on the eyes resulting in nearsightedness. Surgery would yield the best results. However, I have not dreamed of that man lately, and the system has not activated, so it seems I must wait a little longer. At the Tianyue Inn in Qingzhou City, Yi Yin and his companions were resting there. Earlier, it was Jiao who saved a person on street. Yi Yin could not quite articulate it, but he felt an inexplicable pull guiding him here. Let us stay for a night and depart tomorrow. Especially after that moment on the street, the feeling had intensified. That night, Yi Yin, following the pull within his heart, used his lightness skill to leave the city. As he departed, the shadows behind him, along with Jiao, followed at a distance. Just as he wandered aimlessly, a sudden thud resounded as a living person fell from the sky. It was the man he indeed dreamt of in many days. A man falling from the sky? How peculiar. He actually descended from above. Ah, you finally come. I was just thinking of you. And here you are. This is what they call daydreaming and night dreaming. Yi Yin frowned. What a chaotic situation. He had inexplicably arrived here, performing lightness skills among the trees, only to suddenly drop down and encounter this woman. Could it be that he fell because of her? At that moment, the intense pull he felt dissipated, as if everything stemmed from this woman. Where is this? This is the back mountain of Yijia Village. Yijia Village? You live here? Indeed. Lin Yue blinked her eyes. After all, in a dream, he could not possibly come to her, so she could say whatever she wished. Yet, she was in desperate need of his strength, prompting her to rush forward and assist him in rising, effortlessly entwining her arm with his. She mumbled excitedly, her voice barely above a whisper, too timid to let him hear. How delightful it was that the dream was so timely. She was overjoyed, quickly holding him, embracing him. Yi Yin's hearing was astonishingly acute. Though she spoke in hushed tones, he perceived her words with crystal clarity, causing him to shudder. What audacious words she uttered! How could such an unrestrained woman exist in this desolate wilderness? Seeing him glance around in disbelief, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? I merely expressed how much I missed you after not seeing you for so long. Indeed, men are creatures of lower instincts. Ah, he actually heard her previous words. Remarkable. In her final sentence, Lin Yue's muttering was so garbled that Yi Yin failed to grasp her meaning entirely, yet he discerned that it was not what he had presumed. Easing his concern, as he had countless questions to ask her. Why do you always say you dream of me? Is it truly in your dreams? Yes. What else could it be? Then why do you keep dreaming of me? Because Lin Yue's eyes darted around. Because dreaming of you allows me to wield my golden finger. Otherwise, do you think any woman would spend her days dreaming of clandestine meetings with a man? That would be scandalous. However, she dared not voice this thought. I don't know why either. The look on her face revealed she was not being truthful. Yi Yin stepped closer, his hands still encircling her waist, fearful that she might vanish as she had before. You're lying. Yi Yin recalled the peculiar feelings that accompanied her appearances. Unlike with other women, he felt no aversion towards her. Instead, an inexplicable possessiveness stirred within him, such a strange sensation. Each time their skin made contact, that magnetic pull intensified, affirming to him that this woman, who appeared repeatedly, was indeed real and not some specter. Previously, he had thought he had attracted something sinister. Chapter 80. Is the master beginning to search for someone? I'm not lying. Lin Yue twisted her body, and Yi Yin realized she was attempting to employ the same trick again. Suddenly tightening his embrace, he held her firmly in his grasp, determined to see how she would escape this time. Let go. You're holding me too tightly. I can barely breathe. It seemed he had indeed held her too tightly. So Yi Yin eased his grip, but the moment he did, she vanished from his arms. Curse be this. She slipped away again. He should not have softened his heart. Behind them, Ing and Jiao watched, their hearts racing, particularly in Gio, who was both excited and astonished. I say, was this the woman you mentioned last time? Truly a warrior. I never expected the master to be ensnared by her. And Ing cast a disdainful glance at him. This foolish man. Could he not see the master's exasperated expression? How dare he speak so loudly? One should be wary of becoming the master's punching bag. Nonetheless, at last, someone shared the master's secret. What a delightful feeling. The first time he witnessed the master being embraced by this woman, he was 100 times more shocked than in Gio. This woman was not merely a warrior. She was utterly unpredictable, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Her lightness of foot was extraordinary, far surpassing that of their master. Ning shot him a sidelong glance. The master has declared she is neither a deity nor a ghost. Why speculate? No wonder the master took the trouble to come here. Could it be that this woman resides in these remote mountains? Ning finally discerned the reason for the master's distracted demeanor. He was indeed searching for someone. His words startled Gio. Not a deity nor a ghost. Could she be a monster? Living in the deep woods? Goodness. The hairs on his neck stood on end. He hurriedly moved closer to Ning. Hey, why are you crowding me? This branch is thin. If we squeeze together, we'll fall. I'm scared. What if she lives here in this desolate wilderness? Wouldn't that terrify anyone? You still claim she is human. What this fellow said seemed to hold some truth. She couldn't possibly live here, could she? Then why did the master come? The two grew increasingly convinced that this deep mountain forest felt uncomfortably cold. The crops they had planted had thrived vigorously. Considering the time, the grains, potatoes, and sweet potatoes should be ready for harvest next month. And the vegetables were far superior to those grown in the outside yard. What delighted her most were the medicinal herbs she had casually discarded, nourished by the space. They appeared to be of even better quality than those found in the mountains. The cultivable area of the fertile black soil had visibly expanded. What joy! More grains could be planted. Food is paramount. Regardless of the fluctuations in the world, stockpiling provisions is always wise. After toiling for the better part of an hour, she finally had the newly cultivated black soil sown with grain. Lin Yue stretched her weary body, took a moment to rest, and discovered that the system remained inaccessible. However, the refrigerator contained 2 bottles of medicine, one for eye ailments and the other for ear troubles. How wonderful! The Lang's ear condition finally had a remedy. The eye drops must be for Cheng-Yi, suggesting that his eyes had not yet reached the point of requiring surgery. Lin Yue took a bath, lay on her bed, and pondered deeply, wondering why that man possessed such abilities, seemingly connected to her space, a mystery that eluded her understanding. If she dreamed of him frequently, how beneficial would her space become? Lost in thought, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell asleep. Ning and Gio dared not utter a word, for the master's expression was exceedingly foul. They could only render themselves invisible. The more Yin contemplated, the angrier he became. This woman was utterly outrageous, toying with him repeatedly, arriving and departing at whim. She showed no regard for him, compelling him to reflect carefully on their relationship. What precisely was their connection? She had astonishingly experienced a spring dream for the very first time. The protagonist of her dream was none other than the man who frequently appeared in her slumber. Indeed, it was utterly surprising. Was it because she often dreamed of him that she had envisioned him as that figure? Thankfully, it was merely a dream. Nevertheless, his physique was truly remarkable. Why did she feel a lingering sense of desire? Embarrassment washed over her, and Lin Yue buried her face in the quilt, her mind filled with the dream's imagery. Meanwhile, in the inn, Yin awoke. He had dreamed of that kind of dream, and it was with that woman. How infuriating! This sensation was quite displeasing. And Gio, upon hearing his voice, Gio immediately appeared. Go fetch some water. I wish to bathe. Oh, how peculiar. Yet, he was often perplexed by many matters, so he obediently went to fetch water. In the shadows, Ning discreetly rolled his eyes. After the master awoke, his countenance seemed even more sour, and he kept staring at a particular spot, demanding water. Could it be the master had dreamed? One must admit, Ning was onto something. After all, the master ought to have a wife. Otherwise, he would remain a bachelor, causing those under him to hesitate in seeking spouses. With a female master, they might be closer to marrying off their own. The thought was quite tantalizing. Indeed, that formidable woman would be a fine match. Thus far, the master had broken numerous precedents for her. Ning, go and inquire if there's a Yi family village nearby. Yes. Ning responded and went out, secretly delighted. The master had finally come to his senses and was about to take the initiative. He was already inquiring about the whereabouts of that woman. Chapter 81. In the face of life and death, mother, you're mistaken. This is flour, not rice. De Lang frowned, puzzled by his mother's unusual behavior today. Early in the morning, he noticed something was amiss with his mother. She appeared dazed and occasionally wore a faint smile. Could it be that his mother was possessed? Thus, Lin Yue followed her everywhere. While preparing breakfast, he had reminded her several times. Mother, what is troubling you? Why do you seem so distracted? Oh, perhaps I was simply too joyful last night and did not sleep well. My mind is still a bit foggy. All right, mother, please take care of yourself. After breakfast, you should rest for a while, De Lang advised with concern, and the other three brothers gathered around, equally worried. Mother, are you all right? Sen Lang asked. Mother, could you be ill? Si Lang inquired. Mother, perhaps I should stay home with you? Elang zugestet. Lin Yue gently patted each of their heads, offering them a reassuring smile. Mother is fine. After you finish your breakfast, be good and go to school. Today marks the first day of a new beginning. We must not be late. I will take a stroll in the mountains. Relieved that she was indeed fine, the four brothers quickly finished their breakfast and headed to the Qin family. Lin Yue leisurely made her way up the mountain, seeking tranquility. However, her troubled heart distracted her from noticing where she was walking. Soon, she found herself at a cliff, and upon looking up, she spotted several beehives nestled in the trees. Wow, wild cliff honey, what a treasure! Excitedly, she retrieved a set of protective clothing from her space and wrapped herself securely before attempting to gather the honey. Fortunately, her gear was effective, and she successfully collected one hive, placing it into her space. Just as she prepared to capture a second, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Oh no! This abundance of honey must surely attract bears. How could she have forgotten? Indeed, 1, 2, 3 bears emerged from a nearby cave. One was gray, and 2 were black. They charged forth, as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. A bear would certainly defend its food. Lin Yue felt her legs weaken in fear. She could handle 1 bear, but 3 were far too formidable, especially since she had stolen their honey. Would she make it out alive today? It was said that some managed to deceive bears by playing dead, but facing 3 enraged bears, Lin Yue dared not gamble. Running? She had only 2 legs. Climbing trees? That was even less feasible. In an instant, her mind concocted countless escape plans. The instinct to flee surged within her, and her legs began to move involuntarily. Adrenaline surged as the 3 bears charged with the ground quaking beneath them. Despite their bulk, they sprinted with astonishing speed, quickly closing in on Lin Yue. She spotted a centuries-old tree ahead and scrambled up using both hands and feet. The 3 bears circled below, seemingly conferring amongst themselves before launching into a tree-bashing frenzy. Lin Yue observed keenly. The gray bear led, while the 2 black bears were likely subordinates. Good heavens! How long could a 100-year-old tree withstand such force? Her heart raced, and she prepared herself. Should the bears topple the tree, she would retreat into her space, hiding for as long as possible. Surely, once the bears realized no one was home, they would leave, right? In a moment of reckless thought, she even considered sneaking back for more honey if the bears departed. How foolishly tempting honey seemed at the cost of her life. As the ancient tree began to tremble ominously, Lin Yue quickly shifted her position and leapt down, chanting "Enter." In her mind, alas, how could it be so cruel? The space refused to open. At the critical moment, it failed her. It was utterly disastrous. She landed directly in front of the 3 bears. The bears paused, momentarily stunned, before dashing towards her. How fortunate for them! Their foolish prey had fallen right into their jaws. They no longer needed to ram the tree. With her safety net gone, panic set in for Lin Yue. Yet, her strong mental fortitude allowed her to quickly prepare to face her foes, armed with only a dagger, a mere scratch against the thick hide of the bears. Utilizing her agility, she dodged and weaved, leaping and hopping, appearing to the bears as nothing more than a foolish jester. One bear even let out a snicker, while Lin Yue engaged in a battle of wits and survival against the 3 bears. Yin found himself besieged by a group of black-clad assailants on the mountain of Yijia village, just a hillside away from Lin Yue. Initially, they had dispatched Shadow to gather information about Yijia village, leading them to this very location. Near the village, They encountered two adorable young boys who informed them that the woman they were seeking resided on the mountain. Trusting their words, they ventured upwards, only to stumble upon a cadre of assassins hidden within the mountains. It seemed they had followed them here. The previous concealment had been too effective, and now, deep within the forest, they found themselves in an ideal setting for an ambush. They must have been overjoyed. This was their chosen grave. This was the epitome of heaven has a path, yet you do not tread. Hell has no door, yet you rush in. Initially, I had intended to find you a suitable resting place, yet it appeared you had taken the initiative. Shadow spat in disdain, expelling a mouthful of blood. He bore several grievous wounds, exposing bone, while Njio was in dire straits, and Yin had been pierced by a sword, his life hanging by a thread. Master, it seems we are done for today. Yin furrowed his brow, and Lin Yue's distressed image flashed in his mind, where she was confronted by three formidable bears. In that instant, a door in his mind swung open, unleashing a torrent of hidden memories. As one with half-beastkin blood, once he formed a marital bond with a partner, a covenant was established, tightly intertwining their fates. This meant that should either party encounter peril, they could urgently alert the other and draw upon each other's strength to escape danger. Chapter 82. Was it a mere illusion before death? Typically, the female, as the weaker party, could utilize this power-sharing to safeguard her life, a tradition among the beastkin. Yin, with his half-beast heritage, now felt the contract activated. As Lin Yue unconsciously sent out a call for aid, Lin Yue remained unaware of why Yi Yin's visage appeared in her mind, especially in broad daylight. As this was not a dream, she shook her head vigorously, striving to concentrate. At such a critical juncture, could she not be disturbed? It was daylight. She was not dreaming. To her astonishment, the figure in her mind began to speak. "Where are you?" The scene before Yi Yin gradually solidified. The three bears lunged at Lin Yue, and she barely evaded their grasp. He sensed her strength waning. Lin Yue thought, why is this suddenly so vivid? That man seems almost within reach. Could it be a hallucination before death? Alas, if she were to perish, how could she encounter this man? They were hardly acquainted. She would at least like to see her four little ones. After all, they were the only remnants of her era. Are you on the mountain? The back mountain of Yijia village? Yi Yin was now certain that a covenant had formed between them, which explained why he frequently saw her. With this relationship established, any harm or fatality to either party would greatly affect the other. Yet, she seemed entirely unaware, oblivious to the implications of being his partner. Ultimately, could it be that he had brought her harm? Upon this reflection, Yi Yin felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he bore half the blood of the beast man, a secret known only to his mother. For ordinary couples, abandonment and divorce might be relatively simple affairs, but becoming a partner to a beast man was undeniably unwise. I am about to be devoured by three bears, though I cannot fathom why I am fortunate enough to see you before my demise. I find solace in the fact that at least someone knows how I perished. Hey, I have some final words. Might I entrust them to you? Enough with the chatter. Listen, you will not die. Now, immediately. Focus. Do as I say. Lin Yue was preoccupied with her parting words when Yi Yin's insistence filled her with an inexplicable warmth. At least this man was not devoid of compassion. Alas, he claims he will not perish. Could he possibly assist her? Concentrate? Lin Yue instinctively complied. The three bears, seeing their prey suddenly cease movement, were elated and prepared to pounce. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, whether death or survival. She would leave it to the heavens. In her mind, she envisioned Yi Yin sitting cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes, and drawing a curious symbol with his hands before her consciousness was engulfed by a surge of energy. A strange power coursed through her, and a gentle golden light began to emanate from her, enveloping her entirely. Above her, a semi-transparent golden dragon materialized, its deep voice uttering an incomprehensible language, resonating with authority. She was momentarily stunned. My heavens! How could such formidable power reside within her, and a dragon at that? What is this phenomenon, and this strange golden light? She felt as though she were radiating divine light. Astonishing. Lin Yue lifted her gaze, and to her astonishment, the three bears had submissively prostrated themselves, devoid of any aggression. Wait, could this golden glow be a manifestation of that man's power? Was he speaking just now? What was he babbling about? Could it be the tongue of beasts? Was he capable of communicating with wild animals? This was utterly preposterous. Such a scenario could only exist in fantasy novels, and yet here she was, fortunate enough to clutch such a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, in Yijia village, the four young men of the Qin family felt a sudden buzzing in their minds before returning to normalcy, a minuscule mark appearing and disappearing in an unseen realm. Lin Yue's mind jolted. Where had the humans gone? Had they simply vanished? With the danger seemingly averted, she yearned to leave, but the three bears obstructed her path. She immediately grew alert. Oh no, could it be that her earlier performance was in vain? Was it merely a ruse to distract the bears? However, she sensed she may have misjudged, as the lead gray bear pointed at itself, then at her, and lay down, seemingly indicating it meant her no harm. Was it suggesting she ride it? Hesitantly, Lin Yue placed her hand upon its back, and it showed no resistance. Tentatively, she grasped its neck fur and mounted its back. To her delight, it seemed pleased, rising to its feet and shaking its body as if urging her to hold on tight. Its limbs momentarily sank down, preparing to surge forward. She quickly lowered her center of gravity and gripped its fur tightly. The three bears sprinted through the forest, and Lin Yue experienced, for the first time, the sheer speed of a bear, rivaling that of any creature. Just as she felt she might be jostled apart, the bears slowed and eventually halted. Bears! There are bears! Panic-stricken voices echoed from ahead, accompanied by the clash of swords. Lin Yue rubbed her face, stiff in the mountain breeze, and rose to look ahead. A group of figures clad in black were engaged in nefarious deeds. 3 individuals were cornered, 2 already fallen, leaving only one struggling to endure. Wait, the one on the ground looks somewhat familiar. That attire. It was the man who had just appeared in her thoughts. What had befallen him? Had her presence led to his peril? How could she bear such guilt? The adversaries regarded her with sheer terror, as if confronted by a malevolent specter. My heavens! The creature before them, cloaked in darkness and mounted upon a gray bear. What manner of being is this? Her attire could induce fright. She appeared swathed like a dumpling. Were it not for the dark cloth cascading from her head, they might not have perceived her as human. Observing their fearful gazes, Lin Yue leisurely arranged her disheveled hair. It seems my appearance incites quite the imagination. Earlier, while foraging for cliff honey, she had draped herself in garments from her spatial storage. But now she could not access it to change. Oh dear, are you intent on silencing me? The 3 bears formed a triangle and advanced slowly, forcing the group to retreat. Chapter 83. The Woman Appears. Is a woman. What is truly terrifying is not her, but the bear she rides, a 3-headed monstrosity. Ignore her. Eliminate the 3. The leader trembled as he issued the command, but before the approaching assailants could raise their swords, one black bear charged forth, swatting a man away with a single paw, crushing his chest with a sickening sound, leaving him lifeless before he could utter a sound. Lin Yue anxiously patted her chest. The bears were ferocious. How frightening! Had it not been for the man's timely intervention, she might have met a similar fate. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure, unable to withstand any longer, knelt on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. The woman has arrived. She rides the gray bear. The child was indeed truthful. She truly resides in the mountains. My heavens, she can command beasts. What a remarkable individual. Her master is indeed extraordinary, having captured the attention of such a woman. Charge! With the leader's command, the black-clad assailants, though apprehensive, raised their swords and surrounded her, resulting in a fierce clash with the 2 bears. Lin Yue dismounted from the bear, which positioned itself protectively before her. How are you? The shadowy figure quickly bowed, addressing her. We are unharmed, but our master has sustained a wound to the chest, and the situation is dire. Madam, you recognize me? The shadowy figure glanced at his master, but dared not speak. For how could he explain that he had been secretly observing her every appearance? Lying on the ground, the injured Njio could move not a muscle. Yet his expression was filled with excitement. Madam, save our master. Lin Yue cast a glance at him, appreciating his loyalty, despite his grave injuries. He prioritized his master's safety. Very well, it is merely a title. After all, I am dressed as a lady. Is it not customary for them to call me madam? She crouched down to examine Yin's wounds. Aside from the sword wound to his chest, he seemed otherwise well. He must have been injured while rescuing her. She marveled at his remarkable willpower, sustaining himself long enough to save her. Oh, it seems my system is functional. This man is indeed resourceful. With a thought, the crescent moon mark on her arm began to glow, and she placed her hands over his chest, activating the healing function of her system. In less than a quarter of an hour, the wounds on Yi visibly healed, leaving only a faint scar. What intrigued Lin Yue was that activating the healing function for others typically drained her energy significantly, and the results were not as effective as when healing herself. Yet this man appeared to possess a unique quality, achieving an equal healing effect as her own. Yi awoke to find Lin Yue lost in contemplation. She pointed at the faint mark on his chest, inquiring, "Is this a birthmark? It appears quite exquisite." The small, circular mark resembled a flame, and upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to a bird, curious and beautiful. Unable to resist, Lin Yue reached out and touched the flame-like imprint, which surprisingly glowed momentarily. "Ah, how delightful!" she exclaimed, poking it again. Yi could only manage a resigned smile, questioning her politeness and teasing him openly before their two subordinates. Engrossed in her playful antics, Lin Yue was blissfully unaware that her own chest bore a similar warmth. At that moment, Yi felt an urge to banish her to a crevice in the ground. This foolish woman seemed oblivious to their relationship. Should he inform her? He had forcibly activated the orc's abilities, and although he had lost some energy, he had regained a fair amount, undoubtedly due to her strength. After all, once an orc entered into a bonded partnership, their powers complemented each other. However, orc females were typically weak, with powerful women being exceedingly rare, as they often relied on their partners for protection. Thus, in orc society, the mightier the male orc, the more sought after by females. He sensed her strength. Otherwise, he would not have recovered so swiftly. "Are you awake?" His subordinates, an Ing and an Jiao, observed in awe as Lin Yue healed his wound without any medication. "This is simply remarkable. Next time, refrain from showcasing such abilities in public. It may attract unforeseen troubles." Yi glanced at his stunned subordinates, sighing inwardly. They were far too easily frightened. If they discovered his half-orc heritage, he could only imagine the terror it would invoke. "What about you? You're far more fearsome," he retorted, referring to his summoned golden dragon and his ability to communicate with beasts. The three bears had obediently carried her here. Wasn't he more monstrous than she? The two were equally matched. Lin Yue crouched there, with a massive gray bear looming behind her, rendering the shadowy figures nearby blind to the reality of the scene. Even if they did see, it mattered not. Given their current circumstances, escaping the bear's grasp would be improbable. As for her two subordinates, she doubted her secrets could be any less than his. If he could not manage his two subordinates, then he was a rather unsuccessful master. Indeed, upon catching her slightly mocking gaze, Yi, perhaps to validate himself, allowed his aura to grow icy. And Ing and Jiao promptly closed their eyes, feigning death and adopting expressions of ignorance. Perfectly compliant. These three were truly something. It was almost unbearable to witness. "Allow me to show you your injuries," Lin Yue declared, applying her healing method to mend their wounds significantly. And Ing and Jiao exchanged resentful glances towards their master, lamenting silently. Why was it that their master's injuries had nearly healed, while they still bore substantial scars that were somewhat painful? Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Lin Yue offered an apologetic explanation. "I cannot fathom why his healing abilities surpass yours. It is not my fault. Your physical constitution is commendable. These injuries are manageable. Just avoid further harm, and in a few days, you shall be fine." Thus, the two cast mournful glances at their master, daring not to voice their grievances, only sighing inwardly about their master's fortune. At that moment, the two black bears concluded their battle and approached the gray bear with pride. The gray bear growled a couple of times at Yi, and after he gestured, the three bears vanished into the forest. And Ing and Jiao were engrossed in their murmurs, completely oblivious to the peculiar scene. After the bears departed, they finally expressed their astonishment. "Hey, where did the bears go? Did you let them leave?" Lin Yue shot a sideways glance at the instigator, remaining silent as a form of tacit agreement. "Let's depart from here. I know of a cave nearby where we can rest. Given the bloodshed that has occurred, it would be unwise to linger and attract other beasts." She surveyed an Ing and an Jiao, pondering whether she should have them dispose of the bodies. Yi anticipated her thoughts and rose first. "Let us go. Beasts will soon arrive to deal with this." Beasts. They could hardly believe their ears. They were not to handle the corpses, but rather, beasts would. When had their master become so merciless? Ning and Njio exchanged glances, failing to consider other implications. Lin Yue led them to the cave, where she had previously rested with Yi Lao Pa. Recognizing she had something to discuss, Yi Yin instructed Ning and Njio to guard the entrance. What exactly is our relationship? Why do you constantly appear in my dreams? Yin fixed his gaze upon her, causing Lin Yue to feel uncharacteristically guilty. He smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. That is your dream. Why do you inquire of me? Lin Yue found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she was unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Was she to confess that after dreaming of him, her powers and abilities underwent transformation? You have no questions? It is my turn. Is it not true that after each encounter with me, your body becomes stronger? Surprised that he was aware of this, Lin Yue found herself momentarily stunned. He truly knew the reason. How skilled he was at feigning ignorance. Do not look at me like that. I am just like you. This revelation astonished Lin Yue further. He too? Did he possess a space of his own, or did his power also fluctuate? Extend your hand. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yue reached out, and a broad, warm hand enveloped hers. What was happening? From the point of contact, a gentle golden and red light began to emanate from their bodies, gradually intertwining and enveloping them both. And Ning and Njio at the cave entrance were once again left in awe. Lin Yue gazed in astonishment, while Yi Yin appeared proud, a myriad of emotions reflected in his enigmatic gaze. What did this signify? Did it imply a deeper connection? She recalled that spring dream. Could there be a relationship between them? Unthinkable. Yi Yin, too, felt a sense of helplessness. After years of slumber, he had awakened to find everything altered, including a wife. Such convoluted circumstances left him bewildered. This woman before him seemed both foolish and astute, yet undeniably powerful. He preferred to avoid simple-minded women, as they often engaged in petty jealousy or harbored deep-seated schemes. Additionally, his half-orc bloodline forbade him from seeking an ordinary woman. Without immense strength, not only would she burden him, but could also lead to dire consequences for both. This woman surpassed them all, proving she was no weakling. Oblivious to her master's disdain, Lin Yue remained unaware that she had successfully forfeited her right to knowledge. Yi Yin was reluctant to acknowledge his bond, while Lin Yue vaguely suspected that this man might share a certain intimacy with her. If her suspicions were correct, what would become of her 4 mischievous little ones? With such thoughts in mind, she could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Yin. Those 4 cunning little rascals would not easily acknowledge him. The least of their burdens would surely be hers to bear. Upon closer examination of his visage, one could indeed discern resemblances to the 4 young masters. This individual possessed striking good looks, with deep-set features, piercing eyes, and a prominent nose, though his lips appeared rather unsympathetic, thin as a mere line, and when pressed together, suggested a disposition that was difficult to approach. What are you staring at? Yi Yin furrowed her brow, her expression one of displeasure. Her scrutinizing gaze resembled that of a discerning patron selecting a purchase. He bears a slight resemblance to DeLang, especially when DeLang is displeased. And there is also a hint of Sam Lang in the straight line of his compressed jaw. I'm merely observing. You are rather decent looking, if you happen to be my rather inexpensive husband. Lin Yue remarked leisurely, covertly gauging his reaction. As expected, he displayed no response, merely knitting his brows even tighter. It appeared she had indeed hit the mark. An inexpensive husband, is it? That doggo man certainly knows how to put on an act. I shall not easily acknowledge him. Alas, she felt a tinge of regret. Had she known to temper her approach while rescuing him earlier, she might have shown him more leniency. However, considering her own needs, she decided to exploit his presence for her benefit. Thus, she leaned against him, cradling her forehead. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. May I borrow your shoulder for support? Yi Yin stiffened, taken aback by the audacity of her claim. The 2 pairs of eyes in the cave exchanged furtive glances, their presence proving quite tiresome. Ning and Njio, go fetch some water and hunt for game. Understood. The 2 exchanged knowing looks and swiftly departed, leaving only Yi Yin and Lin Yue within the cave. Lin Yue grew bolder, wrapping her arms around Yi Yin's waist and finding a comfortable position within his embrace, subsequently falling into slumber. What on earth? She truly fell asleep? Yi Yin's expression darkened instantly, yet internally, he felt an odd sensation. This was their first intimate contact, fully aware of the unspoken bond between them. He sensed his energy replenishing, and he believed she felt the same. After a brief moment of rigidity, he too relaxed, leaning against the cave wall and shutting his eyes. Oh my, look at that. The two exchanged muffled chuckles. Who would have thought their master would be so agreeable? Ha! Does this mean we have a mistress now? Our household shall surely become lively. You need not remain single anymore. Fortunately, there was no bed present. Otherwise, their master would have inevitably rolled into bed with his wife by morning. Their whispers, though soft, reached Yin's ears distinctly. Get lost, he muttered softly, truly finding these two dimwits bothersome. Their blatant chit-chat about their master's affairs indicated he had indeed spoiled them far too much. Chapter 85. Are you not taking your wife along? Quickly. Our master isn't asleep. He can hear us. The two hurriedly scurried off, eager to avoid waking the mistress with their chatter. Offending the male master could result merely in a punishment, but the female master was not to be trifled with. That was a matter of utmost importance regarding their future prospects. Lin Yue, however, was not truly asleep. Her consciousness had merely sunk into her space, relishing the subtle transformations occurring within it, overwhelmed with joy. This doggo man was surprisingly useful. In just a brief moment, her space had visibly expanded, and her energy felt abundant and robust. This sensation was delightful, and she was somewhat reluctant to depart. The aroma of food wafted through the air, prompting Lin Yue to sniff appreciatively. Her subordinates were indeed quite capable. She graciously stirred awake, rising from Yin's embrace. The emptiness left in her arms seemed to create a void within her heart, an unsettling feeling. Wow, what a delightful smell. Just as I felt hungry, she mused, reflecting on her earlier lack of gratitude. Madam, you are awake? And Gio greeted her with a fawning smile, flipping the food in his hands and producing 2 small paper packets, sprinkling a bit of salt and another spice atop. Lin Yue's nostrils flared. Could it be cumin? How astute of them. Seeing her eyes light up, and Gio quickly offered her a leg of wild chicken. Madam, please enjoy. Thank you. Lin Yue accepted it, taking a small bite and generously praising their culinary skills. This is wonderfully roasted, perfectly cooked. The flavor is exquisite, and this seasoning is delightful. Had it been merely salt, it would not have been nearly as fragrant. This cumin is the soul of the dish. And Gio's eyes crinkled with delight. And Ning wore a broad smile as well. Madam, you call it cumin? We refer to it as anshi huixiang. Its aroma is truly unique. Had we not stumbled upon its delightful pairing with roasted meat, we would never have known of its potential. And Gio recounted the amusing tale of their discovery of cumin, with Ning occasionally chiming in. The three engaged in lively conversation while completely disregarding the presence of the male master. Ahem. Yin cleared his throat, seating himself beside Lin Yue. Noticing their master's displeasure, Ning promptly offered the remaining roasted rabbit. Master, you arrived just in time. Look at this rabbit. Sizzling and succulent. Yin received it with a cool glance, deciding to overlook their earlier disrespectful banter for the sake of this rabbit. He carefully tore off a leg and extended it to Lin Yue. As she finished her chicken leg, she paused for a moment, then, with a natural smile, accepted it. Thank you. Meanwhile, he leisurely enjoyed the other parts of the rabbit, saving another leg to offer her once she finished. Lin Yue was thoroughly satisfied with the feeding, accepting whatever he provided without hesitation, appearing completely at ease. Unbeknownst to him, his typically icy countenance had softened considerably. Madam, your attire is quite unique. Did you make it yourself? Ning remarked, noticing Lin Yue's black mountaineering outfit, the fabric appearing remarkably resilient, unlike anything they had encountered before. Lin Yue, as usual, responded candidly. Oh, I made this myself after purchasing the material from a street vendor during a leisurely stroll. I am not entirely sure of its composition, but it felt sturdy and flexible, perfect for mountain climbing, so I bought it. Observing her unguarded demeanor, they harbored no suspicions. Master, while hunting for game earlier, we noticed our people signaling from the direction of Qingzhou City. There may be trouble in the capital. Oh no, you must depart swiftly. Do not delay on important matters. Lin Yue exclaimed, urging them to leave at once. However, upon expressing her eagerness, she felt she had revealed too much, and the dog of a man would surely sense her urgency. Indeed, Yin's gaze turned icy as he regarded her. Are you wishing for us to leave promptly? Lin Yue chaquedoguerdi. No. I merely do not wish to impede your critical tasks. Besides, it was fortunate you encountered me in the mountains. Otherwise, your chances of departing safely would have been uncertain. Those assassins could have proven lethal. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten who had rescued her from the jaws of danger. We shall depart after we finish eating. Thankfully, Yin made no mention of remaining behind or traveling together, allowing Lin Yue to exhale softly. Well, master, are you not taking your wife along? Njio asked, somewhat perplexed. Observing their earlier intimacy, he had presumed the master had already secured the mistress's affection, judging by her reaction. It was evident she would not be accompanying them. Could it be that the master had not yet won her over? How inept! Lin Yue did not mention that there were others waiting for her at home, yet her anxious demeanor appeared quite suspicious to those around her, resembling the nervousness of someone who had been caught doing something wrong. Faced with Yi Yin's probing gaze, Lin Yue's heart raced, but she maintained a facade of calmness. Fortunately, he did not inquire further, otherwise she would have been at a loss for words. As they descended the mountain, both were somewhat silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Yi Yin pondered Lin Yue's evidently dubious expression, wondering if perhaps she was hiding a husband at home. The thought sent a chill through him, yet he quickly dismissed it, realizing that if she were indeed hiding someone, he would have sensed it. His expression shifted between frowns and relaxation, causing Dark Shadow and Dark Nine to feel a sense of foreboding. Typically, such a demeanor from their master indicated that someone was about to face misfortune. After all, she was the mistress, and offending her could extinguish their hopes. Meanwhile, Lin Yue was preoccupied with thoughts about her 4 little ones, surely worried sick after a day away. She shuddered at the thought of how they would react to the news of an additional father in their lives. Without their consent, she could never divulge to Yi Yin that she had 4 children. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Despite her doubts about whether Yi Yin was truly the biological father of her 4 boys, she possessed a system that could verify the truth. Just as Dark Shadow and Dark Nine were anxiously contemplating the discord between their master and mistress, Lin Yue elegantly twisted her ankle. Oh dear! Before she could tumble to the ground, Yi Yin swiftly caught her. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued from walking too much today. Lin Yue lowered her head, concealing her inadequate acting skills from others. Yi Yin, suspecting nothing, hesitated for a moment before squatting before her. When he received no response from behind him after a while, he impatiently urged, come on, I'll carry you. Lin Yue, momentarily distracted as she stared at his back, felt a surge of joy at his offer and quickly climbed onto his back. Thank you for your kindness. I'll get down once I catch my breath. The other 2 were left in shock. Was this truly their master? Just moments ago, he had exuded an icy demeanor, resembling someone angered. And now he was carrying the mistress on his back. It seemed they had misjudged him. Who would have thought that their master possessed such a considerate side? How heartwarming. Eagerly, the 2 of them followed, their excitement causing them to stumble over the once familiar mountain path, now feeling treacherous. Lin Yue secretly tugged at 2 strands of Yi Yin's hair. What are you doing to my hair? Just as Lin Yue was about to yank the strands, her hand froze, paralyzed with fear. Did this man have eyes on the back of his head? The person carrying her, sensing her obvious actions, mused that if she were to remain unaware, she could no longer be considered human. Please don't tell me you're searching for lice. Lin Yue rolled her eyes and replied, Oh, you have 2 white hairs. I was just helping you remove them. With that, she swiftly plucked the 2 hairs and tossed them into her space. Where are the white hairs? Let me see. Yi Yin felt a surge of discomfort, thinking, white hairs. I'm still young. How could I possibly have white hairs? Not to mention that she had discovered them. The wind blew them away. Let me check again. She feigned, searching through his hair once more. Nothing else, just those 2. Yi Yin felt slightly relieved. The 2 following behind had grown accustomed to the peculiar behavior of their masters. Sigh. Having a wife truly changes things. Our master is now concerned about having white hairs. They exchanged glances, secretly hoping they would not develop any white hairs themselves, as they were yet to secure a wife. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Lin Yue dismounted from Yi Yin's back and directed them along a path that bypassed the village. You should take that route. It will lead you around the village and directly to the main road, without encountering any villagers. Yi Yin regarded her with a cold gaze, sensing that she was eager for them to leave, as if she was more afraid of encountering villagers than they were. A playful thought crossed his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was startled, nearly jumping in fright before realizing her overreaction and hastily waved her hands. No, I'm more familiar with this area than you. Don't you have matters to attend to? Hurry and go, lest you delay your journey. See, some matters should truly not be tested. Once the issue arises, The fragile are unable to bear it. Dark Shadow and Dark Nine exchanged wary glances, retreating as far as they could from their master's frigid aura, while the mistress urged them to leave without a care. The coldness emanating from Yi could almost summon snow. Why do you seem so eager for us to leave? Is there someone hidden at home? Observing Yi Yin's change in demeanor, Lin Yue questioned whether she had overstepped. But why should she feel confined? Even if he discovered her secret, how could he possibly retaliate? Who was afraid of whom? She had no obligation to placate him. Hadn't they just clarified their mutual relationship? She did not depend solely on him. Why should it feel as though she had committed a wrongdoing? With that thought, her expression grew indifferent. What is there to hide? Do you truly wish to send us off? Or do you have ulterior motives? Her sudden change in attitude left Yi perplexed, feeling as though he had overthought the situation. Why was she acting so neurotic? He had never behaved this way before. What is wrong with him? They indeed could not traverse the village, but he thought, alas, I'm only digging my own grave. He decided to drop the subject. It's nothing. I was merely being polite. In that case, we want to see you off. By the way, take this. If there is an emergency, you can visit any pawn shop, whether you need silver or assistance. Yi handed her a jade ring. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to fetch you. Fetch me? Lin Yue was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Still playing coy, Yi felt a surge of irritation. Did I not make myself clear in the cave? What more do you wish to know? Dark Shadow and Dark Nine, who had accidentally overheard, sensed the change in their master's aura, which had suddenly turned icy. They discreetly shuffled away, intrigued by the implication that she had already become his. When had this occurred? Lin Yue stared at the jade pendant in her hand, her mind filled with conflicting thoughts. She realized that she would face difficulties later, but by the time he arrived, they should have already entered the mountains, making it unlikely for him to find her. Seeing her lost in silence, Yi Yin's cold expression intensified. What was this woman thinking? He had subtly acknowledged her existence, yet she remained hesitant. Actually, I can accept a divorce. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yue felt it prudent to voice her thoughts early. What if he intended to take multiple wives? She could not accept that. She already had 4 husbands, and adding another would be excessive, though the inability to expand her space was somewhat regrettable. Chapter 87. The Sudden Confession. Oh my heavens! Dark Shadow and Dark Nine lamented inwardly, having overheard their master's confidential conversation. They knew they would be at her mercy from now on. They discreetly moved even further away. Yet human curiosity prevailed. The more dangerous the situation, the more intrigued they became. They were determined to eavesdrop on the ensuing conversation. You, Yin, are infuriated. Just as you begin to acknowledge her, she starts to stir up trouble and speaks of separation. What is she trying to do? Does she not understand that he can only have one woman in his lifetime, and that he cannot bear to lose her? Alas, she is unaware. Thus, he suppresses his anger and resolves to calmly explain the situation to her. He overhears Lin Yue muttering, "You men have so many women throughout your lives. I cannot endure that. I am not entirely dependent on you. So, this is the crux of the matter. She is unwilling to share a husband with another woman. Isn't that rather fortuitous?" The phrase "I am not entirely dependent on you" stings Yin's heart. His face darkens as he firmly grasps her arm, compelling Lin Yue to meet his gaze. "I will not have another woman." Lin Yue looks up in surprise, seeing the seriousness etched on his face, which does not appear to be a mere facade. His deep-set eyes reflect not only anger, but also an ineffable sense of helplessness. Does he truly comprehend his own words? Is he confessing to her? Could it be? Such a sudden declaration. What manner of status does he possess to assure a woman that she is the only one in his life? The sincerity required for such a promise is immense. Yet when they secretly observe Lin Yue's expression, she seems unfazed, almost as if she believes he is deceiving her. Lin Yue's mind buzzes with confusion. Upon her nod, Yin releases her, giving her a lingering, profound look. Could it be that he is deceiving her? It should not be. He has always been a man of his word. The two subordinates silently roll their eyes in their minds. How much silver does their master owe them? He promised to pay them next time, yet always postpones. Words mean nothing. The female lead must not be misled. Or perhaps she should be misled, if only for their pitiful sake. When the two finally react, they discover that the male lead has already ventured far away. They hastily pursue him, forgetting to bid farewell to the female lead. As they run, they reflect on Yi Yin's words before he left. He is the king of the Southwest. He is indeed the king of the Southwest. He introduced himself as Yi Yin, claiming his territory lies in the southwest. She recalls that Lu Chang had previously informed her that should circumstances change, it would be wise to seek refuge in the king of the southwest's domain, for it would be the safest place. Little did she expect that the king of the southwest would turn out to be her dog of a man. What a remarkable coincidence. Only after he leaves does she remember not to inquire about Lin Yue's name. Among all men in the world, Yi Yin is the first. Oh, it seems she was merely changing clothes behind a tree. However, she did not have her bundle with her earlier. Perhaps she wore her clothes underneath? But what are the garments she changed out of? This perplexes her. Yi Yin habitually furrows his brow, and while he ponders, Lin Yue has already wandered far away. Ning and Njio do not dare to remind him. Their master's expression shifts like the weather, sunny one moment, overcast the next, and then threatening rain. They stand by, watching the female lead past beneath their tree, yet dare not speak. Yi Yin hastens to catch up, and, as he approaches the foot of the mountain, a few figures appear along the path. The trio of master and servants quickly conceal themselves. They hear someone calling out, Lin Yue, have you entered the mountains? Yi Qiusheng descends the mountain path with several young companions, laden with their catch. Seeing Lin Yue, they assume she has ventured into the depths of the mountains and greet her with excitement. Qiusheng, I was just taking a stroll nearby. Have you all gone into the mountains? It seems your haul is quite decent today. Noting her ease, lacking even a bamboo basket, they deduce she did not truly enter the mountains. Yi Qiusheng hands Lin Yue 2 wild chickens and 2 hares from his back. Lin Yue smiles as she accepts them, chatting cheerfully with them as they head home. Behind them, the trio of master and servants stands in stunned silence. Yi Yin exclaims, her name is Lin Yue. She has engaged a teacher. For young lads. And Ning inquires, who are the 4 young lads? And Jio wonders, what is our master thinking? His expression is terrifying. Is it because the female lead has a good rapport with the villagers that he feels jealous? The more Njio thinks about it, the more plausible it seems. Moreover, the villagers even present the female lead with game. Master Yuing attempts to ask something, but Yi Yin has already turned and vanished into the woods. What do you think the master is up to? Ning is perplexed, judging by his demeanor. He appears quite irate. What else could he be doing but hunting game? Did you not see how the villagers gifted the female lead with their catch? Could the master tolerate another man presenting gifts to his woman? Would you not feel jealousy in his place? Now makes sense. Upon returning home, the 4 young lads are already waiting for her. Mother, where have you been today? Embracing her 4 adorable children, Lin Yue feels immense joy. With these 4 charming treasures by her side, she cares little for anything else. As for that doggo man, he can roll aside. Just look at her mood. Well, considering his ability to provide space, perhaps he serves some purpose. Each child receives kisses, hugs, and praise, and only then does Lin Yue feel satisfied. Uncle Qiusheng delivered wild chickens and hares. Tonight, Mother will prepare stir-fried chicken and braised rabbit for you. First, help Mother gather some vegetables. And once the meal is cooked, Delang and Erlang, you go fetch Teacher Cheng. San Lang and Si Lang, you go summon 3rd uncle. Have them come over for dinner tonight. I have matters to discuss with them. When you go, do bring this hare to 3rd uncle's home. All right. The 4 young lads cheerfully agree and divide their tasks, some gathering firewood, others tending to the fire, while the rest busy themselves with vegetable picking, all happily engaged in their chores. Chapter 88. Could be his child? Lin Yue seizes a moment to enter the house, where she finds a few strands of hair from the 4 young lads in the place where they sleep. She promptly activates the system for verification. Thanks to the doggo man, the system proves remarkably efficient and quickly provides results indicating a 99 parent-child relationship between the 4 young lads and Yi Yin. She finally breathes a sigh of relief. They are indeed her biological children. Meanwhile, Yi Yin ventures into the deep mountains, utilizing his half-beastman beast-taming abilities to swiftly capture 2 roe deer and 2 young wild boars, along with a string of minks and foxes. At this moment, he does not dwell on how Lin Yue will manage all these catches. He is solely focused on surpassing others in both quantity and quality. In any case, he hunts whatever seems worthy until he feels he has gathered enough before finally emerging from the mountains. Only after descending does he realize a critical fact. He does not know where Lin Yue resides. Thus, he must first conceal his catch and investigate her home's location. Upon reaching the village's edge, he spots 2 children and an adult ambling along the road. It is Delang, Erlang, and Changyi. Today is their first day of school, and Chang-yi is teaching them to write their names. All four boys carry Lin Yue's surname, which piques his curiosity. Seizing the moment, he turns to De Lang for clarification. De Lang, previously San Lang mentioned that your family has no man. When you wrote your names today, you all used the Lin surname. That must be your mother Lin Yue's surname, right? May I inquire about your father? Is he no longer around? Hidden in the shadows, Yi Yin, who was about to leave, hears the name Lin Yue and quietly follows the trio. Da Lang remains silent, contemplating whether to share this with the teacher. However, since Chang-yi has already become their mentor, knowing a bit about their situation should not be a problem, especially as this matter is not a secret in Yijia village. When my mother was pregnant with us, she became separated from my father and lost her memory. Eventually arriving at Yijia village, she does not remember who my father is. Oh, is that so? Chang-yi feels a twinge of sympathy for them and holds Lin Yue in high regard. Your mother is truly remarkable. To bear children alone and raise you all is no small feat. She is indeed a woman deserving of admiration. In this world, a home without a man and only women and their young children could hardly be summarized with mere words like not easy. Erlang beams with joy at the teacher's praise of his mother, feeling even happier than when he has praised himself. My mother is the strongest. Actually, it does not matter if that man is absent. We have our mother, and even if he learns about our existence in the future, we will not acknowledge him. De Lang, addressing the man as father due to their conversation, was met with the indifference of Erlang, who directly replaced the man with a more casual term. Unbeknownst to them, Yin, who was secretly listening, felt a tempest of emotions swirling within him. The four Langs were, in fact, four children, offspring of Lin Yue. Could it be that Lin Yue had children before their relationship? This seemed implausible. Or did these four children belong to him? Yi Yin's mind buzzed with confusion as he struggled to comprehend the revelation. It became clear why Lin Yue had been so secretive. She likely feared he would discover that the children were not his, or perhaps she was concerned about something else entirely. Yet, he could not fathom how these children could be his, given that he had been in a state of slumber for years. If that were the case, how had he and Lin Yue come to be married? Her demeanor towards him suggested ignorance of their relationship. The child had mentioned losing her memory, which aligned with his suspicions. Otherwise, her attitude would have been different. Yi Yin composed himself and resolved not to confront Lin Yue directly, especially since she did not remember. If she would be distressed, it could lead to further complications. He had to investigate discreetly. As for the four children, he observed them carefully, feeling an inexplicable sense of affection, an instinct telling him they were indeed his progeny. Regrettably, clarity eluded him, and he felt powerless to act. Approaching the entrance of his home, San Lang, Si Lang, and Yi San Yi had also arrived, and together they entered the courtyard. Inside, the table was set with a meal. Yi San Yi, upon seeing Lin Yue prepared white rice, was astonished. He had heard tales of the four Langs feasting on meat and white bread daily, with not a grain of brown rice in sight, let alone aged rice or coarse flour. Reflecting on the four Langs, who were growing robust and plump, he marveled at their transformation from their previously frail state. It was Lin Yue, as their mother, who had nurtured them well, a fact that would incite envy in anyone. It was commendable that she devoted such care to her own children. Yi San Yi had recently visited Chang-yi and was impressed by the awareness Lin Yue and the Chang family exhibited. Education is invaluable. Even if one cannot pursue the imperial examinations, being literate is beneficial, he mused. The elder patriarch, Chang-yi, had come from the northwest and possessed insights into the situation there. If you wish to know anything, feel free to inquire with Chang-yi. Yi San Yi was electrified by this news, realizing it pertained to the village's fate. What is the situation in the northwest? He asked eagerly. Chang-yi reiterated what he had previously told Lin Yue, concluding with a solemn reminder: prepare for the worst. Hidden on the rooftop, Yi Yin pondered the villagers' likely need to flee. Y&T Lin Yue suggested they escape to the southwest. However, he recognized that fleeing is no simple task. If only the court had exhibited some resolve and repelled the rebels, perhaps the common folk could endure until spring without such hardship. Once her family had departed, Lin Yue bathed the four Langs, dressing them in soft nightwear and allowing them to rest on their beds while she attended to her own washing. As the sound of water echoed from below, Yi Yin, despite his composure, found his thoughts troubled. He endeavored to suppress his agitation, turning over on the rooftop until he judged Lin Yue was nearly finished, at which point he descended. This time, He made no effort to conceal his presence, intentionally causing a slight commotion. Lin Yue quickly sensed the disturbance and discreetly dressed, arming herself with a stick to investigate the source of the noise. What is this? How curious. I clearly heard a sound nearby, yet there is nothing here. Just then, a figure loomed, resembling a small mountain, prompting her to grip her stick tightly. With a thud, Yin dropped his catch onto the ground. Lin Yue then realized that the mountain was, in fact, a man, a dog man. What did you say? She stammered, quickly correcting herself. Relieved her voice had been low. Why haven't you left yet? Yin gestured toward the ground, wanting to express concern, yet found himself unable to voice a single caring word, ultimately turning away in disappointment, thinking that this fierce woman would likely leap at him, as she always did. To his surprise, after a prolonged wait, there was no response from her. This winter is safe. You may rest easy, he declared before vanishing without a trace. Had he truly left? Did he overhear their conversation? If so, was he aware of the four langs? Surely he must have noticed, yet he exhibited no reaction. Did he, too, have no memory of the past? Why did his last expression seem to hold deeper significance? Lin Yue, befuddled, chose to dismiss her thoughts about the dogman returning. Though she found it odd, as she approached to inspect, she was taken aback. My goodness, so much. How did this dogman manage to carry all this? Upon examining the prey, she noted they had been killed effortlessly, without a single wound on them. Considering his ability to communicate with animals, even commanding a bear, Lin Yue found this man utterly perplexing. What compelled him to deliver such a bounty? Was he concerned she would go without meat? Regardless, the skins of the foxes and minks were valuable. She could craft small vests or hand warmers for the four langs. Mama, the four little ones were seated on the bed, their expressions serious. Aren't you asleep yet? Lin Yue inquired. Mama, where did you go? Si Lang, despite feeling drowsy, rubbed his eyes and resisted sleep. Lin Yue fabricated an excuse to shield the four langs from knowing about the dogman's visit. I heard a sound while bathing and thought a wild beast had come down from the mountains, so I went to check. Nothing to worry about. Now, hurry and sleep. Mama. The lang's expression grew more solemn, prompting Lin Yue to notice something was amiss with the four langs. The lang, what is wrong? As she climbed onto the bed, the four immediately surrounded her, two clutching her arms. Mama, we felt something strange, as if someone had struck our heads. At first I ignored it, but Lang, San Lang, and Si Lang all said they felt the same way, and it seems odd. Lang furrowed his brow. If they were ill, it would cause their mother considerable trouble. Indeed, Mama, it was just a fleeting feeling, but it was peculiar. Do you think we might be sick? It appeared to be connected to the dogman. Was there some unique bond between them? When did you first feel this sensation? Has it happened before? The lang pondered and mentioned a time that coincided with a perilous moment in his life. If it was linked to the dogman, then it made sense. When he had been saved, the man communicated with the bear, showcasing an ability that suggested a connection beyond comprehension, a bond of blood that could explain the four langs' experiences. I will examine you, Lin Yue assured the four langs, diligently checking each of them. After a long sigh of relief, she declared, You are all perfectly fine. It may just be a connection among quadruplets. Rest assured, you're not ill. The tension in their expressions eased, and they appeared almost like little adults. It's a relief. Mama, can I sleep with you tonight? Lang clung to Lin Yue's arm, unwilling to let go. So Lin Yue had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, you can sleep on this side, dear. Ecstatic, Lang claimed one of Lin Yue's arms, while on the other side lay Si Lang, De Lang, and San Lang, casting disdainful glances at their brothers monopolizing their mother. Were they not blood-related, they would have relished the thought of kicking them out. Noticing the disappointment in the other two brothers, Lin Yue allowed De Lang and San Lang to lie down on either side, thus placing herself in the midst of four sons. Mother, could you tell us a story? San Lang, though on the edge, was unwilling to be overlooked and proposed this idea. Very well. Mother will tell you the tale of the 7 fairies. Once upon a time, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had 7 daughters, each one more beautiful than the last, with the youngest being particularly endearing. One day, the 7 daughters ventured to the mortal realm to frolic, and while bathing in a river, a gust of wind whisked away their garments. The other sisters finished bathing and flew away, leaving only the youngest, who hid in the river, too frightened to emerge. Eventually, a cowherd appeared and retrieved her clothes, for which the youngest fairy was immensely grateful. She began to clandestinely visit him in the mortal realm, and as time passed, they fell in love. leading her to become the cowherd's wife. However, their love story was discovered by the celestial beings, and a nefarious general falsely accused the youngest fairy of stealing heavenly treasures. He sent celestial soldiers to capture her. The Queen Mother, aware of the situation, secretly took the fairy away from the mortal realm. Yet, the fairy had 2 children and was reluctant to part with them, pleading with the Queen Mother to save their family. Time was running out. The Queen Mother used her celestial powers to whisk the fairy away, leaving the heartbroken cowherd with his children. Suddenly, the old cow in their home spoke, urging the cowherd to slay it and wear its hide to ascend to the heavens in pursuit of the fairy. It turned out the old cow had been blessed with celestial magic by the Queen Mother. Just as they were about to catch up with the fairy, the Queen Mother plucked a silver hairpin from her head, drawing a milky way to sever the cowherd's path. Thus, the family was separated, able only to gaze longingly at each other from either side of the river, unable to reunite. The Queen Mother informed the cowherd that if he wished for their family to be together, he would need to gather numerous magpies to construct a bridge, allowing them to reunite once a year. As the story concluded, the 4 brothers fell silent, and Lin Yue assumed they had drifted off to sleep. It was not until Si Lang softly remarked, "Mother's tale of the 7 fairies is somewhat akin to what the blind grandfather recounted about the weaving maiden. Yet it differs in many ways." San Lang chimed in, "Mother's portrayal of the Queen Mother is that of a benevolent figure. She aids their family in reuniting annually." However, Erlang interjected, "Mother, I don't quite understand why the Queen Mother would help them, yet only permit their reunion once a year." This question left Lin Yue momentarily perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Perhaps she believes this is the only way to ensure the safety of the 7 fairies and their family." The 4 brothers remained contemplative. "All right, let us now sleep." The other 3 soon succumbed to slumber, while the Lang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. "Delang, are you unable to sleep?" After hesitating, Delang cautiously asked, "Mother, will you be taken away by those wicked celestial beings like the 7 fairies were?" He had remained quiet throughout the story, likely preoccupied with this very worry. Delang was a sensitive child, albeit more composed than Erlang, who freely expressed his thoughts. "Not at all. Mother is not a celestial being, and if those wicked deities were to come, I would simply hide us in a safe space where they could not find us." Delang's face brightened, remembering that Mother possessed a secret sanctuary. "Mother, although the cowherd is merely a mortal, he displays remarkable bravery by daring to ascend to the heavens to seek the 7 fairies." The thought of having such a father brought a glimmer of hope to Delang. Lin Yue pauset, zenzing da langs yearning. "Delang, do you wish for a father?" After a moment of silence, Delang tightened his embrace around Lin Yue's arm. "No. Why would you ask that, Mother? I do not wish for a father. Having you is enough." As a child, how could he not yearn for a father's presence? All their village companions had both parents, while they had none. It was only natural for them to long for paternal affection. However, they had endured so much suffering that it would take considerable effort for any man to earn their acceptance. If one day he were to discover their existence and be willing to accept them, would the 4 brothers feel joy? And what if one day your father comes looking for you? Lin Yue tentatively posed this question. "Actually, my brothers and I have discussed this long ago. We do not want a father. Even if he were to come in the future, we would never acknowledge him." Chapter 90. We do not want a father, as if to reassure Lin Yue. Delang reiterated, "Mother, having you is sufficient. We do not need an irresponsible father. If he ever seeks us out, please do not reveal to him that we are his children. We do not wish to acknowledge him. Mother has suffered greatly because of him. He is an irresponsible scoundrel. We do not want a father like that." Delang's words, filled with indignation and sorrow, struck Lin Yue's heart like a hammer, leaving her feeling both pained and heartbroken. The more he expressed such sentiments, the more Lin Yue's heart ached. Her children, yearning for the warmth of a father's love, had erected a cold wall around their hearts to reject the man who had caused them suffering. What if he, like Mother, has forgotten? Or perhaps he does not even know of your existence. Lin Yue found herself inexplicably defending that man, pondering the possibility. Delang paused, his resolve unwavering. "Regardless of his circumstances, we do not wish to acknowledge him. Only if he treats Mother well would we consider it. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible. Mother, do not worry. When we grow up, Delang and my brothers will protect you, ensuring you never face hardship." Lin Yue embraced Delang tightly, her understanding deepening. The four brothers harbored profound resentment towards their irresponsible father, which was intricately linked to their past suffering. They had not experienced the love of a father upon their birth, nor had they basked in the affection of their mother for long. During those early days of illness, they must have yearned for a father. Unfortunately, he had never appeared. Regardless of the reasons behind his absence, the chasm between father and sons had already formed. Thus, no matter what, this outcome must be borne by the scoundrel. More importantly, they loved her dearly. They loved her so much that they were willing to forego a father for her sake. All right, mother understands. Even if someone comes to claim you in the future, it is essential that you acknowledge him willingly. Mother respects your choice. I will never force you and will never separate from you. I also look forward to the day when you grow up to protect me. Mother, you are so wonderful. We want to be with you forever. Delang buried his head in Lin Yue's embrace, his eyes glistening with moisture. Lin Yue held him close, offering silent comfort. In her embrace, Delang quickly fell asleep. However, Lin Yue found herself wide awake, her mind occasionally drifting to Yi Yin's face, filled with a mix of schadenfreude and a hint of concern. She wondered how that scoundrel was faring. The weather in the mountains was fickle. Upon opening the door in the morning, a biting chill enveloped her, despite the clear skies. Realizing that winter was still safe, Lin Yue resolved to ask Wang's father to promptly prepare the Kong, for once the snow fell, it would be too cold. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Just yesterday, I was conversing with Wang, remarking that your Kong needs to be prepared. With the weather being favorable these past few days, it is indeed the perfect time to set about this task. Upon hearing of Lin Yue's intentions, Wang's father did not hesitate to summon his two sons to assist her in preparing the Kong. For them, this task was a straightforward endeavor, easily accomplished by the three of them in just 2 days. Lin Yue then sought out the old clan leader and fortuitously encountered Lu Chongjin on her way, who was laboriously carrying a load of firewood home. Chongjin, are you already out collecting firewood this early? Upon seeing Lin Yue, Lu Chongjin beamed widely. Indeed, you. Now that our grain stores are sufficient, I thought it prudent to gather some firewood. By the way, does your family need any firewood? I could have Da Qing and Erqing assist you. I noticed Wang's father busy at your place. He must be preparing the Kong. It is wise to stock up on firewood for the winter. Lin Yue had been contemplating this very matter, so she readily agreed. Precisely. You tell Da Qing and Erqing that I will compensate them at market rates. And they can also inquire among the village children if they have time to gather firewood to sell to me. Lu Chongjin had initially intended to decline, but upon hearing that Lin Yue was also interested in purchasing firewood from other villagers, he readily acquiesced. In truth, as the weather turned colder, gathering firewood from the mountains became increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, those who were diligent could still collect 2 or 3 bundles in a day. Even the younger children, who were capable of wielding a hatchet, could manage to chop a few bundles. Many households, particularly those with men, had stockpiled a considerable amount, unlike Lin Yue's family, which had limited reserves, primarily gathered by the 4 young men. Lin Yue herself had also chopped some, but compared to others, her winter supplies were rather insufficient. Should circumstances become dire, she could always teach others how to make charcoal, a skill she had learned during her training in the wilderness. Upon reaching the old clan leader's residence, Yi Dainiu was splitting wood in the yard, with several children assisting him, who also mentioned the matter of collecting firewood to Lin Yue. Lin Yue recounted her conversation with Lu Chongjin, prompting the children to eagerly inquire. Can we also gather firewood to sell? Of course you can, Lin Yue replied. That is splendid. Father, we want to go collect firewood too, and we will save the money we earn. All right? Yi Dainiu, with a stern expression, questioned, what do children need silver for? Just then, Yi San emerged from the house and shot a disapproving glance at his son. If the child wishes to save, let him save. What is it to you? His intent was not to indulge, but rather he had heard that Lin Yue had granted her 4 young men some freedom regarding saving money. They had already informed their village companions that their mother said it was important to develop a financial mindset from a young age, enabling them to manage money wisely when they grew older rather than being controlled by it. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, her unintentional gesture had incited envy among a group of children who were constantly devising ways to earn a little silver for themselves. Yet their adult guardians would never afford them such opportunities. Now, this chance had presented itself. Yi San found this reasoning quite sound. Thus he chose to support the children this time. They had the right to manage their own earnings. This was their freedom. The children, seeing their grandfather's approval, leaped with joy and hurried off to find their friends. A Yu has arrived. Come in and sit. Saying, I won't enter as the Kong is being prepared. I have come to discuss two matters. First, we must finalize the grain storage before the snowfall. Second, we should avoid entering the mountains before the new year unless absolutely necessary. However, we must arrange for the youth of the village to patrol in case of unforeseen circumstances. So this is something you must oversee and organize. Yesanya nodded. Aknolit gink hervistom. You have considered this well. It is of utmost importance. In the event of an emergency, it will grant everyone some precious time. Very well. I shall make a note of this and discuss it with the village head shortly. Meanwhile, Yi and his two servants had already arrived in the capital. The three of them, weary from their journey, were dressed in plain, coarse garments, their appearances reflecting that of common folk. The steward of the Wang residence, an heir, met them and led them through the back entrance. Your Highness, the situation is urgent. We have resorted to special channels to inform you. Hot water has been prepared. Please bathe and change. Yi nodded and entered the room. When he emerged, a meal had been laid out in the hall, and an Ing and Njio awaited eagerly. As they dined, an heir provided a detailed report on the events unfolding in the capital. Yi ate leisurely, though he said little, an aura of chill emanating from him. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with an Ing and Njio eating their meals more softly as the temperature plummeted. Those around him were acutely aware that within the court, including the emperor himself, there was no one who did not wish for Yi Yin's demise. Save for the crown prince, who remained the sole royal believing in Yi Yin's loyalty and staunchly supporting him in safeguarding the southwest. What Prince Liang? He had remained silent, but the majority of the pro-peace faction were his supporters, suggesting he had likely given his consent. This implies that Prince Liang may be aware of the spies within the pro-peace faction, and it is entirely possible that he himself is colluding with the rebel forces. And Njio scoffed, skeptical of Prince Liang's innocence. What has happened to the crown princess? An heir hesitated before continuing. Yin furrowed his brow. The crown princess was not one to be careless. Even if she had fallen into someone else's trap, with her intelligence, she would not knowingly leap into danger. This situation reeked of intrigue. An heir wiped the sweat from his brow. The prince's insight was astute, immediately discerning that something was amiss. Before entering the Eastern Palace, the crown princess had a suitor who had been manipulated by Prince Liang. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he was deliberately brought into the palace, orchestrating a meeting between the two. Initially, the crown princess had no intention of engaging with him, but he intercepted her, leading to the subsequent incident where she clashed with Li Fei. The emperor was present and reprimanded the crown prince, instructing him to refrain from political affairs and to reflect on his actions. According to our sources, it appears that Li Fei's health had long rendered her incapable of conceiving, and this pregnancy was hard-won. She likely knew she could not sustain it. Our people covertly visited the Eastern Palace to meet the crown prince, who appeared quite relaxed, stating that this matter was his design. What? Aning exclaimed, astonished. So, this entire affair was a scheme he willingly engaged in? The motives were unclear. The Southwestern Rebellion was in turmoil, with the pro-peace faction led by the left prime minister and the pro-war faction led by the right prime minister. The pro-peace faction comprised a group of civil officials, many of whom were new to the court and were backed by Prince Liang. The pro-war faction consisted of veteran officials, some of whom were no longer fit for battle, yet retained their fierce spirit. Notably, the crown prince also aligned with the pro-war faction. The emperor, aging and aware of the treasury's depletion and the lack of capable military leaders, recognized that the rebel forces had been entrenched for several years. Initially, they had acted under the guise of bandits, claiming to have discovered treasures from the former dynasty, thereby gaining the impetus to revolt. In a mere few years, they had amassed considerable strength, even swaying the populace to believe in the emperor's incompetence. The Northwest faced severe drought, and the plight of the people was dire. The emperor was cognizant of this, yet felt powerless. Local officials had changed numerous times, failing to produce results, likely due to interference from court members. What did the crown prince say? He claimed the emperor had been wavering. Without stirring the waters, the Northwest could become a significant threat to the court. As he pondered, Yi Ying grasped the crown prince's intentions. He was preparing to cut off the source of the fire. The emperor was reluctant to engage in conflict, yet should war erupt, he deemed the Northwest of little importance, a clear sign of his senility. Consider the scenario where the rebel forces break free from the constraints of the Shaoshu Pass. Their momentum would be akin to a wild horse unleashed, racing 1,000 miles southward, directly aiming for the prosperous capital, even crossing the Huai River's northern bank, igniting flames of war across the horizon. To the north, they could deftly retreat into the heart of Yongzhou, relying on the natural defenses to gather strength for their next move. If the court were to show even a hint of negligence at this moment, allowing this force to roam freely, it would surely proliferate like wild grass, becoming an incurable malignant tumor that brings endless harm. One day, it would transform into a monstrous beast that devours tranquility, becoming a grave threat to the nation. This situation hangs like a sword over our heads, and immediate action is imperative to turn danger into safety and safeguard our homeland. Yet he hesitated, faltered. He has indeed aged. In his youth, he was full of vigor. Now, in his old age, he has grown fearful. Many martial generals had their military powers stripped away by him, continually suppressed, leading to a state of warfare with no generals available in the court. The former southwestern king's residence was a prime example, now left with only him. Over the years, Yin has not been without dissent, yet he harbors an extreme aversion to that position. He merely wishes to observe the final outcome. Thus, he often remains in the southwest. Even as his power grows, the emperor is powerless against him. Yet, he does not rebel. He chooses to be the thorn that keeps the emperor awake at night. Do not disrupt the crown prince's plans. Simply cooperate when needed. NG remains perplexed, still trying to comprehend the situation. Has the master already known everything? Yin, weary in spirit, glances at NR, indicating for him to explain. The crown prince adopts a strategy of retreating to advance. The pro-war faction is currently low-key, aiming to provoke the peace faction into greater action. The more they act, the more arrogant they will become. Although the Liang Wang appears calm in court, he is secretly maneuvering. The crown prince has dispatched individuals to gather evidence in secret. Once sufficient evidence is collected, he will impeach him in the court, revealing to the emperor who truly cares for the nation. Moreover, over the years, His Majesty has deliberately elevated the Liang Wang, allowing him to mistakenly believe he has the capability to contend with the crown prince. In truth, it is merely a balance of power in the court. The Liang Wang's mother, the LFI, hails from an inconspicuous family, lacking any usable talents, and she herself is devoid of intellect, only knowing how to compete for favor. She cannot be compared to the empress. It must be noted that the empress is the mother of the nation, and her family is rich in talent. Her grandfather is a senior official of 3 dynasties. Her father is the imperial tutor, and her brother is the youngest head of the Hamlin Academy. Although the emperor has aged, he remains perceptive. He understands that the future sovereign must be the crown prince. The crown prince's house arrest is merely a response to his recent assertive stance and repeated transgressions, causing discomfort. Upon hearing this, NG has grasped about 70 to 80% of the situation. Fortunately, he is merely a shadow guard. As long as he remains loyal and skilled, he need not overthink. Such complexities truly leave him dizzy. Fighting or negotiating, he is unbothered by strategies, intrigues, or covert battles. It is truly a hassle. Among the shadow guards, NR is distinctly different from him. He has already transitioned from the shadows to the light, becoming an important figure in the southwestern king's residence, while NG remains merely a shadow guard, illustrating the difference between intellect and ignorance. Ying observes these two and feels a deep sense of reflection. It seems that in the future, one must engage their mind more. Otherwise, their foolishness may drive the master to despair. However, NG is not without merit. At least his lightness and disguise skills are unmatched, ensuring his unshakable position by the master's side. As for himself, besides his martial prowess, he must also rely on his words. At night, Yin donned his night attire and stealthily visited the East Palace. Upon hearing the familiar signal, the crown prince's eyes brightened, and he quickly cleared the room. Yin casually found a spot to sit and carefully assessed him. Seeing that he appeared well, he felt reassured. If I do not know anything, how can I assist you? The crown prince smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this response. I told you, you cannot hide anything from me. Did you guess it? Compared to before, the crown prince seemed more relaxed, exuding an air of ease as he walked to the tea table and began brewing tea, his movements elegant and practiced, indicating he had done this many times before. Share your plan. The crown prince raised an eyebrow and smiled, his warm eyes glimmering with cunning. Since you have guessed, why not share your thoughts? This young man is quite cheeky. Yin leaned back, abandoning all decorum as he slouched in the soft chair, tilting his head slightly, his eyes half closed. He could not be bothered. Here, give us a try. This is your favorite YZHCHN. I save a small packet just for you. At this remark, Yin finally showed a flicker of interest, lifting the cup to his nose and inhaling, revealing a hint of contentment. Freshly acquired? Quite refreshing. The Crown Prince displayed a hint of pride, exclaiming, well, just look at who I am. His youthful demeanor was unmistakable. The interaction between them was entirely natural and harmonious, devoid of the constraints typically seen between sovereign and subject, resembling longtime brothers instead. The Crown Prince held both admiration and adoration for him, being both intimate and casual, even addressing him simply as I. He then proceeded to discuss his plans, concluding with the eagerness of a child seeking validation. Are you not afraid of pushing them too hard? The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, a flicker of concern surfacing, completely contrasting with his earlier youthful demeanor. I am not afraid. I only fear chaos in the realm where the common people suffer. When that happens, life will be difficult for the populace. And that is what I dread the most. I only hope to do my utmost to maintain peace in this world. Furthermore, they have always wished for you to stabilize the Southwest. But in my view, without you, this realm would have long since faltered. You have always known my ambitions. I desire that position not solely for the sake of the realm. Yin could not bear to see him in such a state and lazily replied, in that case, proceed according to your plan. I will handle the rest. In an instant, the Crown Prince's face brightened, dispelling his earlier gloom. I knew it. You would support me. However, you must also be prepared, as my strength alone is limited. Even if you ultimately succeed, they may not allow me to confront the rebel forces. I understand that even if there are no capable individuals in the court, this battle must still be fought. I refuse to believe that, aside from you, none of the generals occupying half the court can repel those treacherous ministers. If that were truly the case, it would only signal to the populace that chaos is imminent. In such an event, I shall personally take to the battlefield. The Crown Prince's expression was resolute, his youthful face reflecting a sense of compassion that stemmed from deep within. Were it not for Yin growing up alongside him, understanding his temperament, one might find him overly benevolent. Yet, it appears that beneath this benevolence lies a hint of fierceness. Thus, he has unintentionally become the invisible blade behind him. In that case, go ahead and act. Remember, do not look back. Should there come a day when you must take to the battlefield, there is but one possibility. The two exchanged a profound gaze, both understanding the implication of Yin's words. Very well. Let us not dwell on this. Tell me about yourself. I heard that you personally ventured to the Northwest this time. Did you achieve any gains? Yin set down his teacup and recounted his journey to the Northwest. The two adjusted some plans based on his experiences until the hour of the tiger approached, when Yin stifled a yawn. It is getting late. I must take my leave. My whereabouts cannot be revealed for now. Take care. All right. The Crown Prince reluctantly rose and accompanied him to the window, watching him vanish into the darkness before turning back, the smile on his face unwavering. If he had felt some concern earlier, after meeting Yin, that little worry dissipated completely. With a reassuring heart, he felt indifferent to any unknown risks that lay ahead. Chapter 92. The bandits have entered the village. YG Village. Old Man Y led a group into the deep mountains several times, and those families willing to hide in the mountains had already made their decisions, following them to stash their stored grain in the caves. In contrast, some families remained indifferent, believing that the situation would not be as dire, especially since no news had surfaced. Others, feeling a sense of trepidation, prepared to visit relatives in the south before the year ended. Consequently, 3 or 4 households departed from the village. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the village head and the elder clan leader, Yijia Village established a patrol team consisting of 4 squads, each with 10 members. The children formed 2 squads, led by Yishuan and Yichang, the grandsons of the elder clan leader, who took turns patrolling during the day. The youth formed 2 squads as well, with Qin Feng and Yi Qiuxing leading the night watch. Regardless of day or night, they patrolled the village perimeter, and a bronze gong was hung on a tree at the village entrance. In case of emergency, the sound of the gong would serve as a signal to convey messages. 3 strikes indicated a need for assistance, while more than 3 signified a call to escape. Initially, the members of the patrol team exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and determination. Equipped with wooden sticks for self-defense, resembling valiant warriors prepared for battle, creating an impressive spectacle. The villagers often raised their thumbs in admiration upon witnessing their efforts. However, after several days of patrol, the novelty wore off and fatigue began to set in. With little action to report, some deemed the effort unnecessary, especially as recent snowfall had rendered the weather increasingly frigid, leading to a sense of lethargy among the patrollers. In the early hours, subtle changes began to unfold within the village. The Qin family, residing in the second row at the village's edge, was the first to notice something amiss. Qin Shu, ever alert, awoke early and discerned faint metallic clinks. Upon careful examination, he concluded that the sounds did not originate from the patrol team, for they were armed only with wooden sticks, devoid of any metal. To be prudent, he decided to investigate, and what he encountered sent a chill down his spine. 4 or 5 individuals, armed with large blades, were advancing from outside the village. Their agile forms and steady strides revealed their prowess as seasoned fighters. Bandits had infiltrated the village. Qin Shu swiftly roused his 2 brothers and, taking the lead, rushed to the gong, striking it forcefully. The resounding clang echoed through the still night, awakening the slumbering villagers. Initially, many were slow to react, but the persistent and urgent sound of the gong, coupled with shouts for alarm, soon made it evident that danger had befallen the village. Thieves had entered, and the patrol team required reinforcement. The first responders were indeed the members of the night patrol, who had just settled down to sleep. With a guilty conscience, they hastily grabbed their weapons and dashed towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, the Qin brothers had already engaged with the 5 armed men. The bandits initially underestimated their adversaries, assuming the village folk could pose little threat. However, upon realizing the preparedness of the villagers and the sudden influx of young men wielding wooden sticks, they recognized their folly and signaled one another to retreat. Yet, the villagers of Yijia would not permit their escape. Qin Fong bellowed an order to prevent their flight, and an increasing number of villagers surrounded the 5 bandits, making their departure increasingly arduous. Brothers, let us fight to the bitter end. We have already committed murder. Capture means certain death, so we must gamble for our lives. The leader of the bandits rallied his companions, but among them were those who quaked at the prospect of death. Big brother, let us flee instead. If necessary, we can escape into the mountains. Despite their bravado, the encroaching throng of villagers instilled fear, prompting thoughts of retreat. The Qin brothers and the Yi family members each engaged with one bandit, while others flanked them, seizing opportunities to strike, rendering the bandits powerless. As the skirmish progressed, they retreated towards Lin Yue's residence. Lin Yue, observing from her doorway, perceived their intent and swiftly broke several branches from the fence at her gate. With remarkable precision, she hurled them, striking the bandits in the calves. With cries of pain, they collapsed, only to be captured by the villagers. Spare us, fellow villagers. We are but desperate men with no other options. They pleaded, having moments ago boasted of their murderous deeds. Silence them, commanded the elder clan leader, prompting several young men to stuff their socks into the bandits' mouths, much to Lin Yue's disgust. The village head, having been unable to sleep soundly amidst the complaints of the patrol team and the request for withdrawal, had donned a cotton coat and emerged to investigate the commotion. Upon witnessing the confrontation involving the Qin brothers, he realized that some members of the patrol had indeed been negligent. Bind them to the tree at the village entrance and await the dawn to report this to the authorities, he declared. Yi Qiuxing stepped forward, his face flushed as if feverish. As the captain, he understood that something must have gone awry with the patrol. Otherwise, the village head would not be so concerned. This is not your fault, Qiuxing. You have been ill, and there is a vice-captain to assist, remarked the village head. Yi Dafu, his head lowered, emerged from the crowd, trembling as he knelt before the village head. Initially, he had thought the gong sound was merely a prank, allowing himself to doze off until the shouts alerted him to danger, sending him into a state of panic upon witnessing the glint of 5 blades. As others gradually joined them, the gravity of the situation became clearer. Just then, it dawned upon them that intruders had indeed slipped into the village. Had it not been for Qin Shu's vigilance, the consequences could have been dire had these men entered a household and wreaked havoc. The village head tightened his coat against the bone-chilling early morning air, feeling a surge of frustration as he pointed a finger at Yidafu's forehead. You lot, We established this patrol for the safety of our villagers. Yet you have been slacking off these past days, thinking I was unaware? Had it not been for the Qin family, how many lives would we have lost today? Have you even considered the weight of your negligence? Placing the lives of your families and the entire village in jeopardy? Is life so trivial to you? The young members of the patrol stood chastised, heads bowed in shame. Village head, we were wrong. We should not have listened to Yi Dafu's instigation. Each felt a chilling dread at the thought that these bandits might have arrived at their homes, endangering their sleeping families. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. You four remain here to keep watch over these men. Should any of them escape, your entire families shall be banished from Yijia village. The village head, still unconvinced, ordered his 3 sons, the Yidazhu brothers, to stay as well. The rest dispersed, and soon all villagers were informed of the incident. The effort to apprehend the thieves had summoned nearly every villager, young and old alike, with even some courageous women brandishing kitchen knives. Yet, a few families remained too terrified to even open their doors, hiding away until daylight. After breakfast, the villagers gathered at the village entrance to find the 5 men bound to a tree, barely clinging to life in the cold. The village head instructed someone to provide them with warm soup to prevent them from freezing to death. The officer who had previously come to announce tax increases was a familiar face. Upon seeing the village head, he remarked, "I hear you have organized a patrol team?" That was indeed a wise decision. You may not know this, but these men have been marauding through several villages, killing 5 households and stealing their grain and money. Thankfully, your vigilance spared your village from a similar fate. Yijia village has truly accomplished a great feat. Once the county magistrate reviews the case, you shall surely be rewarded. The village head broke into a cold sweat at this revelation. Heavens above, this is indeed a predestined occurrence. Yijia Cun is truly fortunate. The entire village owes their gratitude to Qin Shu. These few individuals are utterly detestable, having caused the demise of so many. The village chief, accompanied by Qin Shu and several young men, assisted the officials in escorting 5 culprits. As they passed by the nearby villages, heart-wrenching cries could be heard from afar. The leading official shook his head, his expression laden with sorrow. The county had never witnessed such a grave crime before. Upon hearing that your village had apprehended the criminals, the magistrate was immensely pleased and had already notified the relatives of the victims. As soon as he finished speaking, people from the various villages surged forth, eager to confront the bound thieves, wishing they could personally execute them. You beasts! You have no humanity, not even sparing a 3-year-old child. I will kill you. An elderly woman rushed forward, intent on assaulting them, but was restrained by the officials. Madam, they have already been captured. The magistrate will complete the trial soon, and it won't be long before justice is served for your family. Thank you, sir, thank you. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Yi Jiaxiyuan. Were it not for the vigilance of Yi Jiaxiyuan and their establishment of a patrol team, the villagers would not have succeeded in capturing them. You should learn from Yi Jiaxiyuan. They organized a patrol team voluntarily, ensuring the safety of their entire village. In these perilous times, one must have a sense of security. The leading official was quite adept at promoting the achievements of Yi Jiaxiyuan, seizing the opportunity to laud their efforts. The neighboring villages had heard of Yi Jiaxiyuan's previous exploits in hunting tigers, and now, witnessing their organization of a patrol team to avert disaster, they were filled with envy. Several village chiefs approached the old man of Yi for advice. The old man, occupied at the moment, invited them to visit Yi Jiaxiyuan when convenient. This was merely a courteous gesture, and those genuinely interested would surely come. Upon arriving at the county office, Magistrate Han immediately convened a session, summoning witnesses from Yi Jiaxiyuan to conduct an on-the-spot trial of the case. Chapter 93. The magistrate's reward. It turned out these individuals had traversed from the northwest. Initially, they were part of the imperial army, but had deserted and, in their desperation, resorted to plundering the common folk's provisions, leading to multiple murders. They had journeyed from the northwest, hiding by day and roaming by night, sometimes disguising themselves to scout for targets to rob under the cover of darkness. If the victims complied, they would merely steal food and valuables. If not, they would kill without hesitation. The stolen grain and silver were hidden in a secret location, accumulating over time, and were quietly sold to grain merchants, allowing them to indulge in revelry. When funds ran low, they would revert to robbery, claiming dozens of lives along the way, according to their confessions. Such unscrupulous thieves were indeed guilty of heinous crimes, shocking the entire county. The case was swiftly clarified, and in order to quell public outrage, Magistrate Han sentenced them to execution the following day, to be displayed before the public. He also dispatched officials to their hiding place, where they uncovered over 100 sacks of grain, along with thousands of taels in gold and silver, indicating that their victims included both wealthy households and the impoverished. Magistrate Han distributed the recovered goods to the families of the victims as compensation, while a portion was confiscated and another awarded to Yi Jiaxiyuan, Yi village chief. What inspired you to establish a patrol team in your village? Magistrate Han, known for his benevolence, had previously heard from his subordinates about Yi Jiaxiyuan's feat in slaying a tiger, and now had greatly benefited from their assistance. He knew that if these 5 thieves had not been apprehended, his own position would have been at risk. Now, not only had they captured the criminals, but it was also under his jurisdiction, ensuring not just the preservation of his reputation, but potentially leading to promotion as well. Thus, he regarded the people of Yi Jiaxiyuan with increasing favor and felt inclined to inquire further. Magistrate Han signaled to his assistant, who promptly helped Yi village chief to his feet. The village chief began to speak. "We are most grateful to you, sir. You have accomplished a great deed, and the magistrate intends to report your merits to the court for rewards. There is no need for such formality. The magistrate wishes to understand the situation in our village, and you may speak candidly. I dare not conceal anything from you, sir. Previously, we heard rumors that refugees from the northwest might invade. Our elders stated that without an official decree from a court, we should not cause panic among our people. Even if such a situation were true, we believe the authorities would ensure the safety of the commoners. However, we must not be a burden to you. Our village has many young people, and under the elders' guidance, we spontaneously formed a patrol team so that in case of emergencies, we could protect the lives of our villagers, young and old alike." Yi village chief, truly a diplomatic individual, articulated his thoughts with impeccable precision, neither attributing the initiative solely to a village woman nor claiming undue credit, subtly elevating Magistrate Han in the process. After listening, the magistrate felt quite satisfied and pondered for a moment. Although the government had restricted many reports from the northwest, rumors still circulated among the populace. It was no wonder the common folk were in a state of panic. Many affluent families had already sent some of their members to flee southward. Villages like Yi Jiaxiyuan, displaying both awareness and action, were indeed rare. This realization struck him. Although the court had dispatched troops to combat the enemy, refugees would inevitably arrive. Rather than waiting passively, it would be prudent to emulate Yi Jiaxiyuan and unite the forces of the government and the populace. His superior, Lord Liu of Qingzhou, had been his mentor for many years. Should they achieve success in this endeavor, they might all reap the rewards. With this thought, Magistrate Han's demeanor grew increasingly amiable, wholeheartedly endorsing the actions of Yi Jiaxiyuan in establishing their patrol team and commending them for capturing the thieves, additionally rewarding them with 500 taels of silver. Having left the county office, Yi Lao Han felt as if he were walking on clouds. They had captured the criminals and not only received accolades but also rewards, along with a bounty of grain and silver. Seated atop the cart, he gazed at the jubilant young villagers who were hauling back 30 sacks of grain, a gift from the magistrate. Even the cart itself was a reward from the magistrate. All this grain had been stolen by the thieves, and although the magistrate had confiscated the majority, the generous portion granted to Yi Jiaxiyuan was indeed commendable. Moreover, Yi Lao Han was laden with silver, both in his pockets and on his back. They had struck it rich. Yi Lao Han, feeling weak in the knees, sat upon the grain cart while the spirited young men pulling it were full of energy. Although they were unaware of the exact amount of silver awarded by the magistrate, the sheer volume of grain alone filled them with elation. As they neared the village's edge, they noticed a crowd gathering at the entrance, with sharp-eyed children shouting, "Look, the village chief is still atop the grain cart. Ha! How impressive they look. Quick, let us go welcome them. So much grain. My goodness. What a large load. There must be dozens of sacks." They surrounded the returning heroes, asking, "Village chief, is all this from the magistrate's reward? Did those thieves meet their end?" He attempted to maintain a stern expression, wishing to quiet their exuberance, but the joy and excitement on his face betrayed him. "What are you all clamoring about? Keep it down. How can we speak?" Surprisingly, the villagers paid little heed to his admonitions, continuing to inquire eagerly. A particularly enthusiastic young man animatedly recounted the events at the county office, stirring excitement among the crowd. Soon, they gathered at the ancestral hall's entrance, and the village chief called for the elder to deliberate on the distribution of the grain and silver awarded by the magistrate. Witnessing such a bounty of grain and silver firsthand left the elder equally exhilarated. Chapter 94. The challenge of distribution, however, he found himself in a bit of quandary. Logically, these rewards were meant for the entire village and should be distributed according to merit. Yet, how could they divide it in a manner that felt just? The elder thought of Lin Yue. Had it not been for your suggestion to establish a patrol team in our village, we would not have received such abundant rewards. In your opinion, how should we allocate these grains and silver more reasonably? Lin Yue was taken aback when the old patriarch publicly asked her to take the lead, crediting her with the idea of the patrol team, a matter known only to a select few. Consequently, following the patriarch's announcement, the villagers' attitude toward Lin Yue shifted significantly. Qin Shu stepped forward and echoed the sentiment. Indeed, Yue, the rewards we are receiving today are all due to your efforts. Had you not proposed the formation of the patrol team, we would not have apprehended the thieves, nor would we have these rewards. The Qin family played a pivotal role in capturing the thieves, and with Qin Shu being the foremost contributor, his endorsement left others with little to say as they urged Lin Yue on, some whispering amongst themselves. Their discussions veiled in secrecy. Enough of the clamor. Let you speak. The village chief glared, and the crowd fell silent. Lin Yue cleared her throat. Given the circumstances, I have a suggestion. I heard that many members of the patrol team have begun to slack off recently. Otherwise, we would not have witnessed the absence of patrols last night. Qin Shu deserves the lion's share of the reward for his significant contribution to capturing the thieves. Many nodded in agreement, while Qin Shu remained silent, awaiting Lin Yue's further remarks. He was not motivated by greed for the reward, but rather believed that her forthcoming words would lend greater credence to their cause. Although the patrol team members had faltered in their duty, they had also arrived the quickest and had been quite proactive in apprehending the thieves. They have both made mistakes and contributed. Thus, I believe we should grant them another opportunity and allow them to redeem themselves. This statement sparked a division among the villagers. Some agreed while others opposed. If we allow for redemption, does that mean the rewards would be diminished? Certainly, they should have been entitled to the primary accolades. But given their negligence, what reward can they claim? I believe it is fair. They should be given another chance. Otherwise, morale will dwindle. The village chief raised his hand, signaling for everyone to allow Lin Yue to continue. While the situation with the patrol team is one matter, those who assisted in capturing the thieves, each one of them, also contributed and deserve a share of the reward. This demonstrates the unity and cooperation of the Yi family village, and thus, the rewards should be distributed among all. Some of the crowd appeared confused and raised their hands to inquire. Two separate matters? Are you suggesting that despite being part of the patrol team, they also contributed and deserve a reward? So, in the end, is this not still a matter of balancing merit and fault? Lin Yue patiently clarified. This is different. Consider this, they're already part of the village, and by responding to the village chief's call, they joined the patrol team voluntarily. This can be seen as holding dual roles. They are villagers and also members of the patrol team, and the village allowed them to join the patrol due to their capabilities, believing they could protect the villagers. Therefore, this additional responsibility is supplementary. As patrol members, they may not receive a reward, but as villagers, they certainly should. The principle of reward and punishment is crucial for fostering unity. The patrol team members, already feeling guilty and disheartened, found a new light in their eyes upon hearing this. It seemed that, in an unspoken manner, they had gained a sense of responsibility. This approach serves as a form of indirect motivation. If we merely balance merit and fault, their enthusiasm would surely diminish. Thus, this not only encourages them, but also ignites their sense of duty, which is a win-win situation. The old patriarch was stirred with excitement, realizing that Lin Yue indeed had a way to administer both punishments and rewards beautifully. Finally, I have another proposal. Our village's formation of the patrol team was spontaneous, lacking financial support and weaponry. Since the county magistrate has acknowledged our actions and rewarded us with silver, we could expand our patrol team, recruit more villagers, procure permissible weapons, and enlist capable individuals to train the patrol team regularly. Those who participate in the patrol should receive appropriate compensation. If we all unite our efforts, our village will surely endure until next spring, or even longer. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, Qin Shu and Qin Fong sprang to their feet in excitement. Lin Yue articulated this splendidly. If our village can indeed organize such a patrol team, not only would we be able to fend off refugees, but we could also buy significant time for the safety of our elders and children against any wandering marauders. The old patriarch and the village chief exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with realization. How had they not thought of this before? This is a brilliant solution. The other villagers began to comprehend as well, recalling instances during the theft when some had inadvertently struck their own kin, unable to suppress their laughter at the memory. In an instant, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, laughter and joy ringing through the air. However, there were dissenting voices, notably from Yi Ernai and Su Xiao Dai families, yet they were largely ignored, for they had neither participated in capturing the thieves nor contributed to the patrol team, and it was improbable they would reap the village's benefits. Following discussions among the old patriarch and the villagers, it was unanimously decided that the rewards would consist of grains, while the silver would remain untouched, designated as funding for organizing the patrol team. Those with greater contributions would receive more grains, while those with lesser contributions would receive less. Thus, aside from a few timid households that dared not venture outside, the rest of the villagers received their share of the grain rewards. The patrol team's leadership was assigned to Qin Fong and Qin Shi, both of whom possessed skills in the village, with Yilaupa acknowledged for his hunting prowess, though the Qin family was still favored for their abilities. As for Lin Yue, she preferred to serve as a nominal captain, occasionally offering her insights. The leadership established a daily wage of 101 for the captain and 21 for the team members, with additional rewards at the month's end for those who performed well. For weaponry, bows and long knives were proposed, pending approval from the village chief to report to the county magistrate for procurement. In the meantime, wooden sticks would serve as substitutes. Before the village chief could travel to the county, good news arrived from the county. Magistrate Han had acted swiftly, inspired by the Yi family village, organizing a call for other villages to emulate their example and initiating a recruitment drive for patrol members. Thus, the village's patrol team officially commenced operations. Qin Fong and Qin Shi took turns leading daily training sessions, the content of which was collaboratively decided by them, Lin Yue and Yilaupa. Chapter 95. I beg you, save my wife and young master. Time flew by, and before long, December arrived. Upon opening the door one morning, the sight that greeted me was a world blanketed in white, with snowflakes gently cascading from the heavens. How beautiful! Wow, Mother, it's snowing. The four lads were elated. As Lin Yue addressed them in thick cotton clothing and crafted fur-lined sleeves for each, made from the minks he had previously hunted. The fox fur, skillfully adorned by Dong Kai Xia, was stitched into Lin Yue's new cotton attire, encircling the collar and cuffs, while a generous amount was fashioned into a thick fox fur cloak. After all, Lin Yue was also a young girl at heart who cherished beauty. Arriving here, she found herself with ample time to pursue her dreams of femininity, no longer consumed by endless experiments. Mother, you look so beautiful today. The four lads gazed at her with starry eyes, perceiving for the first time that their mother resembled a celestial fairy, extraordinarily lovely. Observing such a radiant figure, they felt an unfamiliar sense of urgency. With their mother so enchanting, there was Qin Shu in front of her, and surely more suitors would follow. What if one day she felt lonely and sought a new husband? Would they approve or disapprove? No, they must quickly devise ways to enhance their skills, to become stronger and better protect their mother. As the four young men approached the Qin family, they became enamored with Qin Shu, eager to absorb knowledge of pharmacology while insisting that he teach them martial arts. Qin Shu, unable to refuse their persistent requests, ultimately decided to take them along for practice in the mountains. This development was unbeknownst to Lin Yue. Clearly, these individuals were among the initial wave of refugees, possessing a modicum of silver compared to the nobility who had fled earlier. They had delayed their departure, hoping to reach the capital before the new year. However, heavy snowfall made the journey treacherous, and they feared they might not arrive in time. There were also some ragged commoners, unable to afford an inn, who resorted to huddling in makeshift shelters for a few copper coins. Fortunately, Magistrate Han had anticipated such a scenario, rallying many to construct straw huts near the county office in preparation for this day. At present, the crowd was still sparse, but those arriving were assured of food and warm clothing. Those willing to continue their journey were encouraged to do so, while those hesitant would at least not face starvation or exposure. For those choosing to remain for the new year, the county office arranged for some to continue building huts and clearing snow, providing them with a modest daily wage, which left many grateful for the unexpected kindness, allowing them to eat and drink while earning a bit of silver, a true blessing from above. Magistrate Han had calculated his strategy astutely. As these travelers made their way to the capital, they would undoubtedly share their experiences of the treatment they received, and news of his preparations would reach the capital, enhancing his reputation. Suddenly, the copper gong at the village entrance sounded, sending a wave of tension through the villagers, who hastily grabbed whatever tools they could find and rushed towards the commotion. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to see a carriage overturned in the snow, its visibility obscured by the thick drifts. Someone had run into the village seeking help, and the patrol team was in the midst of training, prompting the ringing of the gong. "Please, save my lady and young master. My lady will surely reward you," cried a woman of about 50, accompanied by a middle-aged man who was sweating profusely with urgency. "Are you the village chief? Please help us. The carriage has overturned, and my lady and the young master are injured. Is there a doctor nearby? Can we get some people and a doctor to rescue them?" The village chief assured them. "Do not worry. I will arrange for help immediately." Hearing this, the pair expressed their gratitude profusely. "Qin Fong, take the patrol team over there first. I will send for you." Qin Fong swiftly led the patrol team to the scene, ready to assist without hesitation upon learning of the injuries. "You have arrived just in time." The village chief spotted her and quickly relayed the situation, gathering Ma Donglian and Lu Zhenju to accompany them as well. Upon reaching the site, Qin Fong was taken aback by the sight within the carriage. No wonder, despite having 5 or 6 servants, they had hesitated to lift the carriage and rescue the injured. Inside, a richly dressed woman clutched a 4 or 5-year-old boy. The woman bore a head injury, likely from colliding with the carriage, and had lost consciousness, while the child's leg was trapped beneath the carriage, leaving his fate uncertain. The horse lay on the ground, barely breathing, having sustained severe injuries from the fall. "You, come quickly. The child's leg is trapped. We cannot move the carriage yet. If we do, we will surely lose his leg." Hearing this, the woman gasped in horror, collapsing onto the snowy ground. The middle-aged man, resembling a steward, dropped to his knees before the villagers. They had refrained from attempting a rescue, fearing further injury to the child. "You must be a doctor. Please save the young master. Qishan is willing to repay you with his life." Lin Yue studied him intently. His keen eyes immediately recognized her as a healer. Regardless of how he deduced this, his perceptiveness was commendable. His decision to seek a doctor rather than attempt a rescue himself demonstrated his sound judgment. He understood that without a doctor, any further harm might jeopardize the child's leg. Lin Yue raised her hand to halt him, meticulously observing the situation within the carriage and directing the efforts. "Qin Fong first. Have someone unhitch the horse and find a wooden beam about the thickness of an arm." The patrol team had wood on hand, so she instructed them to use that, sparing the need to search further. However, the narrowness of the ditch complicated the task of lifting the carriage. She was carefully assessing suitable points for leverage. "Have your people rescue the lady first. 2 of you should stand on either side and gently pull her legs out. Can you manage that?" Yes. Du Mama and LG are here to assist her. They can do it." The middle-aged man regained his composure and promptly directed the woman and maid to follow Lin Yue's instructions. Chapter 96. Rescuing lives. Lin Yue had already observed that among them, only the woman and the maid were ladies. The rest were male servants, likely from protective escort. She had opted to let their own people assist the lady to safeguard the villagers. Should any prohibitions arise from the noble family, it could pose trouble for the villagers. Thus, she only allowed Lu Zhenju and the others to provide assistance, preparing to wrap the rescued lady in warm clothing afterward. Once the lady was pulled out, Lin Yue had identified a suitable point for leverage. "Xiaoshan, you are the lightest. Be careful as you enter the carriage. When we lift it, you must immediately move the child's foot out. Support his knee gently. Can you do that?" Xiaoshan, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement and carefully slipped into the carriage. On either side of the ditch, 6 individuals stood ready, Qin Fong and Qin Shi were positioned at the front and back, ensuring they could act swiftly if the lever slipped. Qin Shu and Yi Qiuxing secured the carriage with ropes, ready to pull from the road, while Qi Shan and his companions stood nearby, prepared to assist. Lin Yue had devised a dual strategy. Village chief, if they require treatment, we must prepare a place for them to stay. The village chief, anticipating her intent, quickly interjected. Just focus on saving them. I have already arranged for accommodations in the old house next to the Qin family. It is spacious and currently unoccupied as my in-laws have taken their daughter away for now. The house next to the Qin family belonged to the family of Zhu's wife, also surnamed Yi. The elderly couple had only 2 daughters. The elder had married a merchant and settled in Minzhou. Upon hearing of the troubles in the northwest, they had sent someone to escort the elderly couple to safety, allowing for visits in times of peace. The village chief had already sent Li Pozi and 2 daughters-in-law to prepare the space, which would soon be put to use. With everything arranged, the 2 groups readied themselves. At Lin Yue's command, they exerted their strength simultaneously, and the carriage shifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Shan managed to free the young master's leg. Success! The crowd erupted in cheers as Xiao Shan emerged with the child. Lin Yue examined the leg, now bruised and blue, and realized immediate treatment was critical. Village chief, I leave the rest to you. I must attend to the injured. Absolutely. Saving lives is paramount. Meanwhile, in the house next to the Qin family, Li Pozi and the daughters-in-law had prepared the rooms, having learned that Yu would be treating the injured. Qin Pozi and Dong Caixia also arrived to lend a hand. The courtyard comprised 3 main straw houses and 3 side rooms. However, only one of the west side rooms was occupied, while the other 2 served as the kitchen and storage area. When Lin Yue arrived with her companions, the main house had already been tidied up, and the wives of Zhu and Xiao Zhu had even assisted in laying out new bedding. Granny Li had prepared hot water, while Granny Qin and her daughter-in-law were busy organizing the east wing. The lady did not appear to be in a grave condition. Lin Yue instructed someone to give her a dose of hot soup. Fortunately, aside from his leg, the young master was uninjured, likely due to the lady's timely protection. It was possible that the lady herself had sustained injuries. Granny Du and her 2 daughters-in-law, displaying a keen sense of awareness, quietly exited, leaving only Granny Du and the maid Lu Ji beside the lady. "Oh, madam, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Granny Du, noticing a bruise on the lady's shoulder. "Is your arm all right?" She gently moved the lady's arm, causing her to stir and awaken with a groan. "Madam, you are awake." Both Granny Du and Lu Ji knelt down, tears in their eyes, pleading for forgiveness. The lady struggled to sit up but felt a wave of dizziness. Lu Ji quickly stepped forward to assist her. "What happened?" asked the lady. "Our carriage overturned, and you and the young master were injured. It is our fault for being inept." Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, the lady seemed to suddenly recall the incident, her complexion changing dramatically as she caught sight of her son lying nearby. Her lips trembled as she yearned to reach out to him, yet hesitated. "Cheer, my cheer. What has happened to him?" Granny Du and Lu Ji hurried to support her, assuring her not to worry. "Madam, this Lin Yue is a physician and has already examined the young master. His leg is trapped beneath the carriage and has sustained injuries, but it can be saved. For now, we must attend to your wounds." Only then did the lady notice the presence of others in the room. She placed a hand over her chest and sighed deeply, adjusting her hair before scrutinizing Lin Yue closely. She attempted to rise to offer her respects, but was stopped by Lin Yue. Despite Lin Yue's insistence, she nodded toward Lin Yue from her position on the column, her demeanor dignified and graceful, reflecting her noble background. "Thank you, Lin Yue, for saving us mother and son. I express my gratitude in this manner." Indeed, judging by the attire of her attendants, it was evident that she hailed from a respectable lineage. Yet Lin Yue paid no heed to such distinctions, as her motivations for aiding others were rooted in morality. "There is no need for formality, madam." As she spoke, Lin Yue instructed Granny Du and Lu Ji to help remove the lady's outer garment, revealing her injury. The left shoulder bore a ghastly bruise, prompting Lu Ji to redden with concern. "Do you feel any discomfort in your arm, madam?" Lin Yue gently moved her arm, to which the lady turned pale, suppressing her cries of pain. "If it hurts, please do not endure it. This will allow me to assess your condition accurately." After hearing Lin Yue's words, the lady relaxed her rigid posture slightly. There was indeed some pain, and she found it difficult to lift her arm. At that moment, Lin Yue ascertained that the lady had dislocated her shoulder. To divert her attention, she began to apply medicine to the injury while engaging her in conversation. "You are a wonderful mother. Had you not protected the young master during the carriage's overturn, he might have been thrown out. If he had been crushed beneath the carriage, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is clear that you share a deep bond with your son." A smile graced the noblewoman's face as she spoke of her son. "Chi is a good child, very filial. I had initially planned to visit my family alone, but he insisted on accompanying me, concerned for my safety." That child. Seeing her relax completely, Lin Yue gently repositioned her dislocated shoulder. "Fear not, your shoulder has been relocated. Try moving it now. Does it still hurt as much as before?" The tension that had gripped Granny Du and Lu Ji dissipated as they heard this, and the noblewoman realized that Lin Yue's inquiries were not meant to pry, but rather to help her focus on something else for the sake of her treatment. Suddenly experiencing pain, she involuntarily cried out, but as she processed this, a flush crept across her face. Feeling a surge of gratitude towards Lin Yue for her attentiveness, she spoke warmly. "Lin Yue, you are truly considerate. It is a blessing to have met you. My maiden family name is Yin, given name Jin Yu, and my marital family name is Yun. I am somewhat older than you, so if you do not mind, please call me sister." And Lin Yue smiled, noting the similarity in their names, as hers contained the character for moon. And Jin Yu exchanged glances with Granny Du and Lu Ji, and they all shared a moment of surprise and joy. Granny Du's smile became less reserved and more genuine. "What a coincidence. No wonder I've heard the villagers refer to you as a you. But seeing your hairstyle, I assume you have been married?" Lin Yue nodded. "I have 4 children, all around the same age as the young master, but my husband's whereabouts are unknown." The 3, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy, considering her youthful appearance and the loss of her husband. They recognized that delving into personal matters would be inappropriate. And Jin Yu then took Lin Yue's hand, subtly shifting the conversation. "Sister, you have 4 children. How enviable. It is unfortunate that Chi has injured his leg and cannot run around. He has been accompanying me on this journey, which has been quite dull. Now he will have a companion. He will surely be delighted." The young master's leg had been treated, and although he remained unconscious, it was likely due to shock. "I will massage him shortly, and he will awaken soon," Lin Yue said, handing Granny Du a jar of ointment. "This will promote blood circulation and alleviate bruising. Later, please check for any other bruises on the madam. They should not be serious. Apply this and massage gently, and she will recover in a couple of days." Granny Du thanked Lin Yue and carefully stored the ointment. Lin Yue then pressed several acupoints on Yun Qi, and the little one gradually began to awaken. As he did, he became aware of the pain in his leg. "Mother, are you all right?" And Jin Yu's eyes filled with tears as she smiled and grasped his hand, feeling sorrow for the pain he had to endure at such a tender age. "Kia, I'm fine. Does your leg hurt?" Yun Qi shook his head, striving to suppress his pain while managing a faint smile. Yet his face remained pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. And Jin Yu could not help but recognize that he was trying to shield her from worry. Their interaction revealed that Yun Qi was indeed a good child, understanding and resilient. Lin Yue produced a pain relief pill and poured a bowl of water. "First, take this medicine. It will help ease your pain. By tomorrow, it should feel much better." The little one scrutinized Lin Yue and realized she was the one who had saved them, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Thank you." He paused momentarily upon seeing the unique pill, but his surprise quickly faded as he took it without hesitation. Taking advantage of the moment while he consumed the medicine, Lin Yue discreetly reinforced the wooden splint on his leg, subtly activating the system to alleviate some of his pain. "No need for formality. My 4 sons are around your age." Just as they were conversing, a voice called from outside, "Mother!" It turned out that DeLang and the others had heard about Lin Yue rescuing someone next door, and the young master was also injured. So they came to check on them. "My 4 sons are here." 4 exquisitely crafted young boys entered from outside. "Are they quadruplets?" And Jin Yu and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, their mouths agape. They had never seen quadruplets who resembled each other so closely. Each had fair skin with a hint of rosy hue, resembling freshly bloomed peach blossoms, delicate and adorable. Standing together, they formed a harmonious tableau that compelled onlookers to gaze longer, savoring their innocent beauty. Lin Yue smiled as she introduced them. "This is DeLang, Dongyang, Erlang, Nanxia, Sanlang, Xiyin, and Xilang, Beichun." The 4 boys stood side by side, appearing identical at first glance, but upon closer inspection, subtle distinctions emerged. DeLang, Dongyang, exuded a sense of composure. His deep-set eyes twinkling like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating wisdom and curiosity. His nose is noble and straight, and the corners of his mouth curve slightly upward, adorned with a faint smile that invites closeness yet maintains an air of distance. Erlang in Nexi exudes a vivacious spirit, his large eyes twinkling as if they could speak, brimming with boundless imagination and childlike wonder. His radiant smile reveals 2 dimples on his cheeks, evoking a sense of joy in those who behold him. Sanlang X, YN embodies a carefree nonchalance, his gaze betraying a hint of indifference and ease. A scar on his face adds a touch of ruggedness, granting him an air of unrestrained sophistication despite his tender age. Silang B Ich In possesses a shy smile and tranquil eyes, resembling 2 black jewels, his chubby, rosy cheeks inciting an irresistible urge to pinch them. And Jean, you cannot help but exclaim, you certainly know how to produce such exquisite children. These 4 young masters are truly remarkable. The 4 young lords respectfully bow to her, and in Jean Yue feels a surge of delight, yearning to draw them closer for a better look. Yet constrained by her position on the Kong and the pain in her body, she can only rub her hands together in regret. You may, I'm utterly fond of these 4 children. Cheer cannot move due to his leg injury. If possible, could you let them come over and keep him company? Before Lin Yue could respond, Erlang's eyes brightened as he gazed at the young master sitting on the Kong. Madam, we are quite fond of him as well. He then turned to Yin Shi and asked, would you like to play with us? Yin Shi, upon seeing the 4 identical quadruplets, was filled with curiosity and amazement, momentarily oblivious to the diminishing pain in his leg. Of course, I would love to. However, I cannot move my leg. A look of disappointment crossed the young master's face, for he could not run about like them and was confined to the bed daily, which troubled him greatly. Silang's eyes twinkled with a clever idea. That's not a problem. It's easily resolvable. It doesn't matter. Don't you have many servants at home? They seem quite strong. You can sit on a stool, and they can carry you, or someone can give you a piggyback ride. The young lords began brainstorming solutions for him, even detailing what he could do. Yes, we're just next door. Mr. Chung teaches us to read every day, shares stories, and even teaches us about medicine. He knows so much. It will be so interesting for you to join us and avoid being bored alone. You don't need to move. Just sit there and listen, and you can speak too. After all, it's your leg that is injured, not your hands or mouth. We can just talk to the teacher, and once your leg is better, we could take you up the mountain to play. Yin Shi's heart raced with excitement as he repeatedly exclaimed his agreement. Lin Yue and Jin Yu exchanged smiles, realizing the children were engaging each other, relieving them of the need to intervene. Granny Du, well acquainted with her master, retrieved a delicate pouch from her bosom, intending to present it to her, but Jin Yu signaled her with a glance. Granny Du immediately understood, and thus handed the pouch to Yin Shi. Upon receiving it, Yin Shi opened it to reveal a smile. In our first meeting, I had nothing prepared. For my birthday, my father gifted me a stone, which he fashioned into several exquisite jade pendants intended for my maternal grandparents. But since I cannot go, the gifts must remain unpresented. By chance, I encountered you, and it seems fitting to share them, one for each of us. As he spoke, he extracted several intricately carved jade pendants from the pouch, explaining as he distributed them to the 4 young lords. This one is Jinwu Fuirai. This one is Baifu Yi. This one is Longxi Shuangxing. And this one is Jiuqi Liangchen. Which one do you like? The 4 lords gazed at the translucent, lustrous stones, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yet they understood the importance of not taking what belonged to another and glanced up at Lin Yue. Realizing the jade was a precious item, Lin Yue interjected, young master, this is too valuable. They cannot accept it. However, Jin Yu beamed and countered, you may, let the children resolve their friendships among themselves. We adults need not interfere. At this juncture, Lin Yue discerned that Jin Yu was expressing gratitude through her son, recognizing that both mother and son were extraordinary individuals. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter for the 4 lords. With that understanding, she ceased her objections and nodded at the 4 young lords. Very well. You may handle it as you see fit. The 4 lords then joyfully gathered around the Kong, engaging in hushed conversation with Yun Shi. These 4 jade pendants are so special. They resemble our names. Is that so? Do your names carry any significance? Yun Shi had been too astonished earlier to pay attention to their names, but now curiosity piqued within him. Eldest brother is called Dongyang, Second brother is Nexi. Third brother is Xyn, and Imb. Sai Lang reiterated their names, successfully eliciting a look of astonishment and contemplation from Yunqi. Oh, how marvelous! Dongyang should wear Jinwu Fuirai, and Nexi should wear Baifulu. Longxi Shuangxing is for Xyn, and Bichen should wear Jiuqi Liangxin. How splendid! These 4 jade pendants are indeed perfectly matched. Yunqi distributed the corresponding jade pendants to each of the 4 lords, who were delighted, as this was their first time receiving such precious gifts from friends. They searched their belongings, but could not find anything more valuable than the jade pendants. However, they possessed a cherished secret weapon unique to them. This is my most treasured item. It can write and draw. I will give it to you. Ling produced his favorite colored pencil, which he had cherished during their time in space. Originally part of a set of drawing colored pencils, he could hardly part with it. Lin Yue had advised against bringing items from their space, as it could lead to trouble, yet with her permission, Ling had kept 1 purple pencil on him, and now he willingly offered it to Yunqi. It was evident that he genuinely liked Yunqi. Yunqi's eyes sparkled with delight as he examined the pencil, which resembled a brush, featuring a purple core embedded in a wooden exterior, possessing similarities to a brush yet distinct in many ways. Most importantly, Ling claimed it could write and draw. Yunqi touched the purple core, discovering it was firm. Is it colored? Can it really write and draw? How incredible! Yes, it differs from a brush, but it serves the same purpose. Look, Ling lifted it and gently drew a line on the wooden window frame, instantly revealing a purple line. Yunqi's heart ached at the sight and rushed to inspect the pencil, finding only slight wear. It's all right. If it becomes dull, you can carefully shave it with a knife. But remember, do not wear down the core. Ling meticulously instructed him on its use, causing everyone to laugh. Erlang, not to be outdone, searched his belongings and reluctantly produced his favorite drawing. This was, in fact, a photo cut from a magazine in the space, depicting a snow wolf standing majestically atop a snowy peak, with an expansive snowfield behind it, embodying a sense of desolation, solitude, and unrivaled pride that captivated Erlang. Upon seeing this image, he had asked Lin Yue if he could keep it. Lin Yue had no objections, as it was merely a common image to her. To her surprise, Erlang cherished it enough to want to gift it to Yunqi. Yunqi was even more astonished at this. Heavens, what technique is this? Mother, come look. This wolf is depicted with such exquisite detail. It is simply masterful. Even Mr. Mu Yun may not be able to capture such lifelike essence. Yunqi, brimming with excitement, raised the painting for Njin Yu to see. Njin Yu, equally astonished, noticed another detail that left her even more astounded. The paper on which the painting was crafted, stiff, delicate, and as pure as clouds. Such exquisite paper might not even be found within the royal palace. If this painting were to be displayed, she realized that the 5 individuals, the mother and her 4 sons, were not as simple as they seemed. Initially, she had thought it was merely a humble village with a woman skilled in medicine, but unexpectedly, Lin Yue and her quadruplets exuded an extraordinary aura, hinting at a certain mystery surrounding them. The implications of this realization made her uneasy. However, Lin Yue seemed to comprehend the depth of her gaze, contemplating how to navigate this web of deception. And Njin Yu was acutely aware that one should not delve too deeply into matters. Thus, she solemnly advised her son, "This painting is far too precious. In today's world, it is likely a treasure beyond value. Do you think it can be accepted?" Immediately, a serious expression replaced the playful one on Yunqi's face. Lin Yue, observing this, chuckled softly, feeling somewhat helpless as the actions of her 4 sons drew considerable attention. Would they frighten the guests? Just moments ago, Sister N had mentioned that this was merely a matter of friendship among children, allowing them to handle it on their own. Why then had her stance shifted? Chapter 98. Rest and recovery. Consequently, her demeanor grew increasingly earnest. Ayu, if the children exchange some ordinary gifts, it is indeed inconsequential. However, that painting is far too valuable. She intended to caution Lin Yue about the adage that a man is innocent, yet possessing something precious can attract envy. Yet, Lin Yue interrupted her with a smile, stifling her words. "Sister N, you find the paper of the painting rather special, do you not? In truth, this painting was a serendipitous find for Erlang. Seeing how much he cherished it, I treated the paper with medicinal herbs to ensure its longevity. It merely appears precious. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue felt a weight lift from her heart. The paper had been specially treated with herbs, providing a plausible explanation. Beyond the paper, the painting itself was indeed quite valuable. If it was given in genuine friendship, then such matters were trivial. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of anticipation, curious about what extraordinary gifts the other two sons would present. Fortunately, San Lang brought forth a small wooden sword gifted to him by Qin Shu, intricately crafted with exquisite carvings, not overly extravagant. Si Lang presented a piece of amber, which, although common, held a unique charm. This particular piece had been found when they ascended the mountain together, resembling a fledgling bird. Lin Yue had polished it herself to enhance its likeness to a chick, etching delicate patterns upon it. Notably, 2 ants were embedded within its eyes, making it particularly special. A hole was drilled at the beak to thread a string, which Si Lang had cherished. Once all 4 sons had presented their gifts, the 5 children had already forged a strong friendship. Lin Yue gazed at her son's unbroken smile, her heart brimming with mixed emotions. Yun Shi was a perceptive child, wise beyond his 5 years, often displaying a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Now, he finally exhibited the essence of childhood, a sight that brought joy to Lin Yue. Even Lu Ji and Du Posey were overwhelmed with tears of happiness. At that moment, Li Posey arrived with her 2 daughters-in-law, bringing food. Unsure of how to entertain such esteemed guests, she felt a pang of trepidation upon seeing Lin Yue's refined attire, which clearly indicated her status. Aigleku, why not stay and share a meal with us and the 4 boys? Du Posey, now aware that their residence was at the maternal home of Jue's wife, quickly exchanged glances with Lin Yue for permission. Upon receiving her nod, she produced 20 taels of silver, presenting it to Jue's wife in front of Li Posey. Dear sister, Yi Nyang, please accept this money as a deposit for renting this courtyard. Given that both the lady and the young master are injured, we may need to impose for a while. Soon, I will discuss with Lin Yang and the village head about our stay. We are bound to trouble you all, and I hope for your understanding. Both Zhu and her mother-in-law were taken aback by the amount, believing it far too generous, as even a year's rent for a farmer would not require such a sum. Li Posey, fearing her husband's displeasure, hastily declined. My dear sister, this is not acceptable. You may remain. If you lack anything, do not hesitate to ask. Our village may be humble, but we will not neglect you. Seeing their reluctance, Du Posey turned to Lin Yue for assistance. Auntie, Yi saw, please do accept it. Otherwise, they will find it difficult to trouble you further. Upon hearing Lin Yue's endorsement, the 2 women understood her words carried weight and finally accepted the silver. When Lin Yue sought out the village head, Du Posey accompanied her. The head was already en route with a cart carrying a horse that had been brought out, along with the party from Qishan heading home. The horse was beyond saving, on the brink of death, and must be slaughtered for meat. Qishan requested the village head to arrange for the horse's disposal and to distribute the meat to those villagers who had assisted, as a token of gratitude. Lin Yue and her son had brought along 6 male servants, including the steward Qishan and 5 bodyguards, along with 2 female servants, Du Posey and the maid Lu Ji, making a total of 10 people plus 2 carts. The small courtyard quickly became crowded, with an family and Du Posey sharing the main room, while Qishan and the male servants occupied the east wing, where their luggage was also stored. One of the drivers had sustained minor injuries, prompting Lin Yue to attend to his wounds. As the village head prepared to leave, he was called back by Du Posey. Village head, Our Lady requests your presence. Lin Yue, with Lu Ji's assistance, managed a feeble curtsy. Village head, we are profoundly grateful for your timely rescue. Regrettably, we bear injuries and may need to stay here for a while longer. Would that be permissible? Though the others were settled, they felt it necessary to inform the village head of their extended stay, especially with the new year approaching. Given their current physical state, long-distance travel was unfeasible. Village head, he had interacted with Qishan and his men during their rescue efforts. They had proven themselves courteous and respectful, leaving a positive impression. Moreover, Lin Yue and her son were exceptionally kind, showing no disdain for the village's rustic simplicity, prompting him to agree readily. No matter how long you wish to stay, it is perfectly fine. However, coming from the northwest, you should be aware of the current situation. It remains uncertain whether refugees will arrive next year. If you're not afraid of danger, you could join us. Lin Yue promptly expressed her gratitude. Really? That would be wonderful. The village head was delighted and proceeded to inform her about the village's patrol team that was currently training. If Qishan has some free time, he can impart his skills to our youth. And Lin Yue wholeheartedly agreed, feeling it inappropriate to take advantage of their hospitality without contributing. She instructed Lu Ji to summon Qishan and, in the presence of the village head, relayed the information about the patrol team. Qishan's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he immediately declared his willingness to teach. As they departed, the village head called for Qin Pozi and Qin Fong. Lady Yun, we reside next door at the Qin family. Should you require anything, simply let us know. The teacher you hired for the children is currently staying at my home, and they attend lessons next door daily. If the young master finds it dull, he is welcome to join them in play. Yun Shi's eyes lit up at these words, looking eagerly at his mother. And Lin Yue smiled in return. Indeed, we would be imposing upon you. Qin Pozi waved her hand with a smile. There is no such imposition, madam. We are grateful you do not despise our humble village during the leisure of winter. With us living so close, once you feel better, you are welcome to explore the village and visit. Certainly, once I regain my strength, I shall make it a point to visit you for a chat. Yejia village is filled with warmth and kindness, and Lin Yue has seamlessly adapted to the local customs, becoming more relaxed in her demeanor and conduct. Du Pozi cheerfully bids them farewell, affectionately addressing them as older sisters, which delights Qin Pozi, who feels that despite their noble origins, the guests are quite amiable and easy to interact with. Once the group is settled, Lin Yue gathers all the servants to convey important details. As we are temporarily residing in another village, it is likely that we will not leave until after the new year. Qishan, during your free time, accompany the Qin brothers on patrol and offer your assistance where needed. Additionally, once Du Mama and Lu Ji have assessed the necessities in the courtyard, they should procure some items. Since the villagers have aided us, we must reciprocate their kindness. Please consult the village chief to inquire about the families that assisted us, and prepare a generous gift for each. Du Mama will oversee this matter, while I shall personally prepare for Lin Yue. Yes, with everyone assigned their tasks, they began to work diligently. On the third day, the families that had offered assistance received gifts of gratitude from Lady Yun, a roll of cotton fabric and half a bag of fine rice, with the village chief's family receiving an additional half bag of flour. The villagers had initially thought the horse meat was already quite generous, but were pleasantly surprised by the cotton and grains, truly reflecting the generosity of a wealthy household, who not only possess abundant resources, but also consider the needs of others by providing the most essential items. In no time, those who received gifts and those who did not were eager to share their homegrown vegetables and pickled delicacies, in a season where fresh greens are scarce, mostly consisting of preserved cabbage and radishes, with dried vegetables and sun-dried mushrooms being more common. Thus, the group quickly gained the villagers' recognition. Regarding Lin Yue, Lin Yue prepared a thoughtful gift, a box of assorted clothing, in varying thicknesses, including pieces for the 4 young men, along with some writing supplies. A small jewelry box filled with carefully selected adornments, and 1,000 taels in silver notes. Lin Yue was taken aback by the generosity. In Chapter 99, Ayu, let's celebrate the new year together. Lady Yun reminds her, Ayu, you promised to call me sister. And Lin Yue playfully scolds her, if it weren't for you, my son and I might have faced dire consequences, and sure, its leg could have been permanently damaged. I am truly grateful to you, and I consider you my sister sincerely, not just in jest, unless you do not wish to recognize me as your sister. She is acutely aware of the perilous situation they faced that day, and had it not been for Lin Yue's timely medical intervention, Chi'er's leg could have succumbed to frostbite in the snow. Chi'er and the 4 young men get along splendidly, and I admire them greatly. If you refuse, I shall be quite upset. Lin Yue, unable to decline further, resignedly accepted the gifts. Very well, since it is a gift from my sister, I shall accept it, but I shall not take the silver notes. And Lin Yue's face brightened with joy. My injuries have healed considerably, and Chi'er now studies with the 4 young men daily. The teacher you hired is quite knowledgeable. Chi'er claims he explains things better than his previous instructor. He is well-educated and engaging, which makes learning enjoyable. I believe he is even more diligent than he was at home. She feels fortunate to have encountered Lin Yue's family, as their company has transformed her recovery into a joyous and interesting experience, allowing Chi'er to make good friends and preventing her from feeling downcast, instead fostering a sense of gratitude. His leg is not severely injured, but requires time to mend. It is advisable to have the servants prepare more nourishing bone broth. Does the household lack anything? Lin Yue offered a few words of advice, considering it must be their first new year in the countryside, and they might feel somewhat out of place. In truth, it is also her first new year in this location, and she harbors a sense of anticipation. You, why not come here to celebrate the new year with the 4 young men? It feels rather lonely with just Cheer and me. Lin Yue reasoned, if you all come, it will be much more lively. An agreement was made. As the days progressed, households began preparing for the new year. And soon it was the 20th day of the 12th month. Lin Yue tidied the courtyard, cleaning both inside and out, yet sensed something was still amiss. Upon catching a whiff of delightful aromas wafting from the village, she realized it was time to prepare for the festivities. Having lost her parents early in a different world, her childhood memories are largely faded, the only recollection being the family gathered together to make dumplings, while other details remain elusive. You, what are you daydreaming about? I've been calling you for ages. Someone tapped her on the head, and Lin Yue looked up to see Dong Caixia smiling down at her. Sister Caixia, what brings you here? Mr. Chung mentioned that since he had nothing to do, he would halt classes until the 26th day of the 12th month, as the children were indifferent about it, and asked me to inform you. By the way, every household in the village is busy preparing for the new year. Why haven't I seen any smoke rising from your chimney? Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't started yet. Dong Caixia chuckled, not pressing the issue. The absence of children at home rendered her preparations solitary and somewhat dreary. I'm here to help you. Lin Yue was overjoyed. This was truly wonderful. With Dong Caixia's assistance, Lin Yue finally found her rhythm. Dong Caixia, skilled with her hands, helped her make some fried dough twists. Lin Yue reminisced about the delicacies from her past life, particularly the multi-flavored peanuts she adored as a child, and pondered how to recreate them. She didn't dare ask Dong Caixia for help with this. Although peanuts were available here, they were scarce. Therefore, she specifically went to the town to purchase more, successfully making multi-flavored peanuts and sugar-coated ones. The savory crunch of the former and the sweet satisfaction of the latter delighted the palate. To her surprise, her first attempt was a success. She had the 4 young men bring some for Yun Qi and the Qin family to sample. Upon tasting, everyone was enamored, and soon others from the village came seeking the delectable treats. Qin Posey encouraged everyone to bring their goods to Lin Yue's home to fry together, ensuring the aroma from the Qin family's kitchen never ceased. The children in the main house, distracted by the enticing scent, lost focus on their studies until Qin Posey brought in 2 plates to satiate their cravings. Each household prepared a modest amount, with most opting for the multi-flavor variety, as sugar remained quite expensive. Only Lin Yue instructed Du Posey to fry a full pot of each, given the larger household and the need to ensure everyone, including the servants, had a share as they anticipated visitors during the New Year festivities. Lin Yue, purely assisting, found that others felt indebted and thus contributed their dried vegetables and radishes. In winter, vegetables were limited to cabbage and radishes, with greens being exceedingly rare. Lin Yue, however, had cultivated a considerable supply in her own space, with quality far surpassing that of the outside produce. Yet, she could not bring herself to take them out, so she reserved some dried vegetables and gave the fresh ones to Lin Yue, considering her larger household would require more vegetables daily. On the 26th day of the 12th month, the children concluded their lessons. Lin Yue asked the Lang to summon Cheng Yi for an eye examination. Since Yi Yin's departure, Lin Yue had been accumulating strength, refraining from extensively using her space and system, saving it for this moment. She utilized the system to perform surgery on Cheng, which was exceedingly successful. Prior to the procedure, Lin Yue administered a drug that would render him unconscious, and by the time he awoke, the operation was complete, leaving him entirely unaware. Consequently, he believed Lin Yue's potion was a divine elixir that would restore his sight instantly. He was overjoyed, yet felt compelled to keep his secret, which was quite burdensome. It was not until much later, when he inadvertently overheard Dong Caixia recounting Lin Yue's encounter with an old immortal, that he felt a deep connection. Just after seeing Cheng Yi off, and Lin Yue arrived. "Oh, what troubles you, sister?" she asked, noticing the veil covering her face, which bore an expression of distress. Upon encountering Lin Yue, LG hurriedly began to explain. "Lin Yangzi, please show the lady. She is unsure if it was from overindulging in fried snacks, but overnight, her face has erupted with numerous pimples." In contrast, Du Posey remained remarkably composed, her expression tinged with mild reproach. I told you, those fried snacks should not be consumed in excess. The lady did not believe me. And now look what has happened. And Lin Yue removed her veil, revealing indeed a few blemishes on her chin. Ah, Mei, during the new year, will there be any scarring? Rest assured, I promise to ensure you radiate beauty during the new year, even more splendid than before. Lin Yue's jest alleviated Lin Yue's anxiety. At that moment, Qi Shan led a horse-drawn carriage over. Very well, I shall not forget. A man resembling a steward disembarked from the carriage and promptly bowed to Lin Yue upon entering. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue finally recognized him. Ah, Meng Zhonggue, what brings you here? She nearly forgot about him. Observing her forgetfulness, Meng Zhonggue smiled knowingly, feigning a touch of grievance. How could you forget us, Lin Yangzi? Our young master has frequently mentioned you. I have come to deliver New Year gifts. Intrigued by the collaboration with Lu Cheng, Lin Yue was eager to inquire about his current business endeavors. How is your young master's business faring? Upon hearing her question, Meng Zhonggue's face lit up with joy. Thanks to your support, the stir-frying technique has become all the rage in various cities. You wouldn't believe it. Many taverns are competing to replicate it. However, despite their imitation, they lack the seasoning you provided, and thus cannot capture the authentic flavor. Sifong Lu is now the premier tavern in the capital. Our young master believes that business should not be monopolized, so he transformed your seasoning recipe into convenient packets to supply to major taverns, which are in high demand. Lin Yue felt elated for him. In just a few months, Lu Cheng had successfully promoted stir-frying across the regions, showcasing his remarkable enterprise. Meng Zhonggue, please extend my congratulations to your young master. I will draft 10 new stir-fry recipes for you shortly. Ah, I have been eagerly awaiting your words, Lin Yangzi. Would 10 be too few? Meng Zhonggue, having achieved his goal, felt that 10 recipes might be insufficient, as patrons always crave novelty. Furthermore, new dishes should not be released all at once. Some rare or highly favored ingredients should be strategically marketed, limiting daily availability and occasionally hosting promotional events to maintain a steady influx of customers. Meng Zhonggue was overjoyed, diligently noting Lin Yue's instructions verbatim, as it was crucial for him to convey her intentions accurately to the young master. After jotting everything down, he hastily instructed his staff to unload the goods, while Lin Yue busied herself in her quarters, penning the stir-fry recipes she had momentarily forgotten to prepare. Meanwhile, she had been contemplating the need to harvest the surplus grains from her storage, which had become overcrowded, necessitating additional shelves. This was the perfect opportunity to delegate the task to Meng Zhonggue. Observing his anxious demeanor brought a smile to Lin Yue's face. It's quite all right. You carry on with your tasks. The carriage was filled with an array of sturdy, durable fabrics, trendy silks favored by women, and a collection of seasonal garments for women and children, creating a substantial pile of clothing and textiles. Additionally, there were delightful trinkets for children, ink and paper, assorted dried fruits and vegetables, and seasonal produce in abundance. She could easily open a general store with such an extensive inventory, which filled most of the main hall. On the table lay a small box topped with a gift list, containing a concise account of the earnings for the past few months. Upon reviewing it, Lin Yue discovered a sum of 5,000 taels of silver. Lu Cheng's business was impressively substantial. In merely a few months of collaboration, they had accrued such wealth. At this rate, in a year of peace, they could potentially earn tens of thousands of taels. She could afford to rest on her laurels. It was astonishing to realize that she had inadvertently stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. As she stored the box in her space, she prepared some New Year gifts for the old clan leader and others, selecting items to divide into 7 portions. She also gathered some fresh green vegetables, intending to distribute them among families, providing her ample justification for sharing the bounty. The items she chose were modest yet thoughtful, with each family selection varying, simple yet meaningful. Mother, I heard from Uncle Qi Shan that someone came to our house earlier. Yes, do you remember Sifong Lu in Qingzhou City? It was Uncle Lu Cheng who sent someone to deliver New Year gifts. He also brought many delightful trinkets and stationery. I have prepared 7 portions of gifts to distribute to the old clan leader's family, 4th uncle's family, blind grandpa, the village chief, as well as the Qin family and Yin Qi's household. Please see if there is anything you wish to share with your friends. You may choose some to include. Wow, that's wonderful. We all love these. The 4 young boys cheered as they rushed towards their gifts. After a delightful selection, each chose several items for their friends. Lin Yue then accompanied the four boys, delivering the gifts from house to house. Her presents were among the finest in the village, particularly the vibrant green vegetables, which were sure to bring joy. To blind Grandpa's home, she brought some exceptionally soft cotton fabric, a wild ginseng root, and a basket of green vegetables. With the impending arrival of Chuanqi's baby, the fabric was perfect for crafting intimate garments and diapers. In ancient times, childbirth was perilous for women, and it was said that Chuanqi would venture into the mountains daily to seek fortune. She hoped to uncover a ginseng root, providing her daughter-in-law with peace of mind during delivery. Lin Yue's gift of the wild ginseng was precisely what they needed, leaving blind Grandma immensely grateful. It goes without saying that Lin Yue had developed close relationships with these families. The old Qin family had already conferred with Lin Yue, preparing new clothes and shoes for Cheng Yi, while Lin Yue, unrestrained, had noticed that Cheng Yi did not lack for silver. Despite the hardships of his travels, he had not endured undue suffering. A medical enthusiast, he had requested the four boys to transcribe his previously recorded cases, which he intended to present to Lin Yue. Cheng Yi was elated, clutching the notes day and night, and diligently noting down areas of confusion in preparation for discussion with Lin Yue. Therefore, Lin Yue thoughtfully included assorted fabrics of different colors in the gifts for the old Qin family, so they could create new garments for their family. Although the old Qin family had experienced a bountiful year, they had refrained from indulging in new clothing for themselves. Lin Yue was keenly aware of these circumstances, keeping them in mind. As for Lin Yue, Lin Yue had even less to worry about, simply providing fresh fruits and vegetables, as they truly lacked nothing else. Additionally, she gifted Xiao Yunqi a bottle of bone-strengthening granules from her storage to aid in his recovery from leg injuries. Notably, she also found a bottle of facial mask from her previous cosmetics for Lin Yue, pairing it with a gentle herbal tea to ensure her blemishes would diminish, a promise she intended to fulfill. "I will try it now." And Lin Yue could hardly contain her excitement as she asked LG to help her apply the mask. Under Lin Yue's guidance, LG loosened Lin Yue's hair and lay her down on the bed. After cleansing her face, she used a smooth bamboo spatula to evenly spread the mask across her skin. After waiting 20 minutes, they removed the mask and rinsed the face, leaving her skin feeling refreshed and remarkably smooth. This product is truly remarkable. I feel as though my face has become soft and smooth, an exquisite sensation. Lin Yue chuckled, acknowledging that this mud mask is indeed effective, particularly for cleansing, moisturizing, and soothing the skin. Sister and applies it daily, complemented by cooling herbal tea to alleviate heat and by ensuring not to overthink in the evenings. She guarantees that her skin will radiate even more brilliance before the new year. It is a pity that Yun Jiefu is not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be captivated. "You cheeky girl, now you're teasing me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." And Lin Yue blushed, for she and her husband shared a deep affection. Being here, especially during the festive season, made her miss him dearly, and Lin Yue's words struck a chord within her heart. Throughout these days of companionship, Lin Yue discovered that Lin Yue is indeed a rare friend. She hails from a noble background, possessing a gentle yet spirited demeanor, and is an undeniable talent, exhibiting thoughtfulness and consideration in her interactions, never looking down upon the rural folk because of her lineage. Her servants are equally disciplined and conscientious. As the saying goes, a master reflects the nature of their servants, and this holds true for her. Du Posey and Lu Ji quickly became inseparable from the village's young wives and aunties. They are articulate, perceptive, and generous, garnering admiration from the villagers. The guards from Qishan, though few in words, are diligent, always ready to assist those burdened in the village, and often patrol alongside the watchmen, training and offering valuable suggestions while practicing together. This group quickly integrated into Yijia village, earning praise from all. Amidst this bustling activity, the eve of the new year arrived. Lin Yue rose early to dress the four young lords in new garments, adorned with new hats and jade pendants gifted by Yun Qi, transforming them into festive, doll-like figures as they made their way to Lin Yue's courtyard. Yun Qi's legs were now capable of supporting him as he walked slowly, and Lin Yue encouraged him to stay active for his recovery. The mother and son had been eagerly peering at the entrance, and upon seeing their visitors approach, they welcomed them with smiles. "If you hadn't come, I would have personally come to fetch you. It's still early. We had agreed to meet. How could I break my promise?" Come, come, step inside. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Lin Yue took Jin Yu by the hand and led her indoors, while Yin Qi had already ushered the four young lords into the kitchen. Du Posey and Lu Ji were busily bustling about. Upon seeing the five young masters arrive, they hurriedly presented 2 plates of freshly made pastries. The children eagerly took 2 each and dashed next door to the Qin family to find Ashan and Xiao Shan. Young master, take care while walking. Hearing this, Jin Yu and Lin Yue exchanged amused glances. During Yin Qi's treatment, Lin Yue had secretly activated a bit of healing functionality, and with the aid of the bone-strengthening granules from her space, she had delayed removing the splint for half a month to avoid worrying Jin Yu. During the festive season, children cannot be kept still. Thus, Lin Yue had allowed him to practice walking 2 days prior, and to her surprise, he felt no significant discomfort and soon began to run. Before Lin Yue could console her, Jin Yu remarked, "It's all right. I can see he is fully recovered. Your medical skills are exceptional. From now on, should anyone claim another's medical expertise, I shall never believe it. I only trust you." As she spoke, she touched her face, adorning an expression of admiration. "Look, my acne has diminished in just 2 days, and my skin appears more radiant and delicate than before. Indeed, you are quite miraculous." Lin Yue scrutinized her face and jested. "You mischievous girl, you're teasing me again." Lin Yue captured her hands in a playful plea for mercy, tickling her in return. "Kind sister, spare me. I shall assist in the kitchen today and let you sample my culinary skills." "Very well, we shall cook together. I can prepare dishes too for you to taste." Chapter 101. New Year's celebration. Yin Qi was overjoyed. Mother is also cooking. Rarely does father allow mother to take to the kitchen, yet her meals are the most delicious. Indeed, my mother's dishes are delightful, surpassing those from Si Fong Lu. The 4 young lords were equally eager. Vina praised their mother. "Ha ha, then you can taste it right away." Delang grinned proudly. Yin Qi appeared puzzled, prompting Erlang to elucidate. "The dishes from Si Fong Lu are derived from my mother's recipes." Upon hearing this, Yin Qi beamed with delight. "Then I truly need not visit Si Fong Lu to sample their new dishes. I guarantee they are the freshest." Ha ha! The innocent banter of the children reached the ears of their mothers, piquing Jin Yu's curiosity. No wonder a tavern owner delivered New Year gifts a few days ago. It must be the proprietor of Si Fong Lu. "You, do you have a partnership with them?" Lin Yue nodded. "Yes. To support 4 young lords, I possess no other skills. So I happened to delve into some cooking recipes and collaborated with them. I am familiar with Si Fong Lu. Their owner is Lu Jia Sanlang from the capital, reputed to be quite the businessman, with Si Fong Lu establishments spread across several major cities." "Oh, do they engage in other businesses as well?" "It seems they also deal in textiles and brewing, but beyond that, I am unaware." Despite being a mother, Jin Yu occasionally revealed a youthful demeanor when with Lin Yue, especially in her words, expressing a love for food. "All right, no problem. Both new and brand new dishes shall be prepared." "Agreed?" Just then, Qin Posey entered. "Ah, you, so you are here. I thought I recognized your voice. This morning, I had Qin Shu call you to spend the new year at my house. He mentioned your door was locked. I figure it was the new year, and with the children around, you couldn't possibly be going anywhere." "Indeed, I heard your voice. Andy, it's me. I had already agreed with you. They are single mothers, as are we, so we decided to celebrate together for a lively new year." "Very well, in that case, I shall fetch a couple of dishes to add to your feast. Let us agree on wrapping dumplings at our place this afternoon, and in the evening, the 3 families shall cook dumplings together to usher in the new year." "Excellent. We shall also contribute a couple of dishes for you." Qin Posey hurriedly departed, and soon returned with 2 dishes they had prepared. In the main room, Qishan had set the large table. Due to the crowd, he had ingeniously placed a round wooden board atop a square table, creating a larger area with square partitions beneath, perfectly fitting the table. Lu Ji beckoned everyone to begin serving the dishes. Braised pork knuckle, chicken stewed with mushrooms, lamb stew with radish, boiled 3 delicacies, and 8 treasure duck. Lin Yue prepared dong po pork, red braised pork, kung pao chicken, and braised fish. And Jin Yu made 4 happiness meatballs and red date lotus seed bird's nest soup. 10 dishes and 1 soup, along with a platter of steamed buns and a bowl of rice, filled the table to the brim, enticing everyone to salivate. Qishan had also gathered a bundle of bamboo from the mountain, igniting a fire in the courtyard and tossing in the bamboo, creating a crackling sound of firecrackers. instantly amplifying the festive atmosphere. Finally, the meal commenced, and Jin Yu and Lin Yu took their seats at the head of the table, while the others gathered around. At this moment, there were no distinctions between master and servant. Everyone was family. This was also the first time that Du Posey, Lu Ji, and Qi Shan dined at the same table with their masters, and they were filled with excitement, believing this New Year's celebration would be an unforgettable experience in their lives. Such scenes unfolded in every household of Yi Jia village, with the festive spirit palpable. Snowflakes are falling again. Someone glanced outside and saw the snow swirling. In this scene, it calls for wine. Qi Shan, open that jar of Yutang Chan. Let us have a sip to celebrate. Lu Ji, I recall there's a jug of fruit wine. Let us drink some from merriment. Two individuals, brimming with joy, poured wine for each other. The men used bowls while the women opted for cups. The clinking of their vessels signified a serendipitous reunion, a bond of kindred spirits that had reached fruition. Following the festive reunion dinner, Qin Posey beckoned Lin Yue and the others to join her in making dumplings, while Qi Shan drew the Qin brothers over to continue their revelry with food and drink. Both courtyards buzzed with lively chatter. The village head, uneasy about Jin Yu and her companions, ventured through the snow with the elder clan leader to check on them. He was persuaded by Qi Shan to take a seat at the banquet table, where they indulged in food and drink, expressing gratitude to the village head and the elders before the table was cleared. In the Qin household, a room filled with women and children busily crafted an abundance of dumplings, enough to fill 6 layers of curtains. Once their tasks were complete, they settled on the Kong, savoring sweet pastries and fried treats while engaging in light-hearted conversation. And Jin Yu, taking out her purse, distributed small golden ingots to the children, each crafted exquisitely and festively. Qin Posey promptly intervened, stating that such gifts were meant to bestow good fortune upon the children for the new year, and thus could not be withheld. With no choice but to relent, Qin Posey watched as the children, displaying remarkable understanding, offered their New Year greetings to her. Consequently, Lin Yue and the Qin brothers, along with Qin Posey, presented Yun Qi with their own tokens of good fortune. Although not as lavish as in Jin Yu's, their contributions were heartfelt. The group gathered to usher in the new year, and at midnight, the plump dumplings were dropped into boiling water. Each person received a bowl, relishing the meal with satisfaction as the new year quietly dawned. However, the snow in the mountains had yet to melt, and it was not until the end of the first lunar month that the snow finally receded. On that day, the villagers congregated at the village head's home to discuss what crops to plant with the arrival of spring. Being farmers, they could not bear to let their land lie fallow, which felt more unbearable than death itself. Thus, as soon as the snow melted, every household busied themselves with spring sowing. Upon learning of their impending departure, the villagers, uncertain of when they would meet again, generously offered their finest provisions for the journey, with each household contributing a little. This outpouring of simple warmth deeply moved Jin Yu. She had never experienced such heartfelt generosity. Items that could not be taken along or were of no use were also carefully selected to be gifted to the villagers. On the day of their departure, Yun Qi grasped the hands of the 4 young men, repeatedly urging them to visit him in the capital whenever they had the chance. And Jin Yu also shared a tearful farewell with Lin Yue, promising to keep in touch. Life in the village returned to its usual rhythm, though the patrols became more vigilant as everyone anxiously awaited news from the northwest. The villagers' tables no longer displayed rich meats. They reverted to their customary austere diet of steamed buns made from high gluten and sorghum flour, brown rice, and mixed grain pancakes. The occasional white buns and white rice, once a celebratory treat, were now cherished luxuries that they could no longer afford to indulge in. Like the others, Lin Yue was apprehensive, yet she remained industrious. The harvest from her space had yielded a bountiful crop, particularly of corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, all of which had been replanted. With the expansion of her space, she now possessed a medicinal herb field, a vegetable garden, and several fruit trees, ensuring her sustenance was secure. The harvested grains and vegetables filled her home, and she began to miss Meng Zhanggue. She wondered if the shelves she had commissioned from him had been completed. If so, they would greatly assist in organizing the items in her space, bringing order to the current chaos. Regardless of when she ventured into the mountains, Lin Yue felt it prudent to prepare in advance, stocking up on durable, ready-to-eat provisions. She prepared various foods, including mixed grain pancakes, fried treats made during the new year. Fried dough sticks, fried eggs, marinated meats, marinated vegetables, as well as easy-to-make noodles, dumplings, and wontons, ensuring a diverse array of supplies were readily accessible. Barely 10 days had passed since Jin Yu's departure when Meng Zhongguo from Qingzhou City sent word and delivered the shells Lin Yue had requested, alleviating her immediate concerns. A large influx of refugees from the northwest had arrived. They had closed the tavern and had moved south 2 days prior. Following the refugees were the rebel forces, which were reportedly advancing with overwhelming momentum, having already breached several prefectures. The imperial army could hardly withstand the onslaught. Not only in Qingzhou City, but all surrounding prefectures had begun to impose martial law. However, the sheer number of refugees made containment nearly impossible. The streets outside Qingzhou City were already inundated with displaced people, overwhelming the authorities who had prepared earlier in the year. The closure of the city gates was imminent. Lin Yue promptly relayed this alarming news to the village head and the elder clan leader. While they were in discussion, the village's gong rang out. It sounded urgent and persistent. "Let us go see what is happening." The village head led everyone to the village entrance, where they were met with a shocking sight.